Unfolding plans.
In the cliffside villa overlooking the bustling city of New York, Tony Stark stood before a holographic display, his expression a mix of awe and concern. The hologram depicted a highly advanced anti-gravity-assisted robot, its mechanical arms forming a colossal construct. Stark's voice carried an edge of disbelief as he spoke.
It's incredible.
This kid's technology is decades ahead of anything I've seen. Natasha Romanoff stood nearby, her arms crossed and her face grim. That kid just invaded a sovereign nation with this mechanical army and stole Wakanda's vibranium. This isn't just genius, it's madness. The name on both their minds was Locke, a 14-year-old prodigy who had turned the world upside down. For Natasha, Locke was a complex figure, brilliant, reckless, and dangerously ambitious. A 14-year-old declaring war on a nation, Natasha muttered, shaking her head.
It's unthinkable.
Tony's eyes remained fixed on the hologram. I used to think I was the epitome of genius and arrogance. Compared to him, I'm just playing with toys. Natasha's expression hardened. Admiration aside, this kid is a global threat. Nick Fury wants you to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to devise a strategy against him. Tony's lips curled into a wry smile as he swirled the red wine in his glass.
A plan to counter Locke?
I've simulated countless scenarios against AI and advanced systems. Care to guess the results? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Let me guess, failure?
Tony turned to face her, the smile gone.
100%. Every resource I've mobilized points to the same conclusion: we lose. He downed his wine in one gulp, his shoulders tense. Natasha stepped closer, her voice firm. You haven't tapped into all resources yet. If you join us, you'll have access to S.H.I.E.L.D's full capabilities. Together, we can tilt the odds. Tony studied her for a moment, then nodded.
All right, I'm in.
Natasha's lips curled into a satisfied smile.
Good.
Tomorrow, you'll meet the rest of the team. There are a few new faces you'll want to get acquainted with. Just as Tony was about to respond, his body stiffened, and he collapsed to the floor, clutching his neck. Dark veins spread like a web under his skin, a telltale sign of palladium poisoning. Natasha reacted instantly, injecting him with a serum from her utility belt. Slowly, the pain subsided, and Tony regained his composure. You need to find a replacement for the palladium core, Natasha said firmly. This is killing you.
Tony grimaced.
I'm working on it, but it's not easy. Without a breakthrough, I'm running out of time. Natasha's gaze softened. If anyone can solve it, it's you.
Tony let out a bitter laugh.
Maybe even Locke could figure it out. But asking him for help feels complicated.
Natasha smirked.
Sometimes, the enemy of my enemy is my ally.
Keep that in mind.
Meanwhile, in the grand discussion hall of Rockefeller Manor, Locke sat at the head of a table surrounded by his trusted team: Dr. Stern, Ivan Vanko, Lau Mo, and the Yoba troops. Are the modular components for the space base ready? Locke asked, his tone calm but curious. Lau Mo nodded with pride. Nearly complete. Most of the parts are assembled. We're just days away from the launch phase. Honestly, I'm surprised we've made this much progress in 3 months. He gestured to Ivan Vanko. The automatic mechanical armor he designed has been invaluable. These machines work tirelessly, no complaints, no breaks. They're the perfect workforce. Locke nodded approvingly.
Excellent.
Ivan, your contributions haven't gone unnoticed. You'll be rewarded for your work.
Ivan's face darkened. I don't need rewards.
Just give me the chance to kill Tony Stark. Locke's eyes narrowed. You'll have your opportunity. Tomorrow, you'll stay with Justin Hammer. He'll provide everything you need. But remember, success depends on you. Ivan's lips twisted into a cold smile. Revenge only matters if I take it with my own hands. As Ivan left to prepare, Locke turned back to Lau Mo. Keep the space base project on track. When the time comes, we'll celebrate. Lau Mo grinned mischievously. How about a toast, 10 rounds? Locke rolled his eyes. How about 3 punches instead? The room erupted in laughter as Locke signaled to his commander, who playfully pushed Lau Mo, sending him rolling out to the garden. Amid the camaraderie, Locke's mind remained focused. With every piece falling into place, his vision of the future grew clearer, and more dangerous. Unanticipated developments. After Lau Mo left a snarky remark, he quickly disappeared, clearly not eager to endure another reprimand from the commander. Despite having undergone physical enhancements by Locke, Lau Mo, now in his 80s, maintained the vitality and appearance of a man in his 50s, his combat abilities bolstered by years of experience. Though formidable, his strength only rivaled that of Captain America, a fact that paled in comparison to the commander, who had undergone a second round of enhancement using an advanced super soldier serum. This serum elevated the commander's abilities to a new level, surpassing Lao Mo's strength, speed, and reflexes. Aware of this disparity, Lao Mo wisely chose to retreat, avoiding a confrontation he was sure to lose. As Lao Mo's teasing words echoed, the commander's face flushed, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to her moments with Master Locke. The decision to undergo a second enhancement stemmed from a persistent frustration. Despite her superior combat skills, she was often the first to falter during their rigorous training and challenges. The other two members of Locke's elite team possessed permanent energy cores, granting them an inexhaustible stamina that even her advanced abilities struggled to match. This disparity drove her to approach Locke 2 nights ago, requesting further enhancement. Locke, recalling his own struggles with physical limitations before his enhancements, empathized deeply. Without hesitation, he administered the enhanced super soldier serum to her, knowing the immense boost it would provide. The results were remarkable. The commander's strength and agility now rivaled the Hulk's base state, with heightened self-healing capabilities that bordered on miraculous. Her hand-to-hand combat skills soared to unprecedented levels, allowing her to outmaneuver even Locke in their training sessions. Her newfound abilities did not go unnoticed. Returning to Locke's side, the commander's gaze lingered on him, her eyes filled with a fervent devotion amplified by the serum. Locke had explained that the serum magnified one's intrinsic traits, and in her case, her loyalty and love for Locke had intensified beyond measure.
What is it?
Are you itching for another test of your strength? Locke teased with a knowing smile. The commander's blush deepened.
Not here.
There are people around, she whispered.
Locke chuckled. It's fine.
No one will notice. Before she could protest further, Locke subtly signaled to the AI, 9S, activating an unseen mechanism. The commander's chair transformed, leaving her visibly uncomfortable. Observing her fidgeting, Miss 2B and Miss A2 exchanged curious glances. Commander, are you unwell? Miss 2B asked with feigned innocence, a sly smile playing on her lips. I'm fine, the commander stammered, rising unsteadily. Just tired. I'll rest in my room. As she exited, Miss 2B's mischievous grin widened.
Master, I'll check on her.
Without waiting for permission, she followed the commander. Moments later, muffled laughter and startled exclamations echoed from the room, prompting Locke to shake his head with amusement. Turning his attention to Dr. Stern, Locke's expression grew serious. I hear you've been working on a new Hulk serum.
Any progress?
Dr. Stern's face lit up with excitement. Master, you've caught wind of my little surprise. I was saving it for later, but if you insist. Locke leaned forward, his gaze piercing. Spare me the theatrics.
What's the surprise?
Dr. Stern hesitated for dramatic effect, then declared, I'm developing a serum 10,000 times more potent than the Hulk serum. Locke's eyes widened in shock.
A serum that powerful?
Are you serious? The implications were staggering. If successful, this serum could rival the legendary Sentry serum, a formula that granted unimaginable power to its user, albeit with unpredictable results. Locke's mind raced. Could Stern truly achieve this? Or was it mere coincidence that his work paralleled such a fabled creation? Dr. Stern continued, oblivious to Locke's contemplations. This breakthrough will redefine strength as we know it, Master. Imagine the possibilities. Locke nodded slowly, his initial skepticism giving way to cautious intrigue. While he trusted Stern's genius, he remained wary of the scientist's eccentric tendencies. If this serum works, Locke mused, we could unlock unimaginable potential, or catastrophic consequences. For now, he decided to monitor Stern's progress closely. If the serum's development bore fruit, it would not only elevate his team's capabilities but also position them as an unstoppable force. And if complications arose, Locke's system-enhanced analysis would ensure they stayed one step ahead. Looking at the excitable scientist before him, Locke smirked.
Keep me updated.
And Stern, no more theatrics. The doctor's grin widened.
As you wish, Master.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Work hard, I'm looking forward to your success, and I'll make you famous in the world. Locke looked at Dr. Stern and said that you must do your best. I don't know why, as a Dr. Stern with a demonic IQ, he has an unimaginable paranoia in the pursuit of fame. It is very likely that in the first half of his life, because he has been anonymous, the matter of becoming famous has become an obsession in his heart, so that after being strengthened by the Hulk serum, this trait of his was infinitely magnified. This made Dr. Stern what he is now, but it's good to think about it. If you have obsessions, you have weaknesses, and if you have weaknesses, you can't be invincible. Since he is invincible, Locke can naturally use his weakness to control Dr. Stern in front of him, or to be more precise, to guide him in the direction he wants. He is looking forward to the future that Dr. Stern can bring to him. By the way, in order not to make you think that I am joking with you and deceiving you, you can watch the news tonight, and I'll spend a lot of money on the big screen in Times Square, New York, to give you a marquee. It is said that Dr. Stern is invincible in wisdom and bravery, and the cattle criticize 666. What do you think? Hearing Locke's words, Dr. Stern's face was full of excitement. Master, really? That's great, I'll be waiting for you tonight. Dr. Stern said excitedly. Well, then you can go back now and continue to work hard on your research, and I will let you know at night. Locke said with a smile. Spend a little money to make your subordinates happy, why not do this kind of thing? It has to be said that he has pinched Dr. Stern? Definitely, it's hard to say whether Dr. Stern's current performance is real, or whether he pretended it. But it doesn't matter, until there is not enough evidence to prove that Dr. Stern has a different opinion on himself, he is happy to maintain the current situation. Even in acting, he is willing to accompany him. After all, a guy who may bring him enough benefits in the future, he is willing to take this risk. It is the so-called wealth and risk-seeking, and this is what it means. It's not his style to take any risk at all. After all, he is called a lunatic existence. If it's not crazy, it's really unreasonable. By the way, young master, what does Niobe 666 mean? Dr. Stern suddenly turned around and asked curiously when he was halfway there. It's another way of saying that wisdom and courage are invincible. Anyway, it's very powerful. Locke said. Understood, thank you young master, I'm busy. Dr. Stern, who was rarely speechless, turned around and left. Looking at the back of him leaving, the smile on Locke's face slowly disappeared. Nines, is there anything unusual? Master, the brain waves are normal, the heart rate is normal, and the body movements are normal compared to normal, there is no abnormality. However, before he left, his chatty characteristics did not play, but it should be related to your previous intimidation, young master. So, do you need to record the data sheet for later analysis? The electronic synthesis sound of artificial intelligence 9 sounded in Locke's mind. As mentioned earlier, Locke has always been extremely vigilant about this highly intelligent Dr. Stern. Therefore, the headband worn on Dr. Stern's head to restrain his telepathy ability also has the function of monitoring the state of the body. It is precisely because of this function that Nines is able to grasp the situation of Dr. Stern in real time and provide timely feedback to Locke. He nodded silently. Record it. A daily report is generated every day, and a weekly report is generated every week, and I will check it anytime. Understood, data logging, logging completed. In fact, if Locke really wants to know whether Dr. Stern has a different mind, he can use his powerful telepathy ability to force his thoughts. However, Dr. Stern, who also has telepathy ability, will naturally notice it at the first time. At that time, the relationship between the two will inevitably become opposite, and what was originally nothing will turn into something. This is not the situation that Locke wants to see. He also expects Dr. Stern to create for himself that kind of anti-sky medicine that surpasses the Hulk serum 10,000 times. How can you get into trouble over such a trivial matter? It would seem too petty. It is the best way to observe secretly and let Nine slowly analyze its behavior pattern. The key is to be stable. Crazy with stability, thick with thin, fast with slow, this is easy to get out. This is the limit. Raising his hand and looking at his watch, it has been 5 minutes since the commander's sister entered the room. Turn to gear 2, Locke said to himself. Just as his voice fell, the commander's scream came from the room. Slowly getting up, Locke held Miss Atu's slender hand like a verdant green with a wretched smile on his face. It's almost time, the commander's sister at this time should be about to reach the limit of what she can bear. Let's go make up a knife together. Master, this is not very good. It's broad daylight now, Miss Atu said with a rosy look on her icy face. What's wrong with the day? Is there a rule that the battle must take place at night? 99. Locke gently pulled Miss Atu into his arms, and gently squeezed Atu's chin with one hand. There are no rules, but isn't it customary? Who agreed? Look, you can't tell. So this agreement is not established. Now let's reappoint. The battle time is not limited. After all, Locke took Miss Atu and walked towards the room. In the room, 2 beautiful flowers, Miss 2B and Commander, are budding. New Mexico. In an endless hilly land, there is only one western cowboy tavern, standing in the long red earth. This is the western frontier, and there is only one road that is not too dilapidated. Only some truck drivers drive past here on weekdays, and this pub was opened for them, and all they earn is their money. Because the surrounding area is rarely uninhabited, it loses the popularity of urban life, but it has more magnificent nature. In particular, there is no light pollution in the city, so you can see the starry sky clearly. Very beautiful. In the grass near the tavern, the bearded man who was peeing everywhere looked up at the starry sky, with a look of enjoyment on his face. After urinating, he plans to go back to the tavern to continue drinking. Anyway, his delivery task has been completed, and the rest of the time is his own. Hey, what is that? Meteor. At this moment, the bearded man muttered to himself with a look of astonishment. Because at this moment, there is a red fire rapidly falling from the distant sky. His first reaction was that this thing should be a meteor. So, he slowly closed his eyes. Hopefully I can extend 10 centimeters, amen. A very realistic wish, but a little greedy. The red meteor seemed very dissatisfied with his wish. Then, he galloped in the direction of the bearded man. Immediately, before his man could react, the red meteor smashed heavily in front of him more than 10 meters away. The terrifying impact left a huge amount of deep crater on the ground. The shockwave that erupted from the impact blew the bearded man upside down in an instant. In the end, it smashed heavily on the wall of the tavern, splashing blood. Apparently, his wine could no longer be drunk. As for the wish to extend by 10 centimeters, the red meteor was given to him. After all, after reincarnation, how many centimeters can grow depends on his own ability. What happened? What? The huge amounts of movement immediately caught the attention of other customers in the tavern. A group of people came out, and after making a sound of surprise, the loudest screams were heard. It is because the death of the bearded man is a bit tragic. Before dying, he still held his own. It's really short? What is that? 35. Looking away from the shortness of the bearded man, everyone discovered that there were huge amounts of deep pits more than 10 meters away. A group of people walked over cautiously. A look of astonishment appeared on the faces of the people standing on the edge of the deep pit. Is it a hammer? New York, Queens, among the luxury villas of Meiman Osborne. A young man fell drunk on the sofa in the luxurious living room. Mouth kept cursing. Damn Spider-Man, I'm going to kill you to avenge my father. As the young man spoke, he waved the wine bottle indiscriminately, and the wine bottle hit the ground heavily. Broken, shards of glass mixed with red wine scattered all over the place. Lying in the luxurious living room of Osborne's house is obviously not an ordinary person. Yes, this young man is none other than Meiman Osborne's son, Harry Osborne. The guy who killed your father wasn't just a Spider-Man, there was another nasty guy. 35. Just at this moment, Qian Li Hao, a cold laughter came from outside the window. Who? The sudden sound made Harry wake up half of his alcoholism. At this moment, a slender woman with a hood walked in from the window with sexy steps. Looking at this woman, Harry's face showed a look of surprise. This woman is not ordinary. This is Harry's first reaction to this unrecognizable woman in front of him. Because it is impossible for ordinary women to enter his heavily guarded villa. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I am here to help you, the woman said. Suddenly a stride rushed in front of Harry, and then a needle pierced Harry's body. This thing is a gift for you, so get a good night's sleep. After tomorrow, Spider-Man is nothing to be afraid of. But like I said, it wasn't just a Spider-Man who killed your father, there was another nasty guy, you must remember. Cluck. A bell-like laughter came from the woman's mouth. Harry only felt extreme pain in his body, splitting headache, eyelids fighting, and finally fell into a coma. Looking at Harry who was asleep, the woman smiled. Pawn number 1, the startup is successful. After that, the woman jumped up and disappeared into the dark night sky like a ghost. Ask for a monthly ticket for flower evaluation, thank you. At night, in the study, as before, Locke sat quietly at the desk. This time, there was neither the commander who brought in the tea and the water, nor the Miss 2B who was hiding under the table. Because they went shopping today. Woman? Nature? Without the pressure of women, Locke draws the knife very fast, and his thoughts are also very agile. Make a habit of listing your next plans in your notebook. Unmanned mechanical armor, really. The adamantium formula, the creation of 1,000,000 anti-gravity auxiliary robot army, and the acquisition of massive vibranium, etc., have all been fully realized. Now all that is left is the growth of the Yoba army, the construction of humanoid mechas, and the outer space base. After thinking about it, Locke continued to list these 3 plans. Plan 1, continued expansion of the Yoba force. Yoba Correspondent 60, Yoba Correspondent 210, the red-haired twins, made by Deborah and Popolo. Plan 2, the creation of humanoid mecha. Plan 3, the establishment of an outer space base. After writing these plans, Locke held his cheek with one hand, like a student who was still taking an exam. His brain was running fast. Envision plans for a more distant future. After a long time, he started writing again. Swish wrote down other plans for the future on paper. No, to be more precise, it is his expectations for the future. This is no longer a plan list, but a wish list. With a smile, he closed the notebook 853 and gently placed it on the bookshelf. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the study. Locke was stunned for a moment. His 3 ladies came back so soon? Haven't been out for 2 hours yet. Just when she was still thinking about it, a thick voice came from outside the door. Master, are you asleep? It was the voice of the housekeeper, Lao Emo. If you are blind, you should retire early and return home. This is the study room? Locke helplessly looked at Lao Emo who walked in with a wretched smile and said. Old Emo, who was bald and had big white teeth, came to Locke's table with a smile and sniffed. Master, you had a very simple life today? It's not like you, can't you? Do you want to be safe? If you want, you don't need to be so troublesome. You can tell me directly, and I can satisfy you immediately. Hey, just kidding, just wanting to liven up the atmosphere? You don't need to be active in the atmosphere. You are usually active enough. Now I just need to be quiet. Locke said angrily. Hihi, I understand, I came in just to tell you a few things. Huh? Say it? The first thing is that the high school student you asked me to observe secretly has been a little unusual in the past 2 days. 35-old Mo said after a while. Abnormal? How to say? I have been observing him secretly for more than a month. In my impression, he is a very shy little guy who is usually very low-key. But in recent days, he has become a little different. He has become a lot more high profile, and he even dances in public on the street. Dancing. Locke looked shocked. The guy that Locke had kept secretly watching was none other than Spider-Man Pete Parker. As a teenage superhero not much older than him, Locke has a crush on Spider-Man. Among the many superhero, the one with the most favorable impression. Because of his young age, he is more pure and kind, which can be seen from the incident of the battle against Green Goblin. In order not to let his good friend Harry lose his father, he insists on saving Green Goblin. He even gave his back to Green Goblin, such a noble and fearless spirit. He asked himself that he couldn't do it. He is still very self-aware of himself. He is not a superhero material. He is selfish and a little crazy. He will do anything to achieve his goals. And the reason why he has such characteristics now, he has also reflected on himself in private. And the reason for going deeper, back, is actually very simple, because he is a person who has died once. Therefore, he cherishes life more than others, and hopes to live longer and better in this life. And as the saying goes, good people don't live long, and disasters are left for thousands of years. He is more inclined to be a scourge than to be a short-lived good guy. Definitely, his so-called scourge isn't some kind of bottomless evil being. It is a person who has his own bottom line and can live for himself as he wants. Now he is moving towards this goal step by step. All existences that prevent him from achieving this goal will be listed as enemies by her. In the face of the enemy, there is no so-called right and wrong, only victory or defeat. And in order to win, he can naturally do whatever he can, even if he becomes the so-called villain. Slaughtered the gold and mansion, slaughtered Pierce, and invaded Wakanda? So he is very different from Spider-Man. But although it is different, it does not prevent him from admiring Spider-Man. As for why he was looking for Lao Mo as hung to observe him, the reason is very simple. Points? Because the Spider-Man in this world is very different from the Spider-Man in the main Marvel universe that he knows. So for the big events that happen to Spider-Man, he can't predict as accurately as other superhero. And he himself didn't want to miss the opportunity to earn points, so he could only use this earthly method for tracking and monitoring. Sure enough, he was really betting right. In this little Spider-Man, something really happened. And if he guessed right, this should be the storyline of Maguire's version of Spider-Man vs. Venom. After thinking about it, a smile appeared on his face, and it seemed that he was able to get some points again. Now, as long as he accumulates 35 points, he can trigger the lucky draw again. And as long as the humanoid mecha is completed, he can directly extract all the technologies of the entire technological world. So, thinking about it is really a little excited. Yes, it's just dancing, and that's all. The key dance is extraordinarily irritating. I can't bear to look directly at it. As if thinking of something, Lao Mo's fist clenched tightly. Apparently, Pete Parker's dance caused unimaginable chemical damage to Mo. Well, I see. Parker's side. You don't have to follow for the time being. I'll let others follow. Locke tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and said after thinking for a while, I understand. Lao Mo nodded. Besides the Spider-Man thing, there's another interesting thing. Last night, in New Mexico, a hammer suddenly fell from the sky. And this hammer is extremely heavy, and now many people are gathering there to hold a hammer drawing contest. Hammer? It's really getting more and more interesting. It seems that our hammer god is coming? That being the case, this time, let's start with Thor's Mjolnir, 35. There was a playful smile on Locke's face, looking very evil. The hammer that fell from the sky and fell to the ground, and then showed no signs of damage. Locke can't really think of anything other than Thor's Mjolnir. And according to the development of the timeline, it is time for Thor to appear. That is the case, Locke will naturally have to get involved. After all, this is also a big event, and it can be a lot of points for Locke. But before he gets involved in such big events, it's time for his Yoba Corps communications officer to show up. After sending Lao Mo away, looking at his watch, Locke nodded silently. The communication officer training project has ended. It's time to wake her up. When thinking like this, Locke directly entered his underground laboratory. Underground laboratory. In the two huge cultivation warehouses, two tall, slender, and concave convex beautiful bodies are quietly suspended. The appearance of the two bodies is different, but one thing is the same, that is, they are all blonde hair, which is the same as the commander's sister. Definitely, it's not exactly the same. Among them, 60 has long blonde hair, with two long ponytail braids at the back. It looks very cute, or more precisely, it is beautiful and cute. On the other hand, 21O has short blonde hair, and his temperament is not as cute as 60's, but he looks very dignified and stable, giving people the feeling of being a big sister next door. Yes, the communication officer 60 is a cute little girl, and the communication officer 210 is the big sister next door, two completely different styles, but both are extremely beautiful. Looking at the two communication officers in front of him, Locke was secretly excited, and he was still lacking in activating the experience of the two people at the same time. So today's activation task this time should be very interesting, and it is estimated that it will be particularly tiring. For both bodies, Locke uses the dual application mode of vibranium plus adamantium. The so-called dual application means that adamantium is mainly used for attack, and vibranium is mainly used for defense. The adamantium particles are mainly integrated on the fists and soles of the two communication officers, as well as on the heads. Because these three places are the main parts of the attack: punches, kicks, and headbutts. These are the three. The positioning is very accurate, and there is no extra waste. After all, the weight of adamantium is much higher than that of vibranium, so it would be somewhat inconvenient to use adamantium all over the body. This point, he has experienced from the body of Miss A2. Miss A2 is particularly heavy and heavy. According to the theorem that the greater the mass, the greater the inertia, so among the three of 2B, Commander, and A2, Miss A2 has the strongest sense of blow, the strongest sense of impact, and the one who dares to exert his strength the most. But girls, it's better to be a little lighter, so that it is easier to hold. In addition to the application of 2 ultra-rare metals, Locke also added his own optimized Hulk serum to them. The so-called optimized Hulk serum was researched by him during this time. Reduced the probability of Hulk serum body mutation, but also reduced the strengthening effect of serum. Even so, the optimized Hulk serum is stronger than the previous enhanced super soldier serum. So far, apart from the Mad God potion, it is the most excellent potion. Anyway, the 2 communications officers will become his 2 wives, and he will naturally not be stingy in this regard. The money spent cannot be saved at all, so the permanent energy stove must also be indispensable. After applying these 4 items to the 2 communications officers, Locke couldn't wait to activate them. After inputting a secret command on the display of the training chamber, the activation program officially started. Activation program is starting. The memory import is successful, the emotion module is successfully generated, and the personality emotion generation is completed. In the physical structure examination, everything is normal, and the physical function test is in progress. The test is completed. The result: the body contains adamantium particles plus vibranium particles, and has the function of covering the vibranium armor and opening the adamantium attack form, and has an almost undead body, able to repair any injury to the body in an instant. The muscle strength is abnormally strong. The program cannot detect the strength temporarily, and the strength is unknown. Active genetic layers were found, containing slight gamma ray components. In the case of extreme anger, it can explode with destructive power beyond the normal period. The wake-up procedure is starting, the startup is successful, and it is about to wake up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Listening to the continuous sound of the electronic synthesis sound, Locke nodded with satisfaction. Slightly different from the other Yoba Corps members, he added adamantium attack form to the 2 communications officers. The so-called attack form refers to the part where adamantium is injected and has the ability of shapeshifting. For example, their hands can be turned into various cold weapons according to their own consciousness, like daggers, axes, knives, hammers, etc. In their memory bank, Locke entered hundreds of weapon forms for them. As long as they want, they can change in an instant, which is very convenient. The reason for this transformation is that the future work of the communications officer will be relatively complex. They must be able to adapt to espionage and reconnaissance work in different scenarios, so such a change is very necessary in Locke's view. In addition to the attack form, the bodies of the 2 communications officers, like Miss A2, also possess gamma rays, but the content is much less. This should be related to Locke's optimized Hulk serum. After all, you can't have both. If Locke wants the strengthening process to be relatively stable, the strengthening effect will inevitably be reduced to a certain extent, which is very normal. And because of the reduction of the strengthening effect, the gamma ray components in the 2 people's bodies are relatively much less. In this way, there is no attribute that Miss A2 will continuously improve her strength because of anger. However, in the case of extreme anger, the communication officer can also break out the destructive power beyond the normal period, which is enough. Following the completion of the activation program, the culture medium is emptied as expected. The 2 pairs of beautiful eyes opened at the same time, and a charming smile appeared on the beautiful faces of 60 and 210 at the same time. The door of the training warehouse slowly opened, and 2 tall and slim figures walked out of it with gentle steps and appeared in front of Locke. Giggle, Creator, you are so handsome. Please take care of me when we meet for the first time. 60, who looked like a cute little girl, spoke first. Just like her appearance, 60's character should also look like a cute little girl. It's really the same? Creator, I found your change. According to the second rule of the robot rules, we need to automatically meet the needs of the creator. The 21O communications officer looked at Locke seriously and said, compared with 60, Miss 210 is dignified and serious, and seems to be very responsible. Saying that, he took the initiative to grab Locke's hand, and then gently pulled himself into Locke's arms. 66 Locke. Pull yourself, but it's okay. 0 seeking flowers. He remembered that the last time he used this trick was Miss 2B, but I didn't expect that Miss 210 communication officer also knew how to use it. Cuckoo, yes, the creator, discovering needs and satisfying them is what we must do. By the way, creator, let's take a photo together. It's just a record of this beautiful moment. The cute and lively 60 took a sexy catwalk, and a tiny miniature anti-gravity reconnaissance machine flying insect flew out of her palm. Then she came to Locke and squatted down slowly. Immediately afterwards, the sound of Locke gasping for air was heard in the laboratory. Nima, even taking pictures at this time, the hobby of 60 is really a bit wild. A few hours later, in the study, Locke sat at the desk with a headache. In front of him, his 5 Yakuba members stood side by side. They are of different heights and lows, but they are surprisingly consistent in terms of choppy waves. There were huge mountains, and he felt a little breathless looking at them. Involuntarily, a circle yoga diagram appeared in my mind. Suddenly, a wretched smile appeared on his face. Maybe one day, I can have a circle yoga party myself. Thinking of that scene, Locke couldn't help but get a little excited. Get excited? But before he could be happy for too long, a cold snort rang out. So, we just went out for a walk, and you gave us 2 more sisters. Miss 2B frowned slightly, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. She still vaguely remembers the days when the creator was only hers a few months ago. What a beautiful day it was. There will never be anyone interrupting in class, and the progress of homework tutoring is also controlled by oneself. It will not be like now. Sometimes because of the next teacher's class, I am forced to speed up my progress, and the involution is quite serious. You listen to my sophistry, Baba, it's an explanation. Building the Yoba army was originally planned, so is there a problem with this? There's definitely no problem in building the Yakuba army, but young master, but what we're talking about doesn't seem to have anything to do with building the Yakuba army, right? The commander looked at Locke with a smile and said, yes, we have a clear curriculum plan. What day and what class will be taught, but it is clearly written. Young master, if you do this now, it will disrupt our original plan. Miss 352B pouted and said, class schedule? What class schedule? Isn't our class time random? Isn't the class location also random? That's a random behavior in our conscious planning. In fact, there is a plan. Miss 2B is a bit arrogant. Locke, what the hell are you talking about? Forget it, let's just say what you want to do. Locke said speechlessly. It's very simple, set things right, revise the original plan, and facilitate the next plan. Saying that, the commander's elder sister gave the order to leave temporarily to the 2 communication officer elder sisters beside her. Master, in view of your reckless behavior just now, plus the addition of the 2 communication officers, it is necessary for us to adjust the next course plan, so let's start now. While speaking, the commander walked around the desk and came to Locke, then bent down and looked at Locke. A charming smile appears, and a new course begins. At night in Queens, New York, the lights are bright, and the colorful neon lights hang in the air like a ribbon. How beautiful! Is this the creator's world? It's really beautiful. It would be great if the creator was here, so that people might be able to take pictures with the creator along with the beautiful night scene. 39. Above a tall building, a woman with long blonde hair and a Dragon King's ponytail wearing a black silk mask, smiled grimly. Not far in front of her, a reconnaissance mechanical flying insect constantly took pictures of her beautiful figure. As a beautiful little prince, under such a beautiful scenery, how can you not record a beautiful life? The slender and white long legs swayed rhythmically on the edge of the balcony of the building, looking very happy. This woman is none other than the communications officer 60 that Locke had just created. And at this moment she is carrying out the first task in her life. This task is very simple. Instead of Lao Mo, continue to monitor Pete Parker, keep abreast of his dynamics, report abnormal situations in time, and wait for the order of the creator. Compared with the outdated manual monitoring method, the 60's monitoring method is much more advanced. She can release multiple reconnaissance mechanical flying insects at the same time for long-distance monitoring and exploration. And through the visual system of these flying insects, she can clearly see the every move of the 853 monitored objects. Combined with the behavior pattern analysis of artificial intelligence 9's, anomalies can be found in an instant. Its monitoring methods are many times better than Laumo's. In this world, people who can do this can be counted with one hand. At this moment, although she was leisurely watching the scenery on the top floor of the building, she could clearly see the movement on Pete Parker's side. It's okay to fish for work, but it's okay. Cute Zyogumju 60, at Machinery Demon King, young master, do you see how beautiful this photo I took? Miss 60 sent the photo she just took to the joint combat group of Yoba's girlfriends established by AI9's, and asked with a smile. This group was established by the commander's sister after Locke's approval. They are able to easily connect through their own consciousness, allowing for real-time communication over long distances. It has the same purpose as the popular chat group, but the function is much stronger. No need to use communication tools. One idea can go online directly. It is very beautiful. Now this group of best friends is the best place for a group of Yoba members to chat for entertainment. After all, here, they can say whatever they want and send whatever they want. All kinds of flirtatious and ambiguous pictures are flying in the group, and they have not been reviewed yet, which is absolutely amazing. And Locke, who was forced to join it, once suspected that he had entered some communication group after a day of information bombardment. He could never have imagined what kind of deviations occurred in the process of generating the emotional system of the 5 Yakuba young sisters that he had created, and why all of them had the attributes of an old driver. Does this thing have acellular inheritance? Shaking his head with a smile, Locke silently replied a message. The scenery is beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful, but please don't touch the fish during working hours. 35. Locke is the leader of this joint operation group, and he is also the target of the joint operation of the 5 Yoba troops. The combat target and the combat target are in the same group, but it's okay. Locke was embarrassed to expose them. What the hell is a joint battle group? It's obviously a friendship exchange group. Impressed? Locke's nickname is the Mechanical Devil. In fact, at the beginning, the ladies suggested that he use the nickname Creator. However, Locke always felt that the sense of class of this nickname was too strong. At present, the way he gets along with his young ladies and sisters is not like the ancient emperors, where men are superior to women. After all, what age is this, and it is really boring to do this old way. The way they get along is more like a good friend who can communicate with each other without any burden. So they feel equal to each other, but they themselves will absolutely obey Locke's orders, which is a perfect state. Looking at the message from Locke, Miss 60 stuck out her tongue and looked cute. Hey, it's okay to catch fish at work, young master, I'm also carrying out my mission seriously. By the way, isn't this one more beautiful? With that said, 60 sent a salty and wet photo to the group. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, at 60,60 you little bitch, you don't forget to hook up with the young master during work hours, it's too much. At Machinery Demon King, young master, I also have a picture here, you can see if it is more beautiful than the green tea 60. At this time, Miss 2B posted a more revealing photo in the group, and at rocked. Locke. Cute little Gongjo 6, angry.jpg, 2B make it clear, who is the green tea bitch. Taking pictures is a technical job, not the more exposed the better, young master, if you look at this picture again, won't it look better? 60 said that the more exposed the better, but the new photos posted to the group are even more bold. Miss Leader 210, Sister 60, please be more serious during work hours. Don't post such irrelevant photos in the future, just let me post them. Beauty bathing pictures.jpg. Locke. Lovely Xiaogong 60, you guys are going too far, do you want to start a battle of fighting pictures? Miss Ben has never lost in the attainment of taking pictures, you wait. After 60 said, he disappeared without a trace. Miss Neighbor 210, at 60 sister, is there an abnormal situation in your place? Why is there no movement? Do you need our assistance? Still no movement? Even Locke was curious, what did this girl suddenly run to do? Is the network disconnected? It shouldn't be. The network built by Nines uses the private satellite star chain of the Rockefeller family, which has global coverage and can be received anywhere. But just when he was still curious, a brand new photo was sent to the group by 60. In the photo, Miss 60 is standing at the top of the towering building. Behind her is a round white moon as big as a disc. The 60 eyes with black silk masks are full of fighting intent, but the focus is not on her eyes, but on the upper body where she was hanging in neutral. Half a disc was also revealed, which intersected with the bright moon behind her. Beautiful and sassy. Locke. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, my second Olympics? Miss Leader 210, you cow, I'll take it. A 2 who doesn't want to talk today, 666. Commander of the Flaming Red Lips, giggle, the group is really lively, are you fighting pictures again? It's interesting. At this moment, a 2 and the commander who had not spoken all the time also came out. Just after the commander sent a message, she immediately sent a voice to the group. Everyone was curious and clicked. All of a sudden. 0. Cute little public lift 60. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, Miss Leader 210. A 2 who don't want to talk today. 35. Commander Flaming Lips, a photo from the other side of the ocean, no matter how beautiful it is, can't reach the company that is close at hand. Sisters, do you understand? Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, I just said why the young master keeps posting? The cute little public raised 60, Sister Commander, how can you do this? The photos I took with great difficulty are now emo hit by you. Miss Leader 210, giggle, it's still the commander's sister who is very powerful, she can kill with one move, I admire it. A 2 who doesn't want to talk today, the commander is right, what's the point of being in the air, isn't it good to face it? At cute little public lift 60, hurry up to complete the task, come back early. Lovely Xiaogongju 60, thank you, Sister A2, I understand, there is a special situation here, let's not talk about it. After leaving the chat group, 60 wore a black silk mask with a sweet smile on his face. It feels really good to have friends and family. Withdrawing the reconnaissance mechanical flying insect, 60 immediately adjusted his sight to Pete Parker's side. I saw that Pete Parker, who was reading quietly, suddenly became solemn. His spider telepathy sensed the approaching danger at first sight. Just then, a pumpkin bomb was thrown in from the window. The moment he saw the bomb, Pete Parker's body responded automatically, and he wanted to avoid it with a backflip. But the pumpkin bomb appeared too suddenly, and the power of the explosion was too great. Before he could dodge, he was enveloped in huge amounts of explosions, terrifying shockwaves hitting him in the face. The muscles on his face trembled, and his whole body slammed heavily against the wall. And the explosion of the pumpkin bomb also blew huge amounts of potholes out of the floor of his room. Below is his Aunt May's room. Do not. Peter Parker's face was full of horror as he looked at the floor that had been blown through. The first reaction was not for 2.1 to check his own injuries, but to leap towards Aunt May's room. He has lost his uncle, and he must never lose his only relative, Aunt May. But before he could rush to Aunt May's room, a green figure rushed in fiercely from the window and kicked him back. Pete Parker, I never thought that my best friend was the murderer of my father. Spider-Man, you really know how to pretend. Today I'm going to avenge my father, I'm going to kill you. It was none other than the second-generation Green Goblin. Hearing the familiar voice and looking at the familiar face, Pierre Parker's face was full of disbelief. He did not expect that his long-term friend would inherit his father's business and become a brand new Green Goblin. The information that was too explosive made him too late to react. At this moment, Harry's heavy punch hit him hard in the face, sending him flying out. The power is extremely amazing, completely surpassing his father, the Generation Green Goblin, Meiman. Osborn? No, I'm wrong. I'm not only going to kill you today, I'm also going to kill your only relative. Only in this way can you experience my pain. This is called empathy. GGG. Laughing wildly, Harry didn't continue attacking Pete Parker, but turned and walked towards Aunt May's room. The situation is dangerous. At this dangerous juncture, 2 white cobwebs shot out from the shattered ruins and stuck to Harry's body instantly. When the force came, Harry was pulled in front of him by Pete Parker, and his clenched fist was about to hit Harry's face heavily. But at a critical moment, he stopped again. The guy in front of him is his best friend. He must have misunderstood that he had killed his father, but it was not the case. Not only did he not do anything to his father, but he was stabbed in the abdomen by Meiman Osborn, and there is still a small scar on his body. All of this is evidence. Harry must have misunderstood. Must be. Pete Parker couldn't help thinking in his mind that he wanted to explain. As long as he explained it clearly, it would be fine. However, before he could speak, Harry's heavy punch struck again, knocking him out. Have you transformed? GG, what if you transformed? No one can stop me today. Damn Spider-Man, I want you to live rather than die, and I want you to pay the price. Harry said, and threw a pumpkin bomb directly at Aunt May's room. The power of the pumpkin bomb, Pete Parker has long tried. Even a body like his would be severely damaged by such a bomb, not to mention an elderly woman. Once the bomb hits his Aunt May, there is no doubt that his only relative will die, and such a result was something he could not accept no matter what. No. Looking at the pumpkin bomb that was about to fall into Aunt May's room, Pierre Parker's eyes turned red in vain. His eyes were full of red bloodshots, and he looked very terrifying. At this moment, his body was immediately covered by a layer of black fluid. It was the symbiote that parasitized him, and the symbiote Spider-Man came online. A black spider web flew out at high speed, hit the pumpkin bomb in an instant, and took the pumpkin bomb that was still in the air out of Aunt May's room. Boom. 35. Huge amounts of explosions exploded outside the house, and Aunt May, who was hiding in the corner in fright at the moment, was not hurt. Looking at the completely different Spider-Man, Harry's face glowed with hatred. That's how you killed my father, Pete Parker, Harry said, looking at Pete viciously. Hearing this, Pete quickly explained, No, Harry, listen to my explanation, it's all a misunderstanding. I tried to save Mr. Meiman, but he not only didn't appreciate it, but also stabbed me, and finally he died at his own hands. Although it was the mysterious man who killed Meiman Osborn directly. But if he had to investigate the reason, Meiman Osborn actually died under his own evil nature in the end. There is no doubt about that. And that mysterious man saved him, so naturally he couldn't sell him at this moment. His kindness would not allow himself to do this. GGG, so to speak, my father killed himself in front of you? Ridiculous? Do you think I will still believe your nonsense? Your only end today is death? 35. Harry was furious and didn't believe Pete Parker at all. After saying that, he rushed towards Pete Parker again. Since Pete Parker has always been reluctant to admit it, just kill him directly. When he kills the dead Spider-Man and kills Aunt May slowly, his revenge plan will be accomplished. Rockefeller Manor. Locke sat quietly on the sofa in the living room with Erlang's legs crossed, looking at the commander's sister who was swinging in front of her, showing her beautiful dancing skills. In his hand there is a glass of bright red precious red wine Romaine Conti, worth millions. There are dozens of bottles of such precious red wine in his wine cabinet. Even if he drank it every day, it was enough to support him for several months. The wine slid on the lips, and the beautiful woman swayed in front of her eyes. The so-called good life, but that's it. But at this moment Locke's eyes are not only focused on the commander in front of him. At the same time, he has been paying attention to the situation on Pete Parker's side. Under the surveillance of 60s reconnaissance mechanical flying insects, the situation on Pete Parker's side was being broadcast live in front of his eyes. It's all this time, and they haven't told the truth about me killing Green Goblin. Pete Parker, you are amazing. I admire your noble quality. That's it, I'll help you this time. Locke muttered to himself, and planned to give 60 the final order for this mission. But at this moment, he hesitated, and then a look of interest appeared on his face. At Pete Parker's home, Pete, who turned into the symbiote Spider-Man, is in an inextricable fight with the second-generation Green Goblin. At this time, a red figure was jumping down from the top of the building not far away, galloping towards Pete Parker. The same kind, the breath of the same kind, GGG, 35. The hoarse voice came out of the red figure's mouth, gloomy, cold, and uncomfortable. This is not a normal sound, this is a sound that eats people. The red figure that suddenly appeared was none other than a massacre? Since the escape from prison, the massacre has been active on the bright side of New York in the past few days, blatantly creating one bloody incident after another, deliberately causing panic among the people. The sudden surge in strength made him look like a lunatic, unscrupulous, lawless, and his arrogant attitude was simply outrageous. Naturally, some people were very upset with him, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was the first to bear the brunt. For 2 days, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Captain America Rogers have been catching him. But in the face of the powerful Slaughter, the strength of the two of them could not trap him at all. In 2 days, the massacre had escaped twice. Although he was hit hard, he did not give up. Today, they are still on the hunt. And this time, they couldn't fail again. Because every time they fail, more innocent people will die, which is not what they want to see. Inside a mobile car, Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen in front of him with a solemn expression. He's moving fast. In the first 2 confrontations, although they failed to catch Cletus, but it was not for nothing. They left a micro-tracker on Cletus' body to facilitate the next positioning, and then set up traps for capture. If the fighting ability is not enough, they will make up for it with intelligence. This is their consistent style. After all, they are higher primates, not a bunch of intellectless trash. Although sometimes it is really wasteful, but they will not admit it. However, before they could set up the trap today, the opponent's super-fast movement speed had already alarmed them. What's the matter? It's getting late, it's time to go to bed. Rogers, who was beside him, looked at the time and said, "The time shows 9 p.m.? Natasha Romanoff." It seems that Rogers still has not adapted to this era. 9 o'clock in the evening is the most active moment in the modern society of feasting and feasting. Broken sleep? How is this possible? No time wasted on unimportant things. Natasha Romanoff didn't say a word, turned around and chased in the direction of the spot on the screen. Rockefeller Manor. Locke looked at the picture returned by the reconnaissance mechanical flying insect with a playful face. Looks like it's destined to be an unsettled night tonight. A slaughtered symbiote monster, and the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are all here. Interesting? Locke muttered to himself, his face full of interest. Since the invasion of Wakanda, his life has been quiet these days, and he is about to have a free time. These days, I'm either doing my homework, or on the way to do my homework, and my pen is about to be scrapped. It's rare to come across an interesting thing, but don't miss it. Creator, what do I need to do? 60 asked curiously. It's very simple, start the manual mode and let me play. Locke said with a smile. Yes, the manual mode is activated, the vision system is connected, and the connection is successful. The control of the body is handed over to the creator, and the connection is successful. Manual mode is turned on. Hearing Locke's order, Miss 60 immediately turned on the manual control mode without the slightest hesitation. Manual control and autonomous action are standard modes for all robots built by Locke. He vaguely remembered that the last time he was manually controlled was Miss 2B, and Miss 2B is the one who loves to be completely dominated by him. In her own words, this kind of thing that doesn't need to move at all and can be cool is really not too good. If possible, he hopes to never stop. Definitely, 853 is the feeling of Miss 2B. I don't know if Miss 60 of at the moment will like it. Guess it shouldn't be too annoying? After all, don't move? Locke thought with a smile. In the room, Locke took out the gamepad and adjusted it to first-person mode. That's all for tonight's entertainment. Pete Parker's house. A huge red monster suddenly appeared in front of Spider-Man and Green Goblin. This red figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Cletus, which was the so-called massacre. In the original timeline, Carnage was supposed to be a monster spawned by a subtype of venom. But here, Cletus was parasitized by the common body ahead of time. So naturally, he turned into a bloodthirsty monster in advance. Call yourself a slaughter? But from Locke's point of view, this massacre is not another massacre. But for Cletus, there was no problem at all. The name of Slaughter does not depend on the symbiote, but on himself. He is bloodthirsty by nature. No matter if he merges with any common body, it will eventually become a bloodthirsty Slaughter. Similar, do you need my help? Slaughter stood by the broken window with interest and looked at Pete Parker. Watching the sudden carnage, Pete Parker's face was visibly frightened. Because of his spider telepathy, he felt a strong threat from the monster in front of him. This guy is not ordinary, a guy who is even scarier than the Harry in front of him. Hey, there is actually a human woman here. That's really embarrassing. Fragile creatures are not qualified to live in front of my eyes. 99. Slaughter shifted his gaze to Aunt May downstairs, raised his hand and fired a symbiotic long knife towards Aunt May. No. Pete was startled and was about to save Aunt May, but was deliberately held back by Harry. Aunt May is in danger. But at this moment, a blonde beauty fell from the sky and easily blocked the attack. It's really disgusting to attack a woman who has no power to tie the chicken. Damn it, this woman who suddenly appeared is not Miss 60, who else could it be? No, to be more precise, it was Locke who controlled Miss 60's body. Regarding the massacre, whether it was the massacre in the original timeline, or the symbiotic monster that had no bottom line and could kill ordinary human women, Locke was very disdainful of it. As soon as there is a little bit of power, there is no limit to the madness, and it is simply unknown. He also knew the storm that the massacre had stirred up in New York City these days. It's just that because someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. has already intervened to deal with it, he doesn't bother to pay attention. After all, the appearance of the massacre was not a major event, and since it was not a major event, there would be no points to obtain. With no benefits and no points, Locke really couldn't think of a reason to let him shoot. But now, there is. The second-generation Green Goblin fought Spider-Man, which was not a small event, and now the Slaughter is involved again. He just happened to be able to solve it by the way, save the trouble. As for whether he could bring himself a little bit of points after killing the massacre, he didn't care. Anyway, I have already participated in the battle between the second-generation Green Goblin and Spider-Man, and the points are definitely indispensable. Slaughter is regarded as a free gift. With this thought in mind, Miss 60 looked at the massacre not far away with a playful gaze. Do you have any last words? Controlling Miss 60's body, Locke said in his own tone. Hearing 60's words, Slaying was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. For him, what 60 said in front of him was the threat of ants to elephants, and he didn't know whether to live or die. Since integrating with the symbiote, he feels that his combat effectiveness is overwhelming. In this world, he no longer needs to be afraid of anyone. This is also the reason why he dared to openly commit one after another killing incident. After all, the strength is there, and this is his confidence. Where's the stupid woman? Calling me? Are you impatient? Slay sneered, and with a big wave, both hands turned into two long scythes and slashed towards 60's body at high speed. Facing Massacre's attack, 60 didn't even bother to move his body, and he didn't even want to hide, so he just walked towards Massacre. In an instant, the slaughtering sharp sickle was close to this foot, and then, heavily slashed on 60's body. There was a mad sneer in the eyes of the slaughter. He seemed to have seen the miserable appearance of the woman in front of him being cut off by him. But, in the next second, the smile disappeared, and turned to be puzzled and unbelievable. Because his sharp long knife had clearly cut the woman's body as he wished. However, the cut in the middle that he imagined did not appear. On the contrary, the woman looked at him with a playful expression, as if looking at a fool, unscathed. Is this what you call an attack? It's really weak? 60 sneered, full of disdain. You wanna die? How has Clytus ever suffered such humiliation? In his various experiences, he was the only one who mocked others, humiliated others, and crushed others. When did you get to the point where others humiliated you? Unforgivable? Kill, must kill. The long knives of the symbiotic body that the two hands turned into afterimages constantly attacking the woman in front of them. But how can 60, whose body contains vibranium and adamantium particles, be hurt by this level of attack? Between sneers, he took a light step. Do you think that only you can conjure knives? In fact, I will dot. After all, 60's right palm suddenly changed, instantly turning into a long knife. Then, seemingly unremarkable, he swung the long sword towards the body, which was slashed at extreme speed. The cold light burst out, turning into a strand of silver thread, like the starlight piercing the night, flashing from the body of the long knife. Withdrawing the knife, slowly withdrew the steps just taken. The indifferent smile on 60's face has not disappeared. Only a ding sound was heard. It was the sound of metal material breaking. At the same time, several people around were shocked to see that the incomparably sharp symbiont long knife was broken into two pieces. It broke off and quickly rotated in midair, and finally slammed into the ground with a bang. With the fall of the symbiotic long knife, along with it, there is the arrogance of Slaughter. Gradually, the disbelief on his face began to slowly change to panic. But 60, no, it should be said that it is Locke, and does not intend to give him time to continue to panic. In his view, this is not necessary. He didn't want the others' fear. Rather, die. After thinking about this, 60 disappeared in an instant. The cold light reappeared, silvery white as silk, gently crossing the Slaughter's neck. It was not until 60's body appeared not far behind Massacre that a bloodshot appeared on Massacre's neck. Then the blood erupted like a fountain. A huge head rolled the ball to the ground. With wide eyes that can't be believed, Jong Hyun seems to be telling the world about his fear before his death. The red body twisted wildly on Clytus' body, as if trying to reconnect his head. However, this is obviously impossible. The brain is the most important place in the human body, and it is the central control place. Although the self-healing ability of the common body is extremely against the sky, it is impossible to bring the dead back to life. Before he could reconnect Clytus' head, a scorching flame erupted from the anti-gravity assistance robot suspended beside Miss 60. Immediately, all the slag that was burned by the Massacre's body was left. The total body is afraid of flames and special sonic attacks, which is a huge weakness. It is also the main reason why Locke has always looked down on the common body. Definitely, after the symbiote and the host are combined, they can still resist for a while. But once they are separated from the host and become what the symbiote looks like, then the high-temperature flame can completely kill them quickly. Simply not too simple. Seeing such a scene, both the second-generation Green Goblin and Spider-Man were stunned, and they even forgot to continue the fight. Especially the symbiote parasitic on Spider-Man. After seeing his powerful kind being wiped out by 60 in an instant, he was almost scared to death. The black symbiote that originally covered Pete Parker quickly retreated into Pete Parker's body, trembling, and didn't dare to come out at all. In an instant, the slaughter was slaughtered, and another symbiote was frightened and directly retreated from the host's body. Pete Parker would never have believed such a thing if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He clearly sensed how terrifying the red monster just now was. Even if he combined himself with the symbiote, it would be difficult for him to be his opponent. But now such a terrifying guy was so easily killed in seconds. Even the common body on his body hid in fear and did not dare to show his face again. This is simply incredible. Old man, are you all right? 60 turned around and looked at Aunt May with a smile, but Aunt May rolled her eyes and fainted. 9960. Aunt May. Seeing the fainted Aunt May, the Spider-Man who changed back to Pete Parker came to Aunt May with a single stride, then hugged her in horror. Don't worry, she's fine, but she's just too frightened and fainted, 60 said calmly, dispelling Pete Parker's worries. Thank you. After hearing 60's words, Pete Parker really relaxed a lot. Aunt May is his last relative, and he can't let her be hurt no matter what. If this woman hadn't appeared today, his only relative would have been in a bad way. So for 60's thanks, he is from the heart, is really grateful. He smiled and did not reply, but turned his attention to the second-generation Green Goblin. Suddenly, a curious look appeared on 60's face. It should be said that Locke's face showed curiosity. Your body strengthening is good, but this should not be the effect that your father's physical strengthening agent can achieve. It seems that you are not taking a physical strengthening agent? What is that? 60 seemed to be muttering to himself, but also questioning the second-generation Green Goblin Harry. In Locke's mind, Harry wanted to kill Spider-Man for revenge after learning of his father's death. As an ordinary person, it was impossible for him to do it, so after reading the previous projects of the Osborn group, he found out that his father had been obsessed with the physical fitness enhancement plan. As a result, he learned about the existence of physical strength enhancers, and injected it into his body without hesitation, thus turning himself into a second-generation Green Goblin like his father. But as mentioned earlier, it is to become a second-generation Green Goblin like Meiman Osborn, not to surpass Green Goblin too much. After all, the effect of the physical strength enhancer is there, and it is absolutely impossible for Harry to turn into the muscular horned dragon in front of him, and the strength is strong enough to fight against Spider-Man. In this way, there is only one explanation, and that is that what Harry injected is probably not a physical strength enhancer, but another kind of medicine. But in his impression, at this moment, Qian Lihao, Harry had no way to seek other ways to become stronger. This means that there must be other people involved behind Halai. Is this a random coincidence, or a premeditated plan? The corners of Locke's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a hint of interest. He was interested in what happened to Harry. Since you are interested, you need to go into the depth of understanding. So, save your life for now. It can be regarded as a face to little Spider-Man. Locke thought so. Do you want to be my enemy? Without answering 60's question, Harry looked at 60 not far away with a solemn expression. That woman was a big threat, and that was his first reaction. However, the revenge for killing his father is undeniable. Spider-Man must die, so no matter who is in front of him, he can't stop him. Even if he dies, he will drag Spider-Man on his back. This is the truest thought in Harry's heart at the moment. Although he is extremely afraid of 60, he is willing to pay the price of his life and complete his revenge plan. I have to say, this determination, this perseverance is admirable. However, in Locke's view, it is a bit ridiculous. After all, any determination that has no strength as a foundation is just a bubble, and it will burst when you touch it. I should be asking you this sentence, do you want to be my enemy? 60 asked with a playful look at Harry who was not far away. As the voice fell, Harry couldn't help but shudder, and at this moment he felt the danger of death. Before he could react, the blonde woman in front of him disappeared, and then a green jade hand tightly clasped his neck. Uncontrollably, he inserted the green onion upside down, hitting the ground heavily, smashing the floor, and falling from the second floor to the first floor, in front of Spider-Man. Everything happened between lightning and flint, and the speed was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. The second-generation Green Goblin, who was still fighting Spider-Man just now, was unable to fight back and fell to the ground unable to move. Do you think you are qualified to be my enemy? Miss 60 gently jumped down from the second floor, stood in front of Harry, and said condescendingly, like a arrogant queen. Under the blessing of Locke's momentum, the cute little Gongshu can also become a queen one day. 60, who was in the standby state, was full of excitement. She finally knew why 2B liked to hand over all the control of her body to the creator and let him completely dominate. Really, this kind of feeling that you can experience double happiness without having to do it yourself is really cool. Even compared to the moment when he was crowned Bliss, it's not too much. Even better. After all, Bliss is only a moment, and this feeling lasts for a long time. Now she has the same idea as Miss 2B, that is, don't stop. Looking at the woman in front of him with horror, a sense of despair that he had enough energy to spare immediately swept through his body, making him miserable. He still swore in his heart just now that he must complete his revenge plan today, but if the woman in front of him insists on stopping him, he is powerless to resist. In this case, let alone killing Spider-Man, even if his own life is at risk, how can he not despair? Why are you all helping him? What does he have for you? Pete Parker, he killed my father, he is a murderer. 853, 35 Harry almost growled at 60. He is not reconciled, he is angry, but he is only incompetent and roaring. The feeling of despair slowly swallowed him, making his eyes turn scarlet, looking like a terrifying monster. Struggling, rage, his body quickly bounced, fists containing monstrous anger, slammed towards Pete Parker behind him. Facing the fist from his close friend, Pete Parker smiled miserably, but silently closed his eyes, as if waiting for Harry's judgment. For Meiman Osborn's death, he felt a lot of guilt, even though he didn't kill him. But if he could work harder at that time, he might be able to save Meiman Osborn. But is it really possible? The answer is definitely no. In fact, he himself knows this. Meiman Osborn, who is controlled by the second personality Green Goblin, is hopeless. However, he still feels guilty. Watching the father of my best friend die in front of me, and I feel powerless. It reminded him of the night Uncle Ben died. A strong sense of guilt swept over him and devoured him completely. Uncle Ben, Mr. Rumen, all died because of himself. If you die, is it better? Maybe it will. One after another death intent appeared in Pete Parker's heart, causing him to give up his resistance and beg for death. At this moment, the figure of 60 appeared in front of him, raised the palm of his hand and pushed out unremarkably. Boom! A loud bang. The strong wind blows, and the 60-year-old blonde hair dances with the wind, like a female god of war, heroic. Since you want to die, why did you protect your Aunt May so desperately just now? You can die easily, but your Aunt May will lose the second love of her life. Of course, back. His heart is ashes. Do you want to see this? A calm voice came out of 60's mouth, with a hint of dissatisfaction and annoyance of hating iron for not turning into steel. And this sound, like thunder, exploded in Pete Parker's heart, rolling thunder, making him wake up instantly. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Uncle Ben's words before his death cut through the darkness, cut off all the shackles in his heart, and cheered him up again. I can't just die like this, I still have Aunt May to take care of. The world also needs his good neighbor. He can't die. At least not yet. Looking at Pete Parker's revived eyes, a smile appeared on Locke's face. This bastard has finally grown up a bit. His eyes moved to Harry in front of him, and his face became colder. The palm that grabbed Harry's fist squeezed sharply, and a click sounded suddenly. It was the sound of broken bones, and he threw it to the ground, and the tall Harry hit the ground heavily again. Without stopping, he opened his palm and pinched Harry's head, intending to slam into the wall not far away. At the beginning, Green Goblin died under his move, and the second-generation Green Goblin in front of him can follow in his footsteps. However, Locke didn't do that. Instead, he just held him in his hands, like carrying a dead dog. What a familiar scene. Back then, your father was also caught in my hands like this, and then I sent him back to the West. 35. 60 spoke calmly, and the truth that Pete Parker was unwilling to tell, Locke borrowed 60's mouth and said it. Because in his opinion, this is not a secret that cannot be told. Killing is killing. Why should it be concealed and denied? This will only add unnecessary misunderstandings. The second-generation Green Goblin vs. Spider-Man in front of me was caused by such a misunderstanding. Hearing 60's words, Harry's pupils shrank, his face full of disbelief. Seeing his surprised expression, 60's face showed a hint of banter. Before revenge, do you have to find out the truth? To tell the truth, you really don't deserve to be Pete Parker's best friend, rob someone's girlfriend, and kill others indiscriminately. Do you have any friends who do this? You have no idea how hard he tried to save your goddamn father from me? Actually, I thought about giving Rumen Osborn a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Therefore, it is not a pity for him to die, but the kind little Spider-Man doesn't even dare to tell you the truth. But it doesn't matter, now I tell you. Don't you want revenge? The one standing in front of you now is your real revenge object. Come on. 60 said with a blank expression. His eyes were full of disdain for the second-generation Green Goblin. A guy who robs a friend's woman and wants to kill his friend is not worth his pity at all. If it weren't for little Spider-Man's feelings, he would have killed him long ago. Pete Parker. Hearing 60's words, in addition to being shocked, Pete Parker was more confused. Harry's father, indeed, did not kill him, there is no doubt about that. But Harry robbed his own woman? Where does this start? His woman is not Mary Jane. WTF. Seeing Pete Parker's confused and disbelieving expression, Locke realized that he seemed to have said a little too much. Well, am I talking too much? But little Spider-Man, you are so strong, you should be fine. On the bright side, your best friend wears your clothes once in a while, and you'll wear them back later, right? Pete Parker. At this moment, Harry was not in the mood to listen to 60's teasing words, and his attention was all attracted by 60's sentence that she was the murderer of his father. In fact, the real meaning of this sentence should be that Locke, who controlled 60, was the one who really killed Rumen Osborn. But now 60 is completely dominated by Locke, so 60 also represents him. He said that, there is no problem. It's you who killed my father? No, it's not true. He has always regarded Pete Parker as the murderer of his father, and all his plans are aimed at Pete Parker. But now, the woman in front of him told him that everything was wrong. The object of his revenge was wrong, not Pete Parker at all, but the woman in front of him. The collapse of this feeling can be imagined. Well-planned revenge, only to find out that he was wrong from the start, is ridiculous. Murder is just like that. After doing it all the time, in the end, he didn't even know the target of his revenge. After he got off Huang Quan, what face did he have to face his father? Despair, a deep despair surrounded him. If the woman in front of him is the object of his revenge, then he can be sure that he will fail. Because at this moment, he clearly understands the gap between himself and the woman in front of him. That is a high mountain standing tall in front of him, a gap that cannot be seen. No matter how hard he worked all his life, he would not be able to climb over this mountain, nor would he be able to cross this gap. If so, how could he not despair? As if he had lost all his strength, he was no longer resisting and struggling, but like Pete Parker just now, he slowly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. What people are most afraid of is losing the faith to live. Once the faith collapses, it is the walking dead, no different from dead man. The same is true of Pete just now and Harry now. Their beliefs have collapsed, but Pete was rescued by him, and Harry in front of him was not in this mood. Quietly looking at the tarnished eyes, Locke immediately used his powerful telepathy ability to forcibly read Harry's recent memory. Suddenly, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It seems that my guess is correct. Behind this incident, there really is an invisible black hand. But don't worry, it will be more interesting. The game of cat and mouse is my favorite. Let go of Harry's hand, and Harry has fallen into a coma at this moment. His eyes moved to Pete. This dear friend of yours, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. It's up to you to kill or keep it. After saying that, 60 walked towards the door expressionlessly, and at this moment, Pete Parker's voice sounded. Thank you, by the way, miss, let me ask, are you from that gentleman? It's a woman. 60, who had resumed automatic control, said displeasedly. There is still a big difference between the man of the young master and the woman of the young master. Master, let me tell you a sentence, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but the greater the suffering. Only through the baptism of suffering can you truly grow, and you are still too weak now. Get this thing away. After all, 60 threw a card into Pete Parker's hand. Looking at the card, only an unfamiliar address was recorded on it. When he looked up again, the woman had already disappeared. Looking at the dilapidated house, Pete Parker felt sad. In his mind he constantly reminisced about renovating his own room with Uncle Ben. He gently picked up the scorched photo frame beside him, and inside was a half-burned photo. It was the photo he took with his Uncle Ben at the graduation ceremony of his junior high school, and the charred other half was Uncle Ben. Touched by the scene, I looked at the photo of myself alone, and the tears rolled, and at last I couldn't stop shedding. After all, he is still an underage child. At such a young age, he suffered such a calamity. Few people can handle this kind of thing. But every time this happens, the words of Uncle Ben will ring in his mind. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. And today, that man also left a message for himself. The greater the responsibility, the greater the suffering. But this is all training for him. When he can endure the baptism of suffering, he can also get real growth. On that day, he will surely become a towering tree that can stand up to a giant mountain. Thanks. Looking at the direction where 60 disappeared, Pete Parker, who rekindled his fighting spirit, showed a resolute smile on the corner of his mouth. In a small box, a large RV was parked on the side of the road. What's the matter? The signal suddenly disappeared, and I can't find it at all. Natasha Romanoff said with an extremely ugly face. Could it be that he found it and destroyed it? Rogers beside him asked curiously. It shouldn't be possible. That's our latest tracker. It's as small as a grain of rice, and it's generally impossible to find it. What's the matter? Change of clothes. 6. It is impossible to change clothes without a signal coming out. This situation is very strange. But it doesn't matter. I have located the last position of the signal. Let's go. As Natasha Romanoff spoke, he got out of the car and planned to go to his destination. But at this moment, a blonde woman walked towards them leisurely. Looking at this strange woman, Natasha Romanoff instinctively sensed a hint of danger. His face immediately became vigilant, and Rogers beside him naturally did the same. Cuckoo clap. 35. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground with a special rhythm stopped in front of the two of them. With a sweet smile on his face, he looked at Natasha Romanoff in front of him. The person here is none other than 60. Don't be so nervous. I'm not malicious. Miss 60 looked at Natasha Romanoff in front of her with interest. In the past 2 days, when I was chatting with a few of my girlfriends from the Yoba army, I mentioned this woman who was taught by their young master. In fact, they didn't know exactly what happened between the young master and this woman. The only thing she knew was that the young master had his name tattooed on her lower back. There is a lot of information in here. But it could also be just a prank by the young master. And based on what she knew about the young master was obsessed with cleanliness in that respect. He shouldn't do that kind of outrageous thing to this woman. So, according to her own guess, it must be the young master being naughty. The purpose is to teach this woman a lesson, to be more careful in her private life. After all, the position of the lower back is a very special place. The tattooing of the name on this place is clearly intentional to disgust those who want to drive. Think about it when you shopped for a used car, leaned on the steering wheel, and started driving. But suddenly see the name of the suspected previous owner written on the steering wheel. What kind of experience is that? It is estimated that you will immediately lose the desire to continue driving, and that may be Locke's purpose. But what surprised her was that, according to her girlfriends, this woman didn't seem to wash off the tattoo. This is very interesting. This is undoubtedly revealing a message to them that the woman may have bound the ownership of the vehicle herself. I don't plan to change drivers in the future, although the previous driver may not have driven. After learning about this, her worship of the creator continued even more. It is estimated that only her creator can do this. Who are you? Natasha Romanoff asked the 60-year-old lady in front of her with a wary expression. No nutritious question, I really can't raise my desire to answer. I'm just here to tell you that the guy you're looking for has already been killed by me. So don't worry, he can't mess around anymore. What? Where's his body? Natasha Romanoff asked, looking at 60 in shock. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to know the goal of their operation. How exactly did she do it? In her impression, she had never seen a woman before, and her understanding of her was like a blank sheet of paper. Nothing but blank space. But looking at the appearance of the woman in front of her, she seems to have known herself. This made her very puzzled. The brain was running fast, combined with what the woman said. Suddenly a startling news appeared in her mind. Is this woman also the subordinate of that bastard? How can that be? Corpse? It's all over the place. Miss 60 said with a sweet smile. Natasha Romanoff. I have said what I should say, I should go. 60 smiled lightly, turned around and planned to leave. But at this moment, she suddenly turned around and looked at Natasha Romanoff for a moment. By the way, let's meet for the first time, why don't we take a picture together? Before Natasha Romanoff could react, 60, who loves taking pictures, came directly to Natasha Romanoff's side. Then I picked up my phone and snapped a photo. I'll send you the photo I've taken later. By the way, have you washed the tattoo on your lower back? Natasha Romanoff. Hearing Miss 60's words, Natasha Romanoff was stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning. Damn, sure enough, the woman in front of me is also the subordinate of that bastard. Only the subordinates of that bastard can be so arrogant, so terrifying. Giggle, don't speak is the default. Then you are pitiful, unrequited love is very painful, and our young master is impossible for you. Listen to me, wash it early, leave your back to someone else. 39. After all, Miss 60 smiled, stepped on high heels, and left gracefully. Natasha Romanoff, what's the matter with you? Looking at the dumbfounded Natasha Romanoff, Rogers beside him asked curiously. The woman seemed to know Natasha Romanoff in front of her just now, but looking at Natasha Romanoff's appearance, she didn't seem to have any impression of this woman. So, he couldn't help but be very curious. It's nothing, it's just a little uncomfortable all of a sudden, Natasha Romanoff said with a complicated face. For Locke, her feelings are getting more and more complicated now. She doesn't know what kind of emotion she has towards him. 0 for flowers. Why didn't I wash the tattoo on my back? She doesn't even know, is it really as the woman said just now, she is unrequited love? No, impossible, that guy is only 14 years old. It seems that I still find some time to wash off the tattoo on my lower back. He raised his hand and touched his lower back subconsciously, feeling a lot in his heart. A feeling called reluctance emerges quietly. Forget it, let's talk about it after a while. Natasha Romanoff thought so. Let's go, we should go back. Natasha Romanoff shook her head, tossing the clutter out of her head. Go back? Aren't we going to find that monster? Rogers asked Natasha Romanoff with a stunned look on his face. The woman said she had killed him, so she must have killed him, no doubt. 35. She is very clear about the strength of the group of female killers under Locke. If you say kill it, you must kill it. Said that there were slaughtered corpses everywhere, she must have burned them to ashes. In this regard, she will not have the slightest doubt. Because the other party's ruthless means can really do it. Is this woman the subordinate named Locke that you have always been afraid of? She feels really terrifying, a terrifying guy. Captain America Rogers said with a solemn expression. Natasha Romanoff shook her head and said, I don't know this woman either, Rogers. But although I don't know her, one thing is for sure, this woman is just as terrifying. Natasha Romanoff said with a complicated expression. S.H.I.D.L.D really know nothing about the Rockefellers right now. In that bastard's manner, how many such powerful women are there? Also, what is the relationship between these women and that bastard? Is it a normal subordinate relationship, or is it a relationship between a plug and a socket? She is very curious, but when she thinks about the style of the bastard, she thinks that the possibility of the latter should account for 99.9%. Rockefeller Manor. Locke took off the VR glasses with a satisfied look on his face. Today's game of remote control is a bit interesting, and it can be considered to pass the boring time today. And he has new ideas on how to deal with his relationship with little Spider-Man. This teenage superhero of good quality is indeed a person to befriend. Anyway, he has already released the good intentions, and the olive branch has been thrown to him. If he is willing to come to himself, he feels that he should not be stingy to help him. After all, he really doesn't have many friends in this world, maybe it's not bad to have one. At this moment, the expected system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for participating in and witnessing the second-generation Green Goblin vs. Spider-Man event. The reward points are 30 points, and there are currently 95 points in total. 95 points? In other words, if you get 5 more points you can draw a new technological world? No, I haven't finished the flight component of my humanoid mecha. I have to do this first. Locke said to himself with a smile. We are just a step away from opening a new technological world. What will the next technological world draw? He is looking forward to it. At this moment, the commander's sister behind him seemed to have heard some special order. Master, what did you say just now? The commander's sister asked excitedly. Do. Locke. Well, do it. Hey, don't do this. Nigh in New Mexico, in the long red earth, there is a tavern standing. It's been a popular tourist attraction since the last time a strange hammer fell from the sky. All sorts of guys called Hercules have driven here from far away just to move this hammer. And the tavern located nearby is naturally a windfall, making a lot of money. The group of strong men took a video after another and uploaded it to the internet, which caused a huge response from netizens. Now as long as you search the hammer on the internet, the news video that jumps out is definitely related to this strange hammer. However, this situation has completely changed since noon today, because all the news about this hammer on the internet has disappeared. Obviously someone above has deliberately blocked the message. As for the other party's purpose, it is obvious. This hammer matters a lot. The tavern owner originally wanted to make a lot of money from this, but now it is impossible. Because from the place where the hammer fell, even the tavern with them has been blocked by the military. Now it has become a military stronghold, and no one is allowed to enter without the above permission. Is there any progress? Phil Coulson asked curiously, looking at the researchers around him. After a preliminary analysis of 853, the constituent elements of this hammer cannot match any of the metallic elements on our planet, said the researchers. In other words, this thing does not belong to our planet. Phil Coulson's face was full of solemn expressions. As an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he knew much more about extraterrestrial life than the general public. For him, the answer is yes, aliens do exist in this world. However, he had never seen it before, so when he saw the hammer in front of him, he was inevitably shocked. The researcher nodded silently. Yes, that's understandable. I see, keep busy. Phil Coulson nodded when his phone rang. Connected, a few times, and walked out quickly. According to the intelligence of S.H.I.E.L.D., there is a female astronomer who may be able to provide him with useful information about the hammer, and about that amazing rainbow glow last night. In a restaurant in New Mexico, a rugged-looking man was gulps down a dessert cake at the invitation of a woman. This is the first time I've seen someone who has eaten a whole plate of dessert and is still very hungry. Your appetite is amazing. 5. The other woman sitting beside the woman looked at the man they picked up from the roadside with a look of surprise. The woman who was speaking was called Jane, and the woman sitting directly opposite the man was called Jane Fortes. And that rough-looking man is called Thor. Yes, it is Thor from Asgard. Thor? Thor was stripped of his powers by the god King Odin because his ignorance and arrogance nearly sparked a war with Jotunheim, and was cast down to earth, and with him was Mjolnir of Thor. At this moment in the long red earth, the hammer that is being studied, that's it. What is this? I can eat 10 more. Thor said with a smile, gulping down the drink in the cup. With a satisfied look on his face, he dropped the cup heavily. I love this drink, give me one. With the sound of the cup shattering, Thor said very loudly. His strange behavior shocked the whole restaurant. Everyone's eyes are like looking at a fool. Oh, it looks like your rules here are a bit different from Asgard. 33 Thor said apologetically. Next time, if you want to refill the cup, just speak directly, there is no need to smash the cup. Jane Fortes said with some dissatisfaction on her face. Well, I see. Thor nodded silently, and at this moment, several men walked in. It looks like a hammer, but people in the government say that the satellite fell down. It's ridiculous. Okay, the government always has their reasons for saying this. Drink and drink? Hearing the voices of several men, a strange color appeared on Thor's face. He got up and walked in front of the men and patted their shoulders. Where is it? The tall and burly Thor gave off a strong sense of oppression. He was taken aback by the man who tapped on the shoulder, and immediately said his position. 50 miles west? Rockefeller Manor. Locke sat quietly on the sofa, swaying the red wine glass in his hand, and looked at the commander in the bathroom with satisfaction. The bathroom door was not closed, and Locke could clearly see the commander's smooth and tender skin scalded by hot water. Shaking his head and smiling, he really didn't understand why women's bath water was always so hot. It's like killing a pig to remove its hair. He hasn't figured out the reason for this problem from the past to the present. If it is a physical difference, then the physical quality of the commander in front of him and the other members of the Yakuba unit are much stronger than ordinary people. According to reason, the water temperature that men like, they should like it too. But not? They just like that kind of hot stuff, no one else? At this moment, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped abruptly, and then the tall and enchanting commander stood at the door of the bathroom with cat-like steps and took off the shower cap on his head. Immediately, the long golden hair like a waterfall fell to the back waist, which was sexy, charming, and beautiful. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Locke nodded slightly to show his respect, but he did not move. Seeing this, the commander covered his mouth with a chuckle, shook his head, his long golden hair fluttered, and twisted the snake's waist to come to Locke. It seems that you are really full. The commander's sister laughed. Hearing this, Locke smiled wryly and nodded. In this manner, except for 2B and 6O, they went out to perform their tasks. But there are still 3 members who take turns feeding at home. He is the whale's appetite, and he has to be fed to the fullest. It's strange if he is not full. What's the situation over Justin? Locke gently pulled the commander into his arms, smelling the fragrance of her hair, even doing nothing. It was a great enjoyment. The venue for the new product exhibition has been selected and is now being arranged, and it should be able to start within a few days. By the way, he contacted me not long ago, and asked young master if you want to attend the press conference, and then focus on leaving a section dedicated to praising you. The commander's sister said with a smile, and her hands began to be dishonest again. Holding the commander's dishonest hand tightly, Locke shook his head with a smile. I don't want to do this kind of thing that's just going to pretend. It's meaningless. With that skill, I might as well do a few more questions at home, don't you think? Giggle, young master, are you serious? Are you sure you can do more? The commander raised his eyebrows and looked down with a provocative look on his face. I'm talking about a few days, not today, not now, don't mess around. Locke is helpless, since he injected the commander's sister with the enhanced super soldier serum. 0. The commander's sister's strong desire to fight is simply outrageous. Hehe, you are frightened, don't worry. Classmate Locke, Commander's class has ended today. However, it is estimated that there will be evening self-study in the evening, and the teacher of 60 will come to watch it. I think you should be prepared. After all, her first mission was done so well, if you don't give him a little reward, it's really unreasonable. The commander flicked Locke's forehead with his finger, got up, and put his clothes on. There are rewards for completing tasks. Who set this rule, really? Giggle, besides our great creator, who else do you think? Who let you have only one to be? Now that the team has grown, it is not so easy to take back this rule. After all, everyone's enthusiasm for completing the task is mostly in the reward. The commander laughed. Okay, the big deal is to be a little harder at night, and do an extra set of 60 teachers' test papers? With a sigh, Locke looked helpless. His original idea was to create a to-be wife. Therefore, the rules established are basically aimed at one person, who knows that the desire to create them has become stronger, and so many have been created without knowing it. Now, instead, he has trapped himself and made himself tired. If there is no one else. But, who's to blame? By the way, young master, what did you ask 2B to go to find that hammer for? Didn't you say that the thing has an owner? The commander asked curiously while putting on his clothes. In the past few days, Mjolnir's affairs have been raging, and it is impossible for her to know. And for this strange hammer, her young master seems to be particularly interested. Knowing that it belongs to the owner, he even sent Miss 2B to look for it. So, she was naturally very curious. A hammer that can make their young master so valued is obviously not simple. That hammer claims no one can lift it, so I would love to see if my to-be wife can make it, in case it does. Wouldn't that be cool? Locke's so-called cool doesn't mean the cool image of 2B lifting Thor 2.1's hammer. It's the kind of cool that can get Thor's power when lifted. Definitely, it's just his imagination. It's not that easy to lift Mjolnir. As far as he knows, there are only 3 ways to lift Mjolnir. The first type, Odin, who is stronger than the level godfather, uses his own supreme power to forcibly break Odin's spell, and then he can lift it up. The second is a person whose heart is pure enough, and who has no evil thoughts. The third type is the one recognized by Mjolnir. Combining these 3 points, and thinking about 2B, there is no point that can be achieved. First of all, the strength is definitely impossible to be stronger than Odin, and secondly, it has not been specially recognized by Mjolnir. As for the second one, pure mind? Oh, this is even more difficult to fight with the old driver, Miss 2B. She has become so filthy. If her heart is pure, there is no reason for it. In the long red earth, at this moment, a beautiful wife sneezed. It must be the young master who misses me again. Really, it's been so long since he left, and then he misses me again? I hate it, it's really bad. Muttered to himself, with a shy and narcissistic smile on his face. Who else could this narcissistic beautiful wife not be Miss 2B? In fact, Locke asked 2B to find Mjolnir more to participate in Thor's big event. After all, the arrival of Thor and Mjolnir is a proper event, and through this event, he will definitely be able to get a lot of system points. If possible, it's definitely just his hope, to get Mjolnir, that's the best. After all, the material for making Mjolnir is Ulu metal, and now he is short of Ulu metal, the 3 famous metals in the Marvel world. If you can collect the URU metal and use it on the twins that the Yoba army finally built, what kind of effect will it have? He is looking forward to it. The biggest feature of Ulu metal is that it can be enchanted. Will a body made of URU metal have magical physique? He is really curious. Just when Locke was still silent in his beautiful imagination, a message prompting the Yoba army's best friends joint battle group suddenly sounded in his mind. At present, this group has been connected to his consciousness. As long as there is any news in the group, he can know it at the first time. As for whether to read the content of the news, it is his own business. But generally in this driving group, there are often bold photos sent by his wives. With the mentality of not watching for nothing, Locke usually opens it at the first time. After all, the hand speed of LSP is not covered. Cute Zyogungja 60, at Mechanical Demon King, young master, I have successfully completed the task. I am on my way home. Should the reward be ready? Today I plan to eat lollipops first. Mechanical Demon King, 66. 10 Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, 60 Little bitch, stop it, the lollipop is mine. 35. Cute Little Princess 60, cut, 2B, you should concentrate on your task now. I have already completed it. The Locke reward is due. I will not wait for you today. Eat first as a respect, and wait for you to complete the task. Ask the young master to ask for it again. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, disgusting. If the distance of this mission is not too far, I will kill it now and eat the lollipop first. The cute little man raised 60. Hey, if you want to eat so much, it doesn't matter. I will take a photo and send it to you later. I will kill you. Mechanical Demon King, Jing Jing. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, young master fights again. Shouldn't you be in class with Commander's sister again? At Flame Red Lips Commander, Commander teacher, how long are you in class? It's too long? Are you trying to exhaust our classmate Locke? Commander Flaming Lips, giggle, teacher 2B, because you're not here, I'll take your class too. How do you say it? Oh, yes, learning is the biggest. What's wrong? You can't stop learning. Love Gothic plus he sees 2B, Sister Commander, you hate it so much. At Machinery Demon King, I don't care. The classes given by other teachers are not counted. Wait for you to go back. I will teach you again. Mechanical Demon King. Love Gothic plus Black Silk 2B. Master, what do you order? Are you tired of class and have no desire to talk? Mechanical Demon King, what are you talking about? What I mean by a little bit represents my speechless mood at the moment. The purpose of you guys forming this group, shouldn't you discuss the plan of joint operations, and now you are talking about some messy things? What? Take it. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B. Giggle, aren't we talking about the joint operation plan now? Lovely Xiaogongju 60, that's right, every sentence has not left the battle plan. It's just that the target of the battle is you, young master, Mechanical Demon King. Miss Neighbor 210, hehe, well, you are all about to emo the young master? 35. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, how is it possible? I will never emo the young master, it will only make him happier? Mechanical Demon King, 2B, believe it or not, I will fly over now and give you a hard lesson? Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, at Mechanical Demon King, really, that's really great, the positioning has been posted, young master, come on. Mechanical Demon King, 66. Flaming Lips Commander, giggle, 2B, don't be poor, now the young master doesn't have the energy to teach you a lesson. You didn't see the way he looked just now, he is more than a gentleman and a gentleman? 35. A 2 who doesn't want to talk today, you are still the commander. This has put the young master into the sage mode. Lovely Xiaogongju 60, what, young master, you have to cheer up. If you enter the sage mode, what will happen to my reward? I'm still waiting to go back to receive the reward. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, Sister Commander, how long did you teach the young master today? You are too scary. Commander Flaming Lips, it's not too long, it's just one afternoon. Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, Cute Little Gongju 60, 210. I don't want to talk today a 2. Love the Gothic style plus Black Silk 2B, at Mechanical Demon King, young master, I mourn for you. Cute Little Gongju 60, Silence plus 1 Neighbor Miss Gia 210, plus 1 A2 who doesn't want to talk today, plus 1 The Great Mechanical Demon King, what is the mess? If the commander is joking, do you believe it? 2B that loves Gothic style plus Black Silk alone, I letter, 35 Cute Xiaogongju 60, I believe too. Mechanical Demon King, at Cute Xiaogongju 60, 60 your reward is gone. Cute Xiaogongju 60, oh no, young master, I was wrong. Mechanical Demon King, hey, it's too late, all I'm waiting for today is a lesson, I want to eat lollipops, and I want to be beautiful. Cute Xiaogongju 60, Wiviwa, 2B is all your fault, you compensate me. 35 Love Gothic plus Black Silks 2B, what's up with me? Innocent.jpg Mechanical Demon King, okay, the chat time is over, it's time to get down to business. 2B what's the situation on your side? 2B of Gothic plus Black Silk, just arrived, the hammer was blocked in advance by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D, and now if you want to go in, you must get their consent. 35 The Great Mechanical Demon King, S.H.I.E.L.D these guys your hand is really long? You can try to sneak in when you have a chance. If you can pick it up, it's best. It doesn't matter if you can't pick it up. 2B, does the so-called Asgard really exist? Mechanical Demon King, this is natural, but the Asgard I'm talking about is completely different from what you imagined, you can think of it as an alien planet? The hammer is from an alien planet, but my focus is not on this hammer, it's on the materials used to make the hammer. If Ulu metal can be obtained, the other 2 members of the Yoba army will be born? 2B who only loves Gothic plus Black Silk, Master, do you want to use the material of that hammer to transform the twin sisters of Papala? The Mechanical Devil, as expected of my 2B wife. Really smart. 2B of Gothic plus Black Silk, I hate it, don't compliment others in front of so many sisters, they will all be jealous. Commander Flaming Red Lips, haha, it's rare for you to praise you for being smart. We won't be jealous. Cute Xiaogongju 60, that's right, the young master used to say that you are the most dirty, but now it's rare to praise you for being smart, saying that you won't be jealous. Miss Next Door 210, I won't be jealous plus 1 today A2 who doesn't want to talk, I won't be jealous plus 1 2B who only loves Gothic plus he see, you are too much, I don't want to talk to you anymore, let's go, Miss 352B said, and immediately quit the chat the group, looking at the blackened avatar, everyone chuckled to themselves. The atmosphere in this group is really becoming more and more harmonious. Miss 2B who left the chat group has come to the place where Mjolnir fell. Just like she said in that way, Mjolnir has been taken by the people of SHIELD surrounded it. If you want to enter, you have to pass the approval of SHIELD, but let the people from S.H.I.E.L.D to approve their entry and exit? This is obviously absolutely impossible for Miss 2B. Isn't it blocked? If you lift it directly, you will get 853, where is it necessary to be so troublesome? With this idea, Miss 2B soon came to the blockade. But before she started to lift it, a quarrel came from there. Out of curiosity, Miss 2B looked away and saw a burly and rugged man knocking down guards one after another to the ground. Then he rushed in directly, seeing 2B's face showing interest. According to the information provided by the young master, there is also a guy named Thor who fell on the earth with Mjolnir, and the rough man in front of him should be Thor in the mouth of the young master. I heard that this guy's strength is very strong. If it is completely the power of the thunder and lightning in Awakening's body, even that green monster is no match for him. Thinking of this, 2B's face showed a strong fighting spirit. Compared with Thor, who is stronger? She was very curious, and since she was curious, she would know if she didn't have a match. But now Thor seems to have been deprived of his divine power, so he has to quickly restore his divine power. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but have a plan in her mind. Her young master sent her here mainly to participate in this event. In this case, it should be no problem to put a little pressure on Thor and let him grow faster. After thinking about it clearly, a wicked smile appeared on Miss 2B's face. Looks like someone is about to suffer. Thor's reckless behavior not only caught the attention of Miss 2B, but also alarmed the people in SHIELD. The S.H.I.D.L.D agent stationed here is none other than Hawkeye. As a super agent, the moment Thor appeared, he was seen by him. But facing Thor's forcible entry, he did not stop him, but watched him come in with great interest. Because he has a strong intuition, this rough man has an inseparable relationship with the hammer they are studying. As for whether it is true or not, he can only try it, and this is his purpose. With Thor's intrusion, the siren of the blocked land immediately rang. Find the intruder, find the intruder. The sudden voice immediately attracted the attention of all the guards, and everyone's eyes showed a vigilant light. What's going on? Phil Coulson asked curiously, coming to Hawkeye's side. An interesting guy. Hawkeye winked downwards. Immediately Phil Coulson saw a tall man break in from outside and came to Mjolnir's side. Who is this guy? Phil Coulson asked, looking at Hawkeye curiously. I don't know, but I think this guy has something to do with this weird hammer. 35. This hammer came from outside the domain. Do you think this man is also from outside the domain? I can feel a special breath from him, which I have never felt in other people, so it is very possible. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Phil Coulson's face couldn't help but show interest. Don't touch him first, let's see the situation. Phil Coulson spoke to the communicator pinned to his shoulder. With his order, a group of agents who had originally surrounded Thor stopped moving and hid in the dark to observe. Without outsiders to stop him, Thor quickly came to Mjolnir's side. Finally we meet again, old man. Thor muttered, his face full of excitement. Now that his divine power has been deprived, he is no different from a normal human being. But as long as he can regain the Mjolnir in front of him, he can regain the power of Thor. When communicating with Heimdall, it will surely be able to return to Asgard. Until now, he has always felt that there is nothing wrong with his approach. Jotunheim infiltrated Asgard, intending to steal the casket of ancient winters, the purpose of which is self-evident, is to revive the war and destroy the stability of the Nine Realms. As the future Lord of the Nine, he was justifiably obligated to put down Heimdall's rebels. This is what he should do as a king, and it is also what a king should behave. So he couldn't understand what his father did, why he was demoted to the mortal world and deprived of his divine power. It seemed inconceivable to him, inexplicable. You are right? How could he be wrong? Indignant in his heart, as long as he takes back Mjolnir and regains his divine power, he must go back to Asgard and tell his father about it. With such a radical idea, Thor took Mjolnir's hand without the slightest hesitation. In the past, he was able to pick up Mjolnir with ease, then toss it into the air and catch it with ease. In his imagination, it should be the same now, and he can still easily pick up his own Mjolnir. But the moment he clenched Mjolnir's hand, his complexion suddenly changed. With just a little effort at first, Mjolnir remained silent. As if he couldn't believe it, his strength gradually increased. However, Mjolnir still has no movement. No, this is impossible. Thor muttered, his eyes full of disbelief. In the end, as if he didn't believe in evil, he went into battle with both hands, holding Mjolnir's handle tightly. The whole figure was like a tug of war, trying to shake the Mjolnir in front of him with all his strength. But the result is still the same. Suddenly, Thor seemed to be in disbelief. Such a scene was something that neither Hawkeye nor Phil Coulson thought of. Looks like you're feeling wrong, Phil Coulson said, shaking his head. Hearing this, Hawkeye's eyes flashed a strange color, and he smiled. Maybe, get him, Phil Coulson said into the communicator. Suddenly, a group of agents appeared, trapping Thor in the middle. But at the moment Thor seemed to have lost his mind, and he stood there dumbfounded, ignoring the group of agents around him. He only wants to know why this is happening now, and whether he will be caught or not is not within his scope of consideration at all. Mjolnir is his most handy weapon, and now he can't even pick up his own best weapon. What kind of Thor are you? Am I really wrong? Thor stood quietly, muttering to himself, his eyes full of disappointment. A group of agents had already come to his side, handcuffed his hands, and were about to take him for interrogation. But at this moment, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, directly smashing the roof of the building they were in. The broken pieces fell, and immediately knocked out several agents. Before everyone could react, a cold female voice sounded. It's so lively here, and it looks interesting. As the voice fell, a very beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. The woman was wearing a gothic black dress and her slender legs were wrapped in a pair of black leather pants. Although the woman in front of her wrapped her body very tightly, but the bumps of the figure are so uneven, it is still difficult to cover it with clothes. Anyone can guess what a beautiful body is hidden under this dress. However, seeing this beautiful woman, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents did not have the slightest idea. Instead, Chi-Chi's scalp was numb, his body felt cold, and his legs couldn't help shaking. because the woman who appeared in front of them at the moment was none other than the female slayer from the Rockefeller family, the Devil, and Miss 2B. Why is she here? Phil Coulson's face became very solemn when he saw Miss 2B suddenly appear. Regarding the horror of Miss 2B, he, the 8th level agent, is naturally clearer. Why can't I come? His eyes moved, falling on Phil Coulson. Although what Phil Coulson just said was very light, it was still clearly heard by Miss 2B's terrifying hearing system. Seeing 2B's cold gaze, Phil Coulson was nervous, secretly saying that he shouldn't talk too much. However, 2B's gaze did not stay on him for too long, but moved his gaze to Hawkeye beside him. Immediately, his whole body felt as if he was wet with an ice bucket, and his body could not help but tremble, because he saw that Hawkeye raised the bow and arrow in his hand and aimed at Miss 2B, looking like he was ready to go. What are you doing, Hawkeye? Put it down, Phil Coulson said in horror. Hawkeye has been on a mission in the island country for a while and just returned yesterday, so he didn't know anything about what happened in the beautiful country during this time. In this way, there is a scene in front of you? I feel a terrible threat from this woman, she is very dangerous, Hawkeye said with a solemn face. 66 Phil Coulson. This woman is very dangerous, I need you to say it? All of them in S.H.I.E.L.D know this shit. If he could, he really wanted to knock out Hawkeye in front of him with a stick right now. He was so busy these days that he forgot to tell him about the Rockefeller family. I thought it wasn't a big deal, and it didn't matter if I told him later. After all, Hawkeye is a very stable person, and it should be impossible to provoke the Rockefeller family. But he never imagined that at this time, the female devil who belonged to the Rockefeller family would suddenly come to them. What's worse, because he didn't know the woman in front of him, Hawkeye even pointed his weapon at her at this moment. Isn't this inappropriate to find death? Miss 2B, this is a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Hawkeye just came back and doesn't know you. We had no ill intentions. Hawkeye dropped his arms immediately. It's not something we can offend. Phil Coulson was yelling haha, while forcing down Hawkeye's bow and arrow aimed at 2B with his hands. But the result was obviously too late. Looking at Hawkeye with cold eyes, there is a terrifying aura looming over Miss 2B's body. You're right, I'm really in danger. The voice fell, and Miss 2B disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Hawkeye. Looking at 2B who suddenly appeared in front of him, Hawkeye looked horrified, and instinctively shot a blasting arrow at the terrifying woman in front of him. But in the face of his attack, Miss 2B just raised her hand and grabbed the arrow easily. Boom. 9. Hearing a loud bang, the blasting arrow exploded in Miss 2B's palm. The explosion, which could shatter rocks easily, was like a small firecracker in the palm of Miss 2B's vibranium. She was actually compressed into her palm by Miss 2B without causing any harm to her. It's a good arrow, but the power is a little too small. Remember to improve it next time. 2B sneered, raised his hand and hit the back of Hawkeye's neck. Just like that, Hawkeye rolled his eyes and fell straight down, falling into a deep sleep. Qian Li Hao, I'll spare your life since it's your first offense. After that, 2B returned to Thor again. Everything happened between lightning and flint, and the speed was incredible. Thank you, Miss 2B. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hawkeye who was knocked out. Fortunately, this woman showed mercy, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Once this woman goes mad, everyone here is afraid that they will not be able to live. Ignoring Phil Coulson, 2B's gaze stopped on Thor. Are you Thor? You know me. Hearing Miss 2B's words, Thor's face was bewildered. He just came here today, but the woman in front of him seemed to have known him. I don't know, just to confirm my identity. 2B shook his head. Immediately, he threw a knife at Thor, and before Thor could react, he rolled his eyes, and then fell straight down, even fainting. Thor. Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was dumbfounded. What is this woman doing? As soon as he came in here, he stunned the two of them without saying a word. And just when he was stunned, he saw an even more shocking scene. I saw that terrifying Miss 2B was walking towards that strange hammer. Judging from her appearance, she even went to get a hammer. Phil Coulson did not expect the power of this hammer to be so great that even the Rockefeller family was attracted. Seeing Miss 2B walking towards Mjolnir in a leisurely court, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Could it be that this woman knows the origin of this hammer? Could she be able to lift it up? This shouldn't be possible. Phil Coulson drummed in his heart and was very curious about the results that Miss 2B brought him next. He hoped that this terrible woman in front of him could bring him different results, but he also hoped that she could not lift this magical hammer. This is a very complicated and contradictory mentality, and the reason why there is such a mentality is actually understandable. After all, the number of people who have tried to move this hammer so far is not only a few thousand but also a few hundred, and the result of so many people is impossible to lift. In this way, under the appearance of so many identical results, he naturally hopes that a different result will appear. This is the most simple and differentiated psychological activity of human beings, and it is well understood. The reason why he doesn't want Miss 2B to lift it up is because he can't judge how terrible trouble such a result will bring to their SHIELD. The hammer in front of you can see that it is extraordinary at first glance. If such an extraordinary hammer is lifted, what will be the consequences? This is an unknown. But as a level 8 agent, based on his years of experience analysis, this is definitely not a good thing. Especially if it happened to the woman in front of him, even more so. Therefore, he naturally didn't want the person who lifted the hammer to be Miss 2B. After all, in his eyes, Miss 2B is a god of killing, a witch walking in the world. If she gets the blessing of this mysterious hammer again, how terrifying will it be? He really didn't dare to think about it any further. While Phil Coulson was constantly carrying on complex mental activities inside, Miss 2B, Miss 853, has come to Mjolnir. Are you the meow meow hammer that everyone can't pick up? You don't look too big. It's quite cute. What makes you so stubborn? Can you tell my sister? 5. With a hint of curiosity, Miss 2B stood in front of Mjolnir and muttered to herself. That feeling is like chatting with a child who has been wronged. After all, with a hint of curiosity, but also with a hint of fun, she gently stretched out her slender, green hand and gripped Mjolnir's handle. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in my heart. At the same time, streaks of blue lightning appeared on the surface of the hammer. It crackled and it looked terrifying. However, Miss 2B, who was holding Mjolnir, didn't have any influence, but a look of excitement appeared on her face. In front of everyone's eyes, she raised her hand gently. Mjolnir, who was originally weighing 10,000 pounds, no one could shake. She was lifted up just like that. Immediately, blue lightning flashed around Miss 2B's body. The enchanting figure has lost the usual sexy tenderness, but has a supreme domineering. At this moment, she is no longer the terrifying female devil, but transformed into a more terrifying female Thor. How is it possible? Seeing such a scene, Phil Coulson was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. The scene he didn't want to see the most suddenly happened in front of his eyes. This terrifying woman actually lifted that magical hammer. And looking at her appearance, it was effortless, as simple as drinking water. Giggle, who said you were heavy? I don't think you are heavy at all. Mjolnir, what a nice name. From today onwards, I am your new master. Don't worry about this scumbag. After all, Miss 2B looked at Thor who fainted on the ground with a look of disgust. Then he lifted his foot and kicked it lightly, kicking it to the side. Miss 2B holding Mjolnir in her hand, without the slightest hesitation, waved Mjolnir quickly. Without the help of mechanical flying wings, she just lifted off the ground and flew to the distant sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn, the situation has changed. I have to hurry up and tell Chief Nick Fury about it. How many evildoers have this Rockefeller family out there? Looking at Miss 2B who disappeared in the blink of an eye, Phil Coulson's face was full of solemn expressions. The magical hammer was taken away by that woman, and he didn't dare to think about the consequences after that. Just when Phil Coulson was hurriedly reacting to his superiors, he was beside Thor. Suddenly, a figure in a green robe slowly appeared. If Thor was still awake at this moment, he would have recognized the figure in front of him at a glance. That's right, this person is none other than Thor's younger brother, Loki, known as the god of tricks. It's incredible how someone could lift Mjolnir on this weak planet, but it's also quite interesting. Rockefeller, a small force worth studying. Loki muttered to himself, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then his figure slowly disappeared again, as if he had never been in the future. Asgard. Located in the palace hall, a white-haired old man sat on the supreme throne. A supreme domineering arrogance that was not angry and self-possessed was released from his body, and beside him there was a long spear shining with golden light, which looked extremely terrifying. This old man is none other than the God King who controls the 9 realms, Odin. And the long spear beside him is the artifact that he has fought for many years and killed countless enemies, the Spear of Eternity. Odin, who was sitting quietly on the throne, suddenly flashed a gleam in his eyes. He hesitated, a look of interest appeared on his face. It's really surprising, I didn't expect that there really exists an existence that can lift Mjolnir. Looks like it's time for me to find a chance to meet that little guy who has suddenly emerged. Odin muttered to himself, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. In fact, not long ago, he had noticed that there was an existence on the earth that was rapidly approaching him, the Lord of the 9 Realms. That existence is none other than the young master of the Rockefeller family, Rock. For Locke's emergence, he also deliberately ordered Heimdall to pay special attention. But what neither he nor Heimdall had expected was during their investigation. There is always an invisible mysterious force blocking them. In this way, this had to make him, the Lord of the 9 Realms, especially fearful and worried. After all, in the 9 Realms, someone who can stop him, the God King, from exploring. It hasn't happened in thousands of years. And now this young Locke, who is said to be only 14 years old, is the first one to appear in thousands of years. However, after learning about the various events that happened recently in Locke, he relaxed a lot. Because according to his understanding, this little guy is as witty as a demon, but he also has his own bottom line. Although many things happened during this period of time, many people were killed. But this little guy killed all those who had hatred for him, or those who wanted to be detrimental to him. Therefore, he initially judged that this little guy whose strength should not be underestimated was not a threat to them Asgard. As for the trivial matter of murder, in his eyes it was nothing at all. After all, as the Lord of the 9 Realms, he has relied on slaughter all the way to get to the present, and how many creatures died in his hands? Compared with him, Locke is just a drop in the ocean, nothing at all. After eliminating the threat of the other party, he couldn't help but be very interested in Locke, and even had a slight idea of wanting to make friends. Definitely, the reason why he has this idea is not just because of the strength that Locke has now, It is more because he took a fancy to the huge potential behind the rapid improvement of Locke's strength. And this potential makes him think that Locke is an existence that may surpass himself. This is crucial as it could be tied to their Asgard future. Regardless of how prosperous their Asgard is at the moment, only he, the God King, knows what kind of terrifying crisis lies behind this powerful Asgard. Ragnarok? It was the terrifying disaster that he had foreseen long before he became the king of gods. In this prophecy, their entire Asgard will be reduced to a sea of fire, and eventually they will completely fall from the top of the 9 realms and disappear into this world. For such a terrifying disaster, he was worried and distressed all the time. For thousands of years, he has been stockpiling strength to deal with the great catastrophe of Asgard. Therefore, the appearance of Locke has undoubtedly become another hope for him. According to his observation of Locke's recent period, he found that the speed of this little guy's strength improvement can only be described as horror. According to this trend, I am afraid that it will not be long before this human teenager will reach the level of his own, or even surpass his own strength. In this way, if he can befriend him before this, leave a favor. Then one day in the future, when they Asgard do meet that dreadful Ragnarok, this young man might be able to give them a hand, and he didn't expect Locke to completely help them prevent the horrific disaster of Ragnarok. He just hoped that when this disaster happened, he could help and save the innocent people of Asgard. Because for him, Asgard's most precious treasure is not the rare things stored in his treasure house, but the countless creatures living on the hot land of Asgard. That's the main reason why Thor was exiled. Years of battle had made him secure the throne of the king of gods. But his hands were also stained with blood. He doesn't want to see the scene of life being ruined, so if he can negotiate with Jotunheim, he doesn't want to cause war. But Thor disobeyed him, and after his repeated warnings, he still went his own way, trying to suppress Jotunheim by force and provoke a war. In this way, he could not bear it any longer. Banished for sure? Thor, I hope you can understand my thoughts and grow up well. Muttering to himself, Odin slowly closed his eyes and entered his own sleep again. I haven't asked for data for a long time. In the new month, I hope you can support me and give me some flowers to evaluate the monthly pass. Thank you so much. Rockefeller Manor. Locke looked at his to-be wife holding Mjolnir in front of him with an incredible look. His eyes were about to pop out, and his mouth was so wide that he could swallow a huge apple. He never imagined that his dirty to-be wife could really lift Mjolnir. This unscientific? Being able to lift the 3 elements of Mjolnir, what does she satisfy? Stronger than Odin? What a joke, let alone Miss To-Be. Even if he was injected with the madness potion and reached the pinnacle of level sub-god father, facing Odin, he could only be beaten and kneeled. Although he is the peak powerhouse of level sub-god father, he is only one sub-word behind level god father. But it is the difference of this word that makes the gap between him and Odin like a scorpion. He, the peak powerhouse of the level sub-god father, can at most have an impact on one planet, and if it is bigger, it will be a star explosion. But the power of the level god father can affect an entire galaxy. Starburst is like a joke to them. A god king of the 9 realms like Odin, let alone himself, can easily destroy a planet just by turning on Bifrost. This shows how powerful and terrifying the level god father is. At most, his current strength is to play majesty on this planet, and he can't be too embarrassed. After all, on this planet, there is a magician ancient one of the level god father. Reversing time and space, cutting space, reversing time, etc. skydifying means emerge in an endless stream, which is definitely not something he can contend with now. And he couldn't compete with the level god father, let alone Miss To-Be. So the first factor can be completely ruled out. Then there are only 2 left, pure of heart and recognized by Mjolnir. Pure mind? This is obviously incomparable with Miss To-Be. For an old driver who is uncomfortable if he doesn't drive for a day, his heart is pure? What a mess. So there is only one possibility, and that is the last one, recognized by Mjolnir. But how can Miss To-Be, Hinang, be recognized by Mjolnir? Strong enough? Pretty enough? Or dirty enough? He really couldn't figure it out. Just when Locke was stunned, Miss To-Be stood in front of him with a smiling face. Master, I remember you told me before the trip that if I can bring Mjolnir back, you can satisfy me with any request, right? 99. This, To-Be Laylishi, can you make some requests not to be related to class? There is too much homework in the past 2 days, too many exam papers, I can't finish it. Locke wanted to cry without tears. He did say this before the trip. After all, at that time, he would never have thought that his to-be wife would really be able to bring Mjolnir back. The current situation seems like a miracle to him. To-Be Ray, are you calling me? Hearing that Locke suddenly called Roar To-Be Lay, Miss To-Be was confused. Pfft, ha ha ha. To-Be Lay, what fairy name is this? Young master, are you trying to laugh at me to death? Ha ha ha, the young master is naughty again? Hearing that Roar To-Be called Roar To-Be, a group of Yoba's best friends laughed miserably. What's wrong with calling Roar like that? You're called To-Be, and now you're holding Mjolnir, so it's a female Thor? So combining the 2 names Roar, isn't it Thor To-Be? It's the same name as Thor. Then what does this have to do with To-Be Lay? Miss To-Be looked bewildered. Oh, this is my abbreviation for you? After all, when Laybe calls out, it always feels weird. Rabe? Ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard, I think Laybe sounds better. Giggle, young master, you are too naughty. A few girlfriends surrounded Miss To-Be and giggled like a flock of oriole birds. Listening to Locke's explanation, listening to the laughter of the sisters, Miss 2B was angry and roar gagged. I've decided that tonight, young master, you must follow me for 10 lessons, and you can't miss a lesson, and you can't miss a question. 99. 10 festival? What are you kidding? You want to exhaust me? If you want me to die directly, don't have to be so troublesome. 35. Hee, how could I be willing to let the young master die? According to the rules of the robot, it is impossible for me to do so. I just want to improve the young master's academic performance. Is there a problem? Miss 2B said with a wicked smile. Teacher 2B, I was wrong, please let me go. Locke begged. In one day today, 2 members completed the task, one was 60 and the other was 2B. This is just taking turns to take a class, he has to take it easy. After all, this afternoon, the commander's elder sister was teaching him a lesson, and she never stopped. Now it is really unbearable, no matter how strong the body is, there is a limit, after all, the national treasury is depleted. Now 2B's wife says 10 lessons, it's not life. I don't, who asked you to make fun of me, young master? If a student makes a mistake, the teacher must punish you, otherwise you won't have a long memory. 5. Then can it be divided into installments? Not much, just 10 installments? 35. Yes, the daily interest is 20%. 20%, there are 2 more classes a day, why are you putting me on loan sharks? I don't think you have been beaten by me. 95. Come on, hit. Hearing Locke's words, Miss 2B not only didn't mean to be afraid, but put out her small mountain bag and photographed it hard at Locke. Only a snap, a crisp sound, resounded throughout the room. The voice has a hint of provocation and a hint of charm, which makes people imagine. 66. What did you create yourself? No help, 2B is really no help. Just when Locke was speechless, Miss 60 on one side rolled her eyes. Then he followed suit and slapped himself. Master, I have never been beaten. Come on, beat. Seeing that 60 was also damaged by 2B, an ominous premonition suddenly appeared. Sure enough, before he could react, several others slammed one after another. Master, neither do we. Come on, hit. The 5 members of the Yoba Corps, lined up in a row, all gave Locke different smirks. Looking at such a scene, Locke's heart was agitated, and his fighting spirit rose in vain. Slowly getting up, holding on to his trembling legs, his eyes could not help but be firm. The dignity of a man cannot be provoked, and if you dare to violate it, you will be punished no matter how far you are, and no matter how much you will be punished. Uncles, this life is not worth it. For a long time, Locke leaned on the sofa with his eyes blank. In front of him, Miss 2B brought him a full cup of fruit tea with a smile. Then he gently poured the fruit tea into Locke's mouth with his hands, which felt like taking care of a vegetative person. Although Locke is not really in a vegetative state at this moment, he is almost there. Anyway, the result of both is the same, both can't move. It's just that one of the brain nerves is damaged, and the other is due to overwork and collapse. 0 for flowers. Locke once felt that his physical fitness was strong enough. After all, if he were a little more ruthless, he could be a starburst. But what about starbursts? What about the peak of Yashinfa? Can you beat your own wife? Even if you can beat one. But what if 5? Can you afford 5 wives? Gang fight? Locke proved it with practical actions. No, it's really not possible, and reinforced iron bones can't work, it's easy to be short-lived. Giggle, this is the first time I've seen the young master look so listless, the commander's sister said with a smile, while making a brand new pot of fruit tea for Locke. Are you treating me as a buffalo? Looking at the kettle full of wolfberries on the table, Locke couldn't help laughing. Master, what are you talking about? You are not originally. 2B laughed. By the way, young master, did you just say that this hammer cannot be lifted by ordinary people? At this moment, Miss 60 asked Mjolnir, who was on the coffee table with a curious expression. Locke nodded. Yes, this is an artifact from Asgard. It's true that most people can't pick it up, but you can try it. Can I try? Definitely. A hammer that ordinary people can't pick up is very attractive to anyone. This is like a gambling game, people always think that the lucky one will be themselves, how can you know if you don't try it? Didn't 2B have this kind of mentality at the beginning, that's why they raised Mjolnir. In this way, Miss 60, and other young ladies have such thoughts at the moment, which is normal. Knowing that it is impossible to stop it, why not let them all try it out to solve their curiosity? I want to try too. Me too, several young ladies said excitedly. Well, try them all. I'll see if you can continue to produce a 2 mines, 60 mines, and 210 mines after the 2B mines. Locke joked with a smile. Saying that, he turned his attention to the commander's eldest sister. Sister Commander, don't you try it. Hearing this, the commander smiled charmingly, shook his head and said, I don't want to be a female Thor. I just want to be your exclusive goddess, young master. Wow, it's so mushy. Commander, when it comes to flirting, I would like to call you the strongest. Giggle, I can't take it anymore. I haven't said more nasty love words. But I won't tell you either, it's the young master's exclusive. 99. The commander giggled and gave Locke a wink. It was really charming and unpredictable. While a few people were chatting and laughing, 60 had come to Mjolnir, and then grabbed Mjolnir's handle in disbelief. Can't ordinary people really hold it up? I don't look too heavy. While speaking curiously, Miss 60 grabbed Mjolnir and lifted it up. Then there was a scene that no one expected. I saw that Mjolnir, who was so heavy, was lifted above his head by 60. Yes, Miss 60, like 2B, lifted Mjolnir with ease. I'm sorry? Locke sat up in shock, and stood up with a bang. His face was full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Your uncles, this is okay too? The daily update of 1.4W is not too small, right? Yes. Lift it up, 6O even lift it up? Looking at the scene in front of him, Locke was really like a ghost, which was completely beyond his imagination. Miss 2B's ability to lift Mjolnir made him feel like a fan. Now that 60 can even be lifted, this is completely unreasonable, it is unbelievable. Even 2B on the side looked at her in surprise, and then a look of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. Cut, I thought you were the only one who could lift it up? It wasn't, you disappointed me too much. The master-servant relationship between us has been lifted, and you are not worthy of being my exclusive weapon. Miss 2B said, you rode. Mjolnir doesn't deserve to be her weapon, and only Miss 2B can say this. This is simply cowhide class? Domineering side leak? Master, I think you are lying, this hammer is just an ordinary hammer. Apart from being able to discharge electricity, there is nothing special about it. 99. While speaking, Miss 60 held the Mjolnir and twisted it lightly, and suddenly blue lightning flashed all over her body, looking very miraculous. Seeing that she could also pick up Mjolnir, Miss 60 quietly lost interest after a moment of joy. Compared with a hammer, she prefers a palm that she can shapeshift at will. By 853 actually has hundreds of shapes in her own palm. It is much more interesting than the simple thunder hammer. She is a very fresh woman. Whether it is in ordinary life or when teaching the young masters homework, this is the case. Whenever there is a new problem-solving posture, she will definitely use the new posture, and try not to use the old one. It's more fun that way. Gently put Mjolnir back on the table, 60 stepped aside, picked up his own fruit tea, and drank it gracefully. Since 60 can be lifted, is it too shameless if I can't lift it? The lady next door, 210, came to Mjolnir with a soft smile on her face. With a look of anticipation and curiosity on his face, he raised his hand to hold Mjolnir's handle and gently pulled it up. Mjolnir was picked up again, without the slightest difficulty, and the same thunder bloomed, turning 210 into a Thor. Looking at the scene in front of him, the rockman was already numb. What is happening? This Mjolnir is fake? 3 consecutive wives, all 3 picked up. According to this rhythm, a 2 who stepped forward in the 4th place must be able to succeed. Sure enough, a minute later, a 2 also lifted Mjolnir without any pressure. Suddenly, Locke was stunned, really confused, but it seems to understand. Fake? His uncles, this Mjolnir must be fake. His eyes moved to Miss 2B's body. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through her. 2B, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to cheat me with a fake hammer in order to get the reward. You are so disappointing to me. It's a shame I worked so hard in class just now, sharpened my pen, and tried my best to take notes. Miss 2B, is this a fake Mjolnir? I don't know. I got it from that place anyway. And before that, what Thor also tried, he didn't pick up the hammer. 2B's face is also full of doubts, because the scene in front of him is indeed beyond everyone's imagination. So much so that she suspected that she had brought back a fake Mjolnir. Since it's fake, it's boring, young master, let's play with it. The A2, which was still playing with it in his hand, lost interest, and when he raised his hand, he threw Mjolnir at Locke. Seeing this, Locke didn't think much, and subconsciously caught it. Then, boom, a loud bang. The moment Locke, who was standing originally, grabbed Mjolnir, he seemed to grab a mountain. That weight is called a sink? Row is that his body that has been strengthened by the mad god's medicine can't be shaken at all. So, of course, Mjolnir's body was pulled to the ground by Mjolnir, and an onion came upside down, and his handsome face came into intimate contact with the ground. Because of his thick skin, the ground was knocked into a pit by Locke, and Locke himself was unscathed. But it is very lost, very lost, very lost. What followed was an incredible shock. Uncle, this hammer turned out to be real. But how is this possible? So, he was stunned again. May 2nd, the weather is cloudy. Locke sat on the rocking chair on the open-air balcony of the villa, looking helplessly at the 4 wives who were playing the sandbag game in the garden below. And the sandbags they used to play the sandbag game are not real sandbags, but Mjolnir. Believe it or not, Mjolnir has become a game tool in the hands of his wives. Sin? After many experiments and tests, Locke finally couldn't believe it. The Mjolnir that 2B's wife brought back is indeed the real thing. Because neither he nor the commander's sister could lift it. At present, the entire manor is in it, and only her 4 robot wives can lift it up. So according to his guess, this should be the reason why 2B can lift Mjolnir. It couldn't be because his wives were too pretty, and Mjolnir coveted them. After all, Mjolnir is a serious artifact. Besides, the commander who is giving him a human flesh pillow at the moment is no worse than the other 4 wives in terms of appearance. But she, like herself, failed to lift Mjolnir. Because the commander's sister is the only android who has not been transformed into a robot by him. The commander's sister's body is the same as that of a normal human. So excluding Mjolnir's lust, only the robot is left. But in his impression, in the Marvel movie universe, except for Vision who picked up Mjolnir, there seems to be no example of other robots holding Mjolnir. So Locke doesn't know whether all robots can do this, or only the biochemical robots he created can do this. This is a question worth looking into, but not now. because under his powerful telepathy ability, he noticed a mysterious being invaded his manor. With a faint smile on his face, Locke slowly got up, moved the back of the head away from the commander's sister's soft body. His eyes moved to the opposite side of the garden. There is no one there and the scenery is beautiful. At this moment, under Locke's instruction, Mjolnir in Miss Tubi's hands seemed unintentional, speeding towards the empty place. Suddenly, a rumbling sound appeared. Along with it, there was a man in a green robe. At this moment, the man in green fell to the ground with a face full of panic. The terrified look on his face actually appeared as early as when he came here. After all, this is the first time he has seen such a wonderful sight. 0. All 4 women were able to easily pick up Mjolnir and toss it around the garden like a toy. This is simply incredible, incredible. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. What kind of monsters are these women? Originally, he was thinking of directly suppressing the owner of this manor by relying on his powerful strength to achieve what he wanted. But after seeing this scene, he was hesitation. In the end, I decided to sneak in with my invisibility magic for the time being, and make a secret investigation before making a decision. But what he didn't expect was that he had just sneaked in and was discovered. Mjolnir smashed directly at him. It's dead. That's Mjolnir? If this is hit, he is estimated to have to fly in place. In the panic, he immediately summoned his scepter to block in front of him, and it was difficult to block it. But the terrifying power that the woman threw still knocked him upside down and flew out, and finally fell to the ground in embarrassment. So, there is the current scene. How dare you sneak into us, you are so courageous. Miss 2B held Mjolnir in hand, and sneered as she walked towards the man in the green robe. Looking at Miss 2B who looked like Thor, the man quickly got up, his face full of anger. Damn mortal woman, how dare you attack me, do you know who I am? I am the king of Asgard, I am a god. The man in the green robe is like a speaker standing on the stage. But before he could finish his words, the woman who smashed him with Mjolnir disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of him and grabbed one of her feet with a mocking expression. Then his eyes began to turn around, and he was like a ball, being beaten by Miss 2B from left to right. After several rounds of repetition, 2B threw the god, who was already like a dead dog, in front of several other sisters. He said he's a god, so you can smash it, don't say it, it's quite durable. 2.1 That's it? What a weak god. Looking at the talented women in front of him, Loki wanted to cry without tears, and was terrified inside. He came to suppress them, but he never thought that the one being suppressed at the moment was actually himself. This kind of joker is his own feeling, and it's deadly. That's right, this person is the one who secretly followed 2B's Loki. Looking at Loki who fell to the ground, and then at a group of wives who were eager to try, Locke smiled and hurriedly stopped. Although Loki comes from Asgard, he is considered a god in human mouth. But his strength is still inferior to his few robot wives. After all, his wives have all installed permanent energy furnaces, and they are all level sub-god fathers. If you really do it, Loki's small body will definitely not be able to withstand it, and it will be bad to kill him by then. After all, he is also the adopted son of the god King Odin. Odin also poured different hopes into Loki, so he certainly couldn't really kill him. Just a lesson? Okay, don't make trouble, take him to the conference hall. Locke said, and took the commander to sit on the floating throne and came to the discussion hall. The first meeting with Loki officially started. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. In the huge conference hall, the smooth black marble floor reflects Loki's slightly humble figure. The scene in front of him seemed familiar. A few days ago, he was in the same posture in his father's hall. But it was his father Odin who judged him this way. But now it has become the very young boy in front of him. Shame, a great sense of shame rose up in his heart, making him very uncomfortable. How can he be judged by a mere mortal if he wants to become the king of gods ruling the 9 realms in the future? He was very angry and wanted to resist, but when he looked at the 5 stunning women standing behind the boy in a row, he was cowardly. Those 5 women, if any of them walk out, it is estimated that they can completely hang him? He couldn't understand why such a terrifying monster was suddenly born on such a weak planet. This is simply incredible. Mr. Loki, it's really interesting to meet for the first time in such a situation. Locke looked at Loki with a half smile. Thinking of the scene just now, he couldn't help but think of the scene where Loki was hanged by Hulk in the original Marvel Universe. Now Loki has been hanged by Miss 2B, will he be hanged by Hulk after that? He was very curious, and if he could, it would be too pitiful. Hearing the boy in front of him call out his name, Loki froze for a moment, surprise on his face. Although it was not the first time he came to Earth, it was the first time he saw Locke. He still didn't know anything about Locke in front of him. But the 10-year-old boy in front of him seemed to have known him for a long time. It's unusual, spooky, and even terrifying. After all, in his eyes, Locke was just a mortal. And he is the son of God King Asgard, who is likely to inherit the throne in the future. The gap between the two is the separation between the gods and the ordinary, which cannot be crossed. But now the god himself doesn't know anything about the mortal in front of him, but the mortal in front of him seems to know him well. So, cannot help but think about it. To say it is terror is not a problem at all. You know me. Although I really don't want to say something that makes him look stupid and unforced. But now the only thing he can say, seems to be the only sentence. Definitely, the name of Loki, the god of tricks. I'm like thunder, but you, the dignified god, why would you sneak into my small place? Locke laughed. Sneaky? Hehe, I think you're using the wrong word. How could I sneak into you? I just passed by. Loki's vanity was greatly satisfied when he heard Roar calling Roar a god and saying his name was so loud. I can't help but feel that the young man in front of me is very pleasing to the eye. Oh, just passing by, so I misunderstood. Locke looked at Loki playfully and said, definitely, this is a big misunderstanding. You heard a good person and a friend. Loki nodded, his face serious. As expected of the god of tricks, this ability to lie without blush is truly amazing. But it doesn't matter to Locke, this is an irrelevant matter, and the reason why he caught Loki is actually for another purpose. Everyone knows that God King Odin has a private treasure house, and in this treasure house, treasures the most precious things in the 9 realms. The casket of ancient winters of the giants of Jotunheim, the eternal fire of the flame giant Surti, the ball of Agamotto that can detect various crises and sources of magic in the universe, and more. These treasures, anyone who can come up with one, can make his strength grow unimaginably. But now he naturally dare not put his mind on these heaven-defying treasures. After all, behind these treasures, there is a god King Odin. If he really hits the idea of these treasures, the other party is estimated to be in front of him immediately. At that time, even if he is blessed by the system, it is estimated that he will not escape death. Before you are strong enough, you should not do this dangerous operation. Wretched growth is king, too shy, easy to die young. However, although he didn't dare to put his mind on this kind of heaven-defying treasure, he felt that he should still be able to get a little Ulu medal from Asgard. That old guy Odin shouldn't be so stingy. Yes, the purpose of his arrest of Loki is actually very simple. It is purely for the sake of URU medal. After all, he wouldn't tell Loki, the god of trickery, about other grander ambitions. Otherwise, it would be unpleasant to find it for oneself. Friends don't just talk about it. Since you call yourself my friend, you must have brought a gift to meet your friend. Locke winked at his wife 2B beside him. Nodding, Miss 2B showed a sly smile on her face. Looking at the smile on 2B's face, Loki felt a chill in his heart, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared. Suddenly, he had the feeling of falling into a bandit's den. It may be an extremely unwise decision to come to this manor hastily. He started to regret it a little. If it is possible, he wants to leave this ghost place quickly, and what to do here when he is full. He came to Earth, and the main purpose was to kill his own brother, or let him stay on Earth forever, not to return to Asgard. After all, Asgard's throne seemed to him to be his, as long as Thor was dead, or destroyed. Then the position of the future God King is even more his. But in the process, I accidentally saw the scene where Miss 2B raised Mjolnir. Out of surprise and curiosity, he followed, wondering if he could get a little favor from this woman. By the way, take a good look at the small force behind this woman called the Rockefeller family. Yes, in his eyes, except for their Asgard, any power is a small power. Actually, there is no problem with that. After all, Asgard is in charge of the entire 9 realms, and Locke is indeed incomparable to him. But what Loki never thought was that the little power in his eyes not only hanged himself. Looking at the current appearance, it seems that he still wants to sack him. So, how could he not regret it? The son of the dignified God King, the heir to the future throne of the God King, has now been robbed by a mortal. If he said this, would he still have no face? Would he still be alive? Are you taking out the gift yourself, or do you want me to search? Miss 2B came to Loki, stretched out her palm and said, Loki. Loki never imagined that he would meet such a person on Earth. Just because he said he was their friend, he asked for a gift directly. This is really drunk. If you ask for a gift when you meet, can this still be called a friend? Obviously, the other party simply wants to rob him. He wanted to resist, but he didn't dare. He was afraid that he would be beaten like a sandbag by the woman in front of him later. So he could only laugh. I came out in a hurry, and I didn't bring anything valuable with me. Next time I will definitely bring a generous gift. Loki's eyes were full of horror. These damn women are simply bandits? When I return to Asgard and become the king of gods, I will lead an army and imprison you all. At that time, I will definitely let you kneel in front of me every day and beg me to let you go. Loki couldn't help but think so. But just as he thought so, the scepter in his hand was taken away by the woman in front of him. Is this the gift you gave to our young master? It looks pretty good. I will thank you for the young master first. Miss 2B said with a serious face. No. Loki looked stunned, wanting to quickly get back the weapon he had in hand. But before he could make a move, he saw the woman in front of him glaring at him with a very terrifying look. Suddenly, the hand he was about to stretch out was taken back by him in horror. In this way, a fake smile appeared on the face of the woman in front of her. The speed of this face change is simply incredible. Not to mention anything else, just the speed of this face change is very terrifying. Haha, a little gift is not a respect. Locke said helplessly. Compared to his own life, he felt that his scepter was really nothing. Weapons are gone and can be rebuilt. With their status as Asgard, it is not difficult for the blacksmiths of 853 dwarf to reforge him a more handy weapon. But if his own life is gone, then there is really nothing left. Hearing Loki's words, Miss 2B nodded with satisfaction, looking like a child who could be taught. He came to Locke with the scepter, and handed it to Locke respectfully. Looking at the scepter in front of him, Locke's face was full of joy, because he found that the scepter was also made of ulu metal. And the amount is quite large, enough for him to use on the other 2 members of the Yakuba army. What does it mean to send charcoal in the snow, and what does it mean to give pillows when you sleep? That's all. Mr. Loki, I'm really embarrassed to accept such a big gift from you, but if I don't accept it, it will refute your kindness. I can only say thank you. Now I believe it, you are a good person and also my friend. If you need anything in the future, you can just find me. It's getting late, you should have more important things to do, so I won't leave you alone. Wife, please send Mr. Loki away, Locke said while playing with Locke's scepter. Loki. Listening to Locke's words, Loki felt like he wanted to vomit blood. He had always felt that his face, the god of tricks, was thick enough, and that he was cunning and treacherous enough. But now compared to the young man in front of him, he is simply a younger brother. Conspiracy, coercion, and enticing are clearly played by him, and he is not his opponent at all. No matter in terms of his own strength or his cunning mind, it is not enough to compare with the young man in front of him. The young man in front of him is a monster, suppressing him to the death. On the deserted road, Loki looked at the closed door of the Rockefeller Manor, full of resentment. You stupid humans, I will make you regret what you did today. Loki clenched his fists and said gloomily. But at this moment, a huge thunderbolt crashed down and hit his everyone has already left, and they're still swearing outside. It's much quieter now. Miss 2B took back the raised Mjolnir and said contentedly. The lightning that fell on Loki's head just now was released by her. Not to mention, Mjolnir's ability to release lightning is really much more powerful than the longsword behind her. The adamantium longsword hovering over her back is also useful, but lacks the lightning properties that Mjolnir has. If she can also add a special ability attribute to the longsword, the combat power she exerts will definitely be more powerful. I have to talk to my young master about this and see if I can find a way to achieve it. Giggle, Sister 2B, everyone has already left, what are you doing to provoke him? The commander said with a smile. Who let him talk so much? Win the king or lose the bandit, he is inferior to others, just go back and practice. Standing in front of people's door and swearing that we are stupid humans, we are robots, but not humans, isn't this calling the young master by name? I can't bear it. Miss 2B said angrily. Locke. Yes, it is absolutely unbearable to scold our young master, let me give it a hammer too. Without saying a word, Xiaogong 60 took Mjolnir from 2B's hand, lifted it and yanked it to the ground, and another blue thunderbolt crashed down. There was another muffled groan outside, and we didn't know what happened to our god of tricks, Loki. Looking at such a scene, Locke couldn't help laughing and crying, and he couldn't help feeling sympathy for Loki. To be honest, he still has a good impression of Loki, not only because Loki involuntarily sent him a scepter made of ulu metal today, more because of his knowledge of Loki's various performances in the Marvel movie universe. It's a very likable character. Cunning, and ambitious, he is a villain that makes superhero a headache. But he is also a character with a tragic fate. All the evil things he has done are actually just to prove that he is bigger than his brother Thor. It's like a child who wants to be praised by his father wholeheartedly, and then desperately wants to make a career, but finally screwed up. So for such an unfortunate child, he really can't have much disgust for him. On the contrary, I appreciate Loki's unremitting spirit of repeated defeats, and he knows how to be patient and give way to the world. If it was Thor standing in front of him today, if he robbed him of his weapon, he would probably explode immediately, and then, regardless of the consequences, fight him to the death. The two have always been compared, and most people will basically prefer the Loki side. So he told Loki just now that Loki is his friend, and if he needs anything in the future, he is not a joke. He really thinks so. If Loki really asks for him and takes his favor as a scepter today, he will definitely pay it back. Okay, stop messing around. Loki's scepter has helped me a lot, so let's stop. Seeing the serious look on Locke's face, several robot wives immediately shut up, not daring to make trouble at all. Usually, it is within the scope allowed by the young master, but if they touch the red line drawn by the young master, they will also be punished. It's just that the punishment for each person is different. For old drivers like them, Locke's most common punishment is to make a circle, but don't enter. This punishment alone is enough to make all of them suffer. Come to the study with me, it's time for us to deploy the next plan, Locke said thoughtfully. With the continuous advancement of the timeline, one crisis after another will emerge in an endless stream. As a person who wants to gain a firm foothold in this world, Locke has become accustomed to the way of advancing step by step. It is better to prepare in advance than to make plans before the crisis arrives. This is also the main reason why he previously implemented the commander's white paper on operations. The floating throne moved unhurriedly toward the study room, and the Yoba troops followed closely behind him. Soon, the group came to the study. The 5 people were lined up, the peaks were stacked, and Locke was overwhelmed by watching. He was about to fail again, and the figures of several wives were simply too wonderful. It's a real headache to keep him distracted at critical moments. He took a deep breath and suppressed his slightly throbbing heart. Start scheduling tasks one by one. Time flies, and another 2 days have passed. In the past 2 days, not much has happened, but not a lot. Most notably, Tony Stark was attacked with a strange suit of armor by a strong man who suddenly broke in during a car race. In the process, he was beaten and almost lost his life. After that, Tony Stark relied on his newly invented lightweight steel armor to defeat the terrible guy with difficulty and regain his life. Looking at the content of the TV news broadcast and the familiar picture of Ivan Vank being arrested and imprisoned, Locke frowned slightly and was very dissatisfied. Although he has already helped Ivan Vank in advance, this guy is still so arrogant. He actually broke into the place where Iron Man was racing, trying to kill Tony Stark with his humble whiplash armor. I have to say that the desire to personally end Tony Stark has made him lose his due reason, and even lose his mind. To be so reckless into the racetrack to clean up Tony Stark, who has a brand new steel battlesuit, is an inappropriate gift. Disappointment, unparalleled disappointment, made Locke's brows knit together. Ivan Vank, this idiot, if he uses 2 automatic mechanical armors, he will not end up like this. How can such a smart mind be so confused about this kind of thing? Is it destined that this thing must happen like this? Locke shook his head and said helplessly. The reason he was upset at the moment wasn't because Ivan Vank didn't kill Tony Stark. On the contrary, he didn't want Tony Stark to die. After all, Tony Stark was an important figure after many big events in the future. This is a great help for him to participate in or witness big events. So, he naturally didn't want Tony to hang up now. The main reason for his unhappiness is because Ivan Vank has not made the slightest improvement compared to the performance in the original work. This shows what? This shows that he has basically had no effect on helping him during this period of time, and he has wasted his efforts. So how could he not be angry? Ivan Vank is a villain who has been with him for a long time, but the result was so bad. It felt like a student who was taught by the teacher every day and finally got a 0 in the exam. This is simply a great humiliation to his teacher and his boss. Master, calm down. Ivan Vank's obsession with taking revenge himself is too deep. If he doesn't try it himself, he won't let it go. After all, in the matter of revenge, killing the enemy with your own hands is more attractive than relying on other external forces. Seeing that Locke's face was not very good, the commander hurried forward to comfort him. As a commander behind the scenes, the commander naturally didn't need to run around like other members of the Yoba unit. Therefore, he is considered to be the longest member of the Yoba unit with Locke, and Locke also likes to stay with the commander's sister. After all, the commander is a typical mature woman Oni-san, mature, charming, gentle, intellectual, and reasonable, always able to analyze the stakes for him at critical moments, so that he can get the results he wants. The so-called virtuous inner helper is exactly what it means. And whether it is 2B, or a 2, or 60 and 210, the 4 of them are all generals fighting on the battlefield, mainly for the outside world. There is a completely different division of labor between the 2 parties, and there is no good or bad, only a tacit understanding of mutual cooperation. However, as the saying goes, the building near the water comes first, and because she has always been by Locke's side, the commander's sister must have a great advantage in tutoring homework. Hey, why don't I know the pleasure of revenge with my own hands? It's just a pity, Ivan Vank can actually do better. Locke shook his head and said helplessly. Hehe, young master, if Ivan Vank really did what you said. It is estimated that Tony Stark is really going to die, but is this the result you want to see? The commander said, drawing circles with his fingers on Locke's chest. Qian Li Hao, it looks like ants are crawling. In general, Locke couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He raised his hand to hold the commander's slender hand like a green onion, shook his head, and expressed his thoughts. Sister Commander, you are just a roundworm in my heart, and I really don't want Tony Stark to die. After all, he is too important to me and to this world. Locke shook his head with a smile, loving the commander in front of him more and more. Sexy and glamorous, let alone mature and charming, the key is to understand him, whether it is work or life. It is said that the roundworms in his heart have no problem at all. Commander's eldest sister, she is so powerful. It's hard not to let him love such a woman. I don't want to be a roundworm. It's so disgusting. It's better for me to be the young master's confidant big sister. Young master, don't be angry. If you really can't suppress the anger in your heart, tell my sister, and my sister will help you. As the commander spoke, he exhaled the orchid. His eyes were full of love, and Locke was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. Nodded. Okay, my confidant eldest sister, everything is up to you, then please G. I went out today, so the update is a little late. Continue to ask for some data? Trouble, in a dim room. A beautiful figure, a laptop. The blue light keeps flashing, making the room flicker and darker, which is very strange. Did the plan fail? A cold, ruthless, mechanical voice sounded in the room. Hearing the voice, the woman nodded silently, and the brows on her face under the blue light of the computer were wrinkled, very solemn. This guy's strength is very strong. The number 1 piece we arranged was killed by his people without even touching the opponent's face, and the number 3 piece we were planning to contain was also killed together. Slaughter? 35. The woman looked at the computer screen that flashed blue light, and the expression on her face was so ugly that water almost dripped. I've said before, don't put your hopes on such inconsequential figures, they'll just waste our energy and possibly reveal our identities. The icy voice continued to come from the computer, and it was unknown whether the computer was originally speaking, or whether someone on the other end of the computer was speaking remotely. I understand. Next, I will focus on the number 2 pawn. This time I will definitely not fail. The woman's face was full of confidence, but for his self-confidence, the person on the other side of the computer doesn't seem to believe very much. An impersonal voice sounded. This is an extremely risky chess move. I hope you can think clearly. If you fail, the consequences will be serious. I don't need to tell you, you know it. I understand, but if we want to deal with that guy, we can only win with this move, and the other pieces have no chance of winning. Then wait for your good news. The cold voice disappeared, and the computer screen flashing blue light went dark. Immediately, the entire room fell into darkness, and everything was invisible. Even the woman was swallowed up by the shadows and disappeared without a trace. Inside the underground laboratory at Rockefeller Manor, the last cultivating cabin was quietly placed in the center of the laboratory. At this moment, Locke stood quietly in front of the training cabin, looking seriously at the two red-haired bodies inside. These two bodies were the last two members of the Yoba army, the twin sisters of Popula. In the neo-mechanical age, these two are also extremely important figures. The key point is that compared with the other Yakuba troops, the twins are not too panicked in terms of strength and appearance. This is naturally a great thing for ISP Locke. The thought of activating the twins to be their right and left arms is exciting enough. After all, sisters spend this kind of drama. Before this, he has only seen it in special movies. In real life, he had never seen it before. As for personal experience, it is even more impossible. I don't know how strong it will be with the body made of ulu metal. Looking at the sister flower in front of him, Locke muttered to himself, his face full of curiosity. Although the twin sisters were transformed by Locke, the limit that the body can reach is that he himself does not know, and this can only be gradually understood through the later test. After looking around and making sure that there were no other members of the Yakuba unit, Locke breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the lessons learned from the past, it is best not to let other members of the Yakuba team get involved. After all, the first beautiful experience in life cannot be affected by the old driver. Otherwise, when I look back on my life in the future, I will always regret it. Shaking his head with a smile, Locke raised his hand and entered a secret code on the training cabin. This is the code activated by life engineering, a step that every artificial person cannot avoid. With the input of the code, the culture medium began to be gradually emptied, and the familiar beep sounded again. Activation program is starting. BACP, the memory import is successful, the emotional module is successfully generated, and the personality emotion is generated. In the physical structure examination, everything is normal, and the physical function test is in progress. The test is completed. The result, a permanent energy furnace is equipped with nearly infinite energy. The flesh contains ulu metal components, has a covering ulu outer armor, and is immune to magical attacks. Absorb any elemental energy, release the special function of elemental energy. Possessing an almost immortal body, it can repair any injury to the body in an instant. The muscle strength is abnormally strong, the program cannot detect the strength temporarily, and the strength is unknown. Active genetic layers were found, containing slight gamma ray components. In the case of extreme anger, it can explode with destructive power beyond the normal period. The wake-up procedure is starting, the startup is successful, and it is about to wake up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Listening to the continuous sound of the electronic synthesis sound, Locke was full of shock. He never thought that the two Populous sisters, made with ulu metal plus permanent energy furnace plus optimized Hulk serum, would have such a heaven-defying ability. Immune to magic attacks. After all, ulu metal is a special metal that can be infinitely enchanted. After they are used to create the bodies of the two sisters, it is normal to have the ability to resist magical attacks. But being able to absorb elemental energy in any situation and release it is too terrifying. According to Locke's guess, this should also be related to the fact that ulu metal can be infinitely enchanted. After all, magic is really a manifestation of energy release. What lightning magic, fire magic, ice magic, in the final analysis, all release elemental energy in an alternative way. So after thinking about this, I can understand why the two sisters have such abilities. In any case, for the sister flower in front of him, his evaluation is only 2 words, that is against the sky. It's really against the sky. No matter who has the 2 abilities of absorbing and releasing elemental energy, it is enough to make them invincible. The key point is that the Populous sisters are still twins, and the tacit understanding between the 2 of them is even more terrifying. Once the 2 join forces, their combat power will be enough to rank at the top of the entire Yakuba army, and I am afraid that no member will be their opponent. Definitely, compared with him, the peak powerhouse of the Subheavenly Father, there is still a little gap between them. That's it. After all, the ability to be immune to magical attacks against the sky, even if he is, can't be obtained. Just when Locke was shocked, the 2 beautiful bodies slowly opened their eyes. Immediately, a very strange light burst out from the ruby-like eyes of the 2 of them. It seems that a strange magic circle is imprinted in the depths of the pupils, making the 2 of them look very miraculous. Fiery red hair, ruby-like eyes, tough but incomparably smooth skin, and 2 pairs of towering peaks. Everything made Locke the creator's mouth dry. Although it is not the first time to activate the artificial robot built by oneself. But at times like this, he couldn't hide his excitement, and when he used one at a time, it was already exciting enough. Now it's twin sisters, 2 big gift packs at a time, double the real happiness? Watching Roar suck the creator who was a little hasty, the twin sisters of Popula showed charming smiles on the faces at the same time. Popula/Devara, it's the first time we meet, please ask the creator for more advice. While talking, the two sisters walked in front of Locke with cat-like steps. As expected of twin sisters, the walking posture and number of steps are the same, and this tacit understanding is no longer there. Well, I will give more advice. It's better to hit the sun if you choose a day. Let's give advice now. This is also the last level in your activation program? 39. Locke said with a half-smile, a strange enthusiasm in his eyes. Yes, Creator. The two sisters smiled at each other, holding Locke's left and right hands, and walked unhurriedly towards the bedroom above the laboratory. Locke, who followed behind the two, was like a well-behaved student at the moment, waiting for the two sisters to teach him. The so-called advice seems to have gone astray. But it doesn't matter. What is not to teach, right? In New Mexico, after being locked up by S.H.I.L.D. for 2 days, a desperate Thor was brought out by Dr. Selvig. Stop calling you a Thor, or they'll take you for a lunatic. Dr. Selvig looked at Thor absent-mindedly in front of him and reminded. If it wasn't for Jane Fortes who kept begging him for help, he didn't want to use his connections to bail Thor in front of him. Because in his opinion, Thor in front of him is simply a neurotic. The stories he spoke were all fairy tales he had heard as a child. What Heimdall, Bifrost, Asgard, Odin, these are all Norse myths. He seriously doubted that Thor in front of him had read these stories too much and had a delusional disorder. Hearing Dr. Selvig's words, Thor had a strange look on his face, but he didn't refute it, because he knew that no one would believe what he said now. Wait, it's not that no one believes at all, the woman who took his Mjolnir will definitely believe him. Yes, as long as the woman is found, the other party may be able to help him and put him back in control of Mjolnir, thus allowing himself to regain the power of Thor, so that he can return to Asgard. When he thought of this, he couldn't help being very excited, hoping that he had seen it. Doctor, can you tell me how to find that woman? Thor asked eagerly. Hearing Thor's words, Dr. Selvig looked helpless. Obviously, the man in front of him didn't listen to what he just said. That woman came from a terrible place. I advise you not to provoke her, or no one can save you. The doctor looked at Thor very solemnly and said, that is to say, you know where she came from. Please tell me, I need to find her, this is very important to me. Thor said seriously. Hearing this, Dr. Selvig sighed. He wanted to turn around and leave, but in the end he couldn't bear it. He quickly wrote an address and handed it to Thor. This is the last time I've helped you. We shouldn't see each other again in the future. Do it yourself. After all, Dr. Selvig turned and left. Watching the back of the doctor leaving, Thor smiled calmly and bowed to the doctor. Dr. Selvig, thank you. Immediately afterwards, Thor hurried towards the address in his hand. A few hours later, in Locke's study, the commander's sister pushed open the door. Master, Thor, here we come. The pen in his hand, which was moving quickly, stopped slowly and gently closed the notebook in front of him. Have you finally come to me? It's a little later than I expected. Locke said thoughtfully. Of course, Locke knows the grumpy Thor, who has a very different style from Loki. He's a typical reckless brat, at least for now. Thor's charisma, to be honest, can't compare to Loki's until he has fully grown up. Compared to Thor, who is straightforward and only knows how to use force to solve problems, he still prefers Jaime. Let him in. After seeing Loki again, it's not bad to see Thor again, but now Odin hasn't seen it. Locke smiled and said, for Asgard, he is very longing. Definitely, what he is longing for is only Asgard's treasure house. It was still the discussion hall, the floating throne, and Locke sat quietly, looking down at Thor not far away. Thor's expression was very solemn at the moment, but he did not expect that there was an existence on this planet that could make her feel terrified. Yes, as if he was afraid of Miss 2B who appeared before, then this young man who appeared in front of him at the moment felt frightened from the bottom of his heart. The looming terrifying aura on the other side, he had only felt it on his father before that. Although the aura of the man in front of him has not yet reached the level of terror of his father Odin, but for him, it is by no means what he can match. In just an instant, he understood that the man in front of him was an existence capable of crushing him. But how is this possible? Among the 9 realms, this planet is considered the weakest existence, at least before that, he thought so. But now there is an existence on this weak planet that is enough to crush him. Naturally he was very surprised. In fact, it can only be said that the current Thor is still too ignorant of the Earth. After all, there is still a sorcerer supreme ancient one who is not even close to Locke on the Earth now. Therefore, whoever thinks the Earth is weak, can only say that they are still too young. I'm Thor, and I'm here for a very simple purpose, take back my Mjolnir and hand it over. Thor said with a high-level look. As the son of Odin, Thor's lofty status in Asgard can be imagined, so he habitually showed a lofty and arrogant look. And for such unfounded arrogance, Locke naturally looked very upset. What a disgusting character. Where do you think I am, you Asgard? Locke sneered, and a monstrous storm burst out. Immediately, Thor felt like a mountain was being pressed against his shoulders. If it were left in the past, with his powerful divine power, he would probably still be able to endure it. But now that his divine power has been completely deprived, his physical body is stronger than normal humans. But just this, can't resist the terrifying momentum of Locke at the moment. Immediately, his legs trembled, and then his knees slammed to the ground, making a close contact with the hard floor. Thor, who has always been arrogant, knelt down in front of Locke, looking very miserable. Dare you? Forced to kneel on the ground by Locke, Thor's eyes were scarlet, like a beast of rage, as if he was going to strip Locke alive. You must know that he is the son of the god King Odin, who will succeed him as the king of Asgard in the future. His status is high, and he cannot be violated by anyone, otherwise it is a heinous crime. But the young man in front of him actually forced himself to kneel, which was the greatest disrespect to them Asgard. This is not just blaspheming him as Thor, but also blaspheming his father Odin, and blaspheming their entire Asgard. In this case, how could he not be angry? How could he not be mad? You think too highly of yourself. At present you can't represent your father, let alone Asgard, you're just a poor man who has been demoted. 39. Just as Thor was furious, a cold voice appeared directly in his mind. Immediately, he was struck by lightning, and the whole person was stunned. This voice was obviously from the young man in front of him, but it sounded directly in his mind, which was very frightening. As Thor, he clearly knows what this means. Only an existence with strong spiritual power can do this. For example, his father, God King Odin, can make his consciousness descend to any place in the 9 realms. Without meeting, you can use consciousness to communicate with others, which is an extremely powerful ability. He couldn't do it himself, but he didn't expect this man in front of him to be able to do it easily. It's unbelievable. What is the strength of this young man in front of him? He can't imagine it. The key was through the words of this young man. He noticed an amazing message. The guy in front of him not only knew him, but also his father, and even what happened in Asgard during this time, he knew very well. You must know that for Earth, Asgard is the Asgard in human mythology, and they Asgard are gods in their eyes. Now a human being knows everything about their gods, no matter how you look at it, it is an extremely terrifying thing. Immediately, all anger and irrational thoughts were swept away, making Thor's heart sink into an ice cellar, and he began to feel a chill on his back. Who are you? Thor asked, looking at Locke in disbelief. Locke smiled and said, you have already come to me, but you don't even know who I am. Don't you think it's ridiculous? No wonder you were demoted by your father, you are so reckless and stupid. 39. Thor. Hearing what Locke said, Thor's face was bewildered. Why did these words sound so familiar? Isn't that what his father said when he reprimanded him? At this moment, he couldn't help but have the illusion that the guy in front of him must have changed from his father. But as soon as he saw the 7 stunning women lined up behind Locke, he immediately rejected the idea. If his father made so many women at once, his mother-in-law would probably have already lifted his father's skull. It is true that his father is a king of gods, but when it comes to facing his wife, the king of gods has to kneel? This is absolutely certain from what he has seen and heard over the years. So it is certain that the boy in front of him should have nothing to do with his father. In this way, he was even more uncomfortable. He had only been reprimanded by his own father so much when he had grown up so much, and now he could even reprimand himself as a young boy. The frustration is so predictable. Are you really too stupid? Thor couldn't help but think so. He was calmed down by Locke's disapproval. 0 seeking flowers. After all, he is the son of the god King Odin, and it is not hopeless. The current Thor just hasn't grown up yet. Just like Peter Parker before him, he is a person with unlimited potential. Once you grow up, the future is limitless. Seeing Thor slowly calm down, Locke's momentum slowly retracted. Thor noticed immediately that the mountain on his shoulder was gone. He stood up from the ground with difficulty. His face was much calmer than before. Satisfied nodded. This time Locke did not continue to put pressure on him. After all, he is Odin's son, so he still has to give face, but it can't be too much. Otherwise, if it really annoys Odin, it will be difficult for him. After all, that is level godfather. I apologize for the disrespect just now. I just hope to get back my Mjolnir. It is very important to me. Thor put away his original arrogance and said very politely. Hearing this, Locke nodded with satisfaction. This is what he wanted to see. It seems that Thor can also talk well, as long as he is a little bit fiercer to him. Sure enough, in any place, strength is the root of Locke's respect. Is this the Mjolnir you're talking about? Locke winked at Miss 2B beside him. Miss 2B nodded, raised her hand in the air. Mjolnir flew over from the weapon rack behind them, and was easily held in her hand by Miss 2B. Seeing such a scene, Thor was stunned. He never imagined that the woman in front of him could really afford his Mjolnir. He had heard about it from Dr. Selvig before. After all, before Miss 2B picked up Mjolnir, he was picked up by her with a knife. He had no idea what happened next. Hearing it and seeing it with your own eyes are two completely different feelings. It's like hearing someone who won 5 million, and seeing a person who won 5 million and putting the money in front of you. The impact is completely different. Just one place, one day, and that's how he feels now. It's unbelievable. Thor murmured to himself, looking at Miss 2B with an incredible look in his eyes. What's unbelievable about this? Isn't it a very simple thing? Miss 2B said indifferently. Immediately, he raised his hand and threw Mjolnir to 60 beside him. 60 took Mjolnir and danced at random, and then handed it to Miss 210. 21 picked it up and danced a few times, and said with a look of disdain, "What's the matter? Isn't it very simple?" said, and then threw it to a 2, and then a 2 threw it to the Gemini sisters. A group of Yoba Corps members handed Mjolnir around as if they were playing a game of drumming and passing flowers. Thor. How is that possible? Thor's eyes were about to burst, his face full of horror. Is their Mjolnir their toy? At this moment, Miss 2B, who took over Mjolnir again, threw it directly to Thor. Thor caught it subconsciously, and suddenly, with a loud bang, a dog gnawed at the mud. Thor can't lift Mjolnir, but it's okay. It seems that you can't take this hammer with you. Come back next time? See you off. Locke said lightly. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, the space was imprisoned, and time stopped. A white-haired old man appeared in front of Locke out of thin air. The one who came, it was Odin? Yes. Looking at the space that has become completely still, and only he can move, Locke's face is full of shock. Obviously, this is a powerful ability that can only be used by the strongest who have understood the laws of space. In front of such an ability, any physical power is bells and whistles and must stand aside. Just like Ancient One's skill that can knock the soul out of the body, this is another level of power that completely surpasses physical rules. It is by no means comparable to the physical strength that can punch out how many kilograms of power. No matter how strong the physical power is, once it encounters a powerhouse like Odin and Ancient One, it will lose its effect. In the movie, the soul astral scene of Hulk being slapped by Ancient One is enough to say it all. Luo Wanwan never thought that at this time, Odin would suddenly come, which really shocked him. In the face of a level godfather like Odin, even now he is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. If the other party wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't be able to resist, so this naturally made him very scared. It's an unexpected alternative power. Little guy, you are more and more beyond my imagination. Glancing at the 7 Yoba troop members behind Locke, Odin couldn't help but let out a sigh. Locke shook his head with a wry smile, and consciously walked off 853 from the floating throne. The one in front of him was the God King Odin, and he couldn't compare to him in terms of seniority or strength. In this way, if he is still sitting on the floating throne, showing an aloof appearance, then he is really courting death. My small courtyard can welcome the arrival of Odin, the god of the 9 realms, which is beyond imagination. Locke bowed at Odin, showing respect, and said with a smile, no matter its gestures or words, I can't pick out a single fault. He had lived for more than 30 years in his previous life, and he still knew this when he saw the etiquette of his elders. Seeing Locke's gesture like this, Odin nodded in satisfaction with a look of relief on his face. It seems that the little guy in front of him really didn't get it wrong, just the calmness he showed at the moment was much stronger than his impulsive son Thor. Hehe, little guy, you are humble, your place is not small, even my Asgard palace is nothing more than that. Not to mention, you have a new secret base, and an outer space base that you are still building. Odin wasn't at all surprised that Locke recognized him at a glance. After all, this little guy in front of him was able to increase his strength to an infinite level close to the existence of the level godfather in less than half a year. Such an existence, knowing his identity in advance, is really normal in his opinion. And Locke was also not surprised that Odin was able to tell all his details in one go. You must know that the other party has the acute eyes of Heimdall. Heimdall's eyes can see anywhere in the 9 realms, so it's easy for him to find out what he's been up to recently. But he knew there that Heimdall could only look at something farther from Locke. Whenever it comes to Locke himself, his eyes will be like a code, a piece of gray, and nothing can be seen. It is precisely because Heimdall and Odin see Locke as a man who will automatically code, they will take him so seriously. After all, in this world, there are too few people who can stop them from exploring. As for a man who automatically codes like Locke, he is even more of an outlier? No, it should be said, the heterogeneity within the heterogeneity. After all, the speed at which Locke's strength has increased is too sky-high, and Rao, the king, can't help but feel worried and jealous. Then I had to find an opportunity to come in front of Locke and meet the little guy in front of me. And the moment he came here, he was even more surprised. Especially when he saw the 7 women standing behind Locke, this feeling was even stronger. Of the 7 women, 6 of them were able to lift Mjolnir. What kind of operation is this? Even he, the man who cast the spell on Mjolnir, was a little bewildered. When did Mjolnir become a civilian weapon? You must know that this Mjolnir was built using the core of a fixed star. Possessing the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to pick up. Unless Mjolnir personally approves, and so on, that means Mjolnir approves of these women? This seems unlikely. Forget it, since he didn't understand, he didn't bother to think about it for the time being. Anyway, this was not the purpose of his coming to Earth. And he has already cast the spell, whoever can pick up Mjolnir can lock Thor's power, this will not change. After all, you have no jokes. It doesn't matter to him how the opponent picked up Mjolnir, because he believes that Mjolnir, who has been with him for many years, can't go wrong. The reason why it recognizes these women in front of it must have its own reason. All he had to do was watch quietly. However, such a situation is extremely rare after all, so he just said that Locke was beyond his imagination. The main reason is here. God King, you're welcome, I'm just playing a small game, and I can't stand on the stage. And the sudden arrival of the King of Gods should not want to tell me this. Locke said very modestly. What he said is indeed true. Compared with Odin's Asgard, what he is doing now is really a little bit of trouble. On the other hand, Odin is the God King of the 9 realms, and his eyes are on the 9 worlds, and the platforms of the two are completely different. One is in the sky and the other is in the earth. It should be no problem to describe it in this way. Young and mature, neither arrogant nor impetuous, you have brought me more and more accidents. That's right, I came suddenly, and I really didn't come to chat with you about the shortcoming of parents. But I have something to ask for. Odin's face became vainly serious, and Locke couldn't help but look more serious. Lord God King, don't make fun of a child like me. Do you have something to ask me? I heard right? Locke looked shocked. He never thought that Odin would ask him for something when he got serious. In his view, this is simply incredible. It is the same feeling as the king of a country suddenly running to a commoner's house to ask for help. This sense of conflict, the drama is too strong, so strong that he finds it ridiculous. This is what Locke feels like at the moment. It feels like Odin is just teasing him. However, seeing Odin not speaking, he looked serious. Locke couldn't help but fell silent again, and then took a deep breath. Lord God King, are you serious? Little guy, do you think I came all the way to make fun of you? Odin frowned slightly, looking at Locke and said, you know that's not what I meant, I just thought it was incredible. 0. I'm a little guy, how can I help a master of the 9 realms like you? Locke said with a wry smile. He was really flattered. Dignified the king of God, came to him from Asgard, and said that he needed his help. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was killed. Hee, little guy, you are too arrogant. The energy contained in you is not as weak as you said. Even if your current energy is not strong enough to help me, what about the future? To tell you the truth, this old man sees infinite potential in you, and what I'm asking for is the future you. Odin said very seriously. His deep eyes seemed to have traveled through time, as if he had seen the distant future. Me in the future. Locke was shocked. He didn't even know what his future would be like. The Odin in front of him has come to bet on his future self. So, he didn't know whether to be happy or worried. After all, the big tree attracts the wind, and he is very clear about this truth. If his future is really strong enough to influence Asgard where Odin is, then he has naturally become one of the most eye-catching figures in this universe. At that time, he may be able to truly look down on the world and be arrogant. But in the same way, the threats he will face in the future are by no means comparable to those of the present. Good or bad, this is really hard to say. And that's what he's worried about now. Yes, it is the future you. You have the potential to surpass the old man, and I believe that it will not take long for you to surpass the old man. And when that day comes, I hope you can help my unsatisfactory son, help Asgard. As he spoke, Odin's gaze shifted to Thor, who had been fixed by him. Looking at Thor's eyes are full of complex brilliance. There is anger, there is hatred that iron is not steel, and there is full of silent fatherly love. Seeing Odin like this, listening to his sincere words, he really didn't know how to refuse. And he didn't want to refuse. For him, this was not an opportunity to trade with Odin. There is no free lunch in this world. Since you want to help 2.1 yourself, you must have a corresponding return. Fair trade, for sure? Seemingly seeing what Locke was thinking, Odin smiled, raised his hand and waved towards the 2 sisters Popala and Devara. Immediately, a pure white light flew out from his palm and merged into the bodies of the 2 sisters. This is a trace of my magic source power, although it has no effect on these 2 magical sisters for the time being. But this is like a magic seed planted in their bodies. As long as they water with their own hearts, they will one day grow into towering trees. It's not impossible to surpass me at that time. This will be regarded as my meeting gift. After giving the Populous sisters the source of magic, Odin immediately became very weak. Obviously, planting magical seeds for the 2 sisters had an impact on Odin's strength. This is like a Daigo empowerment, which is irreversible. In order for Locke to help Thor and Asgard in the future, Odin was able to make it bigger. Locke is really surprised. This is just a deposit. After the event is completed, I will give you the gift that belongs to you in other forms. After that, Odin's body began to slowly dissipate, and then space and time returned to normal. Everything looked as if nothing had happened. Ask for a monthly pass, thank you. Seeing Odin disappear without a trace in front of him, Locke's heart was full of envy. When will I be able to reach this state? Imprisoning space, pausing time, and traversing easily between different planets, this is the real power? Envy and anticipation kept rising in Locke's heart. At this moment, Thor, who was originally imprisoned, suddenly spoke up. You can't drive me away, I'm not leaving until I get Mjolnir back. Hearing that Locke was going to see off a guest, Thor was rarely helpless, most likely because he knew that he was not Locke's opponent by force, so he had to resort to this. But, I have to say, his decision was really the last resort. Because Locke hates this kind of stalker the most, and he is still a man. No nonsense, a wink, Miss 2B holding Mjolnir, is a pull down. Immediately, a purple thunderbolt crashed down, and Thor was immediately electrocuted. Thunderbolt Thor, is it okay? It's more reliable than the electric stun stick Thor. Then Miss 2B followed up with a human push. Grab Thor by the collar and throw him straight out of the manor. Seeing this, Locke was very satisfied, and now with Odin's acquiescence, he is very critical. No matter what the son of the king of gods you are, if you make me unhappy, you still pack up obediently? After forcibly sending Thor away, Locke's eyes moved to the 2 Populous sisters. After all, Odin had given his magical powers to the 2 sisters. According to Odin, this so-called source power is like a magical seed. Although they can't make the 2 sisters have powerful magic quickly, but it is equivalent to opening up their magical ability against the sky. As long as they are given time to practice, they will be able to control powerful magic. And according to his own guess, the reason why Odin gave a trace of magic source to the Populous sisters should be because their bodies made of ulu metal have a special physique to absorb any elemental energy. This pair of sisters was born for magic. Even Locke, the creator, felt a little incredible. Unexpectedly, using scientific methods, he eventually created two magical geniuses. This is no one anymore? Do you two suddenly feel that there is anything special about your body? Locke looked at the two sisters curiously and said, because Odin imprisoned them when he gave them the source of magic. So they don't even know what happened to them. A special place. Seeing Locke staring at their bodies, the two Popula sisters immediately showed a strange expression. Okay, it seems a bit. Sister Hua looked at each other, blushing and bowing her head, said timidly, really? Did you feel it so soon? As expected of a gift from Odin, it's really amazing. Let's see if you can use it. Locke looked at the sisters in anticipation and said. But hearing Locke's words, the two sisters were a little confused. Show it? Now. Definitely, just now. Locke nodded and said impatiently. This is not good. Everyone is here. Yeah, master, if you really want to see it, our sisters will take you to the room alone, okay? Popula said shyly. Listening to Popula's words, Locke was a little confused. Why not just watch a magic, and go to the room alone to watch it? Is it so mysterious? You don't want to expose your strength in front of your sisters, have you already been involved in this way? Locke shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is said that where there are many people, there will be competition, and now his Yoba troupe has all arrived. The number of people has reached as many as 7 people, it is a small group, and competition naturally exists. However, because the entire group is managed by the commander's sister, and he is the creator as the axis, a group of members revolved around him, the young master, and they all had that relationship with Locke, so they could be regarded as his file-size wife. So they are still very harmonious and friendly. However, among women, there is always a heart of comparison, and it is normal to be a little introverted. It's a little bit incomprehensible for him to just cast a magic, but also to cast it secretly. Introduction? The service purpose of our friendship group of the Yaya army is to lie flat and stay together. Where is the introversion? Young master, what are you talking about? Miss 2B looked at Locke very strangely and said, lie down together. Yes, just lie down and try not to move. Miss 2B said with a serious face. Do you believe that I'll let you lie down right now? Locke said speechlessly, looking at 2B. All day long, I don't know what the 2B wife is thinking. This is already dirty to what extent, and it is really powerless to complain when you open your mouth and drive. Master, really? Forget it, Popula, Devara, I think the two of you are right, you'd better take me into the room alone. Locke said speechlessly. I can't fight my 2B wife, can't I hide? Locke thinks so. Good sir? Hearing Locke's words, the two sisters blushed and nodded, and took Locke's hand into the room one by one. Looking at their mysterious appearance, several other members stood aside and watched curiously. What is the special place that the young master is talking about? I don't know, it seems that only Popula and Devara have it. 95. It shouldn't be. Everyone's gender is also female, and the two of them have something special. We must have it too. You said it might be that. No way. If it was really that, the young master wouldn't say it so mysteriously. Okay, don't guess, go in and have a look together, won't you know? The commander said with a smile. With the permission of the commander's sister, several members of the Yoba troop nodded hurriedly. Yes, go in and have a look together, and you'll know. But the young master didn't seem to let us in? 3560 was a little worried. Young master doesn't usually let you move, why are you moving so vigorously? Miss 2B said with a mocking expression. 2B, you are going to die? 60 blushed and said speechlessly. Gluck. Ha ha ha. 99. Hearing 2B's words, a group of Yoba troop members fell back and forth laughing, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. That's right, the young master didn't say it. It doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't like it. We should try more. Okay, don't waste time, let's go in together. Well, let's go in together, the young master will not be angry. If he is angry, it is 2B's idea. 60 Xiaogong said with a smile. 60 you little bitch, look how I'll deal with you tonight. 2B said angrily. Come on, hurt each other. 60 Xiaogong said without counseling. Seeing how the two were arguing, the faces of the other Yoba troop girlfriends were full of smiles. This unrestrained, happy sisterhood makes them feel very happy. Inside the room, Locke followed behind the two sisters expectantly. Okay, hurry up and take a look, I'm looking forward to it. Locke said expectantly. But at this moment, he was stunned for a moment, and a bad premonition appeared. Because he saw that Popula was already unbuttoning her dress. Hey, what are you doing? Master, you didn't say you want to see. Locke was speechless. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and then several other members of the Yoba troop appeared in front of Locke with smiling faces. Master, Popula, and the others have it, and we have it too. Looking at a group of Yoba troop members with a smirk, Locke patted his forehead, which was a big misunderstanding. Master, you have a ball. The ball? We definitely have it. But if we only need one, it will be a little embarrassing for us. The commander said with a smile. Magic, do you have it? Magic? 35. Yes? Otherwise, what do you think it is? Locke said helplessly, looking at a group of robot wives. Listening to Locke's words, the faces of the members of the Yoba unit were full of astonishment. It seems that they misunderstood the young master. That's all, since they've all misunderstood, let's just make a mistake in the end. Thinking like this, before Locke could react, the Yoba troop was already dispatched in full. This is the rhythm of rebellion. A few days later, in the quiet study room, Locke sat quietly in front of the desk, leaning on the commander behind him with a lazy attitude. In front of him, Miss 2B put her half-raised mountain bag on the desk, leaving a wonderful silhouette. Miss 2B with earphones in one ear, gently swaying her long white and silky legs in a very rhythmic manner, while listening to Locke's orders seriously. Down with the destroyer mecha and test the power of the humanoid mecha, by the way, I understand. Miss 2B nodded with interest. After a few days, Thor's side has grown considerably. But Loki obviously doesn't want to give him that long to grow, so not long ago, he had activated the destroyer mech guarding Odin's horde. At this moment, the destroyer mecha has come to the Earth, and it is being destroyed at this time. And such a great opportunity to get points, Locke will not miss it. It's also time to test the power of the humanoid mecha. Yes, after this time of constant effort, the last technology in the world of Neil's mechanical age, the humanoid mecha flight is finally completed. It is now fully engaged in combat. So Locke can just take this to see how the combat effectiveness of the humanoid mecha is. After all, his humanoid mecha was jointly created by vibranium plus adamantium. Just when Locke arranged Miss 2B's latest mission, a system prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Congratulations to the host for participating in and witnessing the Iron Man 2 event, and rewarding 15 points. Current points, 110 points. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his mind, Locke couldn't help but be overjoyed, but he didn't expect that Ivan Vank was done with 110 points, so you can draw a new technological world. In order to collect 100 points, Locke worked hard during this time, but Ivan Vank was really ineffective. It took so long to wrap up the Iron Man 2 events. As Locke guessed, even with his own help, Ivan Vank finally failed to kill Tony Stark, but seriously injured himself. With a sigh, this result was to be expected. If Tony Stark was that easy to deal with, he wouldn't be able to be a mortal being equal to a god. Tony Stark is normal if he is not dead, but not normal if he is. And this is not what he wants to see. After all, such an important person will have to constantly provide him with system points in the future. Can't die so soon. Although 15 points are not many, they have already contributed to Locke. Let it successfully exceed 100 points, which means that Locke is really able to carry out the second Science and Technology World Lottery this time. Wife 2B, you can go now, go and return early, Locke said, looking at Miss 2B in front of him. Well, I'm leaving now. Miss 2B nodded, and suddenly her body quickly fell in Locke's direction. Suddenly, a beautiful and magnificent mountain scenery was revealed in front of Locke's eyes. A charming smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and his sexy red lips like flames were quickly printed on Locke's mouth. Then quickly pry it open and take away a wisp of melojinbei. Licking the corner of his mouth, the raised hill bag was removed from the desk. In no time, the entire desk seemed very empty. Master, it's the same. After the task is completed, I will come back as soon as possible to ask for the reward, Miss 2B said with a smile. Locke also smiled and nodded silently. Ready? Since the rules have been set from the beginning, keep them. Just as the commander's sister said, the enthusiasm of his group of Yoba troop members to do the task lies in this reward. Without this reward, everything would be boring. And this is not the result that Locke wants. It's not good to be happy every day like it is now. Although sometimes a little tired and happy, Locke felt that there was no problem. Whether it's himself or a group of members of the Yakuba army, there's always going to be a little rush in life. His rush is constantly getting stronger, and the rush of his group of wives is naturally to enjoy his watering after becoming stronger. After all, flowers not watering often is not enough, it is easy to wither. After seeing Miss 2B away, Locke raised his head, and wanted to move his eyes to the commander's sister's face. But because the commander's sister's figure was too magnificent, his sight was completely blocked, so that the commander's face could not be seen at all. Raising his hands and moving them away, he saw the commander's beautiful face through a gap. There was a touch of redness and intoxication on her face, and the commander's sister seemed to be drinking a little wine. Very beautiful. Master, what are you doing? The beautiful face greeted him from top to bottom, and his eyes suddenly met. A faint fragrance immediately hit the nostrils. This is the unique smell of the commander's sister. It's been a long time for my sister. Do you want to go out with other sisters to buy and buy? It's still early. Locke glanced at the quartz clock hanging on the wall not far away, and the hour hand pointed to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The commander's sister smiled charmingly and shook her head. I have been shopping with my sisters a lot during this time. I have already bought everything that I should buy, and I really don't know what to buy. Forget it, let them go today. I will not go. Compared to shopping, I prefer to stay with the young master and listen to the sound of the young master's pen rubbing against the paper, which will calm my heart. The raised hands gently kneaded, and then took the commander's elder sister's boneless green jade hand and slowly pulled it to his side. Can you show me the good things you bought? Locke said with a meaningful smile. Giggle, you little bastard, you can definitely do it, I bought it for you. The commander's sister raised her hand and flicked it lightly on Locke's forehead. But the good things I buy, I need to wear them, otherwise they won't have that smell. The commander smiled, twisted the snake's waist, and walked out of the study. Wait for my sister, I'll change my clothes and be back in a while. 33. Looking at the charming commander, Locke smiled, leaned his body back, and leaned on the back of the chair. He closed his eyes slightly and entered the system directly. It's time to sample the new tech world. Host, Locke. Technology world, Neo Mechanical Age. Points 110. Looking at the 110 points in front of him, Locke smiled, hard won. Without doing more hesitation, directly opened the lottery mode. Ding, congratulations to the host. Do you want to spend 100 points for the Science and Technology World Lottery? The expected system prompt sounded, and it was still a familiar question sentence. Locke, who was already used to it, nodded silently. Yes, draw the lottery now. As the choice was confirmed, a compass-like thing appeared in front of him. As expected on the compass, one after another science fiction movie or animation or novel cover appeared. Dragon Ball, Final Fantasy VII Advent of the Sun, Something from Heaven, Superman, One Punch Superman, Shape-Shifting King Kong, Resident Evil, Pacific Rim, Three-Body Problem. Looking at the names of the familiar sci-fi works, Locke looked expectant. Although it has been known for a long time, the Big Bang system of science and technology can extract the technology in various science fiction works. But every time he saw the covers of these science fiction works, he couldn't hide his excitement. After all, almost every world has something that Locke yearns for. The android technology of Dr. Gro of the Dragon Ball world, the number 18, number 21, or the universal capsule technology of the Boomer group, as well as the time shuttle, the anti-gravity spaceship and so on. Tifa of Final Fantasy, artificial angel technology of Thing Fallen, toy artificial angel Icarus, the void engine of the super god world, etc. No matter which world it is, anyone can draw one. For him now, it is of great help. The so-called help, whether it is for his strength or for his life, is true. With a trace of anticipation, Locke clicked on the start button on the compass that appeared. Immediately, the compass began to spin rapidly, and soon stopped slowly. When the entire compass stopped completely, the black needle, like fate, stopped on a beautiful woman with red hair and a pair of pink wings on her back. Looking at the cover in front of him, there was a touch of excitement in Locke's eyes. The Queen of the Sky, Icarus, the Queen of the Sky, was chosen unexpectedly. It turned out to be a thing from the sky, so I'm going to start making Angel's wife for myself again. Locke said to himself, his face full of joy. The technology in the things that fall from the sky is stronger than the neo-mechanical age. Not to mention the mighty Queen of the Sky, Icarus, but only the all-purpose angel for electronic warfare, Nymph, Model B. Her hacker ability is stronger than the current 9s. After all, Nymph has the ability to invade and interfere with all objects, including humans, and this move alone is enough to defy the sky. Hacker ability can affect human consciousness, animals, and plants. Can you believe it? Such a black technology, even in the huge Marvel universe, it is estimated that it is difficult to find an opponent. Once he has mastered the artificial angel technology in the world of things from heaven, he will then combine with vibranium to create a large group of artificial angels. Then his power must be able to rise to another level, walk out of the earth, into the universe. It is estimated that he can already do it. And as we all know, the usefulness of artificial angels is not only in combat. After all, Icarus claims to be a puppet-type artificial angel, so what is a puppet? I know everything? He smiled, a little wretched. But when I think of a group of members of the Yoba army, they get along in harmony with a group of artificial angels. His smile was even more wretched. With a hint of impatience, Locke opened his attribute panel again. Immediately, his own information was displayed in front of his eyes. Host, Locke. Technology World 1, Neo Mechanical Age. Tech World 2, Things Falling from Heaven. Points 10. Seeing that the attribute panel really has a technological world with things from the sky, Locke couldn't help laughing even more. Without hesitation, click on Tech World 2, Things from Heaven, and start integrating the technological elements in it. Congratulations to the host Locke, the technology template of the things from the sky. The technology template is integrating 1%, 2%, 10%, 100%. Congratulations to the host, the technology template of the things from heaven has been successfully integrated. With the sound of system prompts, Locke only felt a strange energy coming into his mind out of thin air. Then the technology about the artificial angel was all stuffed into his memory, making him feel empowered again. In just an instant, he, Qian Lihao, completely learned all the scientific and technological knowledge in the things that fell from the sky. In the process, his intelligence has been improved accordingly. After all, the technological levels of the two technological worlds are quite different, and the things that fall from the sky are stronger than the neo-mechanical age. Therefore, after integrating the artificial angel technology of things from heaven, his IQ will inevitably be stronger than before. It is indeed a system known as a big explosion of technology. This feeling is really against the sky. As long as he has the system, his intelligence will constantly improve step by step, eventually becoming an omnipotent technological overlord. Thinking of that day coming, Locke's face couldn't help showing a look of anticipation and satisfaction. I have to say, this feeling of being able to become stronger and smarter without doing anything is really great. It's still the same sentence, science and technology is good, science and technology is great. Locke said to himself, his eyes full of excitement. At this moment, the door of the study was slowly pushed open, and then a slender thigh wearing one-piece black silk slowly stretched in from the crack of the door. Locke, who had just opened his eyes, couldn't help showing a wanton smile at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, a majestic figure wearing a burgundy veil with another slender black silk also came into Locke's eyes. If the person here is not the commander's sister, who else could it be? She plucked up her long golden hair and fell down her curvaceous waist like a waterfall. Master, I bought something good, does it look good? A few hours ago, in New Mexico, a colorful light descended from the sky, and then a humanoid mecha over 3 meters tall emerged from the light. The whole body of this mecha is dark gold, giving people a strong and solid feeling. The mecha's head has no eyes, no mouth, and no other facial features. There is only a flaming red energy group. It looked like there was a volcano inside the mecha, and just by looking at it, it made people feel frightened. A monstrous terrifying aura emanated from the mecha, which startled the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D agents. What is this? A brand new armor from Tony Stark? Phil Coulson asked curiously as he looked at the humanoid mecha that suddenly appeared. It shouldn't be. That colorful light seems to be shot down from the distant sky. 33. Extraterritorial creatures? This is troublesome. Notify everyone immediately, and prepare for battle. 55. Yes. A group of agents nodded, and immediately took out their own weapons and aimed at the humanoid mecha that suddenly appeared in front of them. Phil Coulson even started shouting at the humanoid mecha. Hello, I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson was about to make a brief introduction, but the mech didn't seem to want to give him a chance to speak. Before Phil Coulson could finish speaking, a terrifying ray of energy light galloped towards Phil Coulson. Seeing this, Phil Coulson was taken aback, and the agile hand of the agent turned around to avoid it. Boom! The black commercial vehicle behind it was directly bombed, flipped a few somersaults in the air, and fell heavily on the ground. Looking at such a scene, Phil Coulson's face was full of horror, and the destructive power was completely beyond his imagination. Look for cover immediately, stay away from him, the base, I need support here. Phil Coulson said with a solemn face to the Communication 853 device in his hand. Asgard, Loki standing in Bifrost sneered, eyes full of pride. After these few days of hard work, now his father Odin has fallen into Odin's sleep. It is impossible for him to wake up without a week. And this week is enough for him to complete his plan. Now use the destroyer mecha to kill his mindless brother, and by the way, clean up these unsightly humans. Then, his eyes became stern immediately. That damn manor, that damn boy, and that group of damn women. He wants revenge, he wants to tie them all back, hang them above the eternal fire, and bake them slowly, so that they can't live or die. At this moment, if Locke knew that Loki hated him so much, he didn't know how he would feel. After all, he has always admired Sister G. Wait. We'll see what I do with you guys. Loki muttered, excitement on his face. Looking at Heimdall, who had been frozen by his use of Casket of Ancient Winters, he seemed to have seen himself ascend to the throne. The last step is to lure Lauf, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, to assassinate the dormant Odin. At that time, he suddenly appeared, in order to create his own great deeds in saving Odin in front of his mother Frigga. In this way, after waking up, Odin should recognize himself, and even make himself the prince. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get very excited. Earth's business is left to the destruction mecha, and now he needs to steal Odin's eternal spear. Then after he kills Lauf, he can fully activate Bifrost, completely destroy the entire giants of Jotunheim's territory Jotunheim, and complete a bigger feat. Earth, New Mexico. After an energy beam cannon, the destroyer mecha continued to attack the S.H.I.E.L.D agent in front of it without stopping. In his eyes, these weak creatures in front of him are no different from ants, just trampled to death. The sudden movement immediately caused panic among the people in the town, screaming everywhere, heads scurrying, and the whole town was instantly chaotic. In a restaurant in the town, the 3 warriors of Asgard have also descended to Earth, and they have seen Thor, who has been deprived of his divine power. Damn it, I'll just say that this kid Loki has bad intentions, he's doing it all. I didn't expect him to even send out the destroyer mecha, he really wants to kill you, Thor? Damn bastard, wait until I get back to Asgard and see how I deal with him. Sif, the goddess of war, said angrily. Listening to the words of the 3 friends, Thor's face was very complicated, and the scenes of fighting together in the past were replayed in his mind like a movie. How can he be his opponent in the face of such a powerful destroyer mecha? He couldn't help feeling a little sad, but when he heard the screams from outside and the roar of artillery fire, his fists couldn't help clenching, and the fighting spirit began to expand. He seemed to understand something, understood why his father wanted to demote him to the mortal world. This is what it means to be smothered in life. For weak humans, the destroyer mecha is their nightmare. If it is allowed to continue its unscrupulous destruction like this, all the residents of this town will die. He believed that his brother, who would do anything to achieve his goals, could do so. After all, in his eyes, humans are nothing but ants. Stepping on an ant to death is no different from stepping on a group of ants. But he can't just watch this happen and just sit back and watch. In battle, he must fight for the weak and for the protection. This is the real meaning of fighting, and this may be the purpose of his father's demoting him. That's what it means to grow up. You go to evacuate the people immediately, let me deal with this guy. Thor clenched his fists and said seriously. What? Your current situation? Okay. Sif, the goddess of war, asked Thor with a worried look on her face. It all started because of me, and it should end because of me. Even if I don't want this life, I can't let it continue to destroy like this. We know, but the 4 of us are together. Back, let them do the evacuation of the people. Sif moved his gaze to Jane and said. That's right, the four of us have always been a team, and we should die together if we want to die. The faces of the three warriors showed proud smiles. As Asgard's most valiant warriors, they are not afraid of death, but they are afraid that they will not die on the battlefield. Listening to their inexplicable conversation, Jane Foster was confused. Looking at them wearing medieval combat uniforms, they already felt that they were as sick as Thor. It should be Thor's patient. After all, in her and Dr. Selvig's eyes, Thor is a mental patient. Now that they saw three people dressed like him, they naturally regarded them as his patients. There's nothing wrong with that. What are you talking about? Evacuation of the people, battle, shouldn't we get out of here quickly? Jane said as she looked at Thor and his friends speechlessly. Hearing this, Thor and the others showed mysterious smiles on their faces. Woman, you'll know why we say this later, and now you should get out of here. Let's help us resist that monster. 99. As the three warriors spoke, they walked out of the restaurant directly with their weapons in hand. However, not long after they walked out, an explosion sounded, and the three of them were directly blown up and flew back. He smashed through the glass, smashed the tables and chairs in the restaurant, and fell into the ruins in a very embarrassed way. Jane Foster. Thor. That little mistake, don't worry about it, we're fine. The three warriors stood up and said embarrassedly. He rushed out again, and was blasted in by the destroyer Mecha with a punch. Looking at such a scene, Thor's face was solemn, and it was obvious that they could not be the opponents of the destroyer Mecha. On the other hand, Jane Fortes and his party were incredulous, because the bodies of these guys were so strong and perverted. Suffering such a heavy blow, he was able to stand up alive like nothing else. Obviously, they are not normal humans. Could it be that they are really the gods of Asgard? Jian-man thought in shock. At this moment, Thor walked out with a solemn expression. Came directly to the front of the destroyer Mecha. He stared grimly at the destroyer Mecha in front of him. Loki, I know you are controlling the destroyer mech, please stop. Don't you just want my life? Take it? But please don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Humans have no grudges against you, your anger is meaningless for them. Thor said seriously. Asgard, Loki had a disdainful smile on his face. Thor, it's been so long, you still haven't made any progress, you've even regressed. Now that you are begging me for a group of ants, willing to give your life, you are stupid. Even if you begged me sincerely, if I don't satisfy you, I can't say it. Go to hell. Loki sneered, controlling the destroyer mech and slamming a terrifying punch at Thor's facade. Thor, who is now deprived of his divine power, has no doubt that his body is similar to that of ordinary people. He absolutely cannot withstand such a punch. Death is the inevitable result. As if he had accepted his own destiny, Thor smiled, did not resist, and slowly closed his eyes. Looking at such a scene, everyone's faces also showed a look of horror, and they closed their eyes subconsciously. In their hearts, they all believed that Thor would surely die, but, at this moment, there was a bang, and a terrifying crash sounded. The pain in the imagination did not appear, and he did not fly out backwards, and was still standing in place. Thor was stunned and opened his eyes curiously. Immediately, he found a woman wearing a long black dress and battle suit standing in front of him. A very familiar figure, isn't this the terrifying woman in the manor? Yes, it is Miss 2B. At this moment, the destroyer Mecha's fist, which seemed to be able to destroy the world, was being blocked by her with one hand. Close your eyes and wait to die, is this how you deal with a crisis? A slightly mocking voice came from 2B's mouth, but at the moment she looked at Thor with a touch of admiration and affirmation. What the young master said was right, this guy has finally grown up. Looking at the monster-like woman in black in front of him, Thor's face was full of a wry smile. As Asgard's most powerful warrior, it was the first time he was mocked and ridiculed by a human woman over and over again. If it is left before, he will definitely be furious, and he must teach the woman in front of him a lesson. But now, his heart is very calm, not only there is no anger, but he is very grateful. If the woman in front of her doesn't help, she'll probably be dead now. Although he was willing to sacrifice his life in order to save innocent people, but if it was true, he would die like that. He would still feel a pity, thinking about his mother and father, as well as a group of relatives and friends. If so, who would be willing to sacrifice their own life? And now with the help of Miss 2B, he has avoided this ending. And the people can also be saved, killing two birds with one stone. Why not do it? What are you still doing? Go away. After blocking the punch of the destroyer Mecha, Miss 2B raised her hand and patted Thor behind her. The strength of this destroyer Mecha in front of her should not be underestimated, and she felt an extremely terrifying power from the opponent's fist. The strength of this power is the strongest she has felt after so many battles. Definitely, except for her young master. It is indeed the destroyer Mecha created by the Heavenly Father Odin, although I heard from the young master that this thing has been weakened a lot for some reason. But at this moment, the combat power displayed by this destroyer Mecha still filled her with fighting spirit. It was hard to find a good opponent, and she naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to compete with it. The palm that collided with the destroyer Mecha quickly retracted, then clenched it into a fist, and a punch slammed violently, hitting the destroyer Mecha's abdomen heavily. A terrifying strange force burst out, hitting the destroyer Mecha like a torrent. Immediately, the destroyer Mecha flew out backwards, slid a distance of dozens of meters all the way, and pulled out a long ravine on the ground. It can be seen how terrifying the power of Miss 2B's punch. Seeing such a scene, the three warriors of Asgard and Thor all gasped and were shocked. Thor, do you know this female warrior? It's really amazing. I like this kind of fierce woman. If you don't want to die, you'd better not hit this woman. The guy behind her is even more powerful. 35 Thor said very seriously. He didn't want to see his friend killed by that horrible teenager in the end. If he really touched that boy's taboo, he would have no doubt that that guy could do such a thing. Is it so terrifying? The three warriors looked at Thor in disbelief and asked. More than scary. Thor shook his head, thinking of what happened in the manor a few days ago. He couldn't help but feel scared for a while. The strength of the woman in front of you is already so strong. How strong is the young man sitting on the floating throne? He didn't dare to think any further. The destroyer Mecha, which was blown away by Miss 2B's punch, quickly turned over like no one, and an energy ray shot towards 2B at a very high speed. Looking at the oncoming energy rays, Miss 2B's face showed a touch of excitement. The two long swords behind her automatically flew into her hands, and then they appeared in front of her with an X shape. It was so abruptly blocked by the two long knives in her hands. Asgard. Loki's face was full of wonder. The destroyer Mecha is now controlled by him, and it is considered that he is fighting with Miss 2B from a distance. He has 100% confidence in the strength of the destroyer Mecha. In his opinion, relying on the destroyer Mecha, he was completely able to crush 2B and crush everyone in Locke Manor. He was going to use the destroyer Mecha to level the entire Rockefeller Manor, and then enslave that bunch of damn women. But the current scene is completely beyond his imagination. Only two long swords can block the energy rays of the destroyer Mecha. How can that be? Whether this is the weapon requirement for the woman or the strength requirement for the woman, it must reach a terrifying level. Otherwise, if everything is not achieved, there is only one fate for the woman, and that is to be bombarded, or even killed. But now that the woman is safe and sound, it means that neither the strength of the woman nor the two long swords in her hand are incredible. How did he know that the two long swords in Miss 2B's hands were made by Locke using adamantium? Its degree of hardness, let alone the energy ray of the destroyer Mecha, even the more terrifying energy ray, can still reach it. Is this all your strength? It's still a little short. Miss 2B showed an excited smile. Immediately, holding double swords against the energy ray of the destroyer Mecha, he came to the destroyer Mecha in an instant. The two long swords easily pierced the body of the destroyer Mecha with overwhelming power. Just when Miss 2B thought the battle was over, she unexpectedly discovered that the destroyer Mecha didn't respond at all. As if the pierced body was not his, the fist slammed towards 2B like a cannonball. With a startled expression, he let go of his double swords, blocked his hands in front of him, and just took a punch from the destroyer Mecha. However, the powerful force of the destroyer Mecha sent Miss 2B flying all the way upside down, looking a little embarrassed. Rockefeller Manor, Locke sees the battle clearly through the perspective of 2B. Although the strength of the destroyer Mecha in front of him is not as terrifying as in the Marvel comics, it is definitely not as hip-stretching as in the Marvel movie. This is an existence between the two, and its real strength should not be weaker than 2B. Otherwise, it is impossible to fight with Miss 2B for this sake at this moment. For the destroyer Mecha to have such a powerful combat power, he can still understand. After all, in the Marvel comics, the destroyer Mecha was specially used by Odin to deal with the Celestials. Although in the end, he was beaten by the god group. But it is not difficult to see how confident Odin is in the combat effectiveness of the destroyer Mecha. And Odin is the powerhouse of the level Godfather, a destroyer Mecha that can be valued by the powerhouses of the level Godfather. The combat power cannot be weaker than the level Godfather, it can only be stronger. Definitely, that's in the comics universe, but in the movie universe, the destroyer mech has been weakened into a dog. Even Thor's hammer can't take it. It's outrageous. Definitely, it's also possible that Odin did it on purpose. After all, Thor is his own son, so he should let the water out. At this moment, with the battle between Miss 2B and the destroyer Mecha, he felt more and more that his conjecture of releasing water was correct. The combat effectiveness of this thing now is not so strong at all, and it is even a bit exaggerated. Suddenly, a brand new plan appeared in his mind. Don't miss out on this kind of good stuff. 2B, don't waste time, turn on the humanoid Mecha mode, test the strength of the humanoid Mecha, and then find a way for me to bring this thing back. Locke thought for a while and said, 0 for flowers. Bring it back. Hearing Locke's words, 2B's face showed a hint of curiosity. Yes, bring it back. Don't you think this Mecha is a good sparring partner? If you can bring it back, it can be used to accompany you for training at ordinary times, and when it is useless, it can also be used to watch the nursing home for me. If an intruder is found, a direct energy ray will be sent to judge on the spot, which is absolutely amazing. Locke said with a smile. Hearing Locke's words, Miss 2B's face was also full of interest. Young master is still very powerful and thoughtful, why didn't I think of it? If I can really take away its uniform, my future life will be more interesting, 2B said with a smile. Immediately, she had already made a decision in her heart, and she stepped back with her right foot, which easily stabilized her body that was constantly retreating. Grabbing in the direction of the destroyer Mecha, the magnetic induction force system on his hand suddenly exploded. In an instant, he pulled out his two adamantium long swords from the body of the destroyer Mecha, and then flew back to his back automatically. After doing all this, Miss 2B's face showed a look of anticipation. After all, she had never used a humanoid Mecha before. Today is her first experience, and the first experience of this kind of thing always makes people feel inexplicably exciting. Before she knew it, she thought of the night she was born again. At that time, it was also another first experience for her. With her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, Miss 2B had a charming smile on her face. What a wonderful night. I hope it can be as wonderful now. After all, this humanoid mecha, but the young master specially made it for me? While speaking, Miss 2B pressed the special device on her wrist. Master said that before using it, it is best to say transformation in an imposing manner, which will make it look very compelling. Then I'll try it out. Transform? A very abrupt transformation came from Miss 2B's mouth. Immediately, the low Earth orbiting armed satellite above her head immediately received Miss 2B's humanoid mecha call request. The humanoid mecha call request has been received. Successful identification, exclusive model, Type 2B. Type 2B humanoid mecha, launch. With an electronic synthesis sound rang in 2B's ear. Immediately, above the sky, there was a fire like a meteor falling towards her at an extreme speed. What is that? 39. Meteor. The sudden scene caught everyone's attention. Everyone guessed that it was a meteor, but as the distance got closer, they finally saw what it was. That turned out to be a huge amount of mechanical flight device, a cool, pure white mechanical flight device. But before they could react, the mechanical flight device changed rapidly and turned into a humanoid mecha. Boom. The huge humanoid mecha with a height of nearly 5 meters slammed to the ground shattered, the ground shook, appeared behind 2B, and then automatically wrapped it. In an instant, Miss 2B merged with the humanoid mecha and turned into a mechanical giant full of technology. A more terrifying aura emanated from the humanoid mecha, earth-shattering. Ask for some data, flower evaluations, monthly passes, all day and night, give some motivation. Thank you. Nye, what is this? Mechanical armor? Can the Rockefeller family even build something like this? Such a huge amount of mechanical armor, even Tony Stark, a technological genius, has never seen him make it. I didn't expect that the Rockefeller family already owns it. What's so strange about this? Even so many suspended robots have been built by the Rockefeller family, and there's nothing strange about one more giant mecha? That's true. Looking at the scene that suddenly appeared in front of them, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. super agents were full of surprises. But when they thought that the woman in front of them came from the Rockefeller family, this kind of surprise became a matter of course. After all, that was a Rockefeller. After all, that 14-year-old super genius boy can crush the existence of Tony Stark. Not only a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were surprised, but Loki in Asgard was incredible. For Locke, for the woman in front of him, he thought he had investigated enough details. But at this moment, when he saw that 2B could still perform the so-called transformation, he was really surprised. Fake, what the hell is this? That damn boy, damn woman, how many messes are there? Loki's face was not as gloomy as 867, and he couldn't help but curse when he was depressed. No matter what means you have, I will never let you go. I will take back my revenge by taking my weapon and humiliating me that day, Loki said through gritted teeth. As an existence who wants to become the Lord of the Nine Realms, Locke's previous actions are his black history. The things that happened to him were absolutely unforgivable and absolutely not made known to others. And the only way is to pacify the Rockefeller family, to pacify the bastard who is more cunning and treacherous than him. Destroy her. Locke controlled the destroyer mecha and punched 2B, who turned into a humanoid mecha. Miss 2B, who drives the humanoid mech, is now taller than the destroyer mech. After all, her humanoid mecha is almost 5 meters, and the destroyer mecha is just over 3 meters, which is almost twice the difference. Looking at the fierce fist, 2B smiled disdainfully, raised his hand to grab it, and easily grabbed the fist of the destroyer mecha in the palm of his hand. I was looking at huge amounts of fists just now, and now in front of the Type 2B humanoid mecha, it is like a child's fist, very miniature. Easily catch the punch of the destroyer mecha, and directly connect the 2B of the humanoid mecha with neurons without the slightest pause and delay. Controlling his steel body, he grabbed the destroyer mecha's hand and slammed it to the ground. 3 meters high, the destroyer mecha like a hill immediately came into close contact with the hard ground. Boom! The terrifying sound of impact suddenly sounded, and the entire ground was knocked out of a huge deep crater. It wasn't over yet. After such a blow, the tall steel body quickly clenched the fist made of adamantium. Then, he slammed into the destroyer mecha that fell to the ground, and the powerful force immediately shook the destroyer mecha's body. The destroyer mech is made by Odin using URU metal, while the humanoid mech made by Rock is a combination of adamantium and vibranium. In terms of materials, it is impossible to say who is stronger and who is weaker, and the difference between the two should not be too big. After all, these three metals are all existences that can be ranked in the Marvel world. It is precisely because of this that the giant fist created by adamantium can shake the body of the destroyer mecha. Change it to other metals, no matter what kind of attack, I am afraid that it will not be able to cause any damage to the destroyer mecha. This is enough to explain the power of the humanoid mecha created by Locke. Be good, be obedient, and go to sleep, Miss 2B said while constantly throwing her fist at the destroyer mecha. Because of Locke's new plan, what she has to do now is not only to stop the actions of the destroyer mecha, but also to bring it back to Master Locke's manor and use it for housekeeping. This destroyer mech was originally meant to guard Odin's vault. Now Locke just wants to replace the place guarded by the destroyer Mecha with his own manor. Shouldn't that be too much? After all, he is the man who will help Thor fight the terrible disaster of Ragnarok. Is there a problem with taking a little benefit now? Absolutely no problem, although Odin said that the reward that belongs to him will be handed over to him after it is done. But the ghost knows how long it will be until Ragnarok's prophecy will take place. Although Locke, who is a traveler, can roughly calculate that the day when Asgard encounters disaster will be 2 years later. But according to his research, this world is different from the Marvel movie world he imagined. Even he did not know whether the major events in the later period would develop in the direction he expected. What if not? Wouldn't it be a big loss then? He didn't want to base his happiness on something unknown 2 years later. No matter how many, first get the benefits that can be seen in front of you. This is the kingly way. Loki, who was controlling the destroyer Mecha, listened to what Miss 2B said, and the whole person was stunned. Constantly punching yourself while constantly telling yourself to be good? How can these two behaviors appear so contradictory and ridiculous together? His face was extremely ugly. This was because he didn't take him, the future king of the 9 realms, into his eyes at all. The purpose of constantly throwing punches at the destroyer Mecha is to make the destroyer Mecha fall asleep. It's a naive idea, but as long as my consciousness doesn't fall into a deep sleep, the destroyer Mecha will never fall into a deep sleep. The destroyer Mecha has almost infinite energy. It won't get tired, and today I am exhausted, and I can exhaust you to death. Loki muttered to himself viciously, his eyes full of confidence. While talking, he continued to use his consciousness to control the destroyer Mecha to launch a counterattack towards Miss 2B. At this moment, the face of the destroyer Mecha immediately lit up with a fiery red energy light group. Obviously, this is a sign that the destroyer Mecha is about to emit energy rays again. Seeing this, Miss 2B had a disdainful smile on her face. Use the same move on me twice. Are you looking down on me, or are you overestimating yourself? Miss 2B sneered. Just as the destroyer Mecha released the energy ray, the humanoid Mecha controlled by Miss 2B quickly raised her right hand and slammed her palm towards the destroyer Mecha's face. Suddenly, the energy ray collided with the palm of Miss 2B's humanoid Mecha. The energy ray that could smash houses and cars easily, but in Adamantium's palm could not cause a little bit of damage. The air was scorched by the flames, the explosions, and the hunting, but the palm of the humanoid Mecha had no effect. It's useless, just such energy rays can't do any damage to the humanoid Mecha meticulously crafted by my young master. You better sleep well. 55. Miss 2B smiled proudly, and the palm that easily blocked the energy ray pressed down violently, and even directly clasped the head of the destroyer Mecha. 0. Grab it, and then smash his head heavily on the ground. 2B tries to use this savage way to incapacitate the destroyer mech ability. In this way, he can bring the destroyer Mecha back to the Rockefeller Manor as he wishes, and then he will receive the reward given to her by the young master. But he obviously underestimated the strength of the destroyer Mecha, as Loki said. As long as Loki's consciousness is not disconnected, the destroyer mech will continue to fight and never fall asleep. Unless 2B hits the ultimate move, like the scene in the Marvel movie, with the power of Mjolnir, a hammer smashes the destroyer mech into pieces. In this way, the destroyer Mecha will fall into a deep sleep, and it will no longer be possible to move. But obviously, this is not what Miss 2B wants, let alone what Locke wants. After all, Locke also counted on the destroyer Mecha to take care of his own home. If it is broken into pieces, it will be AP. And Locke seems to have discovered that it is impossible for Loki to lose control of the destroyer mech using physical force alone. And Locke's body is not on the Earth, but in Asgard. As such, it's unlikely that he even wants to take a shot at Loki. Therefore, the only way is to cut off the connection between Loki and the destroyer mech, so that it can no longer control the destroyer mech. This is the best solution. Just how to cut the connection between them? This is a tricky question. After thinking hard, there was a sudden flash of inspiration, and the technological means in the world of things from heaven could not help but appear in my mind. Among them, Nymph, the all-powerful angel for electronic warfare, has the anti-sky hacking technology that can invade any creature. Although he has not yet created Nymph, he has completely mastered Nymph's hacking techniques through the blessing of the system. Somewhere, he felt that the sky-defying hacking technology he had mastered might be able to play a key role. Without the slightest hesitation, the artificial intelligence 9s was immediately awakened, and then lines of very mysterious codes were tapped on the operation panel at a speed of 2.1. In just a moment, the electronic program for invading the organism is complete. 9s, inject this biological invasion program into the system of the Type 2B humanoid Mecha. Locke said expectantly. Understood, the biological invasion program has been successfully injected and can be used. The voice of artificial intelligence 9 sounded in Locke's ears, and it also sounded in the ears of Miss 2B. Biological invasion program? What is it? Miss 2B looked stunned. Although there are doubts on her face, since it is something the young master gave her, there must be nothing wrong. Without the slightest hesitation, the biological invasion procedure of the humanoid Mecha was started immediately. Invasion program starts. Intrusion object, destroyer Mecha. The intrusion is successful, and a mysterious spiritual link is found. The link is too far away and cannot be traced temporarily. Do I need to cut off the spiritual link? Re-establish a new spiritual link? Yes. Hearing the electronic synthesis sound that kept ringing in his ears, 2B's face was full of surprise. A ghostly messenger said yes, and the destroyer mecha in front of him immediately stopped moving. At the same time, she was surprised to find that her consciousness seemed to have some mysterious connection with the destroyer mecha in front of her, and she was actually able to control the destroyer mecha in front of her, slowly letting go of the hand holding the destroyer mecha's head. Miss 2B's face was full of incredible expressions. I just tried so hard to control the destroyer mecha, but I haven't been able to succeed. But now, just because of a strange biological invasion program, he has completely controlled the destroyer mecha in front of him. This feeling is unbelievable, unbelievable. As soon as his consciousness moved, the destroyer mecha obediently got up from the ground, and then stood respectfully in front of Miss 2B's humanoid mecha like a little brother, motionless. Bow. Miss 2B curiously used her consciousness to issue an order. Immediately, the destroyer mecha really bowed to Miss 2B, looking like a polite welcome. Giggle, it's so interesting. As expected of a young master, this biological invasion program is too powerful. It's really cool, Miss 2B said excitedly, her eyes full of admiration for the young master Locke. What I have tried so hard to accomplish without success is now so easy to accomplish. In this way, her admiration for Locke is naturally like a surging river, endless. However, compared to Miss 2B's excitement, Asgard's Loki was completely stunned. What's the matter? Why did the spiritual connection between me and the destroyer mech suddenly break? This is impossible. 35. Loki's eyes were pitch black, and he was still in the view of the earth, completely disconnected, and now there is nothing to open. This means that the connection between him and the destroyer mecha has been interrupted, so he is naturally confused. What's going on? These 10 don't make sense at all. Could it be that the destroyer mecha is malfunctioning? I have to go to Earth and see. One question after another popped up in Loki's mind, causing him to wonder. Untie. In desperation, the only thing he can do now is to go to Earth and find out. Thinking of this, he immediately inserted the long sword he grabbed from Heimdall's hand into Bifrost's opening device, and twisted it sharply. Bifrost opened impressively, without hesitation, and stepped into it. In a moment, Loki arrived on Earth smoothly in a colorful light, and appeared in front of Miss 2B. At this moment, in front of his eyes, there is an incomparably tall mechanical giant. This mechanical giant is the humanoid mecha controlled by Miss 2B. Just now, because he substituted the perspective of the destroyer mecha, he didn't feel how tall Miss 2B's humanoid mecha was. But at this moment, when he looked at it from his own perspective, an incomparably powerful sense of oppression suddenly fell, making him feel that it was difficult for Roar to suck. This damn humanoid mecha is too tall and strong. Wait, why did the destroyer mecha that I controlled just now stand there still? What exactly is going on? So many questions popped up in Loki's mind that he couldn't figure it out at all. No matter how much, the spiritual power burst out, trying to connect the destroyer mecha again. This time, he must remove the humanoid mecha of the woman in front of him to let him know how powerful he is. But with the release of his spiritual power, he was horrified to find that he could no longer contact the destroyer mecha at all. It felt like someone had installed an isolation barrier on the destroyer mecha. No matter how hard you try, you can't have any connection with it. And at this moment, the destroyer mecha and the woman's humanoid mecha moved at the same time. And all eyes moved to Loki. The sudden gaze made Loki's heart skip a beat, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared. Oh, you really have no way to go to heaven, and there is no door to hell to break in by yourself? I just had nowhere to find you, but you appeared on your own. Very good, very good. 5. There was a charming smile on Miss 2B's beautiful face, controlling the destroyer mecha and facing Loki as an energy ray. Looking at the galloping energy rays, Loki was taken aback, and his body rolled on the ground in embarrassment, avoiding the energy rays of the destroyer mecha dangerously. However, he could dodge once, but could not dodge the second time. The second energy ray fell directly beside him. Huge amounts of explosion shrouded him in an instant, and then with a bang, he was blown upside down and flew out. Fake? You humble ant, how dare you treat me like this? I'm a god. Loki became annoyed and shouted angrily at Miss 2B. Hearing this, Miss 2B's brows were slightly wrinkled. How familiar these words are. This guy said this when he was at the Rockefeller Manor. At that time, Loki's end was still vivid in his eyes, and the guy in front of him didn't learn any lessons. Backbone? This is a typical anti-bones boy. Since you haven't learned your lesson, let you learn it again. The corners of Miss 2B's mouth are slightly upturned, revealing a unique wicked smile. Those who know her will know what this smile represents. It means someone is going to suffer? Is it God? The destroyer mecha in front of me is also created by your so-called gods, so let's call it a god. In this way, let me see you two gods. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Let's compare. 2B said with a smile, and then controlled the destroyer mech to attack Loki again. Loki. Watching the destroyer mecha that he originally controlled suddenly attacked him, Loki suddenly felt a sense of feng shui turning, and he wanted to cry without tears. Why is this particular plot going so differently than I expected? I was staying well in Asgard, why did I suddenly come to this ghost place, looking for abuse? Suddenly, he couldn't help thinking of the scenes that happened in the Rockefeller Manor a few days ago. Suddenly, a chill appeared in my heart, and I seemed to have forgotten a very important thing. The woman in front of me could abuse her existence without a mecha? Mad, I seem to have done something stupid. In the past, this kind of stupid thing could only be done by his brother Thor, but now he has done it too? Sure enough, impulse is the devil. Wait, I'll be back. Loki yelled fiercely, running towards Bifrost, which was not closed yet. If you want to slip away, you must slip away at this time, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. But at that moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded, and Thor was seen savagely rushing towards Loki like a beast. Loki, you bastard, do you know what you did? Thor, who had lost his powers, suddenly became imposing at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Mjolnir, which he had been unable to pick up before, automatically flew into his hands. Suddenly, the purple thunderbolts twinkled and flashed around him, like a wandering dragon, looking very miraculous. At the same time, his image has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Thor battlesuit is automatically worn on his body, red cloak is hunting under his powerful momentum. Omega, what he said is actually true, is he really Thor? Looking at such a scene, Jane Fortes said in shock. Along with her, Dr. Selvig and Jane were at her side. They had always thought Thor was a psychopath, especially Dr. Selvig. After all, Thor was telling him all the fairy tales he'd heard as a kid. For an adult man who often tells you fairy tales, it is really hard not to make people wonder if he is sick. This is just like many parents feel that their adult children are still watching SpongeBob SquarePants, and they feel that they are naive. But people who have seen SpongeBob SquarePants know that SpongeBob SquarePants is super cool. It turns out that not all fairy tales are deceitful, and they may be true. This is a biography? Dr. Selvig was stunned. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination, and even defeated his three views. Just as fairy tales are all true, doesn't it mean that God all exists? But how is this possible? In an instant, Selvig began to doubt the world. A seed that desperately wanted to pursue the truth fell in his heart. Looking at Thor wearing the Thor battlesuit and holding Mjolnir in his hand, Loki felt a bad premonition in his heart. Everything that happened in front of him has deviated from his original plan, and all this was caused by that hateful woman, that more hateful young man. Without 867 paying attention to Thor, who was pounced on him in anger, Loki rushed into Bifrost in a panic, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Thor was not idle either, and rushed in without the slightest hesitation. He must arrest Locke today, otherwise it will be difficult to solve the hatred in his heart. In the past 2 days on Earth, he carefully reviewed everything, and finally found that a large part of the reason why he ended up where he is now is because Loki, the younger brother, was interfering with it. And the key point is that he still doesn't know what kind of evil plan Loki has planned after that. He had to catch Loki to figure it out, and he had to stop his evil plot, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Loki and Thor who disappeared quickly, Miss 2B wanted to go after them, but was stopped by Locke directly. The goal we want has been achieved, so don't waste time on them. Locke sat quietly in the study of the manor, rubbing his brows lightly and said, Loki and Thor are both participants in a series of major events in the later period, not to mention the Battle of New York about half a year later was launched by Loki. Such a huge event, the points that can be provided to him is absolutely unprecedented, and he still intends to rely on that big event to make a lot of money for himself. In this way, at this time, it is natural to not really do anything to Loki and Thor. He has time, and he can play. It's boring? 3512B is a little disappointed. After all, the battle between gods and gods she wants to see is so gone. Okay, there will be opportunities in the future. Our journey has just begun. Locke couldn't help laughing. Well, forget it. It's not fun here. I'll go back and play with you, young master. Miss 2B said boredly. It's really fun to play with me. You did well today. What do you want to play? Locke said indulgently. Play a sitcom? How about I play the young master's adoptive mother this time? Master, get out. Don't like it? What about the movers? Blue sky, cloudless. A hint of autumn came, accompanied by falling leaves, bringing a little coolness. This was Locke's first autumn in this world, and he enjoyed it very much. My life has gotten better and better since I came here. The not too thick cloak was gently covered from behind, and then a pair of soft and skillful hands hugged Locke, who was standing by the window watching the battle between 2B and the destroyer Mecha, from behind. Feeling the calm breath coming from behind and a little soft squeeze, a soft smile appeared on Locke's face. Turning around, he gently hugged Miss Atu's boneless waist, and scratched on the tip of her pretty straight pen. Unlike 2B's activity, Atu seems to have continued the character of the original world, which is taciturn. However, it is precisely because of her reticence that she has a sense of coolness that other young ladies and sisters do not have. Being taciturn doesn't mean she doesn't care about people, it's just that her way of caring about people is not words, but actions. Master, it's cold, don't catch a cold? Atu looked at Locke quietly and said with a red face. His young master seemed to like to scratch her nose very much, and he would shave lightly every time he saw her. After a long time, she has become accustomed to this way of greeting Roar, and has also liked it. Every time Locke scratched the tip of her nose lightly, a feeling of joy that he had never had before appeared in his heart, making her blush inexplicably. With your warm embrace, I can't be cold, Locke said with a smile. There is no formality, Atu smiled, cold and beautiful. Why don't you go and play with them? Locke's eyes moved to the lawn, on a group of robot wives who were competing with the destroyer Mecha. It has been 2 days since the destroyer Mecha was brought back by Miss 2B. In the past 2 days, his good manor lawn has become a fighting arena for a group of robot wives. and the object of their fight is naturally the destroyer Mecha from Asgard. The powerful destroyer Mecha has successfully become the sparring partner of Asgardian of Locke Manor and a group of robot wives. After all, their strength is really too strong, and no one on Earth can make them exert their full fighting power. In addition to the creator of Locke, the battle with Locke is often not a serious battle. After all, Locke is a peace-loving and learning-loving teenager. He would try not to do things like fighting and killing. Isn't it good to study more, take more classes, and do more homework? For example, to verify the inclination angle between the human body and the wall, at what degree will it be the most comfortable? This is a very worthwhile question. After many experiments and verification by Locke and several teachers, the answer varies from person to person. However, most people prefer an angle greater than or equal to 90 degrees. Definitely, there are some people who like less than 90 degrees, but this kind of person is an outlier in Locke's view. Too perverted? The peace-loving Locke doesn't like to play real fighting games with his wives, and if the wives fight each other, it will affect the internal unity. Therefore, the appearance of the destroyer Mecha immediately filled this vacancy, so as not to let his robot wife have nowhere to send it. Otherwise, all the extra energy would have to be spent on him, which is quite hard to think about. I've played enough of this kind of battle in the past 2 days, it's not interesting anymore. Miss Atu said with a smile. So that's the case, then let's play something else. Locke looked at Miss Atu's pretty face and raised his eyebrows. He looked around, and then looked at 2B who was still fighting outside the window, and a group of other sisters who were cheering around. Atu nodded his head with a hot face, and said, "That's what I mean." After all, she spared Locke, slowly closed the curtains, and then silently locked the door. Looking at her cautiously like a thief, Locke couldn't help but think she was very cute. Under the glamorous appearance, there is a slightly shy Miss Atu. This sense of contrast is very charming. Is it all right? Locke looked at his wife Atu with a gentle face and asked. Every young lady has her own personality, and because of their different personalities, they have completely different behavior patterns. For different behavior patterns, what Locke needs to do is very simple, that is, respect. Mutual respect can be exchanged for each other's love. He nodded silently, and hummed softly. Then there was another stab. It was the sound of the zipper of the black leather jacket being unzipped. Looking at the scene in front of him, Locke was shocked. It turned out to be a whole set of nets. Immediately with a smirk on his face, it seems that he doesn't know much about Atu's wife. But she never thought that under her cool appearance, there is a wild heart hidden? The so-called cold outside and hot inside should be what it means. A few days later, it was still in the study. But this time, there is no Miss Atu in the study room, nor any other young lady. Some are just old and unruly old Mo. Don't get me wrong, Locke is normal. Although Lao Mo is a little abnormal, he certainly dare not dare to Locke. Is there something urgent that needs you to knock on my door at night? Locke said with a yawn. The precious quartz clock in the study has already pointed to 12 o'clock in the evening. According to his previous work and rest habits, he should still be doing his homework at this time, but today, unfortunately, he took a rest. Otherwise, the good Yaxing would have to be wiped out by Lao Mo's somewhat hurried knock on the door. There is something abnormal in Miss Gwen, Lao Mo said with a very solemn expression. Hearing Lao Mo's words, Locke, who was still yawning, turned cold in vain. An unusually terrifying aura erupted from his body, and immediately Lao Mo felt that the surrounding air seemed to have dropped to freezing point, terrifyingly cold. It made him tremble uncontrollably, his back was cold, and his body was cold. He had been following Locke for some years, and it was the first time he saw Locke look so terrifying. At this moment, he only felt that the young master sitting in front of him was no longer the smiling boy from before, but a giant beast dormant in the abyss. The gentle and elegant appearance before was just the tip of the iceberg that he revealed, and the terrifying appearance now is his true body. What's abnormal? The icy voice seemed to freeze to death from Locke's mouth. Actually, the abnormal situation was discovered by me not long ago. Lao Maqiang endured his fear and told the story one by one. That is to say, Gwen, who was almost hit by a car, suddenly burst out with an explosive force that ordinary people can't imagine, and avoided it unconsciously. Locke murmured, but he didn't expect that the abnormality that Lao Mo said was this. The terrifying breath slowly retracted, and a curious look appeared on his face. As we all know, Marvel has a multi-universe argument. In another parallel universe, Gwen replaced Pete Parker as the female Spider-Man of the Marvel world. At this moment, Gwen's abnormal performance made him have to wonder if someone had opened the multi-universe, thus allowing Gwen from another parallel universe to come to this world. In fact, such doubts, Locke had already had it since he came to this world. After all, the Marvel world he is now in is still a lot different from what he remembers. Similar to the Catwoman Selina of the DC world, Maguire's version of Spider-Man, and the timeline of the body together. These should not have appeared in the same world, but now they have all appeared. As such, he had no reason not to doubt. But so far, he still has no concrete answer to this question. On Selina's side, he has also investigated, and found nothing abnormal from her. Regarding Gwen's abnormal performance, he subconsciously guessed in the direction of multi-universe. However, after a while, he shook his head again, which should not be very likely. After all, his time with Gwen was not short. In his impression, she is an ordinary person. Even a multi-universe invasion is long overdue, not waiting now. He was curious, could it be another coincidence? Or did someone with ulterior motives play tricks on Gwen? Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but look more and more difficult. Yes, the person we sent to protect also discovered it by accident, or else we don't know. Lao Mo nodded and said with a puzzled look. Obviously, this matter is beyond his imagination. After all, this kind of thing is definitely not something that a normal human woman can do. Didn't you guys keep secretly protecting her? Why does this still happen? He looked at Lao Mo and said with a questioning tone. Hearing this, Lao Mo lowered his head in shame. A few days ago, Miss Gwen went to a cocktail party with her chief father. At that time, there were so many people, Miss Gwen went to the bathroom. With a sigh, this matter can't be blamed on Lao Mo's subordinates. After all, Gwen is a big living person, and it is impossible to take care of him 24 hours a day. If anyone with bad intentions really wants to get close to her, it's still very easy. Not to mention other things, the effort to go to the toilet is enough. Qian Wangzhao, now his focus should not be on blaming people, but on Gwen. Why does she behave so abnormally, and what kind of secret is hidden behind her? Is it actively hiding, or passively ignorant? These are two completely different situations. The former is extenuating, the latter is serious. It means that someone is really bad. Looks like it's very necessary for me to meet Gwen. Locke tapped his fingers on the desk with a different rhythm. Uncle Mo, you've worked so hard for you this time, you are so old, and you still run around for me every day. It's hard for you? Locke's eyes moved to Lao Mo and said, You're welcome, young master. It's my honor to be able to do things for the young master at such a young age. And it's not hard at all. Now I can drive for 2 hours after get off work every day. If I don't say it, who would know that I am an old man in his 80s? Lao Mo said with a smug look on his face. 99. Uncles, it was originally out of kindness to care about the loyal old servant. I didn't expect this old servant to have a face-to-face match with him. After a while, a figure flew out directly from the window of the study, accompanied by a screaming toilet. At this time, the door was knocked gently, and the commander in black tulle pajamas walked in. Master, what was that voice just now? Oh, it's all right, just a big black rat. Sister Commander, it's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Locke asked curiously while clapping his hands lightly. I just threw the unruly old Mo out of the window and felt a little dirty with his hands. This old hooligan will kick him out with his feet next time. Locke thought of this in his heart, and his eyes moved to the perfect carcass of the commander's sister. The pure black lace-trimmed tulle pajamas are sexy and sultry, without losing the mature charm, showing the commander's amorous temperament to the extreme. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously, and a bad premonition appeared in his heart. Sure enough, he saw the commander's sister walking in front of him with enchanting steps. The slender fingers like green onion gently touched his chest and began to draw circles. Definitely, the commander's circle has never been a curse, but something else? Beautiful scenery, no intention to sleep. This kind of beautiful time is used to sleep. Young master, don't you think it's a pity? The commander said with a half smile. Don't use it to sleep. What do you use it for? Be a thief. Locke said speechlessly, looking at the commander's sister. He clearly had a bad idea in his heart, but he didn't know what to say. Instead, it is very provocative with words. This is indeed a commander. The psychological warfare is really slippery, but Locke isn't joking. Since you want to play psychological warfare, you'll want to accompany him. When the time comes, whoever can't bear it first will take the lead. Young master, aren't you already a thief? Heart thief, you have already stolen everyone's heart. The commander said with a smile. The love words were a bit disgusting. However, such a love story came from the commander's mouth, the beautiful Oni-san, who was very charming. So there is no disgust, but it is full of temptation. Can't help but make Locke very useful. Sure enough, whether it is a man or a woman, some words need to be supported by appearance. The disgusting love words of 913 are said from the mouth of a handsome man, which is called interesting and will attract women's hearts. If it came out of the mouth of an ugly man, it would be a lowly hooligan, and it would arouse women's heart palpitations. The same is a psychological reaction. The former is life, the latter is really fatal. The same is true for women. When the commander's sister and other women say it, the feeling is different. In addition, the fingers that were originally sliding on Locke's chest slowly moved to Locke's heart. Locke immediately conceded defeat. The gentleman speaks and does not do anything? Commander sister, you are going too far. 35. Locke thought he could beat the woman in front of him, but he still lost, completely. Master, what are you talking about? I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman, but you're right, but it's a bit too much to do it, then I'll talk. The commander laughed and said, winking and blurring. A smile with red lips and white teeth, slowly approaching. New York, Queens. Pete Parker stood in front of the newly built house with the urge to cry. Since the battle with Harry here that day, the whole house has been completely scrapped. After that day, he was still thinking about how to apply for the relief house. After all, his life with Aunt May would continue. But when he read all the application forms, he gave up. Not to mention the complicated procedures, just say that it would take several months, or even a year for the application review period, and directly persuade him to dismiss him. Waiting a few months to get into a relief house, what a joke. They might as well live in this dilapidated old house, at least there are good memories of him and Uncle Ben here. But such concerns all disappeared after the second day, back. He remembered very clearly that a high-spirited middle-aged man came to his door that morning. Then, while pointing at their house, he pointed at a man with a construction site hat beside him, and instructed that, after they finalized everything privately, the middle-aged man introduced himself to him. It was only then that he learned that the man standing in front of him was named Justin Hammer, the head of a super-large military-industrial enterprise, with unimaginable wealth in hand. Definitely these are not the point. The point is that this middle-aged man, on behalf of their young master, came to help him build a new house. As for the fee, it is completely free, and a whole building of brand new furniture is also delivered. And the young master represented by Justin Hammer is none other than the mysterious man who killed Green Goblin in the first place. When he learned all this, the first thing he thought of was rejection. After all, he owed enough favors to that mysterious guy. He really didn't know what to do. However, his refusal was obviously invalid. Not only that, but he was even threatened by Justin. It is said that building a house is a task that he must complete, and it is his own business to live in it. After he builds it up, he just blows it up, he doesn't care. For Justin Hammer's amazing remarks, Pete Parker will naturally be incomprehensible for a while. Since it has already been built, why do you want to blow it up? Isn't this sick? He didn't dare to say anything under the force of Justin's arrogance. To be honest, it was the first time that he had been forced to benefit him. But this wonderful feeling is really fragrant. It's just that when he thinks of that mysterious man, his heart is full of solemnity again. He really didn't dare to think about how terrifying the energy contained in an existence that even the bigwigs of the military industry group could use at will. And whether it is good or bad to have a relationship with such a guy, he can't say for a while. However, after the previous 2 contacts, he felt that the other party did not have much malice towards him, and even had a sense of leading his own growth. In this way, he gradually calmed down and accepted the help the mysterious man gave him with gratitude. Hey, Pete Parker, are you happy with this new house? At this moment, Justin Hammer came to Pete while chewing gum and said with a smile. As the CEO of Hammer Industries, he wouldn't give Pete Parker a single glance if it was on a normal day. After all, he is a businessman with tens of thousands of people every minute. Any delay in a little time will be a huge loss. And such a loss is something a businessman cannot allow. But with Master Locke's order, this is another matter. In front of Master Locke's orders, everything has to be backed up. Even if he is working hard on the bed now, he has to stop and hold back immediately. Because he clearly understands that Locke gave him the good life he has now. If there is no such a heaven-defying existence behind him, Master Locke, then he should be dead by now. Died in mediocre resentment, in the unwillingness of being unable to surpass the Stark group. Anyway, it's miserable. Hearing Justin's words, a grateful smile appeared on Pete Parker's face. Very satisfied, thank you Mr. Justin. Pete Parker said gratefully. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was a little grumpy, he still had a good attitude towards him these days. Although it can be seen that he is in a hurry to hurry up, but everything is arranged in an orderly manner, and he is indeed a man with great ability. It is no wonder that he can become the subordinate of that mysterious man. Sure enough, there are no mediocre subordinates of the strong. How many times have I said it? The person you should thank is my young master. If it wasn't for his orders, I wouldn't have come here to supervise you. Justin Hammer looked at his watch. It's getting late, it's time to leave. After finishing the matter here, he still has a more important task to complete. Yes, I see, your young master, I will thank him personally. Pete Parker nodded seriously and said, well, that's good. If there is nothing else, I'll leave first. By the way, if the young master is fortunate enough to ask me, please give me a good review, Justin said with a little joke. Praise. Pete Parker looked stunned. He really didn't expect Justin to say such a thing. Co-authoring to build a new house for himself has become a delivery service for the man in front of him. Hehe, just kidding, but if you don't mean to praise me in front of the young master, I think I will be very happy, Justin said with a smile, and then handed a piece of chewing gum to Pete Parker. Seeing this, Pete Parker has some hesitation, not knowing whether to pick it up or not, although this man has a good attitude towards him. But his spider telepathy instinctively told him that the man in front of him was not easy, and even a little dangerous. Don't be afraid, this is just ordinary chewing gum. Justin smiled and threw the chewing gum away. And he himself took out a new piece of chewing gum and threw it into his mouth, and began to chew slowly. Chewing gum is a very philosophical thing in life. The whole process tells us that no matter how sweet and beautiful things are, as long as they are chewed more often, they will gradually become dull and boring. And the only way to improve this situation is to replace it with a new one. For example, at this moment, the task of building a house has made him feel boring. So, all he needs to do is get out of here and start his new mission. Let's see you by fate. Justin smiled, got on a sports car on the side of the road and left. Looking at the sports car that quickly disappeared from sight, Pete Parker fell silent. Immediately, he threw the chewing gum in his hand into his mouth. Not to mention, it's really sweet. With his right hand in his pocket, he gently took out the business card that only recorded a mysterious address. He has already made a decision in his heart, that mysterious place, he must visit. For nothing else, just to say thank you to that person is enough. Night. In a very romantic restaurant, Locke, wearing a black suit, sat at the table with a calm face. Sitting in front of him was a girl in a long beige dress, and this girl was Gwen. For the abnormal situation that appeared on Gwen, Locke felt it was necessary to take a look. If possible, he would like to solve it directly. After learning about Gwen's situation from Mo, Locke took the initiative to contact Gwen the next day, wanting to find out what happened to Gwen. For Gwen, Locke has special feelings. This is his only local girlfriend in this world, and also his first love girlfriend. They don't have the sensual relationship he has with his robot wife, just pure love. Although in terms of the intimacy of the relationship, Gwen is no match for his robot wife, no match for 2B, no match for the commander's sister. But it is precisely because there is no such relationship, only pure love, that makes their relationship even more precious. After all, the easier it is to get something, the less cherished it is. I don't know which bastard said this, but let's not say it. Sometimes it's really accurate. Especially in the relationship between men and women, even more so. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face, just staring at people like this? Seeing Locke sitting across from him, looking at himself quietly and not speaking, Gwen couldn't help blushing. She is a 16-year-old girl. How can she withstand the visual scrutiny of Locke, an old fritter? Soon she felt like there were countless ants crawling on her body. It was itchy. This is a very strange feeling, obviously so uncomfortable, but inside it is very enjoyable, even joyful. A contradictory and complex physiological experience. You don't have flowers on your face, but you look like a flower. Why are you so beautiful? Locke smiled, and his ability to speak earthy words was comparable to that of the commander's sister. When did you become so eloquent? It's disgusting. Although he said that, Gwen's face was full of ruddy smiles, looking very charming. Obviously, the earthy love words that are supported by the image of Locke's handsome image are still a little lethal. At least for his first love girlfriend. As for his few robot wives, think about it or forget it. They are a group of old wet machines, and their ability to tell love words is no weaker than that of the commander's sister. Especially the kind of whispering series of love words, it is even more slippery, but he is more powerful than his young master. Hehe, it's just the truth, not rhetoric. Locke said with a smile. He had been looking at Gwen just now, not simply to admire her stunning face, but more to secretly go over her memory. Yes, it's a little rude, but to find out what's going on with Gwen. Still, he decided to take the plunge, using his powerful telepathy ability to transcend all of Gwen's memories of this time. This is a very difficult process, because the object of casting is Gwen, so he has to be extra careful. First, he didn't want Gwen to know that he used telepathy ability to see her memory. Because this is unacceptable to anyone. After all, everyone has their own secrets. No matter how close people are, they can't touch each other's secrets. This is the first step in mutual respect. This is especially true between lovers. Once someone goes beyond this step, it is very likely that the relationship will break down directly. No matter what the reason is, it is the same. Second, because his telepathy ability has not reached the level of Professor X, it is very likely to cause damage to the opponent when he crosses the opponent's memory. In order not to cause damage to Gwen, the whole process needs to be very, very careful. Fortunately, after about a few minutes, she finally succeeded perfectly. Before Gwen was aware of it, she read everything that happened to her in recent days. In the end, he got a piece of news that made him angry. The reason why Gwen's body was abnormal was not from some multi-universe invasion. But someone did it deliberately, and the suspicious person found in Gwen's memory, he also saw in the memory of the second-generation Green Goblin Harry. Obviously, this is a premeditated plan, and the opponent is the same person, or from the same force. After figuring out all this, a monstrous anger surged in Locke's heart, and it seemed that it was about to erupt like a volcano. He never imagined that someone dared to put his hand on Gwen, and did it so much. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. For Gwen, the other party not only implanted a special strengthening potion in her body, but also implanted a special spiritual command similar to hypnotic ability deep in her brain. By sending commands, Gwen can do things that are completely against her personal will as if she had entered the hypnotic ability state. To put it more bluntly, Gwen in front of him has been turned into a puppet. It is precisely because of this that she never knew that her body had undergone a mutation. Because those abnormal behaviors are all behaviors made after receiving instructions. When she was awake, she was completely unimpressed. This situation made him quickly think of a person. This person is none other than Captain America Roger's good friend, Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier, transformed by the Hydra organization through special means, has exactly the same performance as Gwen in front of him. When not receiving instructions, like a normal person, there is no problem. 0 flowers. But once the instructions are accepted, it will become a robot that only knows how to complete the task. Unless ordered to lift the order, it will do whatever it takes to complete the mission. It's just that Winter Soldier's brain was transformed by the Hydra organization, and Gwen in front of him is more like being implanted by the ability of the mind ability. The two cases are somewhat different, but the purpose is the same. But for Locke, the latter is much easier to solve. After all, with the powerful telepathy ability, he can easily do it if he wants to clear the spiritual implant deep in Gwen's brain. But he didn't do it immediately. The mental implant left deep in Gwen's brain at the moment was like a fishing rod thrown into the sea. Before the big fish is hooked, there is no need for him to pull the fishing rod in a hurry. 0.0. Because of the spiritual implantation, if you want to issue an order, the distance cannot be too far. Therefore, once Gwen has an abnormal situation again, he will be able to find the other party at the first time. and the other party stretched his hand to Gwen's body, thinking with his toes, and knew that the reason must be because of himself. From the moment his father died, someone has secretly controlled everything and launched various actions. Although he didn't know the purpose, it didn't matter. All he had to do was to pull him out and strangle him to death. And this is also the main reason why he wants to contact Gwen at this moment. He wants to use himself as a bait to draw out the black hand behind him. I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly feel sleepy. Let's go back early, Gwen said suddenly with a yawn. Locke nodded silently. It was normal for Gwen to behave like this. It was a side effect of being invaded by telepathy ability. Not only will the intruder feel exhausted because of the use of a lot of mental power, but the invaded will also have a similar feeling. But don't worry, take a break and you'll be fine. Well, it's really getting late, I'll take you home. Locke nodded, got up and gently supported Gwen. However, at this moment, the originally weak Gwen eyes suddenly became indifferent. At the same time, in an instant, she picked up the knife and fork on the table, and stabbed towards Locke's neck fiercely. Looking at Gwen's sudden change in temperament in front of him, Locke was not surprised, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Have you been hooked? Hihi, I found you. Ask for some data. Flowers evaluate the monthly pass. This is the driving force of the code. Thank you. Knife. The sharp knife and fork can easily cut the beef, so the damage that Gwen can cause under the powerful explosive force is even more terrifying. But in the face of Gwen's sudden attack in front of him, there was a hint of softness in Locke's eyes, and there was no sign of evasion. No matter why Gwen became what she is now, she is still the Gwen he loves. How could he possibly do anything to the person he loves? Besides, just relying on the strength of Gwen in front of him, if he wants to cause harm to him, it is just a fool's dream and a joke. Since the result of dodging and not dodging is the same, why should he waste his energy? Standing on the spot with a calm face, the telepathy ability burst out, but in an instant, the issuer of the spiritual command was discovered. It's about a kilometer away, above a building. A man in black night clothes was lying at the window. 010. An astronomical telescope was placed in front of him, and Gwen's restaurant could be clearly seen from his position. Through the glass of the dining room, he could already see that the woman attacked the target at the moment when he gave his order. His face is full of triumphant smiles. As a spiritual power user, he is the ace killer of the organization. Over the years, he has lost count of how many targets he has silently removed by relying on his ability. And the eldest young master from the Rockefeller family in front of him will surely die at his hands. In his hands, the difference in identity has no meaning at all. For him, the goal is only the difference between life and death. With a slight smile, he seemed to have seen the target's neck pierced by a knife and fork, then covered the wound and kept roaring to rescue, but finally there was no one to save, and the tragic scene was unwilling to die. However, at the moment when he smiled, it stopped abruptly. Because the expected picture did not appear, but a scene that made him unbelievable and extremely frightening appeared. I saw a sharp knife and fork that could easily cut through beef, and stabbed fiercely on the man's neck, but it was like it was stuck on steel. There was no damage to the neck of the rich family, but the knife and fork broke directly. How is that possible? The man in black looked horrified, his eyelids twitched wildly, full of incredible color. At this moment, the young master of the rich family, who was a kilometer away, turned his eyes and turned to look at his location. A mocking sneer appeared on his face, and then he said a word. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear what was being said, but he knew what the man was saying at the first moment. It was "I found you." The heart seemed to be caught. Roar began to have difficulty breathing, his back began to get cold, and his scalp began to tingle. Since joining the organization, he has performed many tasks, and this is the first time he has such a physiological response. But he knew exactly why he had this physiological reaction. Because, fear. Yes, he was frightened, horrified kind. He found me? Damn it, the information is wrong, this boy is not a normal person. After figuring this out, he didn't have the slightest hesitation, immediately put away the telescope on the ground, and started to flee at a high speed. It takes a few minutes for normal people to get here from that restaurant, no matter how fast they are. And a few minutes was enough for him to escape from here and fly away. This time, because of the wrong information, he missed it, but it doesn't matter. After they figure out the information, he still has a chance to solve this young man who made him taste the taste of failure. In the restaurant, Gwen also looked at Locke, who was standing motionless in front of him, with an incredible look on his face. Although her behavior at the moment was due to her mental command, she still had the instinctive reaction she should have. Such emotions as surprise, fear, and fear are all there. It's just that she won't remember these emotions after she wakes up. But although she can't remember, these emotional reactions will still appear instinctively when she is under control. For example, at this moment, she was instinctively shocked when she looked at Locke's body, which was like steel and iron, and could not even be pierced by a knife and fork. Seeing her expression like this, Locke smiled and raised a finger between Gwen's eyebrows. Immediately, the mental command implanted in the depths of Gwen's brain was directly cleared by him. Suddenly, Gwen's eyes went black, and he fell into Locke's arms. Looking at Gwen falling into a deep sleep, Locke stroked her cheek. He said to himself, "Sleep well. When you wake up, everything will be fine." At this time, a beautiful figure in a gothic dress appeared in front of Locke. The person here is Miss 2B, who has been secretly following in the dark. Master, the target has already appeared, do you need me to be dispatched? 2B's eyes flashed a trace of cold murderous intent. As a robot created by Locke, according to the robot guidelines, she should never have put Locke in danger. Nay, Locke directly modified the permission settings, letting her stay and follow, and not let her take any action. Now that the target has finally been fished out, her long knife can no longer be held back. Gently moved Gwen in his arms to 2B's arms, and smiled gently. No, this time let me do it myself. I haven't made a lot of shots all the time, and some people think I'm that useless rich young master. Now that anyone dares to jump on me, it's really a headache. Little fish and shrimp, it's not worth your shot, master, just leave it to me, 2B said seriously. Continue to shake his head. Your task now is to send Gwen home safely, and then go home and wait for me in vain. This time it's my turn to ask you for a reward. Locke squeezed 2B's pretty face lightly and said. Hearing Locke's words, Miss 2B's heart throbbed, and her face flushed red. The young master has already said so, if she is disobedient, she will not know how to praise her. Besides, with the strength of the young master, 2.2, even if all the members of their Yakuba troop combined, could not be his opponent. In this way, she naturally doesn't have to worry about the safety of the young master. The key is that after returning home at night, I can reward the young master. In the past, only the young master rewarded her. Today, it is her who will reward the young master. Naturally, such a great deed cannot be missed. Rather than thinking about how to kill the guy behind him, it's better to think about how to reward your young master at night. I understand. 2B nodded silently, holding Gwen and looking at Locke, who was slowly floating, with admiration in his beautiful eyes. The young master who can fly without external force is really cool. Locke's eyes moved quickly, and in an instant he locked on the man in black who was still escaping at a high speed. Escape? Do you think it's possible? In the dimly lit street, a figure like a rat in the sewers dashed across the ground quickly, with panic. Report, I've been found, I need support. An anxious voice sounded in the dim alley, and it seemed to tremble abnormally because of too much fear. The guy who made the sound was none other than the man in black who gave Gwen a mental command before. At first, the man in black felt that he had enough time to retreat, and then there would be a drama of the return of the king in the future. Until he saw the young man suddenly rise from the sky, his thought was shattered immediately. That guy can actually fly? Is this still human? Monster, this is a monster. In just an instant, his evaluation of Locke rose from an ordinary teenager to a monster. There is a world of difference between the two. He already knew that the information their organization gave him was wrong. But I didn't expect that the degree of error would be exaggerated to this point. This is simply incredible. If possible, what he most wants to do now is to return to the base quickly, and then kill the guy who collected this information. This Nima, the quality of intelligence gathering is the same as shit 10. This situation is even more outrageous than mathematics taught by physical education teachers. Physical education teachers teach mathematics, at least there is a little bit of accuracy. But this information is so wrong. In fact, I can't blame the intelligence personnel of their organization. The reason why there is such a big deviation is that Locke has only made a few shots. And he's growing so fast. The number of shots is small, and the growth is too fast. This will inevitably lead to a lag in intelligence information, and their intelligence is still in the state when Locke killed Green Goblin. As everyone knows, from the time Locke killed Green Goblin to now, Locke has gone through 2 strengthenings. His strength has long since risen to an unbelievable level, just like riding a rocket. It's not something that Locke, who had only strengthened once, could compare. Amidst the ice and snow, there is a secret base hidden in the 3 forests. It is unknown that this is the first secret base of the Hydra organization. Not to mention outsiders, even the people inside the Hydra organization might not know about it. In a quiet room, a coquettish woman in a green robe looked at the communication device in her hand with an ugly expression. Didn't you just say that the mission is almost complete? What's going on now? I made a mistake just now. This guy is not a person, he is a monster. He can fly. The information is seriously distorted. I need support. An exasperated voice came from the communicator. Regarding the serious distortion of intelligence, it is estimated that it will become the most serious psychological shadow in his life. If he had known that the boy was so terrifying, he would not have come even if he was killed. But just after the man finished speaking, a tall figure appeared directly at the end of the alley. The moment he saw this figure, his legs trembled uncontrollably. It was that boy, and it was that terrifying boy who appeared in front of him. No. The man shook his head in horror, constantly retreating to the rear. At the same time, a good spiritual attack burst out, turning into a spiritual blade and ferociously coming towards Locke. As Locke with the telepathy ability, he sensed the opponent's attack in an instant. Immediately, a mental barrier appeared quickly, easily blocking the man's mental attack. Psychic power? Mutant? Or something else? A curious look appeared on Locke's face. As far as he knew, there was no mutant in the world he was in. But the guy in front of him was a bit beyond his expectations. It seems that I still don't know enough about the world. Locke smiled self-deprecatingly, and then his figure disappeared directly. All he could see was the ground beneath his feet shattered into pieces. Before waiting for the man to react, the man who was still at the end of the alley had already come behind him. At this moment, he actually saw a headless body standing in front of him. Boom! The headless corpse collapsed, and at this moment he realized that it was his own body. and he was left with a head that the boy grabbed in his hands. I am dead. As the last thought appeared in his mind, he was greeted by endless darkness. He was right, he was indeed dead. Killed by Locke. Because the speed was too fast, Locke easily planted his head. The scene looked a little terrifying and bloody, but Locke couldn't help it. He didn't have too many relatives in this world. In his opinion, Mo, Gwen, and his robot wife are the people he cares about the most. In his eyes, these people are no different from his relatives, and relatives are his inverse scales and must not be touched. Otherwise, there is only one consequence, and that is death. A guy who dared to take action on his own woman, he didn't cut it into 8 pieces, he was already soft-hearted. Hydra's secret base, listening to the communicator that suddenly quieted down, the green-robed woman's face was full of solemn expressions. Daiwin, what's the situation on your side? Report your location immediately, and I'll send reinforcements there immediately. The woman frowned and said to the communicator. But the answer to her was a loud electric current. After a while, she heard the sound of unhurried footsteps coming from the communicator. Then a dull and slow sound rang out. He's already dead, don't worry, I'll go over to you soon, and you have to die too. 35. Extremely domineering words came out of Locke's mouth, and then squeezed with a big hand. The communicator turned into tattered iron in his hand. In just a split second, he had already learned the location of the other party's secret base by going over the man's memory before his death. Although it has long been guessed that the mastermind behind it may be the most annoying Hydra organization in the Marvel world. But when he really confirmed it, his anger broke out uncontrollably. Unforgivable? Now the only way to relieve his anger is to send this group of ignorant guys to hell? It was God's business not to forgive, and all he had to do was send them to see God. Thinking of this, he jumped, turned into a long rainbow and flew to the sky. This time his goal is to destroy all Hydra bases he knows. Hydra's secret base, listening to the noise of the electric current, the woman's face is so ugly that water can drip. The second plan that I carefully planned has also failed. Worst of all, they even revealed their position. Quick, notify everyone, evacuate here immediately. But just after she finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly sounded. How is this possible? Hearing the loud noise from outside, a touch of fear climbed on her face. This speed is too fast, there was a sound like a falling meteor from outside, and then the earth shook. Rao stayed in the room, and after a long distance, she involuntarily swayed. Such a fast speed, such a terrifying movement, is that the young man? In her heart, such a question could not help but she heard clearly from Daiwin's mouth that the boy could fly out of thin air. But how is this possible? In the information they have investigated, the strength of that young man should be the degree of injection of strengthening potion. The reason why he was able to kill Green Goblin before was because of the suit of armor on him. But at this moment, the battle displayed by this young man is not something that can be produced by only injecting the physical strengthening medicine. This is simply a monster that came out of the abyss. Ma'am, that guy has already come, broke into our base directly, and started killing without any reason. An agent of the Hydra organization ran in from the outside with a look of horror and said, I don't know if it was because he was too scared, his legs were shaking uncontrollably, and his hands were shaking constantly. That kind of feeling looked like she had epilepsy, and it was very funny. But at this moment, the woman called Mrs. couldn't laugh at all, an existence that could fly to her from hundreds of kilometers away in an instant. What kind of strength she possesses, she doesn't need to look at it at all, just think about it and know how terrifying it is. But as one of the leaders of the Hydra organization branch, the more you are at this time, the more you have to be calm and loyal to the development of the Hydra organization. Damn, what the hell happened to that kid? Order everyone to attack with full firepower and not give the opponent a chance to breathe. I don't believe that I can't kill him, the woman said with a gloomy expression. As she spoke, she walked into a huge equipment cabin. Ma'am, the Crimson Mecha is still in the testing stage, is this inappropriate? Seeing the woman, she walked directly into the equipment compartment. The other subordinate who was standing on the side respectfully, looked at the woman with a worried expression. There is no time to test now, don't be afraid that there will be no chance again, and I believe in Dr. Zola's technology. The woman frowned and said, the Crimson Mecha is the greatest recent technological invention of their Hydra organization, and its inspiration has actually existed many years ago. It's just that at that time, it was always limited by the technology at that time, and it was not really invented. It wasn't until a few months ago that Tony Stark's steel battlesuit came out, which reawakened their idea of building a Crimson Mech. Afterwards, with the strong help of Dr. Zola, the chief scientific of their Hydra organization, who has digitized himself, their Hydra organization took only a few months to fully build the Crimson Mecha. Although the Crimson Mecha is still in the testing stage, with Dr. Zola's scientific research spirit, she believes that the Crimson Mecha in front of her will not have too many problems. Once she puts on the Crimson Mecha and cooperates with the energy ray cannon installed on the Crimson Mecha, her combat power will increase exponentially. In this way, she has the confidence to compete with the kid outside who hasn't met yet. The time goes back 1 minute. After finding the secret base to which he belonged from the memory of the power user named Daiwin, Locke flew directly towards Hydra's secret base without the slightest hesitation. Locke, who has the ability to control heat, has already used his ability to the point of perfection after self-cultivation during this period of time. High-speed flight by manipulating the release of energy is nothing new. Now, without the need to use the floating throne, he can achieve the same level of flight speed as the floating throne, or even faster. You must know that the floating throne he built can explode at a terrifying speed that is 20 times the speed of sound. Now he can surpass the speed of the floating throne with only his own body, which shows how powerful his physical quality is. And after this period of research, he also unexpectedly discovered that his ability to control heat energy can be continuously improved through strengthening training. His ability awakening because of Mad God Potion is still a growth ability. This is somewhat similar to the ability of Mutant, another branch of the Marvel world. Mutant's ability can also be continuously improved through constant training. When Mutant's ability is raised to the Omega level, or higher, the Heavenly Father is nothing in their eyes. Even some perverted mutants can reach the level of multi-universe. In this way, you can imagine how terrifying the potential of growth-type abilities is. It's just a bug. Fortunately, according to his current knowledge, the existence of mutant has not been found in this world system. In this way, even if he took a big advantage, after all, he is the only one. At the beginning, the highest temperature he released was around 6,000 degrees. But with the hard work during this period of time, the amount of heat he can release has reached a sky-high 8,000 degrees. That's heat beyond the surface temperature of the sun. Once he has completely released his ability on this planet, it should not be too difficult to destroy this planet. Starburst really isn't a problem for him anymore. So dealing with a group of Hydra's little ants is even more of a problem. Stop, don't move, or we'll shoot. As soon as Locke landed, several Hydra agents immediately surrounded him and pointed their weapons at Locke without saying a word. There is no nonsense, and Locke is too lazy to answer their boring questions. The purpose of his arrival now is only one, that is to kill everyone here, and then completely destroy this base. Only in this way can we solve the hatred in our hearts and eliminate the anger in our hearts. A terrifying heat burst out directly from his body, and the surrounding Hydra agents seemed to be hit by a nuclear explosion. The body gasified on the spot, turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Locke, who precisely controlled the release of energy, did not have the slightest influence, and walked towards the interior of the base with a blank expression. Wherever he passed, everything was directly melted and vaporized, and nothing could survive. Such a scene directly shocked the other agents in the distance. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They had lived for so long, and it was the first time they had seen such a terrifying scene. Is this still a human? This is simply an active nuclear weapon? A nuclear explosion in minutes seems to destroy everything. Although they are fearful, they are all well-trained elite agents, and naturally they will not be afraid of battle. Gritting his teeth, he launched an attack towards Locke. Da-da-da. The gunshots continued to sound, and bullets poured toward Locke like rain, trying to use fire suppression to kill Locke. But to their despair, under Locke's terrifying high-temperature energy, no bullet could touch Locke's body. All turned into molten iron in the middle, dripping on the ground, without the slightest effect. Is this your strength? What's the difference with ants? Locke sneered. He raised his foot and stomped on the ground. Immediately, the entire ground seemed to be stepped on by the giant hooves of the idols of the fantasy world. At boom! Like a falling meteor, the shocking force violently bombarded the ground. Suddenly, the entire ground collapsed directly, and a huge deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared, swallowing half of the base. How could a group of Hydra agents think that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying, just stomping his feet, and the land collapsed? A group of people didn't react, they all fell into the deep pit, and were smashed into patties by the fragments of the collapsed house. As half of the base collapsed, a secret passage appeared in front of Locke, and the land leading to this secret passage was the real base of the Hydra organization. He smiled, did not speak, and continued to walk towards the passage with a blank expression. In the secret room of the underground base, the atmosphere was dead silent. The woman who has put on the crimson mecha, through the surveillance system equipped with the mecha, has clearly seen everything that is happening outside. Immediately, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just now she thought that she could compete with Locke by wearing the crimson mecha. Now it seems that I realize how ignorant and ridiculous I am. This guy is simply a devil, the woman said with a horrified expression. She quickly walked into the secret escape route, and pressed the closing gate. Cowardly, she is really cowardly. Run away, you must run away at this time. The door of the escape tunnel is a giant steel plate with a thickness of nearly 1 meter, and a steel plate with such a thickness cannot be broken by ordinary missiles. But in the face of that terrifying young man, she was a little empty. No, it's not a bit, it's very virtual. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. The woman wearing the crimson mecha screamed in her heart as she ran fast in the secret passage. There has never been a moment when she yearned for time to go by as much as she is now. Because of this, she can run farther. But unfortunately, the world will not change because of her subjective thoughts. Not long after she ran away, a terrifying temperature suddenly hit from behind. Immediately afterwards, she was horrified to discover that the steel and iron door, which seemed impregnable to her, melted instantly like ice cubes. What was melted together was the crimson mecha she was wearing. I thought that wearing the crimson mecha would be able to compete with that boy. Now, without even touching it, the crimson mecha directly turned into a pool of molten iron. Such a huge gap makes people desperate. Another reason for her despair was because the hot molten iron fell on her body and burned her into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. A shrill scream constantly came from the woman's mouth, and at this moment, a tall man walked in slowly. The person here is Locke. Today's last chapter. Too tired. Continue tomorrow morning. Ask for softer. Locke came in. He had already put away his ability to release high-temperature energy. Otherwise, with the terrifying energy that erupted from his body, the woman in front of him would have already been vaporized. There is no doubt about that. The woman who fell to the ground and struggled desperately looked at Locke, her body shivering. The body that was scalded by the molten iron was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at such a scene, Locke's face couldn't help showing interest. It seems that your body is very special. To have such an amazing self-healing ability, is it innate, or is it through the drug Locke? You don't have to answer, I'll see it myself. After all, that's true and reliable. Locke quietly looked at the woman on the ground and said, his voice was cold and emotionless. At this moment, the telepathy ability directly invaded the woman's brain, and the memory of the other party played in front of his eyes like a movie. And he can fast forward at will, or on demand, very easy. As mentioned earlier, his ability is growth type, which refers not only to his ability to manipulate thermal energy. The same is true for telepathy ability, so theoretically, even Locke does not need to take a more powerful strengthening agent. He also has the opportunity to break through the current state and enter the level Godfather. Definitely, this speed is definitely slower than taking the strengthening agent directly. However, slow has the advantage of being slow, that is, the process is stable, and basically there will not be too much deviation. And then, if Dr. Stern can really come up with a serum that is 10,000 times more than the Hulk serum, he may be able to immediately enter the level Godfather, or even surpass the existence of the level Godfather. But the whole process is uncontrollable. Although the benefits are likely to be huge, the same risks are also proportional. In this way, Locke has not yet thought about how to make a choice at that time. Let's talk about it at that time. Everything still depends on the actual situation of the medicine that Dr. Stern came up with. 010. In a moment, the memory exploration was over. Immediately, he had a very clear understanding of the woman in front of him. Should I call you Viper, or should I call you Mrs. Hydra? Locke said, looking at the woman in front of him with a half-smile. That's right, the woman in front of her is one of the leaders of Hydra, nicknamed Viper, who is also respectfully called Roar by his subordinates as Mrs. Hydra, because she is the only female leader of the Hydra organization so far. Mrs. Hydra's calling Roar is her honor? Listening to Locke's words in front of him, Viper's face was full of horror. As one of the leaders of the Hydra base, what scene did she not see? But looking at Locke in front of her, her heart was filled with unstoppable fear and trembling. The aura of the man in front of him was too powerful. In front of him, she was like an ant that could be kneaded casually, incomparably small. Also like a small boat floating in Wangyang Sea, it may be directly swallowed by the sea called Locke at any time. So, how could she not be afraid? Master Locke, misunderstanding, all of this is a misunderstanding, not what you think. Viper looked at Locke with courage and said. She, who was burnt into a monster, gradually turned back to a human form. Not only that, because of the high temperature, the clothes on her body have already been burned. The current Viper has a magnanimous appearance, and what he can see and what he can't see is all in the eyes of Locke. One thing to say, this woman still has a bit of beauty, which is very attractive. But I don't know if it was because of Locke's more classes, but he didn't have the slightest reaction to the scenery in front of him. Compared with his few robot wives, the quality of fruit provided by this woman is still too ordinary. And at this time, he didn't have the slightest mood to think about it. The purpose of coming here is to kill people, not to create people. Misunderstanding. A mocking smile appeared on Locke's face. He has already read Viper's recent memory once, and the woman in front of him is still quibbling. This is completely ignoring him? Yes, it's a big misunderstanding, and I also ask Master Locke to calm down. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I am willing to surrender to your feet, young master, never betray, be a bull and a horse, and I am willing to do anything. 35 Viper said with a charming and coquettish look on his face. She has a peculiar energy released from her body, which seems to be able to influence the minds of others. This is the most commonly used seductive technique for Viper. Definitely the seductive technique here is not the kind of mysterious exercises that the fantasy world said, but only through the body movements made by the body, coupled with the stimulation of words, and a little mental interference. Thus, it is just a means to make men fantasize about her, or feel pity for her. This ability has almost no lethality, but it can often have unexpected effects, especially for men. After all, what a man is? To be honest, if the previous Locke was here, he might have been seduced by her. But now, that's it. In terms of the ability of seduction, which robot wife is not as powerful as the Viper in front of him. Not to mention his commander's sister, the means of provoking people are simply ceiling level. The Viper in front of him is a younger brother in front of the commander's sister. And Locke, who has been teased by the commander's sister for a long time, has already developed antibodies to such low-level temptations. And with the telepathy ability, he has already seen through the Viper's true thoughts. She surrendered on the surface, but she was still shouting Hydra hail in her heart. How could he possibly let her go? Without the slightest expression on his face, a terrifying heat burst out, instantly covering the Viper. Bassi. Ah. The shrill screams continued from the Viper's mouth, and finally turned into a coke. A breeze came, and the Viper's body dissipated directly with the wind. It was dead and could no longer die. Locke, who has seen Viper's memory, doesn't even need to interrogate. He already knew the whole truth of the matter, not only that, but also the location of the other base. In this way, what he has to do now is to continue to the next base to find a very interesting guy. Looking at the already dilapidated base in front of him, Locke's eyes showed disgust. In such a small place, he even dared to put his hand on his woman's body. There is no need to stay here. And he is not in the mood to kill the members of the Hydra organization one by one, it is too slow. If this is the case, then completely destroy this place. Thinking like this, Locke's body floated up in the air, like a Superman, and instantly came hundreds of meters in the air. Looking at the Hydra base below, there was a touch of ruthlessness in Locke's eyes. He raised his hand and held it, and suddenly a terrifying energy ball condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it becomes a football file size. With the appearance of the energy sphere, a terrifying heat rolled in the sphere, which contained terrifying heat energy beyond the surface of the sun. And when a large amount of energy is compressed within a certain volume, and then detonated, the power that can be exploded is like a nuclear explosion. Destroy it. Locke said lightly, raised his hand and waved, and the energy ball in his hand galloped towards the Hydra base below. Immediately, the dazzling white light surpassed the sun in the sky. If anyone looked directly at it at this moment, they would definitely be blinded by this white light. After the white light passed, a mushroom cloud appeared, and then the mountain shook, and the space was already distorted. Under the energy explosion that destroyed the sky and the earth, the entire base below, no, the entire mountain range within a radius of 1 kilometer was directly destroyed, turning into powder and disappearing. Instead of Hydra's secret base, a huge amount of crater, instead of the previous mountains, appeared impressively. A small energy ball shattered the entire mountain range, and the explosive power formed a mushroom cloud. Such strength was simply terrifying, and the monsters were not enough to describe the horror of Locke. The power of a nuclear explosion with bare hands, this is indeed a walking human nuclear weapon. If Locke at this moment wants to, not to mention destroying the star, easily destroy a city with a population of 10 million, it should not be difficult. If he exploded with all his strength, it would be more than a mountain range and a city. Perhaps the entire planet will cease to exist, and this is only the destructive power of the peak powerhouse of level sub-godfather. If you go one step further and become a level godfather powerhouse, how far can you reach? He is looking forward to the arrival of this day, and he also believes that it will not be too long from this realm. Raising an energy ball not only completely destroyed Hydra's secret base, but also shook the entire world. With the appearance of the explosion, huge amounts of power could be heard even by people from 100 kilometers away. So, let alone the nearby cities. In particular, the local military personnel were keen to capture the terrifying explosion that caused a small earthquake. Immediately, a fighter jet took off, and then galloped towards the explosion site. Not only people from the military, but also various media came to try to understand the specific situation. But at this moment, Locke has already left. On the sky carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury stared solemnly at the screen in front of him. On the screen in front of him, a satellite map of thermal energy distribution was displayed. This is used to monitor changes in surface temperature in real time. Because heat energy involves all aspects, once there is an abnormality somewhere, it will first be manifested in the heat distribution. For example, all kinds of explosions, etc., will be reflected. Has the energy value been calculated? Nick Fury asked with a solemn expression. It has been calculated. 35. How big? 84 gigajoules, equivalent to the power of a H-bomb. What? Are you kidding? Sir, I really can't make fun of this kind of thing. In other words, someone detonated an H-bomb just now? This is hard to say, only the energy coefficient has been monitored, but there is no radiation, which is very strange. Immediately activate the InSight satellite and track the target location. What's wrong? Nick Fury said solemnly. Although he didn't know what happened for the time being, a bad premonition rose in his heart, making him a little restless. And the InSight satellite he mentioned was actually not the name of the satellite, but the name of a plan. The full name of the program is the Criminal Tendency Insight Program, and it's a program that S.H.I.E.L.D has been working on covertly for several years. This plan aims to detect criminally inclined targets at the first time through monitoring and analysis of massive data, and play a role in early warning and prevention. In this way, the crime rate of the whole country is reduced, and the whole society tends to be stable and harmonious. The starting point of this plan is good, but this plan has been controversial since its launch. After all, if you want to do this, you must monitor the information of all citizens, so personal privacy has become a joke. And this program is aimed at all citizens, so naturally everyone in SHIELD. Therefore, just internally, this plan has been blocked. So far it is only a trial stage, and has not been fully put into use. However, all satellites used in this plan, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, can now be called. Understood. With Nick Fury's command, the Hill agent immediately started operating on the computer in front of him. Soon a real-time picture appeared in front of everyone, and a giant crater appeared in front of them. Oh you my geez. Did a meteor fall? How could there be such huge amounts of craters? Look, there's still heat coming out of the crater. It's obviously just appeared. This is impossible. According to astronomical and meteorological information, there is no news of meteorite falling at all recently, and the meteors that can cause such huge craters, we can't be unaware. It wasn't caused by a meteorite. What was that? Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of doubts and disbelief. Only Nick Fury's face was very solemn. He seemed to have guessed something and looked in the direction of Rollo Rockfield Manor. But after thinking about it, it is absolutely impossible. The terrifying goddess of death under the boy's hands, no matter how strong, should not be able to do this. The picture in front of him was not caused by humanoid creatures at all. He would rather believe that it was a deep hole stepped on by monsters from outside the realm. Sir, an ultra-high thermal energy body was found 300 kilometers away from the target point. At this moment, the Hill agent said with a look of surprise. Quick, track the target immediately and see what the hell it is. Nick Fury said eagerly. Yes. While S.H.I.E.L.D's group was still urgently investigating the truth. According to the information searched from Viper's mind, Locke successfully found another base of the Hydra organization. And this base is the largest of the many bases, and it is the central base of many secret bases. The reason why this base has such a status is because an important figure of the Hydra organization lives in this base. This figure is also a legend. He has joined the Hydra organization since World War II, and he was also the subordinate of Red Skull, the supreme leader of the Hydra organization. That's right, this important guy is Dr. Zola. During the battle with Captain America Rogers, Red Skull was teleported to somewhere unknown by the space jam. In this regard, Dr. Zola was left alone. In order to survive, Dr. Zola briefly left the Hydra organization. But then he joined again, and after that, he uploaded his consciousness to the computer and became a data body, so he had an almost immortal life. The reason why Locke is interested in Dr. Zola is because this guy is also an extremely smart scientist. From the fact that he was able to upload his consciousness to the computer and become a data body, it can be seen that this guy's ability to learn is no trivial matter. In addition to his fondness for sheltering beautiful and lovely young ladies, Locke likes to shelter this kind of guy with extraordinary intelligence the most. Yvonne Vank and Dr. Stern were all taken into his subordinates by him for this reason. If he could, he'd even want to play Tony Stark's idea. But think about it. Forget it, if one of Marvel's three giants, if he becomes his own laborer, it seems unlikely. With a smile, Locke fell from the sky, as before, without a word of nonsense. He directly penetrated the entire base, and the terrifying heat energy burst out, and all the blockers didn't even see him, and they were directly burned to ashes. Soon, he walked leisurely to the last room in the base. After 2 invasion experiences, he already knew that the last room in the base was where the leader of the base was. In the room, a robot with a very strange shape sat quietly on a chair. It was rare that it did not escape, but instead seemed to be waiting for Locke's arrival. This strange robot is Dr. Zola. After a roar, the room he was in was directly penetrated from top to bottom. Immediately, a man appeared in front of him. This man was none other than Locke. Looking at the machine Dr. Zola in front of him, Locke's face showed interest. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him would wait for him here instead of running away. Is this self-awareness? Or is there another loop? Forget it, don't bother to think about it, you'll know right away. Smiled. Mr. Locke, I've been waiting for a long time, let me introduce myself. An electronic synthesis sound came from Dr. Zola's machine body. I don't need to introduce myself, the famous Dr. Zola, I have heard of it. Zero seeking flowers. I have to say, your performance is really beyond my imagination. Locke smiled, pulled a chair and sat down slowly. Different from the decisive look just now, the current Locke has returned to a calm look. Obviously, after destroying the base and killing many agents of the Hydra organization, the anger in his heart has dropped a lot. Now the entire base is left with Dr. Zola in front of him. And Dr. Zola in front of him is the guy he wants to win over, so he still needs to be polite. However, when he heard Locke's words, Dr. Zola's robot face showed surprise. He didn't seem to think that Locke knew him, and he looked very familiar. Mr. Locke, the more surprising person is you, Dr. Zola said bitterly. So, is that why you didn't run away? I know what happened at the Viper, do you think it's useful to escape? 0.0. It's really useless, you are really self-aware. But why did you stay here? Locke was indeed a little curious. Our Hydra organization has no intention of fighting against you, the Vipers are against you because your men killed Pierce. And her relationship with Pierce is a little bit special, it's her personal behavior. At this moment, she has been killed by you, and our 2 bases have also been destroyed. Mr. Locke, can you come down? Dr. Zola asked in a tentative tone. The base was destroyed, and his own people were killed. According to reason, Dr. Zola should be thunderous and angry at this moment. In fact, it's not that he didn't think about fighting with Locke. But under his precise calculation, once their Hydra organization really works hard, they will only die in the end. By that time, they will not only have 2 bases destroyed, but their entire army. Such a result is absolutely unacceptable to him, and also unacceptable to all Hydra members. After his calculations, the best way to solve this problem is to admit counsel. Abandon the car? And he is that car. Compared with the interests of the entire Hydra organization, he is willing to sacrifice himself to let Locke's anger come to an end, so as to preserve the rest of the Hydra organization base. This is the purpose of his stay at the moment, and he also believes that Locke, who has become a data body, cannot get information from him to the location of the next secret base. After all, telepathy can't hack into his data body. Dr. Zola's words exceeded his expectations more and more, but he did not expect that he was actually a counselor. Is this your purpose, to seek peace? Locke said with a smile. Immediately, the body sitting on the chair leaned forward slightly, and looked at Dr. Zola with cold eyes. What if I don't agree? Hearing what Locke said, Dr. Zola was silent for a while, and the emotionless electronic synthesis sound sounded again. Hydra's slogan is cut off one head and grow two to replace it, and we can't kill it. 35. Can't kill all of them? I really want to try, Locke said with a half smile. So you don't have to talk about it? Talk? The reason why I appeared in front of you was never because I wanted to talk to you? As soon as the voice fell, Locke raised his hand and grabbed it, directly clasping Dr. Zola's mechanical neck, and easily lifted it up. I thought you were very self-aware, but now it seems that you still don't know your position, but it doesn't matter. I will whip you well and let you recognize it. I have already incarnated into a data body. I will not die. What you are holding now is just a useless body. If I want to leave, I can easily retreat. Really? Why don't I believe it? A playful smile appeared on Locke's face. At this moment, the biological invasion program he created by relying on the technology in the world of the heavenly things suddenly started. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Zola's mechanical body was invaded, and his data body was imprisoned in his useless body. Suddenly, Dr. Zola's shocked roar sounded. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? Dr. Zola, who became a data body, had no mood swings for a long time. After all, he already has eternal life, and he can deal with any problem with a normal heart. Although such a life will be very boring, but compared to the temptation of immortality, what is interesting in life, boring is boring. And his greatest pursuit in life is to constantly explore the world and explore the nature of the universe. It seems that the pursuit of all extremely intelligent people is inseparable from the exploration of the world, which can also be seen from Dr. Stern. In fact, Locke's pursuit also includes this, but he has one more exploration than them. It is to explore black holes at different levels. Hearing that Dr. Zola finally had an emotional voice, a mocking smile appeared on Locke's face. Release the hand holding Dr. Zola, and Dr. Zola fell to the ground. A look of horror appeared on the face of the person displayed on the electronic screen on the abdomen. After so many years, he finally experienced the taste of fear again. He never imagined that the consciousness that he turned into a data body would be easily imprisoned in this ugly body by the man in front of him. Back then, the reason why he transformed his consciousness into a data body was not just to get rid of the imprisoned physical body. In his opinion, being imprisoned by a fragile body for the incomparably powerful human soul is the saddest thing in this world. Humans should be evolved from simple and weak carbon-based creatures to unrestrained consciousness. Being is the highest expression of life. That's what he thought and did, turning his consciousness into a data body. He completely got rid of the shackles of the flesh and the shadow of death. From then on to eternal life, what a great creation. But at this moment, the man in front of him knocked him back to his original form and returned to hell in just an instant. How could he not be terrified? What the hell did you do to me? A voice almost growling came out of Dr. Zola's mechanical body, horrified and desperate. As a data body, you shouldn't have felt the taste of fear for a long time, right? No answer, and Locke doesn't need Dr. Zola to answer, because the answer is obvious. Although fear is only a human emotion, it still has its meaning. For example, let people know how to fear, know what can be done and what cannot be done. Sometimes being fearless is not necessarily a good thing, you know what I mean. Locke said, looking at Dr. Zola with a light smile. How could someone as smart as Dr. Zola couldn't hear what he meant? In the final analysis, the meaning expressed is not that the self just now was stupid, self-righteous, and did not run away, which is why I ended up in this situation. A person can be called a person if he has 7 emotions and 6 desires. I just want you to be a human again, don't thank me. Dr. Zola had a hard time getting rid of being a human being, but now it's better to return to before liberation. Thank you, now I can't wait to strangle you. Dr. Zola thought so, but because of fear, he didn't dare, and he counseled again. But this time is different from the previous one. Before that, it was because he knew through his own calculations that he was definitely not Locke's opponent. So it was decided to make an optimal solution. It is not so much a cowardice as it is a strategic decision of retreat. But at this moment, he was really cowardly. Simply fear. Because consciousness is imprisoned in this mechanical body again, it means that the other party only needs to destroy his body. The immortality that he was proud of before was also indifferent and ceased to exist. In this way, he was naturally frightened. What the hell do you want to do? Dr. Zora summoned up the courage to look at the teenager in front of him and asked. Unlike his other colleagues who killed him directly, he imprisoned his own consciousness. He really didn't understand what the monster in front of him was trying to do. What for? That's a good question, and I honestly didn't know what my purpose in the world was until a long time ago. But now, I know. Locke looked contemplative, like a wise man. But he is obviously only 14 years old. Listening to Locke's words, Dr. Zola looked confused. I asked, what do you want to do? You are talking to me about the meaning of life. Are we sure we are on the same channel? Inwardly slandered, but dare not speak out, can only ask questions. What is it? To live well, to live as you wish, to explore the black hole and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the black hole. Isn't it very simple? Locke looked at Dr. Zola and said like he was chatting with an old friend. 0. A little unable to keep up with the jumping brain hole of the young man in front of him, he subconsciously wanted to nod his head. But thinking about it seriously, I feel that what Locke said is actually not easy at all. Human life is simple, but it is not easy to live well. As for living as one wishes, it is even more unrealistic. What kind of status is needed to support this desire? Even he dare not think about it. Hehe, it seems that you have already seen it. Very good, then let's go back to the question you said. What do I want to do? It's actually very simple. I want to elevate myself to the point where I can do whatever I want without scruples. Are you trying to dominate this planet? Dr. Zola's tone became a little excited. Because the goal of the Hydra organization is to rule the entire planet. The ambition of the man in front of him can be said to coincide with the ambition of their Hydra organization. He remembered that more than 70 years ago, there was a man who also had such grand ambitions, but he failed in the end. And this man is none other than his first master, Red Skull. Unexpectedly, after a lapse of 70 years, such a person appeared in this world again, and he couldn't help but sigh. But just after he finished speaking, it was Locke's eyes that came. Dominate the earth, do you want to do this? Okay, stop talking nonsense with you. My career is developing rapidly, so I need to recruit a few right-hand men. I think you are good and talented, so I give you two choices. The first one, join my team, become my subordinate, work hard for me, and ultimately benefit from you. The second one, die. You can start choosing. Locke said calmly, looking at Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola really did not think that the purpose of this 2.2 man in front of him was not to kill him, but to recruit himself. But this feeling of being able to be seen by others is still very good, and there is a full sense of accomplishment. Wait, a sense of accomplishment? It seems like I haven't felt this way in a long time. It seemed that the man in front of him really made him feel like a man again. Honestly, it feels pretty good. Since they are all dominating the world, the goals are the same. They are doing it in the Hydra organization, and they are also doing it under this young man. It seems that there is no problem with joining. Zola can't help but think with a wry smile. I choose the first one. Nice, smart choice. Locke nodded, showing satisfaction. Okay, you can leave with me now, Locke said lightly. But at this moment, a roar sounded, and it was the sound that the fighter jet skipped. Hearing this roar, a coldness appeared on Locke's face. Looks like someone else is dead. Ask for some flower reviews and monthly passes. These seemingly useless data are the driving force for my liver? Thank you. Above the sky, two F-22 fighter jets affiliated to the Ministry of National Defense were slicing through the sky at supersonic speed, and the low-altitude flight erupted with thunderous roars. Eagle 1 found a special situation. The ground below collapsed in a large area, and the infrared thermal vision instrument detected abnormal energy fluctuations. Over. 35. The pilot on one of the fighter jets glanced down, then looked at the infrared thermal vision device for a while, and said in surprise, just 10 minutes ago, a sudden terrorist explosion stunned their entire military area. Everyone thought that another country had committed the crime, and the siren instantly rang through their entire military district. Then there were fighter jets in deep space, and they began to search all around. Then they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget in this life. They saw a huge amount of meteor crater appear out of thin air in the vast mountain range. Looking at it from the air, it was as if someone had drawn a cut on a pretty face, which was shocking. After discovering such anomalies, the military attachés great importance to it, and began to carry out a carpet search with a radius of hundreds of kilometers around the crater. They didn't expect that it was really rewarding, and they actually discovered an abnormal situation. Eagle 2 also found an abnormal situation. The situation is confirmed to be true. Over. In the military department, a black colonel listened to the news with a solemn expression. At this moment, if Tony Stark was here, he could see at a glance who this man was. He was Colonel Rhodes, the guy who put on Tony Stark's steel battle suit and became the war machine not long ago. It was his 10 participation that, together with Tony Stark, severely injured Ivan Vank. Lock the location of the abnormal energy and see what it is, Colonel Rhodes said in a deep voice. He had never heard of a guy who could easily cause such a terrifying explosion. Intense curiosity made him eager to see the truth and see what kind of monster it was. The target location has been locked. The target is found. Is that one person? The flight attendant seemed to be in disbelief, looking at the man who came out of an exit in a hurry below. His eyes were dazed. Because under the display of his infrared thermometer, the man turned out to be the high heat body he detected. But how is it possible? Is it possible that the human body emits such terrifying heat, or the body will spontaneously ignite? But such a strange scene appeared in front of his eyes so abruptly, he was naturally stunned. What? Hearing the news that came back, Colonel Rhodes thought he had heard it wrong. Eagle 1, please repeat your answer. What is it? Rhodes said to the communicator. Man, it's a person? His eyes are looking at us. Oh damn, he can fly. A slightly frightened voice came from the mouth of the flight officer, making all the military personnel stunned. Hydra's secret base. Locke unhurriedly walked out of the underground base and came to the ground. The strange robot Dr. Zola followed him very carefully, like a loyal servant. Speaking of which, he, who has promised to join Locke's forces, is now Locke's subordinate. When he came outside, the first thing Locke saw was the two F-22 fighter jets passing over him at a low altitude. He did not expect that even the military was alarmed when he came out to clean up the Hydra organization. He even sent F-22 fighter jets to investigate. It seems that the group of guys in the military are very interested in him who made all this. If it was put on hold before, he would still think about hiding it, but now he finds that he hides his own strength too much, which brings the coveting of others. Everyone thought that his deterrent power came only from the wives of his Yoba unit. So this can't help but make them have an illusion. It seems that as long as they avoid the Yoba army, they can directly attack him as a young master. It can easily kill him, and it can disintegrate the current system model of Rockefeller. He didn't want them to have such a dangerous idea. After all, it would trouble his life. He usually just hopes to have a good relationship with Gwen, flirt with his robot wives, and do what he likes. It's just such a small wish. I don't want to be interrupted by people suddenly, but to do this, after thinking about it, there is only one way, and that is to completely cut off the Fluke ideas from various hostile forces. How to stop Fluke? Quite simply, let their visceral fear be on their own. Just like Dr. Zola in front of him. Fear is awe-inspiring, knowing what can and cannot be done. Just like the raging flames, if you touch it, you will die, and naturally no one dares to touch it. Therefore, the strength no longer needs to be hidden. Not only do you not have to hide, but you must also make a big move for everyone to see. He, Locke, is now that untouchable flame. As if the body had no weight, it easily lifted off the ground and slowly flew into the air. Looking straight at the galloping, and already locked on his F-22 fighter, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the F-22 fighter jet, the pilot was already stunned. He never imagined that the man could actually fly. The joystick was pulled up quickly, and the fighter jet shot up. Before receiving the order to fire, he must not fire in advance. And for a while, he didn't dare to fire. A man who can fly, the ghost knows what terrifying operations he will make. S.H.I.E.L.D. On the sky carrier. Nick Fury stared at the screen in horror, although he had long suspected that the Rockefeller family was responsible for all this. But when he saw from the screen that the guy who came out was actually Locke himself, he was still shocked. This is completely beyond his imagination. Even in his impression, Locke is just a technological genius. He can create a floating throne, can create a large number of auxiliary robots, and can create a few terrifying women like killing gods. But he himself should have been just an ordinary person originally, even if it was his technological means to strengthen his body. That should be the same level as those women. In his opinion, it is already scary enough. But the current scene is undoubtedly telling him that their thoughts are still a little too naive. In front of this young man, their understanding is still too little, too little. Heaven-defying technology is just one of his methods. Under the disguise of technological means, it turned out that his own strength was even more terrifying. Flight out of thin air, the body releases high-energy heat and creates terrorist explosions. Is this still human? It's a humanoid monster. As for the humanoid creature who can do all this, the figure of the powerful woman called Captain Marvel can't help but appear in his mind. Damn, what is the relationship between this young man and Carol, and why does the ability between them seem to be similar? Question after question popped up in Nick Fury's mind, but he couldn't find the answer at all. And now is not the time to find the answer. The phone is immediately dialed to the military. Don't do it at this time, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. I hope that the group of guys in the military can instantly recognize Locke's identity. This guy is not something they can offend at all. The call is connected. Colonel Rhodes, no matter which of you issued the Locke order, immediately lift it, and immediately let your flight crew turn back. The other side is Locke, and repeat, you're locking on Rockefeller's eldest master, Locke. 35. Nick Fury spoke to Colonel Rhodes on the other end of the phone in an almost growling voice. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Rhodes couldn't help but froze for a moment, and his back felt a little cold. As a colonel in the Air Force, the movements made by the Rockefeller family during this period of time were extremely clear to him. Not to mention other things, just say that his good friend Tony Stark has lost his temper by that evil boy. In addition to the original status of the Rockefeller family in the entire beautiful country, it made his scalp even more numb. The Rockefeller family, to them, that is as stunning as a father? Now that he has let his flight crew lock the opponent with firepower, is this the rhythm of killing his father? Fake? How could this happen? This 010 thing is causing trouble? In addition to being frightened, he couldn't help but feel aggrieved. You are a good prince. What are you doing in this wild country when you are not messing with your woman at home? Suddenly making such a big noise, this ghost knows you are the eldest young master of Rockefeller. While thinking like this, he urgently issued an order to retreat, but it's too late. At this moment, over the secret base, Locke smiled indifferently. In the blink of an eye, his entire body turned into a dazzling point of light, and at this moment he turned into a sun. A monstrous heat burst out from his body, forming a spherical shockwave with his body as the center point, sweeping away in all directions, destroying the dead. At this moment, everyone who looked at Locke raised their hands to cover their eyes, because the light was too terrifying. But even so, the blink of an eye caused their eyes to burn, and screams of pain sounded. Under the terrifying heat, all exposed objects within a radius of dozens of kilometers were melted and vaporized. Naturally, the same was true for the two F-22 fighter jets. They disintegrated in midair without even screaming, and then disappeared into molten iron. The heat release time is not long, only 10 seconds. But these dozen or so seconds seemed unusually slow for SHIELD and the military. By the time they could open their eyes again, Locke's figure had long since disappeared. However, the traces he left in this world at this moment are indelible forever. I saw a giant scar that was dozens of kilometers in size on the vast land. Just like a burning scar, it was printed on the huge land, and it was also printed in the hearts of everyone. The scars on the ground will be automatically repaired by the earth after a period of time. But the scars left in their hearts will not necessarily heal in this life. Because it's scary, so scary. Looking at the devastated land that was burned by the high temperature, S.H.I.E.L.D fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at the big screen and gasped. What kind of monster is that boy? The large number of auxiliary robots before have allowed them to see the unparalleled scientific and technological power possessed by Locke. And now, this scene is really a bit mystical. It can turn into the sun? Is this still human? Obviously, human beings can no longer describe Locke at the moment, and it seems that Rao is the word monster that they often use. What is this, God? At this moment, the only description they can think of in their minds is the word God. With a sigh, Nick Fury looked extremely complicated. He, who has always regarded Locke as a huge threat, can't help but be confused now. On the one hand, Locke is like a sharp sword hanging above their heads, and he doesn't know when it will fall down, stabbing them through the heart. The key point is that they still have nowhere to hide, not to mention the future, but now, Locke always has the intention to target them. That would be a disaster for their entire S.H.I.E.L.D, without having to activate his women and without using any technology. Just that young man, coming to them for more than 10 seconds, their entire S.H.I.E.L.D will be destroyed. Terrible? A sense of powerlessness swept through his heart, making him very uncomfortable. With their current strength, how can they protect the peace of this world? In front of that young man, they were like ants, they didn't even care about their own safety. Talking about protecting peace, this is a joke. On the other hand, up to now, what this young man has done has become more and more incomprehensible to him. The other party seems to have been improving their strength and accumulating strength, but they rarely make any external actions. Especially since the invasion of Wakanda, their external actions have been even less. Until today, this has made a big move again. According to their investigation, they found that the target of the other party's operation this time turned out to be their sworn enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Hydra organization. As for the reason, it is not known yet. But no matter what the reason, being able to clear the Hydra organization, whether it is for the world or just for their S.H.I.E.L.D, that is a great thing. So combining these kinds of things, he is really confused. Have you been wrong from the very beginning in your judgment and a series of decisions about that boy? With Locke's current strength enough to dominate the world, any other person would have already revealed his minions to realize his ambition to rule the world. But Locke didn't do this. Instead, he continued to accumulate strength, and the pace of improving his strength never stopped. What exactly is this for? With that monstrous brain, he would never do this for no reason. There must be a shocking secret behind this that they don't even know about SHIELD. What is this secret? What is the purpose of Locke's accumulation of strength? Is it for greater ambition, or for protection? He really doesn't know. Take a long sigh. Hill, remove the Rockefeller family from the threat list. Nick Fury thought for a while and said. Hill looked puzzled, and the strength shown by Locke today should be more and more terrifying. Why did the chief remove Locke from the list instead? Seeming to guess Hill's question, Nick Fury shook his head with a wry smile. In the current situation, what is the difference between joining and not joining? After all, we are not his opponents, and if we let him know about him by putting him on the threat list, we will offend him. Forget it? In the future, in the process of dealing with the Rockefeller family, we have to change our mentality. One more friend and one less enemy is actually quite good. Sir, in fact, whether you should say it or not, you are the only one who should change your attitude towards Locke. The Hill agent smiled and said. Nick Fury, co-authoring has always been unable to see the situation on your own, but he really is a threat? Nick Fury thought silently in his mind, then shook his head, not thinking any more. Because it's useless to think about it, let's take it one step at a time. At least from the current situation, Locke is really not their enemy. And according to the current trend, that boy may still replace their S.H.I.E.L.D and become another stronger guardian force. If that's the case, that would be great. At that time, he will be able to disarm and go into hiding. That is his dream all along. Rockefeller Manor, a figure grabbed a burnt and dilapidated robot and slowly landed on the lawn of the manor. A group of Yoba troop members swarmed out and surrounded Locke. Master, you are back. The Lun family is about to die of worry. You feel my heartbeat, it's thumping? As soon as the commander's sister came up and grabbed Locke's hand, she pressed it on her heart. Locke shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't feel the so-called thud of the commander's sister, but felt the heat and softness. This woman is really drunk. Master, so are others? My heart is beating so fast, I'm worried to death. Miss 60 followed suit, trying to grab Locke's other hand. But at this time, she found the broken robot that Locke was holding in her hand, and she was curious. Master, what's this thing? It's such an ugly robot, throw it away. Dr. Zola. Listening to Miss 60's words, Dr. Zola was speechless and his heart was desolate. When Locke released the high-temperature energy, he hid in the deepest part of the secret base for the first time. But the incomparably hot temperature still melted his machine body. However, because the distance is relatively long and there is a thick rock layer blocking it, the melting process is not so fast. In addition, the time for Locke to release heat was very short, so he escaped and left a small life. Now that I think about it, I feel scared for a while, and after that, it is a deep desolation. You must know that he originally possessed the regenerative healing factor. This rudimentary mechanical body is just a useless body. His data body consciousness can leave at any time, so as to replace it with a better body. But now, his data body consciousness is imprisoned in the memory of this mechanical body, and he can't go there. As long as his memory is destroyed, there will be no such character as Dr. Zola in this world. So thinking about it, he felt very desolate. This feeling is really bad. Put this thing in the underground laboratory temporarily, I will use it later. Looking at the disfigured Dr. Zola who had been burned, Locke smiled and temporarily threw it into his laboratory. The damaged mechanical body is definitely unusable, and he plans to rebuild a body for Dr. Zola. But it's definitely not now, even if he wanted to. The group of wives who were waiting to feed in front of him probably wouldn't agree. He glanced around, but he didn't see his to-be wife, which was a bit surprising. Seemingly guessing that Locke would find 2B immediately, the commander smiled charmingly and said, 2B is still with Miss Gwen. She is worried about what is wrong with Miss Gwen, so she has been staring secretly. Listening to what the commander's sister said, Locke gave his 2B wife a hard saving in his heart. Doing things is still reliable with a 2B wife, which is reassuring. But then again, it always feels weird to let your 2B wife take care of your girlfriend. But it's very exciting to think about it. I hope they can get along well in the future. At this moment, the other members of the Yakuba troop looked at Locke with resentment. Let's go, let's go. The young master only has his 2B wife in his heart. We are not important, sad, gone. 6-0 gagged his mouth and said resentfully. Hearing this, the other young ladies giggled and didn't really leave, but continued to quietly surround Locke. Seeing this, Locke couldn't help but smile and shake his head. The more women there are, the more things happen. Headache? He now has a bit of a sense of the anguish of the emperor in ancient times. If the rain and dew cannot be evenly covered, the bigger the harem, the more trouble there will be. It's easier said than done, just to get the rain and dew evenly. It's going to be an old life. Now his body can still resist, but when Icarus, Nymph and other artificial angels are created, even if it is a little hanging. Speaking of Icarus, Locke couldn't help but become interested. During this time, he asked Lao Mo to collect the materials used to create the artificial angel. It should have been collected, right? Because the technology of Heaven's Drop and Neil's mechanical era is different, the materials used to create artificial angel are also different. Although the main materials to build them are vibranium and adamantium, but there are many details involved, which Locke does not have here, so it takes a lot of effort just to collect materials. This is also the main reason why Luo Mingming has drawn the world of science and technology of the things from the sky more than half a month ago, but he has not been able to create an artificial angel. However, after half a month of hard work, enough materials should be collected, and it is time to start the creation of artificial angels. But no matter how urgent, it will be after tomorrow. Today, at the moment, the thing he needs to solve is the group of wives in front of him. Seeing their fiery eyes as if they were going to eat people, Locke felt a little empty. He coughed dryly and smiled. 2B has gone out on a mission after all, and it's normal for me to care more about her, and every time you go out to perform a mission, I care about you as well. Okay, you young masters, I have nothing to do. Is it safe to come back? It's getting late, let's go back and have a good rest. Locke slapped a haha and tried to get away with it. But now he thinks a little more. Master, but you haven't finished your homework today? We still have to make up for you. 21-0 said with a smirk. I'm a little tired from fighting today, let's go another day. Locke shook his head and said a little cowardly. Although he really likes classes, if he takes too many classes at one time, he can't bear it. Another day. The commander's sister thought thoughtfully. Okay, let's do another day. Sisters, go back and change your clothes. Plus. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Uncles. Commander's sister's word understanding ability is still so unique. Late at night, in the quiet study room, Locke did not fall asleep, but came to the study room to rest and take stock of his recent gains. Destroying 2 secret bases of Hydra organization, although it is not a big event, but because it caused a lot of impact, the system still rewarded him with a little point. Congratulations to the host, participating and witnessing the event of destroying the Hydra secret base, reward 10 points. Because the event of destroying the Hydra secret base was actively created by the host, an additional 10 points will be awarded, for a total of 20 points. Host, Locke. Technology World 1, Neil Mechanical Age. Tech World 2 Things Falling from Heaven. Points 30. Looking at the extra 20 system points, Locke's face showed satisfaction. Sure enough, there is nothing to do, which is still very beneficial, so that he can earn points much faster. It's just that the accumulation of points is really difficult, and it's really not easy to collect 100 points. With a smile, without thinking much, he opened the notebook and started his latest plan. Although half an hour ago, he was still frantically outputting, but his strong physique still allows him to keep his spirits up all the time. What is Superman? Maybe this is it. Plan 1. Continued expansion of the Yoba Force. 010 Yoba Correspondent 60, Yoi Correspondent 210, the creation of the red-haired twins. Tick. Plan 2, Humanoid Mecha, the creation of flight. Tick. Ticks are placed behind the 2 most recent plans, which means the plans have been completed. His gaze moved down and landed on Plan 3. The establishment of the outer space base should be almost completed, and I haven't heard Lao Mo talk about it. Hey, this poor old man, since his body has become tough again, every day is that kind of thing, and it is estimated that he is about to forget about it? I have to find a chance to teach him a lesson. Locke shook his head, wanting to reprimand this old man. But after thinking about the absurd scene of being co-sleeped in the bedroom just now, he seems to be the most unqualified person to speak of Lao Mo. Laughed dumbly, but forget it. The true nature of a man, Lao Mo is also a normal man. Just a reminder. Locke thought, after all, he really has no face to talk about Lao Mo. If you don't lead by example, that's it, you don't even dare to reprimand your subordinates, you're drunk? He rested his cheek with one hand, thought about it, and ticked the back of Plan 3 again. Bassi, then, wrote his latest brand new project below. Plan 1, start the research of artificial angel, and produce Icarus, Nymph, and Astrea as soon as possible. Plan 2, on the basis of Plan 1, continue to develop mass-produced artificial angels and build an artificial angel army. Project 3, research on Magnum cards, to be determined. Writing here, the pen in Locke's hand couldn't help but stop. Although he already has a technical blueprint for creating a universal card in his mind. But this sky-defying technology product is really not easy to manufacture, because the raw materials needed are too many and too rare. After all, the universal card is an artifact that can realize any wish, and its function is no less than 6 infinite gems. Even in a sense, this thing is better than infinite gems because it has no side effects. For such a heaven-defying thing, it is not so simple to create it. He remembered that in the world of things that fell from the sky, it took Daedalus, the creator, to create it. Probably hundreds of millions of years? Definitely, this long time, including the whole process of her researching this technology. Today's Locke already has a technical blueprint, and he only needs to collect the materials now. However, after looking at the material list, he was a big head, and he had never heard of many things, so what about collecting? If nothing else, just collecting materials, the effort required is unimaginable. And with this energy, he might as well go directly to snatch infinite gems? It was precisely because of the enormous difficulty that he wrote the word to be determined on the back of this plan. Because this is obviously not a plan that he can complete in the short term. And really wait for him to complete this plan, perhaps the Earth has been destroyed. Laughing at himself, Locke planned to continue the plan, but at this moment, the door was gently pushed open from the outside. A curious look appeared on his face. It's so late, and the homework has already been done, who hasn't slept yet? Just thinking about it like this, a silver hair squeezed in through the crack of the door, followed by a beautiful face. It's Miss 2B. I looked at the time, it was already 2 a.m. Although Miss 2B doesn't need to sleep, but because of one of his own orders, he has been working to this point, and he is still very distressed. If your wife is not distressed, who is distressed? Gently closing the notebook, Locke got up and walked around the desk, opening his arms to Miss 2B. Seeing him like this, Miss 2B smiled happily, with a charming smile like a flower on her face. With a sprint, it rushed into Locke's arms like the wind, and the sexy flame-red lips attacked at Locke. Looking at Miss 2B, who was as enthusiastic as fire, Locke smiled bitterly. This woman, it's been a long time since I saw her, that's all. If this time were a little longer, wouldn't the house collapse? But of course Locke wouldn't spoil her interest. As the so-called come and go without indecent assault, he naturally wasn't polite. After a long time, Locke sat on the chair in front of the desk and hugged Miss 2B, who was sitting opposite, with a doting look on his face. Sweat wetted 2B's silver-white hair, making him look more and more charming and gorgeous. Master, shall I make you a cup of fruit tea? Miss 2B said with a smile, holding Locke's face. Hearing this, Locke complained in his heart, he didn't intend to let him go. Hold on to Miss 2B's soft waist, gently pick her up and let her sit on the desk. Although I did promise that you will reward me this time, but you have rewarded too much, I deserve it. Hey, not much, young master, haven't you heard of Zyobetian's new marriage? We are a wedding night now, and it is normal to have a little more. Miss 2B laughed. Actually, let's not say goodbye, it's only 8 hours from the beginning to the end, and it's only the time for others to go to work. If this is considered a small farewell, wouldn't others be getting married every day? Locke said helplessly. Master, have you listened to it too much? Well, I heard it. The days I leave you are like years. 24 hours a day is equivalent to a year, and 8 hours is 4 months. I haven't seen you for 4 months, master. This is no longer a small farewell, but a big farewell. A small farewell is better than a newlywed, and a big farewell is even more a victory than a newlywed. 35. This word understands ability. I am afraid that it has been passed down by the commander's sister. It's arrogant words. It can be regarded as being played by Miss 2B. At 3 o'clock in the morning, on the open-air balcony of the Rockefeller Manor, Locke still hadn't slept. 2B was like a cat, quietly curled up in Locke's arms, and his fingers wandered in his hair, which made 2B make a very pleasant sound. She likes to stay with the young master so quietly blowing the breeze, quietly watching the starry sky. This may be the meaning of human life. Suddenly, she had an idea of wanting to become a real human being. Although the young master's body has been strengthened, his lifespan is limited after all. And the young master will grow old, but she is a biochemical robot. She will not grow old. She can't even think about the feeling of watching her beloved partner grow old, but she will not grow old. It is said that the most romantic thing with a lover is to grow old slowly with him. She also wants such romance. Master, do you think I can become a real human? 2B suddenly asked and asked softly. Hearing Miss 2B's question, Locke was stunned for a moment. He never thought that 2B would ask such a question one day. How could you have such a strange idea? Gently stroked Miss 2B's hair with a curious look on her face. In his opinion, the superiority of biochemical robots is unmatched by humans. Has almost the same senses as human beings, but has almost infinite life that human beings cannot have, and an immortal body. All of this is something that human beings dream about. It wouldn't surprise him at all if someone stood in front of him and told him that he wanted to become a cyborg. After all, in this world, there is Dr. Zola who is willing to give up his physical body and become a data body in order to live forever. This is enough to show how strong and persistent human beings are in their pursuit of immortality. It can be said that all individuals hope that they can live forever in this world without getting old and dying. But at this moment, Miss 2B did the opposite, and even wanted to become a human with many shortcomings. He was really confused. Although he has seen many movies about robots wanting to become human in his previous life, such as Artificial Intelligence, Robot Butler and so on. But in his opinion, most of the movies are for artistic elements, and they are deliberately done, so as to make people think provoking to let the audience cherish their own life and truly love their own life. This kind of film is mostly educational, that is, in the film. But in the real world, he doesn't think there are really robots that would have such an idea. But he was wrong. What he didn't expect was that the real world actually existed, and it was his 2B wife. This had to make him pay attention. Strange. 2B asked rhetorically. In my opinion, yes, after all, your superiority is far more than that of human beings. It has the same 5 senses experience as human beings, but has an endless lifespan and an immortal body that human beings cannot have. You already have all the things that human beings dream of. Why do you want to give up these things and become a fragile human being? Well, what you said is right, young master, but young master, you are a human being? I'm human? Does it matter? It definitely has something to do with it. The young master is a human being, so one day he will grow old and one day he will die. But 2B doesn't. 2B can only watch the young master grow old and weak, but can't do anything. 2B doesn't want to do this. I feel uncomfortable when I think of that picture. 2B wants to grow old with the young master. 2B said, but his eyes were already red, and Doubta's tears were rolling in his eyes, looking at Choo Choo's pitiful appearance. Looking at 2B's wife like this, Locke couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He didn't think that the reason why Miss 2B wanted to become a human was for himself. With a wife like this, what can a husband ask for? Rock, who was deeply moved, wiped away tears for 2B, and coaxed with a smile, you girl, you are just worrying. Although I am a human being, but with my current physical quality, I can live hundreds of years without talking for thousands of years. Years are not a problem. And don't forget, your young master's technological means are constantly improving, and then I want to immortalize myself, so do you still want to become a human? Scraping 2B's wife's tall nose, a soft smile full of doting appeared on her face. It is a great blessing for him to get such a wife? Well, I still want to. 99. What Locke didn't expect was that he said so, but he still failed to dispel the idea of Miss 2B becoming a real human being. Why? Locke was curious. The pretty face suddenly became hot, and her face became crimson, as if thinking of something shy. Master, when I took Gwen home today, I found a lot of blood left on her lower body. I wanted to stop the bleeding, but I couldn't stop it. Later, the artificial intelligence Nines told me that it was a special day for human women. Nines said that human women with special days could have babies? Master, I want to conceive a baby for you. Locke was stunned when he heard Miss 2B's words. He never imagined that the ultimate purpose of 2B was because of this. Pregnant baby? 2B wants to have a baby, oh my god? If I hadn't heard this with my own ears, it would have come from Miss 2B's mouth. He wouldn't believe it even if killed. A biochemical robot wants to get pregnant like a human? You must be joking, right? Locke smiled dryly, looking at Miss 2B in disbelief. Just kidding? I'm not kidding, if only I could have a baby, I really want to. I am really curious, if I can conceive a baby, what will the baby born with the young master look like? A ant smile suddenly appeared on 2B's face. There seemed to be a maternal brilliance blooming from her body, and Locke couldn't keep his eyes open. It's over. 2B's wife seems to have really moved to become a mother. Is it because today is Mother's Day? What else can I look like? Handsome little white hair. As handsome as me, as white as you? 35 Locke said jokingly. Giggle, fuck you, you are the little white hair. How can you say that about your own child? Miss 2B pinched Locke's waist. She smiled. 0 flowers. Hehe, silver hair, that's right. 35. It's about the same, but I hope to be like the young master, with black hair. It's better to be like the young master, it must be very handsome. So I gave birth to myself. Locke shook his head with a wry smile. Giggle, I gave birth to a young master. Miss 2B said, wrapping her arms around Locke and burying her head in Locke's chest. Then he said with a sad face, unfortunately, I can't have a baby, not even our sisters, what a pity. Listening to 2B's words, Locke smiled and stroked his hair. That, in fact, your bodies are all manufactured through genetic engineering technology. In essence, it is no different from human beings. In fact, if you want to, with a little modification, you can have special days and have babies. The reason why you don't use these functions is that I turned them off on purpose, Locke said suddenly, feeling a little guilty. He was not joking. The artificial man was originally created through biological genetic engineering technology. 0.0. The biochemical robot is a secondary transformation on the basis of artificial humans. So in a strict sense, human beings have functions, and they all have them. It's just that Locke deliberately sat on the restriction. After all, he has no plans to be a father now. In addition, it is really troublesome to take safety measures every day, so he directly closes this function. Hearing Locke's words, Miss 2B was stunned for a moment, then looked at Locke in disbelief, and then she was incomparably excited. Master, are you telling the truth? Miss 2B sat up straight and looked at Locke with wide eyes, as if she wanted to see if Locke was lying. I made all of you, how can I lie to you? Locke flicked 2B's little brain and laughed. Really? Yeah, young master, turn it on for me, turn it on, I'm going to have a baby. Locke, what are you thinking? I'm only 14 years old now, you just want me to be a father. Locke said speechlessly. Locke's reason for shutting down their reproductive function is precisely this. He's not even an adult yet. If you can create a villain, that's great. Okay, can the young master turn it on for me when he is an adult? After hearing Locke's words, Miss 2B finally understood. Although she can't open it now, she is still very happy, which means that she is not much different from humans. You are so eager to want me to be a father, Locke said helplessly. Definitely. Well, in fact, you don't need to activate your fertility function, I can still be a father. 35 Locke said with a half smile. Hearing Locke's words, how could the old driver 2B not understand what he meant? Immediately, she showed shyness and rolled her eyes at Locke. Irregular? Having said that, 2B got up and took Locke's hand, and walked into the study with beautiful eyes and spring. Happy Mother's Day, ask for some flowers to evaluate the monthly pass, thank you. Knife the next morning, although he hadn't slept all night, Locke was still full of energy. After habitually trotting dozens of laps on the playground, Locke saw Lao Mo walking out of the room slowly. He didn't seem to think that Locke would wake up earlier than him, and Lao Mo looked at him in surprise. Master, you got up early enough today. Wake up early without going to sleep. Young people's health is good, but even the shaft rotation is estimated to have sparks. 55. Master, you have to learn to be disciplined. 99. You have the face to talk about me? Roll the ball. By the way, why is there no sound about the thing that made you stare at the outer space base? I was just about to tell you about this. I'm planning to launch today. Master, do you want to come to the new base to sit down, give a speech to our people, and organize a launch ceremony or something? It's better to avoid such bells and whistles. I just want to see the results as soon as possible, and I will wait for 010 to have something, so leave this kind of thing to the commander? Understood. Lao Mo nodded, then stretched his body, and his eyes moved to Locke again. Let's run together. Lao Mo said with great interest. Shook his head. Enough exercise today, I have to go out. Also, if you don't stop all night, your exercise will exceed the standard, understand? Locke, who did not gossip and spank with Lao Mo, put on a casual sports suit and went to Gwen's house today to meet his father-in-law. Definitely, his main purpose wasn't really to meet his future father-in-law, but to see Gwen. She, who was injected with strengthening serum by Hydra, should have noticed the abnormality of her body, and he felt that it was necessary to take a look. It didn't take long for Locke to arrive at Gwen's door. I knocked on the door, and then the sound of pounding footsteps came from inside. It was Gwen who opened the door. Seeing Locke, Gwen's face was obviously surprised. But then it was full of joy. Who is it? At this moment, a slightly serious voice came from the room. It was Gwen's father, George Stacy. Hello, Uncle George, it's me, Locke. Following behind Gwen, Locke said with a smile. Oh, it's Locke, come here, come in and sit down. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I heard that you dropped out of school. In the room, George was quickly wearing his police uniform for work. Haha, it's just a temporary suspension, and I should still go to school in the future. Locke nodded and smiled. I'll just say it. You can't help but go to school when you're still young. Although family changes will make people exhausted, we still have to look forward and work hard to live our own lives. George walked up to Locke and gave him a big hug. He naturally knew what happened to Locke. However, he is an outsider after all, and there are some things that he can't say too much. I can only comfort the little guy in front of me with distress. However, after hugging Locke, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This little guy's body is too strong? Thank you, Uncle George, I got it. Locke nodded, grateful. Well, it's good to know. The police station has something to do today. I don't have time to accompany you. You and Gwen are good friends. Let's have a good chat. I'll go first. As George said that, he took a few loaves of bread from the table and pressed them against Gwen's face. Daughter, be obedient at home. After speaking, he hurried out. Got it? 35 Gwen shook his head with a wry smile. His father, the director, was so busy every day that he didn't even have time to eat breakfast. With George's departure, Locke and Gwen were left in the room immediately. Looking at Locke in front of him, Gwen smiled, his face full of shyness between young lovers. It was the first time she was alone with Locke in her own home. It's a very strange and wonderful feeling. Looking at Gwen's house, to be honest, it was the first time he came to Gwen's house. Before, they were all on a sneaky date, and the location was naturally outside. It was the first time he came directly to Gwen's house today. On the way back, he was still quite nervous. After all, he would meet Gwen's father, George. As the police chief, George, his insight is definitely not bad. So he was quite worried that his relationship with Gwen would be discovered by his father and prevent them from being together. But looking at it now, Uncle George's focus is on the police station. There is no time or energy to pay attention to him at all, which makes him relax a lot. What are you looking at? There's nothing here to compare to your big estate. Gwen quipped. Hehe, there's nothing good about the manor, it's not warm enough for you here. Locke said with a smile. But after hearing what he said, Gwen thought he was missing the old man and his relatives. So he hugged Locke with a distressed face, wanting to give him some warmth. But because it was morning, she was still wearing pajamas, and under the fluffy clothes, there was a soft body without any restraints. Such a hug not only gave Locke warmth, but also excitement. The body couldn't help but react, and Gwen noticed it immediately. 0. Although Gwen is only 16 years old, she understands everything in Pretty Country. And by her side, many friends have already tried the forbidden fruit. They occasionally talk about this, and there will be a touch of aftertaste in their eyes. This naturally made her very curious. What exactly is the taste of the forbidden fruit? A little embarrassed, he moved his body back, and Locke smiled and said, I'm sorry, I'll control it. You can still control this. Hearing Locke's words, Gwen was stunned, and asked mysteriously, let's see what I want to control. Some can, some can't. Locke was a little confused. He came to his little girlfriend's house in the morning. Why did he suddenly say this? This is a bit serious. For example, Gwen seems to be really curious about this strange knowledge, and seems to have a tendency to break the casserole and ask to the end. How else can this be like? I'll just show you the show. What are you thinking about this little brain? Locke lightly flicked Gwen's forehead, very speechless. Can you perform? What do you think? I dare to act, do you dare to watch it? He, what's not to dare? Gwen bit his lip and smiled. Looking at the fiery aura of this young and beautiful 16-year-old girl holding in front of him, Locke was a little stunned for a while. Although he had long known that Gwen was a woman who dared to hate, he was still a little surprised to see her performance at the moment. As expected of an orthodox beautiful country girl, this unrestrained personality 2.2 is really not covered. He suddenly felt that the bottom line he had set for himself was a bit redundant. Gwen in front of him seemed to have no demands on him, a 14-year-old boy. As a man, his hands and feet are tied, but it is a bit baffling. Giggle, you're scared, I'm joking with you? But do you want to sit in my room and I'll show you something nice? Gwen said while holding Locke's neck with both hands. Good looking. Locke was stunned, his eyes moved down, and he thought, isn't this good looking enough? Aware of Locke's gaze, Gwen bowed his head, looked shy, and said with a smile, bad guy, that's not what I said. While speaking, Gwen led Locke to his room, and then the two squatted in front of a large pile of furry dolls. What do you mean by beautiful? Locke shook his head helplessly. Gwen was still a 16-year-old girl after all. Otherwise, isn't it pretty? He, good looking, really good looking? 33. So as long as I practice drawing more, can I gradually master my own strength? Gwen asked with admiration while watching Locke quickly draw his own portrait on the notebook. Since the last time Locke saved himself from a pumpkin bomb, Gwen had known that something different had happened to Locke. If it was left in the past, she would definitely not be able to understand it, but with the appearance of one after another guy with magical ability during this time, she is completely able to accept this kind of situation. Spider-Man, Iron Man, Hulk, and two recent mecha fighting videos that have exploded on the internet have made her realize that the world seems to be different. The point is that now this special situation has appeared on her body, it is difficult for her not to accept it. Yes, the Hydra organization injected you with super soldier serum, which gave you an unimaginable boost in physical fitness. The clean and jerk strength, explosive power, reaction speed, etc. are not what you can imagine before, so it is normal for you to be out of control for a while, just practice more. Locke put his arms around Gwen's waist and said, what is the Hydra organization? You seem to know a lot of things that I don't know. Locke, what is your identity now? Gwen looked at Locke curiously and asked. What other identity can he be? It's definitely my fiancé, your dad's future son-in-law. Locke laughed. Who said I'm going to marry you? Virtue. Gwen rolled a glance at Locke, but a sweet blush appeared on his fair face. Obviously, she was lying. 10 What? Why don't you marry? That's a pity. It seems that the fiancé's place will change hands. Locke laughed. You dare. Lume raised his eyebrows, his fists clenched violently, and a crackling sound appeared. Now Gwen can kill a tiger with one punch. After swallowing, Locke was a little cowardly. Gwen, who has been strengthened, is not weaker than Captain America and Winter Soldier. Her only weakness is actual combat experience and fighting skills, but these things are completely trainable. As his little girlfriend, he naturally has to help Gwen to make him stronger. In this way, she will also have the means to protect herself in this crisis-ridden world, so that she will not be helpless when she encounters danger. Not only that, Locke has actually built a nano-vibranium battle armor for Gwen. The role of the battle armor can not only strengthen Gwen's combat power, but also help her quickly master her own strength. This is also the main purpose of him coming to Gwen at this moment, to train his little girlfriend into a powerful superhero, which makes him feel the pleasure of developing the game. No kidding, are you a superhero too? Like Spider-Man, Iron Man? Gwen asked Locke curiously. Shaking his head, Locke didn't intend to hide it, and said the truth. I have no interest in doing superhero, I just want to protect the people I want to protect, such as my family, such as you. Definitely, isn't the fiancé a relative? Don't say it, and I'm afraid I can't help crying. Gwen said with red eyes. Because Locke said this, she remembered the scene when Locke protected her under him that day and was bombed. The young man in front of her, no, in her heart, Locke is already a man of the highest order. She knew that the man wasn't rhetoric, he really did. In this way, in her heart, she has long regarded Locke as the object of her life. A simple word from a man she loves can touch her heart and move her. Looking at Gwen with red eyes, Locke looked stunned. When did his method of seducing girls become so strong? Can one sentence make a woman cry for herself? Don't cry, don't cry. If Mr. George saw him later, he thought I was bullying his daughter. Locke coaxed while wiping away Gwen's tears. Don't worry, my dad won't come back until it's night. Gwen said with a smile. Your words are a bit ambiguous. Locke said with a smile, holding Gwen's waist in both hands. There is no ambiguity, it's actually what you think it is. Gwen's pretty face became more and more rosy, but she had the courage to look directly into Locke's eyes and said. Seeing Gwen like this, Locke was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, You're going bad. It's not that you broke first. Gwen blushed. Are you still uncomfortable, or should I help you? Gwen said suddenly looking at Locke. The eyes were wide open, and there seemed to be a clear spring inside, clear and translucent, but unusually charming. Hearing Gwen's words, Locke was stunned. He never thought that Gwen would say such a thing. Help yourself? How does this help? This gang is amazing. I'm afraid Lingzun will break my leg. Locke shook his head with a wry smile. Going to someone else's house to bully his own daughter, if Mr. George finds out, his life will be really lost. Although my heart is very throbbing, but now is really not the time and place are not right. After all, this is Gwen's most important moment, so don't be so reckless. Cowardly, they all say that my dad won't be back so early? What if? No case. Gwen said, without waiting for Locke to react, but Gwen pushed Locke into the corner. Crimson pretty face, sexy red lips, close at hand. Locke, I actually wanted to tell you a long time ago, you don't have to be so polite to me. I don't like the way you look good, I like the way you are a little bit bad, it's so cool. Especially when you stood in front of me that day to teach that bad guy a lesson, you were the god in my heart. That night, I dreamed of you. Gwen spit out the orchid, and the clear spring in his eyes was boiling at this moment, constantly gurgling hot steam out. The high emotions made Gwen's body feel like it was on fire, extremely hot. Hearing that Gwen was not a lover, but a more loving one, Locke was shocked. It never occurred to him that Gwen would treat himself like this, and it was completely beyond his expectations. In his impression, Gwen is a good girl, with good grades, good manners, gentle people, and usually very quiet. But she did not expect that under her quiet performance, her heart would be so hot and bold. Huge amounts of contrast make her full of a different kind of charm. At the beginning, I always worried that if my attitude towards her was too presumptuous, it would arouse her disgust. Only now did he understand that the other party was not disgusted by his presumptuousness, but rather distressed because he was not presumptuous enough. The difference between the two is too great. No wonder Gwen looked at him with a deep resentment on several dates during this time. He thought that he had made her angry because he didn't accompany her often? Now I understand that it is not that there is no company, but the way of company is wrong. Really drunk? If you have an idea, say it. It makes me so tired to pretend to be a gentleman every time in front of you, okay? Locke couldn't help but smile bitterly and thought that co-authoring the bottom line he set for himself was all wishful thinking. Sure enough, what you think is good, it's not really good, what you think is bad, it's not really bad, and it's even what the other party has been expecting. After everything is figured out, Locke has no so-called psychological burden. He is 14 years old, and he is already the father of Miss 2B. Bah, no, it's Miss 2B who wants him to be a father. In this way, he asked Gwen's identity to upgrade. It seems that there is no problem. Well, it's actually quite tiring to help with this kind of thing. 39. I'm not afraid of being tired. Well, can you tell me about the dream you had that night? I may not be able to explain clearly, I'll show it to you. 9. Okay, then please work hard. Time flies, and soon it will be afternoon. Gwen's room was a mess, filled with strange smells. Locke quietly leaned on the sofa and looked at Gwen in front of him with a smile. The experience of several hours made the two of them feel like they were on a roller coaster. At this moment, Gwen was looking at the pendant that Locke gave her with a sweet face. What a beautiful pendant, is this the nano armor you're talking about? It doesn't look like it. Gwen said curiously. Locke built a nano vibranium for Gwen a long time ago. At that time, 010 Gwen had not been injected with super soldier serum by Hydra, and was still a normal person. The purpose of Locke's vibranium armor for her was simply to protect her. What he didn't expect was that he had not waited for him to hand over the nano armor to Gwen. Gwen was one step ahead of Hydra's eye. That's what happened before. Although this nano armor was created before Gwen injected the super soldier serum. But after her physical fitness was strengthened, Locke made improvements to the armor, and now it can perfectly fit Gwen. As long as you gently twist the hidden button on the pendant, the nano-vibranium will cover your body and transform into a battle armor, and then it will be able to take you to the sky and the earth, and it will be omnipotent. This can greatly enhance your combat effectiveness, and even if you don't have me in the future, you can easily clean up the bad guys. As Locke said, he got up and twisted on the pendant. Immediately, the nano-vibranium in red, white, and black covered Gwen at a speed invisible to the naked eye, turning her into a sassy and beautiful mecha hero. For Gwen's battlesuit, Locke referenced Spider-Woman's costume features in the parallel Marvel universe. Added white, red, black, 3 colors, definitely, although the colors are similar. But the image is completely different. Gwen in front of him is much cooler than Spider-Woman's uniform. In addition to the beauty of women's clothing, there is also a full sense of technology, as well as the unique metal texture of vibranium battlesuit. Simply cool. Looking at the vibranium armor that quickly changed its form, Gwen's face was full of excitement. After wearing this suit, I can fly? Then am I just like Gunter? Theoretically yes, but you should be stronger than him. After all, your body has also been strengthened. How about, my heroine, let's go to the sky to see, Locke said, holding Gwen's hand and planning to walk out of the balcony. But it was pulled out by Gwen. You are shameless, I want it. Can you put on your clothes first? I wipe, forget about this stubble. But before the flight, you still need to reach an agreement on the synergy rate between you and the armor. You can try to walk a few steps. Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Locke's eyes were also full of a sense of accomplishment. Every technological product that passes through his hands is just like his own children, worthy of his old father's pride. Okay. Hearing Locke's words, Gwen moved his steps gently like an old man walking in a hurry. 35. What are you doing? Let you walk a few steps, not let you practice the pace of the disabled. Locke was speechless. Hehe, you're not very proficient in wearing this vibranium armor just now. Gwen smiled and took a few steps seriously. Suddenly, an electronic synthesis sound rang in the vibranium battlesuit. In the walking mode analysis, the analysis is completed, and the armor has been automatically adjusted to the best walking mode for the user. Users are asked to perform the following actions in sequence: raise their hands, wave their hands, turn their heads, squat, step on their feet, and jump. Listening to the voice of the vibranium armor, Gwen, although confused, obeyed obediently. After one operation, the synergy rate between vibranium and Gwen reached a perfect 100%. Only when the synergy rate is 100%, Gwen can use the vibranium armor to be like his own body, like his own hands and feet. And with the help of the ergonomic optimization system of the armor, the wearer's movements can be done more easily than when the armor is not worn. Combined with the battle armor's combat assistance system, the wearer can make actions that cannot be done under normal conditions. This is also the main reason why Tony Stark dared to melee Captain America Rogers after wearing the armor. Although Locke's combat assistance system is different from Tony Stark's, the effect is similar. Definitely, the combat assistance system is only assistance after all, if the wearer can learn powerful fighting skills originally. Then once it is combined with the combat assistance system, the melee ability that can be exerted is very terrifying. Locke, I finally know why you dropped out of school. You have such a brain, no one can teach you at school. Feeling the high-tech experience brought by the vibranium armor, Gwen looked at Locke with admiration and said, Hehe, this is the best compliment I've heard during this time, understand Hale. Locke smiled. By the way, what does this fully automatic hosting battle mean? Gwen asked curiously. This is a fully automatic mode specially developed for you, a novice. Once it is turned on, you will lose control of the battle armor. All controls are automatically analyzed by the battle armor and are mainly used for combat. Locke explained. Is it similar to the automatic killing monsters in the game? Is it a mode where you can enjoy yourself without moving? It's great. Why do you sound so familiar? Locke smiled bitterly. This is not Miss 2B's favorite mode. He didn't expect such words to come out of Gwen's mouth. It seems that I have a relationship with a lazy girl in my life. With this mode, doesn't it mean that I don't have to practice fighting? Gwen said. That's not good. Fighting still has to be learned, but you can't be lazy. After all, the custody battle cannot be controlled. Once it is activated, the armor will eliminate all threats in front of it, no matter who the opponent is. And once there is a problem with the battle armor, the managed combat function may become ineffective. What will you do at that time? Locke said very seriously. Well, I see, Mr. Luo, I will trouble you to train me more in the future. Gwen said expectantly. Hehe, don't worry, as a teacher, I will teach you well, whether it's fighting or any other fight. After all, I'm also a beneficiary. Locke said with a smirk as he looked at Gwen. Hearing Locke's words, the scene just now appeared in Gwen's mind. Suddenly, her pretty face blushed like a ripe apple, alluring. Rogue. Jiao snorted. Gwen looked at the darkening sky outside, walked to the balcony, and jumped straight into the sky. Ha ha ha, I can fly, this feeling is really great, I am a bird, I want to fly freely. Why did it keep falling down? Why did it fall on its head? It's over, Locke, save me, husband, save me, Locke. Looking at Gwen's reverse acceleration operation, Locke suddenly felt that adding an anti-gravity flight function to Gwen's armor might not be a wise choice. I really don't mean to look down on female drivers, but many times female drivers really can't afford to hurt a little. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Locke jumped, flew out of thin air, came to Gwen's side, and straightened her, thus avoiding a flight accident. When flying, keep your body as straight as possible, with your head facing the direction you need to fly, and your arms can swing slightly so that you can adjust the direction. If you need to accelerate, you can move your index finger, or move your toes, or directly use consciousness to send commands to the armor control system, which can trigger acceleration. If you want to slow down, you can also use a similar operation. By the way, you can scream too. Locke explained to Gwen in great detail. Screaming? Gwen basically understood what Locke said earlier, but she was a little stunned until she heard the scream. Yes, scream. I specially designed it for you, a female driver. As long as you scream loudly, the armor will enter the hover state. Locke said helplessly. Why is there such a design? Gwen was stunned. I also asked why. Did you scream when you recalled your scene just now? Thanks for designing this function for you, otherwise you should have entered the subway mode at this time. Locke teased. Fuck you, you look down on me. Hearing what Locke said, Gwen blushed very much, and rushed towards Locke with a sullen expression. But at this moment, she was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Locke with an incredible look. How can you fly? You obviously don't wear armor? What a fuss, didn't you just say that I am the god in your heart? It's not normal for gods to fly, Locke said with a smile. Okay, don't care about these details, I'll take you to the sky. Locke took Gwen and flew her towards the opposite direction of the bright moon. Under the moonlight, the two of them at the moment are like a pair of fairy lovers who are flying in the wind, as beautiful as a magic fairy tale. Below, in a private house, a little girl was quietly lying by the window admiring the moonlight. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide, and then she was incomparably excited. Mom and Dad, Angel, I see Angel. Hee, my good daughter has seen Angel, she is probably your companion? After all, my daughter is the angel left behind. 39. A man smiled and came to the girl's side, touched the girl's little head and said. As he spoke, he also looked up to the sky. Fuck, aliens? After a short period of teaching, Gwen has fully mastered the skills of flight. In addition to the mysterious operation just now, Gwen's performance after that can be said to be a full score, which can't help but make Locke feel relieved. And just when the two of them were in the air like mandarin ducks, you were like a mandarin duck. A dull bell came up from a church below, and immediately caught the attention of Locke, who has a keen hearing. Definitely, it wasn't the church bells that caught Locke's attention, but the terrifying roars that accompany the church bells. The roar didn't sound like a human-made sound. He looked in the direction of the voice. Although he was at a distance of 1,000 meters from the ground, he still saw a black figure standing above the church at a glance. Looking at this figure, Locke seemed to have thought of something, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. There seems to be a hidden event going on. Half an hour ago, in the dark alley, there was a sound of roars help, and a young woman was surrounded by several strong men. One after another dirty words came out of the men's mouths, and their hands and feet began to feel restless. Woman, even if you break your throat, no one will come here. This is a paradise for our brothers. 35. Hey, as long as everyone who enters here, none of them can go out well, they have to leave something behind. Money, I have money, I will give you all my bags, please don't hurt me. The woman said in horror when she heard the words of several men. Gg, big beautiful girl, what you said is wrong, how can we hurt you? We are giving you a big gift? That's right, I'll send you to Elysium. He. One after another wretched voice came out of the mouths of several men, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. The woman's face was pale and her heart was full of despair. According to this posture, it was impossible for her to escape. But just as she was in panic and despair, a black figure descended from the sky. It landed on the wall of the alley in a posture that was completely impossible for ordinary people to appear. There was clearly nothing on the wall, but the figure could stand sideways on it, looking extremely strange. But looking at this strange figure, the woman was not only not afraid, but full of excitement. Because this black figure is none other than the superhero, Spider-Man, who was famous throughout New York during this time. Although the Spider-Man in front of her had changed into a black uniform for some reason, she recognized it at a glance. Women are born with the genes of admiring the strong. For such a powerful existence as Spider-Man, she naturally yearns for it and is full of fascination with it. Even though she had never seen Spider-Man before, SI-010 didn't affect her secretly. Just like those fans who chase movie stars, it doesn't matter if you don't know their idols, as long as you can see them on the TV screen. Seeing Spider-Man is like seeing her own savior. After all, Spider-Man is one of their most powerful superheroes in New York. Help, help. The woman screamed in shock and kept asking Spider-Man for help. Beautiful lady, I saw your misery and heard your cry for help, so you don't have to cry. I will help you. 99. Spider-Man jumped directly from the wall, shook his head and said. His body movements were a little exaggerated, looking like an erotic. However, the woman seemed to have not heard what Spider-Man said, and continued to say roar. That kind of feeling is like a nympho fan seeing his idol, and it seems that he is sorry for the idol if he doesn't talk twice. It's just that Spider-Man is not an idol star at the moment, and he is not in the mood to listen to the screams of women. His face was gloomy, and a look of anger flashed in his eyes. Everyone said don't say roar anymore, shut up for me. The Black Spider-Man suddenly looked annoyed, raised his hand towards the woman, which was a cobweb, and sealed her mouth. Watching Spider-Man's operation, the woman and the men who were the perpetrators were dumbfounded. Isn't Spider-Man a good neighbor to people? Why is it now that when it comes, it takes action to those who need help? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. And the woman looked at Spider-Man in disbelief. The Spider-Man in front of him seemed very different from the Spider-Man in his impression. Whoa. The woman looked at the Black Spider-Man in horror, trying to tear the spider web on her face, but she couldn't tear it at all, so she could only keep making a terrified voice. Hey, what an annoying woman. I suddenly don't really want to save her, or you guys continue, the Black Spider-Man sneered. Several men looked at each other, their faces were full of disbelief, and then they showed ecstasy. Really, really? One of the men asked excitedly. But just as he said these words, a black spider bullet hit the man's thigh heavily. Although it is not a real bullet, the power of the spider bullet is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. The man who was hit by the spider bullet immediately knelt on the ground in pain and wailed. But before he could cry for a long time, the Black Spider-Man was like a big sandbag, and the spider bullets fell on the man like raindrops one after another. In an instant, the man was beaten and vomited blood and fell to the ground. He didn't know if he was alive or dead, but it looked bloody anyway. It doesn't matter, I'm a superhero, and I'm inseparable with sin, how could it be possible for you to do that? The Black Spider-Man said full of sarcasm. Seeing the Black Spider-Man's methods being so violent, the remaining men turned pale with fright. In their minds, the real Spider-Man never looked like this. Even when fighting criminals, he only bound them up and handed them over to the police, rarely using lynching. But the Black Spider-Man at the moment looked more like a bully, with a quirky temper and a ruthless approach. This does not seem to be punishing evil and promoting good at all, but suppressing violence with violence. Speak. What do you want? I can make it for you. The Black Spider-Man sneered. Hearing his words, a few men ran away in fright, not worrying about their partners. But, of course, the Black Spider-Man will not give them this chance. The black cobweb stuck to one of the men with a squeak, and then with a violent pull, the powerful force directly pulled the man up. Boom! A heavy muffled sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, and the man fell into a pool of blood. With such a powerful attack, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Seeing the Black Spider-Man being so ruthless, the last remaining man fell to his knees in fright and begged for mercy. Wrong, we were wrong, we dare not, please forgive us. Hearing the man begging for mercy, the Black Spider-Man smiled, mockingly. Wrong? Hehe, what's wrong? The Black Spider-Man said, and shot, Bassi, a spider bullet at the man. Huge amounts of spider bullets hit the man's leg, causing a large bruise. The man fell to the ground in pain and kept begging. But instead of stopping, the Black Spider-Man began to deliberately tease the man, and the spider web blocked the man's mouth. Then he glued it to the wall and started to play a shooting game, but he deliberately missed the shot and deliberately frightened the man. It feels a lot like a cat's playfulness before it eats the mouse. That's right, at this moment the Black Spider-Man is a cat, and the man who keeps begging for mercy is naturally a mouse. The Black Spider-Man in front of you is indeed completely different from the previous Spider-Man. He's more like a blackened Spider-Man. Played by the Black Spider-Man for a long time, the man was frightened and collapsed. As the saying goes, a man can be killed but not humiliated. If the Black Spider-Man kills him directly, that's all. But instead of doing that, he constantly humiliated him, intimidated him, and took a devastating blow to his self-esteem. The man who finally couldn't bear it, his eyes were red like a fierce beast, and he roared. You're not a Spider-Man, you're a demon, kill me, kill me. The man roared wildly, hysterically, and it was already a look of decisiveness. But just after his roar, the Black Spider-Man's body couldn't help shaking, as if he had sobered up after being drunk. Seeing the two men around him who had been beaten by him completely lost their mobility and fell in a pool of blood, Spider-Man hugged his head as if he couldn't believe it. What am I doing? What am I doing? Fake, get away from me. Spider-Man said angrily while holding his head. No, 99. At this moment, Spider-Man seemed to have changed his face again, roaring into the air, as if answering what he had just said. Seeing Spider-Man like this, the rest of the man and the woman were stunned, and their faces were full of disbelief. One person and two corners? Is this schizophrenia? The Spider-Man at the moment really looks like a schizophrenic. But only Pete Parker himself knew what happened to him. Since the last time he was parasitized by that peculiar black symbiote, he felt that all the primitive wildness in his body had been released. I can't lock myself up if I want to, my temperament becomes moody, my temper becomes abnormally hot, and even a little murderous. While this situation made him Locke more powerful, it also tortured him because it was less and less like himself. Sacrifice yourself for greater power? He doesn't want this, he wants to strip the symbiote out. But after several attempts, he has not been successful. In his mind, there is always another voice that makes him suffer. We are one, Pete Parker, accept my existence? I can make you stronger. A hoarse voice sounded in Pete Parker's mind. No, get out of my body. Pete Parker protested in pain. And just when Pete Parker muttered to himself, like a schizophrenic, a flashing light suddenly lit up, and then an excited voice sounded. Hey, Spider-Man, my name is Eddie Bullock, and I'm a good reporter. My camera skills are 100 times better than Pete Parker. How about it? Let's work together? Let me take all your exclusive photos from now on, how about that? Wow, is this your new battle suit? It's really cool, come on, put on a nice pose, I'll take a headline photo for you. The reporter who appeared suddenly chatted and took a picture of Spider-Man while picking up the camera in his hand. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, a look of disgust appeared on Pierre Parker's face. Because he remembered that this guy named Eddie was their new New York Times reporter, his direct competitor. Competitors were already blushing when they met, and at the moment, Pete Parker was being affected by the symbiote, and he was very grumpy. Seeing Eddie holding the camera at him, he was very upset and shot a cobweb, directly grabbing the camera in Eddie's hand. Then, without saying a word, he smashed it heavily on the ground and smashed it into pieces. What are you doing? This is the camera I just bought on loan. 35. Eddie was full of heartache, and looked at Spider-Man with an unbelievable expression and said angrily. But what responded to him was an even more angry roar. Roll. Looking at the black Spider-Man who was leaving quickly, Eddie's face was contorted, and his eyes were full of hatred. Damn Spider-Man, you're a villain, and I'll make you pay. Picking up the smashed camera on the ground, Eddie walked out of the alley in despair. He bought this camera at a high price, and its purpose is to be able to take a few more pictures about Spider-Man. This way he can earn money to live on and pay back the money he owes to buy a camera. But now the black Spider-Man directly smashed his dream. Without the camera, he couldn't even take pictures. In other words, he will be unemployed from now on. God will punish you. Eddie sighed and said weakly. Spider-Man smashed not only his camera, but also his hope for future life. On the other side, the black Spider-Man came to a church. In front of him, there is a huge bell. Every time a certain hour comes, the big bell will be automatically struck, and then it will make a deafening sound. Pete Parker was overwhelmed that the symbiote had affected his original way of doing things. Between ghosts and gods, he came to the church, for those who believe in Jesus. The place of the church is the place where he can be redeemed. With you and me, the strength that can be exerted is far beyond imagination. Why do you resist me? 35's hoarse voice continued to ring in Pete Parker's mind. Because that's not me. Pete Parker said. GGG, you are wrong, in fact, that is the real you, and the black Spider-Man is what you think in your heart. If not, he won't appear at all, accept your true self. You are such a person, don't you feel pain by suppressing your personality every day? And I can let you truly release yourself? 35. Shut up, I don't need you to release the real me, I am me, get out. Pete roared, and began to frantically tore the black spider clothes on his body. But there was a mocking voice in his mind. It's useless, it's not the first time you've tried it, and the result is the same? But at the moment when the mocking voice sounded, it was located in Pete. The big clock not far from Parker's side was suddenly struck automatically. Suddenly, a deafening bell rang. Ah! At the moment when the bell rang, there was a shrill scream. And this scream came from the black battle suit on Pete Parker, or more precisely, the symbiote attached to Spider-Man. Ah! Hateful sound, stop it. The symbiote was shocked, the whole body trembled and twisted frantically, tumbling on Pete Parker's body. Seeing the symbiote suddenly become like this, Pete Parker couldn't help being overjoyed, and began to frantically tore the symbiote battlesuit on his body. No, 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 don't do this to me, I will die without a host, you can't do this to me. The symbiote begged, and the arrogant attitude before it was long gone. But how could Pete Parker miss such a great opportunity, now that the symbiote's weakness has been discovered? He naturally wants to target this weakness and quickly leave the symbiote. Influence. He wants to be who he really is, not the wild Spider-Man. The symbiote is right, the wildness in the body does indeed belong to him, but the biggest difference between humans and animals is, that is, people can control the wildness in their hearts and let themselves live like a person, not a beast. With the help of the bell, Pete Parker successfully tore off the body piece by piece. But what he didn't know was that at the moment in the church, a guy he was familiar with was approaching the idol of the church. God, please give Spider-Man the punishment he deserves, he's a bully who ruined my life. At this moment, the man standing in front of the idol and praying was Eddie Bullock, who had just been smashed by Pete Parker. After Eddie's prayer was completed, a black drop of oil-like substance suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the back of his hand. After the black grease-like thing fell on his hand, it even surged quickly, looking very disgusting and weird. The sudden scene shocked Eddie, and he wanted to get rid of it, but what he didn't expect was that this thing was like dogskin plaster. Once it is stained, it is impossible to get rid of it. Not only that, more black oil stains fell from the sky and all fell on him. And what fell down was not a black grease stain, but a symbiote peeled off from Pete Parker. Damn Spider-Man, I want you to die. Eddie, who was possessed by his body, suddenly laughed, his normal eyes turned into black. The black symbiote contaminated on his body began to quickly integrate into Eddie's body. From the inside to the outside, Eddie's body was undergoing earth-shaking changes, and in just an instant, he turned into a tall black monster with a scarlet tongue. This monster is the classic villain of the Marvel world, Venom. GGG, so Spider-Man is Pete Parker? I see, no wonder you smashed my camera, you are unfair competition. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. Venom's eyes moved up, and his sinister gaze immediately locked on the Spider-Man above the church. Since he doesn't want you, then kill him, from now on, you are me, and I am you. 99. Venom laughed wildly, the scarlet tongue fluttered, and a black cobweb shot out from Venom's hand, sticking to the ceiling, and with a violent pull, the entire ceiling fell off. The Pete Parker above had just escaped the shackles of the symbiote, and without reacting at all, he fell from above and smashed heavily in front of Venom. Looking at the black monster in front of him, Pete Parker's face was full of disbelief. He did not expect that the symbiote that he had stripped from his body would find a new host in an instant. The key point is that this host is still his opponent at work, Eddie. Damn Pete Parker, I didn't know you were Spider-Man. God's been so kind to you. I gave you the ability of Spider-Man and gave you the ability of symbiote, but you broke a good hand like this, and you actually stripped the symbiote? GGG, but it's okay, if you don't do this, how can I have such a powerful Locke now? Eddie clenched his fists, a powerful force that he had never imagined erupted in his hands, and a wildly excited laughter appeared on his face, which finally turned into bloodthirsty killing intent. At this moment, whether it is the symbiote or Eddie, there is a strong killing intent for Pete Parker, and when the two are combined, it goes without saying. Seeing Eddie turning into such a monster in front of him, Pete Parker was shocked and explained Meiman. Eddie, things are not what you think. The symbiosis will magnify your wildness and aggravate your hatred. I didn't mean it just now. Listen to my explanation. Isn't it intentional? GGG, is this important? Anyway, I want to kill you, I can forgive you, but my body is not good. Ha ha ha. Zero flowers. Eddie laughed wildly, and his body immediately turned into an afterimage and charged towards Spider-Man fiercely, as fast as a gust of wind. Looking at the oncoming Venom, Pete's face was solemn, and a cobweb shot out of his hand. The target was Venom's eyes. But what he didn't expect was that Venom actually shot a black spider bullet at him at this time. Heavy hits on the spider web, the two collided, burst immediately, and fell to the ground. Seeing such a scene, Spider-Man was full of shock, because he actually saw his attack method in Venom. Unexpectedly, although the symbiote was stripped from him, it also copied some of his characteristics and combat skills. It's hard to deal with this. The monster in front of me is not weaker than his own existence, even stronger than himself, because he is completely familiar with his own fighting style, and also knows where his shortcomings are. Just when his face was solemn, an indifferent laughter came from above the church. Hey little Spider-Man, need help? Hearing the sound, Spider-Man was startled at first, and then his face showed excitement. This voice was too familiar. It was the mysterious man who helped him build his new house. 0.0. No, he's not the mystery man now. He already knew his true identity. The man who had been helping him turned out to be a boy younger than him. It is the eldest young master of the Rockefeller family, Rock. He was shocked when he heard the news. But after getting to know the other party's family background, he can fully understand it. With a super smart brain and a wealth of rivalry, it seems no surprise that Locke can get to where he is today. Mr. Locke, good evening. I really didn't expect to meet you at this time. Is it your friend who is standing beside you? This white armor is really cool. The moment he saw Locke, the nervous Pete immediately relaxed, and the broken mouth mode turned on. Listening to Pete Parker's gushing words, Locke was speechless, and Pete Parker's broken mouth really doesn't distinguish the occasion. I can see that you don't need our help, then goodbye, Locke said, and planned to leave with Gwen in vibranium armor. He originally only brought Gwen out to learn flight, but he never expected to witness the scene of Spider-Man stripping off the symbiote, resulting in the birth of Venom. You must know that this is one of the big events in the Marvel world, and Locke is now earning system points for nothing. Definitely, witnessing the big event must not have participated much, so he will come, and intend to participate directly and get a little more points. Oh, no, I need help, Pete Parker said quickly. Then you're talking so much nonsense? Locke said angrily, and then patted Gwen next to him. Start your first combat lesson in advance. Defeat the guy below. Locke said. Can I do it? Gwen said nervously. Believe in yourself, you can do it, and even if it doesn't work, there is still a battle trusteeship. 35 Locke said with a smile. 2. With Locke's encouragement, Gwen nodded and jumped straight to Venom. Damn it, it's that terrifying guy. Surrender, surrender. The moment Locke appeared, Venom immediately persuaded. The scene of Locke's killing and slaughter that day is still vivid in his mind, and he would not dare to change Locke's face even with anyone. Venom never expected to meet Locke, the god of death, at this time and place, and his terrifying memory was immediately awakened. The scene in my mind about Locke's subordinate easily killing the massacre immediately came to mind. What kind of existence is Locke? He has already learned from Spider-Man, that is to challenge the power of an entire country by himself? How could he resist such a power? Although the woman who was sent out in front of her was not the one she saw last time, since they were all under the man's subordinates, her strength was definitely not much weaker. Last time the woman could easily kill the massacre, so the woman in front of her could also kill herself. After all, in terms of strength, he is not necessarily an opponent of slaughter, so how can he not be cowardly? His legs trembled, and the black symbiote hid in the host's body again as before, but last time he hid in Pete's body, and this time he hid in Eddie's body. WTF, what are you doing, Venom? Come out quickly, how can I live without you? Eddie said with a terrified face, and his body receded to the back unconsciously. When I come out of 010, you will only die faster. Remember this man in front of you. He is a taboo for all our symbiotes. Absolutely don't provoke him. Kneel quickly. Only in this way can we survive. 9. Under the control of Venom, Eddie, who was still full of murderousness and planned to kill Spider-Man, knelt directly in front of Gwen and Locke. No, you can't do this, I am also dignified. Eddie cursed in his mind. Can this thing of dignity be eaten as a meal? When a person dies, they just lie down on the board, and there is no dignity at all. You want to die, but I don't want to die. To be honest, I really like your planet, which is colorful and lively. It's so much better than the crappy place I used to live in, just let me enjoy it, okay? Besides, there is an old saying in the East that if you stay with the Green Hills, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood. Let's retreat tactically first, and then come back with a king, right? Good girl, you are hiding, the one kneeling down is me? Eddie was extremely depressed in his heart. He thought that he would be able to reach the peak of his life after integrating the symbiote, but he didn't expect to go to the bottom directly. Kneel down at the beginning, you dare to believe it? And it's not just Eddie who is depressed, but also Locke and Gwen, as well as Spider-Man. Especially Spider-Man Pete Parker, everyone is depressed. Just now, I kept yelling at myself that I was going to kill myself, and now I kneel directly after seeing Locke? How many meanings? Not very harmful, but very insulting? It's obvious that you look down on yourself. The key point is that he has nothing to say, because the facts are in front of him, and he is really less than 1% of Locke in terms of strength. It was not the first time that Venom was afraid of Locke. The scene where he was scared by Locke's female subordinates and hid in his body last time was still fresh in his memory. If he just said this, he thinks Venom is quite likable. After all, he knows how to advance and retreat. But once this guy is not bound, he will become restless. To keep releasing his wildness and making him look like a bully is something he absolutely cannot accept. In this way, he can only peel it off his own body. Looking at Eddie who suddenly knelt down, Locke couldn't help but help his forehead. Anyone who has seen the Venom movie knows what Venom is, and this guy is a master of bullying. When encountering riots and massacres in the movie world, the first thing that comes to mind is a tactical retreat, although in the end they are forced to do nothing. But it is not difficult to see that he is such a character. Even if he integrates with Pete Parker, he did not say that he wants to rule the earth or anything. It just magnifies Pete's wildness, allowing him to do things a little bit as he pleases. It's just that little Spider-Man's 3 views are too positive, and it can only be said that Venom does not fit his character. Locke, he knelt down. Am I still fighting? Gwen also looked at Locke with a bewildered expression and asked. 66. Kneel down and fight? It was a tough question, and Locke was a little bit confused. It would be great if Venom continued to clamor and let Gwen kill him directly, and now he has made it difficult for him to start. It is said that the war does not kill prisoners of war, otherwise it is inhumane, and he is naturally not an inhumane person. This is so special. Forget it, don't fight, you get out, it's really bad luck, go home. Locke looked at Eddie speechlessly and said. Hearing Locke's words, the Venom immediately attached to Eddie's body, turned into a Venom form, and nodded. Thank you for not killing. After all, Venom didn't look back, just ran away. Mr. Locke, are you really just letting him go? Don't you put him in jail? Little Spider-Man looked at Locke curiously and asked. Since you want to put him in prison so much, this important task is left to you. Locke patted little Spider-Man on the shoulder and said. Little Spider-Man. Okay, it's okay, I'll go back first. By the way, you come to me in a few days, I've got a spider battle suit for you, you can try it. Locke said. How embarrassing this is. Mr. Locke, this has cost you money again. I don't know how to repay you. Is that tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow? What time should I go? Forget it, don't come. Hey, I'll just say, don't be angry. Pete Parker touched the back of his head and laughed. Look at your broken mouth, what my dead cousin has. Is your cousin also talkative? Talky? You're afraid that it's not because of some misunderstanding of chatty, and the point I want to express is not to be talkative, but that my cousin, Aunt, was too broken and was assassinated. Marvel's 2 big mouths are really not covered, one is a little bitch, and the other is little Spider-Man. Gwen came home giggling, but at this moment he felt a familiar air. A playful smile appeared on his face, and an enchanting and beautiful figure appeared in his mind. I shied away from Mr. George's invitation to stay and sit. After all, I've been doing it for a day, so I can't continue. 0. Even if he can do it, neither can Gwen. Leaving Gwen's house, Locke deliberately came to the side of a road with no people, and then stood quietly on the side of the road. It didn't take long for a luxury sports car to hear Locke in front of him with a roar. Looking at the sports car coming, a smile appeared on Locke's face. Isn't this the sports car that he exchanged with Catwoman Selina last time? And the person driving at the moment is naturally Selina. Hey, handsome guy. The car window rolled down, revealing a beautiful face, sexy and hot. Looking at this woman, a smile appeared on Locke's face. After a while, Catwoman became more and more charming and coquettish. I don't know if it's because of the integration of another female symbiote in her body. Selina's body is full of exotic wildness. Hey, beauty. Locke said with a smile. Come here. Selina asked, biting the flame's red lips lightly, spitting out the orchid. Come on. Locke nodded, pulled away the co-pilot, and sat in. The moment Locke sat in, Selina was like a snake, her soft body swam in front of Locke. For a long time, Locke quietly hugged Selina. Why did you come to me after so long? Che, who came to look for you, screamed and felt the breath of the same kind, so I came to see. I didn't expect you to be there, so we didn't look for you. Selena said coquettishly. Scream. Locke was stunned. As far as he knows, Scream should be one of the members of the Venom family, but this world is obviously different from the comics, and it is more inclined to the setting of the Life Foundation. Several symbiotes are from outside the domain, not Venom asexual reproduction product. Well, the name she gave herself? What about her? Why didn't you see it? Locke asked curiously. She was scared to death when she saw you. How dare she come out? Oh, yes, I'm the nemesis of the symbiote? Is it really okay for you to have a 2.2 relationship with my nemesis? Locke pinched Selena's chin and teased. You are the nemesis of the symbiote, not mine. You are my little friend. You can lie like this at the age of 14. If you are older, it will be better. Locke's true identity is already known. Since you all know that I'm only 14 years old, you still treat others like this. Do you know that you are breaking the law? Sister, I just like the old cow to eat the tender grass. What's the matter? For your little friend, let alone breaking the law, even if it is the enemy of the whole world, I am also happy. Pass. Just as Scream told her, life is too short, where can there be so much hesitation? If you like it, it's always right, and the result is either left to the will of God or the law, and she's paying both now. What about him? However, the result that Locke gave her obviously did not disappoint her, but instead made her gain a lot. Listening to Selena's words, Locke smiled unexpectedly, turned over her body, and sat in the driving position. Go to your home. Right on my mind, Loki, who fell from Asgard Bifrost and drifted in the universe for a while, found his second dream in life. After all, Asgard's position as the king of gods has been completely insulated from him. The Frost King who colluded with Jotunheim tried to kill his father and seize power. No matter who was wearing such a hat, it was unbearable. Yes, originally Loki lured Locke into Asgard in order to stage a drama of saving his father from a crisis and turning the tide. As a result, because of the situation on Miss Tubi's side, he came to the world halfway, and came to an operation of self-destruction. And the direct consequence of this operation was that he himself was arrested by Thor and had nowhere to escape. On the other hand, Locke, who was only used as an acting object by him, actually sneaked into the place where Odin was sleeping, and scared his mother half to death. Fortunately, Thor came back in time to kill Locke, which didn't make a big mistake. In this way, the drama that Loki originally prepared for himself finally temporarily changed the protagonist and became Thor. And he became the villain, the bastard who wanted to kill his father and seize power. Knowing that he could no longer stay in Asgard, Loki finally chose to stay away and fell into the dark universe. Void Place. A purple figure sat on the floating throne, not angered and arrogant. I can give you what you want, but if you can't complete this task, you know what will happen. A voice like Hong Zhong came out from the mouth of the purple 10 figures, making people shudder. I see. In front of the purple figure, a man in a green robe nodded earnestly. It was Loki who left Asgard, and after drifting in the universe for a while, he boarded Thanos' ship, ready to fulfill his second wish in life. And this desire is to become the king who rules the earth. Yes, the king of Asgard he has no chance. But he thinks that the king of the earth is still very interesting, but the premise is that the damn bastard must be killed first. Locke is not dead. Even if he captures this planet, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. Besides, if that bastard doesn't die, he can't attack the earth if he asks himself. In the final analysis, Locke is his thorn in the flesh, which must be removed first. And that's why he's on the big ship of Thanos right now. This guy who looks like a purple potato in front of him has a huge interstellar fleet that can destroy any planet. With the blessing of Thanos, even with that guy in charge, he still believes that he can easily conquer the Earth. Once his Starfleet landed on Earth, the first thing he had to do was to bomb the bastard's mansion and blow up his group of female warriors. Mad, this scene is so exciting just thinking about it, Loki muttered to himself. Thanos, who was sitting on the floating throne, winked at the ebony marquee beside him. Ebony Maw nodded, raised his hand and waved, and the scepter he was holding in his hand flew to Loki as if it had no weight. Inlaid in this scepter is Mind Gem, which can control people's hearts. It's enough to use him to deal with the guy in your mouth. I will not let you down, Loki said with excitement in his eyes, and his fighting spirit was high at this moment. With this infinite gems, even if he is facing that bastard, he will not hesitate. With the help of Thanos, Loki excitedly went to carry out his plan. Looking at the disappearing Loki, Marquis Ebony stood quietly beside Thanos. Master, this guy is not worth the mind gem you will give him. If you want to gain, you always have to pay. If you fail, kill it. Yes? Time flies, and 3 months have passed. On this day, Locke stood quietly in front of the 3 training cabins, with a look of excitement on his face. In 3 months, he finally created 3 artificial angels from the heavens at one time. The red-haired Icarus, the blue-haired Nymph, the yellow-haired Astrea, and the 3 sisters of the harem of the heavenly things, are all here. In fact, Locke can create them one by one as before. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was unnecessary. The reason why Yoba Corps members were built one by one was because he needed to use different materials, and collecting materials required a process. And now the materials he needs have already been collected, and the huge amounts of vibranium mine have been placed in his back garden. And with it, there was the destroyer mech he had stolen from Asgard. Now this destroyer Mecha has completely become the most loyal security guard of the Rockefeller Manor, standing guard on the vibranium mine every day, and a shuttle of energy rays will appear when the situation is discovered. In this case, there is no need to worry about the security of Locke's manor now, let alone an intruder. Not even a fly can come in. Looking at the three beautiful but different bodies, Locke felt a little too early to hold it before he started to activate. This time Locke is the same as before, except for the optimization of the materials used to make them, except that vibranium and adamantium are used. He also uses the optimized Hulk serum on 3 artificial angels, as well as the permanent energy furnace technology. With the permanent energy furnace and the Pandora system, he himself did not know how powerful the artificial angel created in this way could be after evolution. It should be no problem to surpass a group of Yoba members, but can he reach his current level of strength? This needs to be considered, but it is highly unlikely. After all, he is the top powerhouse among the level sub-godfathers, and he is already enough to explode the stars. And as far as he knows, the evolved strength of Icarus in the original book can only destroy the country with one big move. So even if he gets the blessing of the permanent energy furnace, he should not be able to reach his level. But it doesn't matter, with the eternal energy furnace, it means that the artificial angel will have inexhaustible energy. In this way, all kinds of big moves should be able to be used casually. One big move destroys the country, and if you use the big move several times, it will still destroy the star. Although the concept of the 2 extermination stars is different, it does not matter. Anyway, the result is the same. After smiling, he looked at the laboratory and made sure that all the members of the Yakuba unit were sent to the mall by him. The smile on his face gradually became wretched. The previous highest record was activating 2 Populous sisters at once. Now activate 3 at a time. Exciting? As before, the code was entered on the 3 pods and the activation process started immediately. Activation process starts. The memory is set to blank, and the emotion module is successfully generated with reference to the world parameters of the world. During the physical examination, everything is normal. In the physical function test, the test is complete. Result: Icarus, Nymph, Astrea, all 3 are equipped with permanent energy furnace and Pandora system, with nearly infinite energy and infinite possible evolution potential. The body contains adamantium particles plus vibranium particles, and has the function of covering the vibranium armor and opening the Ed-010-man alloy attack form, and has an almost undead body, able to repair any injury to the body in an instant. The muscle strength is abnormally strong, the program cannot detect the strength temporarily, and the strength is unknown. Active genetic layers were found, containing slight gamma-ray components. In the case of extreme anger, it can break out the destructive power beyond the normal period, and have the opportunity to trigger the Pandora system and start the evolution. The wake-up procedure is starting, the startup is successful. Wake up? The electronic synthesis sound continued to sound, and Locke was more and more shocked. Under extreme anger, it was possible to trigger evolution, and the potential of evolution was infinite. Doesn't this mean that after Icarus evolves, it is very likely that he can really reach his realm? If this is the case, then the cattle batch is huge. Just when Locke was shocked, the 3 beautiful bodies slowly opened their eyes. Immediately, 3 pairs of eyes of different colors slowly opened like 3 pairs of gems, and strange rays of light bloomed in their eyes, looking charming and mysterious. Pink hair, blue jewel-like eyes, and extremely smooth skin. Locke's eyes were completely attracted to Icarus. Every time this happened, he felt like he was opening the most beautiful gift in the world, and he couldn't hide his excitement. When he used 1 at a time, it was already exciting enough. There are only 3 open now? 3 big gift packages at a time. Isn't this the kind of happiness that 1 + 1 can describe? Looking at the creator in front of them, the faces of the 3 showed charming smiles at the same time. Icarus, Nymph, Astrea, inscribed. 35. Today's business trip. 3 chapters are all with mobile phone numbers in the car, so ask for a monthly flower ticket. 3 artificial angels, each with a collar around the neck, which is specially used for inscriptions. And the artificial angel will serve her master wholeheartedly once the engraving is completed, become the slave of the master, and will never betray her master. This setting is somewhat inappropriate for children, but Locke quite likes it. Now that Xeodo has been built, it is natural to use the original world settings. Master, my name is Icarus, the all-purpose angel for strategy, can satisfy all the wishes of the master. Please give me more advice in the future. The pink-haired Icarus said softly with a gentle expression on his face. Her words were very calm, but her voice was extremely pleasant. Rao's soft words made Locke's heart rippling. What a well-behaved angel who can satisfy all the master's wishes. He stepped out gently, the waves were close at hand, and a pair of pink angel wings slowly opened, and then closed like eggshells. Suddenly, Locke was surrounded by Icarus in a small space. Small space, hot body, ambiguous atmosphere, everything is so charming. Master, you can make your wish, and Icarus can help you realize it. The well-behaved and beautiful Icarus said with a charming smile. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Locke smiled, but shook his head. Things like wishes will only be interesting if they can only be realized after their own efforts. Besides, I don't have any wish to fulfill at the moment. If you have to say one, why don't you give me a kiss? 35. Locke looked at Icarus with a soft smile and said. Hearing Locke's words, Icarus' face showed a blushing color. This is the first wish the master said to Icarus, and Icarus will remember it for the rest of his life? Saying that, the beautiful face slowly approached, and then the faint pink lips were lightly printed on Locke's forehead. Soft, warm is Locke's first reaction. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly unconsciously, revealing a charming smile. The Icarus in front of him didn't look like the excitement of 2B and the commander's Yoba unit. The feeling she gave to Locke was more like a touch of pure love, a feeling of softness, which was a completely different wonderful feeling. Definitely, this is only Locke's first little wish. He can make any excessive demands after that, but as Locke said, the easier it is to get it, the less interesting it will be. Taking action slowly, and finally realizing it with one's own efforts makes it even more precious. Icarus, the master belongs to all of us, you can't occupy him like this? At this moment, a slightly dissatisfied humming sound sounded from the side. Hearing the voice, Icarus showed a gentle smile, and then slowly opened the closed angel wings. Nympho, I'm sorry, I can't help it, Icarus said with a light smile covering his mouth. At this time, Locke also turned his attention to Nymph. Nympho has a typical Mengli body, with a height of only 139 centimeters, and looks like a pink and tender little girl on the outside. To be honest, facing such a little lowly, he really can't have any unhealthy thoughts. All his restlessness just now was mainly aimed at Icarus and Astrea. After all, these two are only one top. Master, my name is Nymph, the all-powerful angel for electronic warfare. I will entrust all the electronic warfare in the future. I will be able to complete any task of the master. 99. Little lowly Nympho straightened her chest and said confidently. It's a pity that she came from the airport. It's useless no matter what. Doing so will only make her more cute. However, Locke knew about Nymph's electronic warfare ability. The biological invasion program he created before can already easily invade the destroyer Mecha. And the Nymph in front of her has a more complete electronic warfare ability, and her computer ability is not comparable to a small program. It is no exaggeration to say that Nymph in front of him has the most advanced hacking technology in the world. In front of her, the artificial intelligence 9s that Locke made from the world of Neil's mechanical age was completely incomparable. And artificial intelligence 9s has been able to crush the hacking technology of this world. From this, it can be seen that Nymph is probably in what kind of state. I touched Nympho's blue-haired little head, the little guy is so cute. Being touched by the young master, Nymph let out a giggle, closed her eyes slightly, and seemed to be enjoying herself. Apparently, she liked what Locke did to her. Senior's laughter is so stupid, it's like an idiot. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. The person who spoke was Astrea with yellow hair and a pair of white wings behind her, an all-purpose angel for melee combat. Astrea has the extremely terrifying melee combat ability, and is a typical warrior. As long as she gets close to her, Rao is the all-purpose strategic angel. Icarus is not her opponent. The super vibration photon sword in her hand is powerful enough to destroy the absolute defense circle of Icarus. Because the emotional and combat abilities are outstanding, the electricity calculation ability is equal to 0, simply a fool, but because of this, Astrea is the only artificial angel who can maintain the red-eye combat mode at all times, and the strength is amazing. However, Astrea is mainly strong in melee ability, she is not equipped with any long-range attack weapons. Therefore, once they are separated from each other, the effect they can play is very small. If it is truly better than the comprehensive combat ability, she is definitely not the opponent of Icarus. Among the three artificial angels, Icarus YYDS, whether it is beauty or strength, it is the no one among the three. Master, I'm hungry, do you have anything delicious here? 35 Astrea said with an embarrassed expression. As soon as it was activated, I just wanted to eat, and there was no one left. But often hungry, greedy personality. Originally, it was the characteristic of Astrea. It is not surprising that Astrea, which was designed with the parameters of the original world, has such characteristics. Anything delicious, sausage. Locke thought for a while and said. Giggle, master is good or bad? Nympha giggled on the side. Locke kachif. Are sausages bad? Locke walked out of the laboratory, took out a dozen sausages from the kitchen, and came to the three of them. Can you eat this sausage? Nymph. Giggle, master is naughty. Icarus chuckled softly, with a gentle expression on his face. It turned out to be real wings, and it's still warm. This is incredible. In the huge living room, a group of Yoba troop members surrounded Icarus with expressions of surprise on their faces. Although I knew for a long time that the young master Locke suddenly encouraged them to go shopping, he must be conspiring something. But they didn't expect to see three women with wings appearing in the room as soon as they came back. This feeling is no less like when you suddenly open your eyes and find yourself in heaven. Yes, a group of Yoba troop members are wondering if they have come to heaven. So you are really angels. The commander's elder sister also looked at Icarus and the others curiously and asked. Accurately speaking, it is an artificial angel, which is a kind of biochemical robot, but it is equipped with a different control system to make them even more different. Locke said with a smile. So this is the reason why they have wings and we don't have them? 60 asked curiously. It's said that Icarus and the others are artificial angels. If angels don't have wings, are they still angels? And you are not angels, so it's normal to have no wings. Locke explained with a smile. Young master, bad guy, last night you said that they were your angel, that I could take you to fly, but today new sisters are here, so I'm not? 040 Miss 210 said with a grudge on her face. Locke's eyelids twitched and his face was full of speechlessness. Was what he said last night serious? You called me daddy last night. Why didn't I see you honoring me today? Locke thought so, but after thinking about it, he naturally couldn't say that. Hihi, you are all my angels, but the types are different. One has wings, the other doesn't. Don't care about these details. What a beautiful wing, that is, does it shed? At this moment, Miss 2B gently stroked Icarus's wings and asked curiously. Everyone. No one thought that Miss 2B would suddenly ask such a strange question from an angle. Immediately, everyone was stunned. Even Locke was stunned. Yes? Does this wing shed hair? The gentle and quiet Icarus had the experience of being surrounded by so many people, and his face was full of shyness and tension. For everyone's question, she did not feel angry, but answered softly. That, it won't shed hair. We can control it. But if it is attacked, it is not necessarily. Who dares to attack you, such a beautiful angel, I will abolish him. Miss 2B, Bassi, said very aggressively. That is, whoever dares to bully you, I will be the first to refuse. Miss 60 also frowned and said. You are angel, whoever dares to bully you, all members of our Yakuba unit will be dispatched to destroy him. The commander's sister also said very aggressively. Yes, I will never let him go. A group of Yakuba members said in unison. Icarus's face was full of emotion when he saw the members of the Yakuba unit who united and spoiled them so much. What a great feeling to have a group of sisters. Well, thank you everyone, no one has bullied me yet, but even if there is, I won't let him go, Icarus said with a chuckle. Icarus, someone bullied you just now, and the master bullied you. Nymph said with a wicked smile. Yes, the master still bullied me. Astrea also said with a blushing face. Listening to the two of them, Icarus blushed, and quickly explained, no, master shouldn't be bullying us like that, right? 39. Listening to their conversation, a group of Yoba troop members immediately showed smiles on their faces. The commander even smiled and said, can you tell me how the young master bullied you? Did he bully you to cry? Bullying and crying? That's not true. Nympha looked stunned, not quite understanding the meaning of the commander's sister's words. Does the master still bully people to cry? Astrea asked with a look of horror, her face full of disbelief. Definitely, we have all been bullied by him and cried. So if the young master bullies you, there is nothing we can do. After all, he is the master, he is the biggest. The commander's elder sister said with a smile. The master hates it. How can the master be like this? Nympha said with a puffed mouth from roar roar. Locke. Listening to what the commander meant, Locke could only shake his head helplessly. Icarus and the others were just born, so I could hear what she really meant. It can only be said that Nymph is still too simple. Tell me again, believe it or not, I'll bully you and cry now. Locke said looking at Nymph with a terrifying look. No, master, I'm wrong, don't bully me, I'm afraid. Nymph immediately hid behind the commander with a look of fear. Giggle, you are so funny, so cute. The commander covered his mouth and laughed, rubbing the head of the little lowly, Nymph. Aren't you all afraid? Nymph asked curiously, looking at a group of members of the Yoba army. A group of Yoba troop members shook their heads with a smile. Why are you afraid? The young master wants to bully us, we can't ask for it. Miss 352B smiled. You are so perverted. Nymph gave her own evaluation to a group of Yoba troop members. Giggle, you'll know later. Sometimes crying is not just a sad emotion. The commander said meaningfully, and then threw a wink at Locke. 35 Locke. Crying is not sadness? What is it? Okay, don't ask Nymph, you don't understand. Icarus and Astrea seem to understand, their faces are full of shyness. Okay, you guys are really weird. Nymph shook her head and said with a look of astonishment. Senior idiot. Astrea laughed. You're an idiot? Astrea, you gluttonous cat? 35 Nymph said in disapproval. Humph, idiot. Seeing that the two enemies were really noisy like children, everyone stood aside and watched with a funny look on their faces. It seems that Icarus' sister is also very strong. If there is a chance, let's compare. At this moment, Miss 2B said with a warlike expression. 2B, what do you mean by BB? The commander's elder sister looked at 2B with a mocking expression and said that the other members of the Yakuba unit also showed a bad smile, looking like they were watching a good show. Hearing this, Miss 2B's face showed a blushing color, and he hesitated. I can do it? Let's see what Sister Icarus thinks. Icarus. Battle? I don't like fighting very much. Although I am an all-purpose angel for strategy, I usually use all-purpose angel for fun. Icarus said. Are you entertaining? In fact, I'm playing with robots more often. Let's compare in terms of rewards. Miss 2B laughed wickedly. Can it be compared in terms of entertainment? Definitely, I will teach you when the time comes. Add me one. At this time, Miss 60 also said with a smile. +1 commander's sister also spoke. +1. A group of Yoba troop members turned on the repeater mode. Seeing them like this, Locke couldn't help but help his forehead. With this group of old drivers of the Yoba army leading the team, his 3 artificial angel wives will become fallen angels, sooner or later. Just as a group of women were chatting together, a slightly old figure walked in. Master, something unusual happened. Something happened to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. Hearing this, Locke's face immediately became solemn. S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base. Dr. Selvig has been recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. since the last time he met Thor, and his main job now is to study Tesseract. One of the infinite gems that Odin hid on Earth many years ago, the Tesseract is the most frequently seen piece of infinite gems in the entire Marvel Universe. Hydra's most well-known leader, Red Skull, has been following the Tesseract since World War II. Finally, Tesseract was found in a mural of an idol, and it was from that moment that a series of extraordinary events began. Like the Tianma project after that, the research on the speed of light engine led to the birth of Captain Marvel. Howard Stark found a new element from the Tesseract, which helped Tony Stark build a new arc reactor. And so on the big events on Earth, many of which are related to Tesseract. And as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury knows Tesseract's extraordinary. After all, when he fought alongside Captain Marvel back then, he was blinded by the primordial beast, one of his eyes. It is precisely because he knows the extraordinariness of Tesseract that he wants to control the power of Tesseract more and more, so as to achieve his goal of protecting the peace of the Earth. Especially after all kinds of strange ghosts have emerged in an endless stream recently, his enthusiasm for researching Tesseract is even higher. Although he has removed Locke from the threat list, there is no way out. From the bottom of his heart, he is still very afraid of Locke, and he is particularly worried about whether his path will go wrong and eventually become a threat to the entire world. And even if there is no Locke, there is the Asgard who suddenly came to Earth. All of this made him feel more and more threatened, and in the face of threats, what he always did was to prepare in advance to deal with it. So since Bifrost appeared, he found Dr. Selvig and let him start researching Tesseract, trying to control the power of the Rubik's Cube. What's wrong? Is there any major progress in looking for me in such a hurry? Nick Fury asked with a solemn look at Dr. Selvig. The doctor nodded and said, "This thing is really amazing. I have seen almost infinite energy in it. If we can control this thing, our entire planet will not have the problem of energy shortage." Doctor, I'm not here to listen to you imagine the future. I value his other values more than energy. Nick Fury said with an ugly face. The Tesseract had boundless energy, he had known for a long time. But if the Tesseract were only able to power them, that would not only be a bad thing, but a disaster. After all, everyone is innocent, and everyone understands the truth of guilt. If they really only use Tesseract to provide energy, they will definitely be coveted by countless forces. And they don't have the support of strong enough force, and in the end they will only be destroyed. So instead of energy, he hopes to use Tesseract to create powerful weapons to protect their planet. I understand what you mean, but what you want is not so easy to achieve, and I need more time. The reason why I brought you here today is because I discovered that the energy in this cube seems to be able to open another dimension, just a little stimulation. As Dr. Selvig said, he clicked on the machine. Boom. Just as Dr. Selvig pressed down, a blue energy beam burst out from the Tesseract that had been standing still. The beam of light shot out, and immediately opened a 2-meter-high space door not far away. However, the door of space only opened for a moment, and then automatically closed again. But in just such an instant, a man in a green robe passed through the gate of space and appeared in front of the two of them. The Earthlings who don't know whether to live or die, how are you? The moment the green-robed man appeared, he said with an evil and charming smile. Looking at the man in the green robe who suddenly appeared, Nick Fury's face was full of horror. Because the man in the green robe turned out to be the Asgard man who almost destroyed a town, Loki. Without speaking, he picked up the pistol and aimed at Loki and shot directly. It seems that he didn't react. Loki just finished speaking and fell to the ground after being shot, and there was no movement. Seeing such a scene, Nick Fury and Selvig, as well as Hawkeye, who was on the side, were stunned. This Loki just came, said a word, and ended up being shot by Nick Fury? How can that be? The three looked at each other and Nick Fury gave Hawkeye a wink. Nodding, the three of them came to Loki in a circle. Just as Hawkeye crouched down to check on Loki's condition, a scepter emitting a yellow light quickly tapped behind the three of them. Immediately, the eyes of the three people quickly turned black, looking extremely terrifying. What a foolish human being! You are so foolish and lovely to be deceived by such a little trick. 35. A cold voice sounded from behind the three of them, and at this moment, the Loki who had fallen to the ground disappeared like a phantom. And the real Loki has appeared behind the three of them. Phantom magic, which is Loki's specialty, is his most commonly used magic. Although this magic is simple, it can always bring him unexpected effects, just like the current scene. Controlling the three with ease, Loki's face showed an evil smile. 0 for flowers. At this moment, an urgent sound of footsteps came from outside. Loki raised his hand and waved, and his figure disappeared again. Sir, I heard gunshots just now, what's the matter? The person was S.H.I.E.L.D's 8th level Agent Hill. It's alright, there was a little misunderstanding, you all step back. Nick Fury said, turning around as if nothing had happened. Okay. Although she was curious, Nick Fury said so, and she naturally had no doubts. He nodded, said a few words to the walkie-talkie, and quickly backed out. Looking at the departing Hill agent, Loki's figure slowly reappeared. What a troublesome woman, I have to find a chance to get her under control. Loki muttered to himself, the smile on his face growing wilder. Nick Fury, after returning, immediately gave an order to surround the Rockefeller Manor. Teach that kid a lesson first, and buy me some time by the way, Loki said gloomily. 0. As the god of tricks, his mind was full of bad ideas, and this murder with a knife was the best way to deal with Locke that he could think of at the moment. Definitely, he naturally knew that just relying on S.H.I.E.L.D. could not really have much influence on Locke. All he wanted was to buy time. What time to buy? Naturally, it was time to open the door of space and summon the Chidori army. Mr. Doctor, the task of opening the door of space is left to you, okay. Loki shifted his gaze to Dr. Selvig. The gate of space needs a lot of iridium elements for support to stabilize his structure, and I am not enough here. I need more? 35. Don't worry, someone will send it to us. Nick Fury, am I right? I'll make a call later and get transferred from the military. It's not difficult. Nick Fury nodded and said, it's good to have a high position. Loki smiled, and then his eyes moved to Hawkeye again. I heard that you have a good relationship with that unclear woman? Did you mean Natasha Romanoff? Hawkeye asked curiously. So she's called Natasha Romanoff? You bring that woman here, I have something important to discuss with him. Loki smiled, a light flashing in his eyes. In addition to S.H.I.E.L.D., he also had his eye on the Avengers. These ready-made combat powers are useless. With a spiritual scepter, he can easily manipulate others. Relying on this ability, is it too much to assemble a powerful team to deal with Locke? Definitely not too much, thought Loki. Crazy laughter sounded in the huge laboratory. Kick off a big show. Knife. An hour after the arrival of Loki, in the Rockefeller family's manor, Locke sat quietly on the floating throne in the hall with a calm expression. Now that he has the peak combat power of Yatianfa, he can threaten his existence on this planet. It can't be said that there is no, but not much. So even if the sky of this planet was about to collapse, he didn't need to panic at all, and the sky couldn't collapse for the time being. A sudden order? Locke asked suspiciously. Yes, the sudden order, even if our people oppose it in every possible way, has no effect at all. The Congress has passed a motion to include our Rockefeller family on the SSS level threat list, and a search warrant has been issued. People from the military are going to enter our manor for a major investigation, 35 Lao Mo said with a very solemn expression. Although everyone knows the status of the Rockefeller family in this country, the Chable family with the same status as the Rockefeller family actually exists, such as Morgan, Citi, etc. These Chables are not much worse than the Rockefellers in wealth, and the same is true for their influence on Congress. The 8 big Chable families in the beautiful country are not joking, and these are also the biggest competitors of the old man during his lifetime. Because the competitors they face are all monstrous crocodiles, and if they are not careful, there will be no bones left for them to eat. Although Locke has been very low-key during this time, in the eyes of some people, he is still very sharp, and someone has long wanted to stumble on Locke in secret. And this time, they really found an opportunity. Suddenly received a proposal from the president and the military to investigate the Rockefeller family, although it made them all feel incredible. But as competitors they are naturally happy to see such a thing happen. It is an exciting decision to unite the power of the 7 Chable families to thoroughly investigate the Rockefeller family. It is rare for the 7 families to be so united. We will be investigated, they are so brave. The commander's eyebrows were raised, his face was full of frost. That is, did they eat the guts of a bear's heart and a leopard, or their brains were caught in the door, and they dared to take action against us, they just don't know whether to live or die. Miss 2B also said coldly. Okay, the 7 Chable families and our Rockefeller family are already in competition, so it's not surprising that they would take action against us. The only thing I wonder is why they choose to take action at this time if they don't take action early or late. Obviously, we have seen the strong strength we have shown, and we dare to take risks. Such stupid and reckless things are not like their style, let alone the style of the military. Unless the existence of this motion is initiated, it does not care about the consequences at all. Locke's face was full of indifference, and then he seemed to think of something, showing a meaningful smile. Nines, you just said that an extremely powerful energy fluctuation was detected an hour ago, right? Yes, but because the time is too short, I didn't call the satellite to monitor it. But I have located the location where the violent energy fluctuations occurred is in a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure enough, it has something to do with SHIELD. It seems that an old friend of ours has come again. Locke laughed. Old friend? Young master, are you talking about Loki? The commander's eyes flashed, the answer came to his mind, and he couldn't help showing a smile. As expected of the roundworms in Locke's stomach, the commander's elder sister and Locke have reached the point where their minds and bodies are one, and they can guess who they are alluding to in one sentence, and there is no such tacit understanding. Locke was not at all surprised that the commander could guess who he was talking about. After all, his commander's sister, who can exchange him for a satisfactory problem-solving posture with just a single tap from him? He nodded silently. It seems that our god of tricks, Mr. Loki, has finally come to his senses. He has regained the dignity of the god of tricks and knows how to use his brains. As a traveler, he is naturally very clear about Loki's series of events. Although the current situation is still nearly a month away from the invasion of the Chidori army that he expected. But he still thought of Loki, the sly guy, right away. After all, he participated in major events related to Loki in the early stage, so it is very possible that Loki will launch an invasion war in advance. According to the speculation of the timeline, the current Loki should have got a scepter inlaid with mind gem. As long as there is this scepter, Loki can use it to influence the decision of Congress and reach a consensus, and it is not too difficult. Obviously, Loki must have used the power of the Mind Gem. 0. This damned guy even dared to jump. I knew that I should have killed him with a knife. Miss 2B said with a cold brow. Kill him? It's... Locke muttered to himself, but at this moment, an alarm sounded. This is the siren of Locke's air defense system at the manor, which means that there is a malicious guy. Master, I found the enemy's situation. 10 flight formations are flying towards us at high speed, and the opponent has a total of 50 fighter jets, and hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles were found 30 kilometers away from our manor, and their direction of travel was also here. The voice of Artificial Intelligence 9 sounded in the huge living room, solemn and dignified. 50 fighter jets? Hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles? Are these guys crazy? Are they trying to raze our estate to the ground? Lao Mo's face was extremely solemn. As the big housekeeper of the Rockefeller family, he had never seen any scenes, but he had never heard of such a situation today. The military even dispatched 50 fighter jets and hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles against their family at one time. This is in time to launch a carpet bombing on a country. This is to directly destroy their posture? Unprecedented pressure came suddenly, making him feel a little unbearable as an old fried dough stick. But at this moment, young Master Locke, who is sitting on the floating throne, is still calm, as if nothing happened, and there is no pressure. 50 fighter jets, hundreds of 2.2 tanks and armored vehicles, but they look up to me? However, since everyone has come, I won't let you down. Locke said coldly. Icarus, Nymph, Astrea, it's time to show your fighting power. Locke looked at Icarus and the three of them said, it's the master. The three artificial angels nodded, a trace of fighting intent burning in their eyes. What, young master, just let the three lovely angel sisters join the battle, can this work? What about us? The commander's sister was full of surprise. I think it won't take long before you think that the three of them are just cute angel sisters. Locke said with a half smile. Yobakor, you all go too. But this time, let's support first? Locke thought for a while. Yes. Yoaba's troops said in unison, with extraordinary momentum. The fighter jets cut through the sky, sending out bursts of tearing air sounds, like the roar of evil spirits, making people shudder. Seeing 1 or 2 fighter jets flying across the sky at the same time is definitely not uncommon for modern people. After all, the daily flight of the army is at least this amount. But if you saw 50 fighter jets at the same time like a dark cloud, what kind of experience would it be? Shock and fear should be inevitable. At this moment, a group of people in New York City is such a feeling, and everyone's heart can't help but hang. What's the situation? Why are there so many fighter jets? Is this a war? It's scary. It's the first time I've seen so many fighter jets appear at the same time. Where are they going to attack? 35. I haven't heard of any recent wars. Where are these fighter jets aimed at? A group of people looked at each other. Their eyes were full of shock, but most of them were curious. S.H.I.E.L.D. aboard an aerospace carrier. The 8th level special 10th worker, Hill, looked at the screen in front of him with a solemn expression, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Sir, although I don't know why the military department suddenly made such a mindless decision, but we must not sit idly by, we must stop this from happening immediately. The Hill agent looked at Nick Fury worriedly. No one knows the horror of the Rockefellers better than their SHIELD. And their director Nick Fury also released a few months ago for the Rockefeller family SSS threat judgment. Don't know why, just today, Nick Fury added it again. Not only that, he even notified the military department of the judgment result, which caused the military department to suddenly start a so-called large-scale investigation proposal. What terrified her the most was that the military actually attacked the Rockefeller family. It also sent 50 F-22 fighter jets and hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles to besiege a small manor of the Rockefeller family at one time. Yes, in her eyes, the Rockefeller family's manor is indeed a little smaller than the scale of this operation. According to past combat experience, this scale of dispatch is aimed at least a small country. But the military is now using it to deal with a small estate of the Rockefeller family. It seemed incredible to her, but it was precisely because of this unequal action that she felt more and more frightened. Because the greater the movement of the military, the more provocative the Rockefeller family is. What kind of behavior is it to provoke an existence that is powerful enough to easily destroy a country, or even destroy a star? In her opinion, it is a moth to a flame, courting death. Can that guy, Locke, rely on dozens of planes and hundreds of tanks to suppress it? It's just hilarious. So in her opinion, they S.H.I.E.L.D. must prevent the further development of the situation, must prevent the battle from happening. But Nick Fury in front of him just gave her a faint look and said, Hill, don't forget your identity. You are our agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., not the endorser of that kid, or you have an affair with that kid. Do you have to protect him everywhere? 5. Hill. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Hill's face was full of surprise. Such words should not have come out of Nick Fury's mouth. The Nick Fury in front of him is too abnormal. All the Quinn's fighter jets in the air, assisting the military in action, bombing that damn boy. It's time for him to see what our S.H.I.E.L.D. can do. 35. Yes. After receiving the order, a group of flight personnel immediately began to act. After hearing Nick Fury's order, Hill felt more and more that the Nick Fury in front of him was not the real Nick Fury. she hurriedly said. Everyone immediately stops moving. The guy in front of him is not the real officer. He is a fake. I need to ask my superiors for instructions before taking action. As the commander in the command room, Hill still had a bit of status. After all, she is the second person besides Nick Fury who has the authority to issue orders to an aerospace carrier. While speaking, Hill was operating on the computer in front of him, trying to ask his superiors for instructions. But before she could start, a long arrow shot from a distance with extreme speed, directly piercing her arm. The severe pain struck immediately, making her face very pale. Hill, you openly disobeyed my orders. You are a rebel. It seems that you have something to do with that Rockefeller kid, and you can do this for him. You are so disappointing. Nick Fury's face was gloomy. Looking at Hill Road. Immediately, he glared at everyone and said, Hill agent intends to rebel, and now she is deprived of her position and temporarily detained. After this incident, the trial will be held. After all, he gave Natasha Romanoff a wink not far away. Natasha Romanoff nodded and walked towards the Hill agent. Looking at the scene as before, the Hill agent was full of shock, and it was obvious that Nick Fury was not the only one who was abnormal at the moment. Other important figures in S.H.I.E.L.D. appear to be affected. He couldn't stay here for the time being. He had to rush to the Rockefeller family as soon as possible to make it clear to the other party. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable, and once they are misunderstood by the other party, their entire S.H.I.E.L.D. may be destroyed. Nick Fury and the others are being controlled. She must not be controlled, otherwise S.H.I.E.L.D. will really be helpless. To understand this, she gritted her teeth, raised her hand and pressed it on the screen in front of her. Suddenly, a passage appeared under her feet, and she fell directly. In the blink of an eye, the passage quickly closed again, and the Hill agent who was standing in front of them disappeared without a trace. Damn, what a cunning woman. Kill her immediately. Loki, who was hiding behind Nick Fury, said angrily. 040. Upon receiving the order, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents immediately began to act. On the other side, 50 fighter jets have appeared over the Rockefeller Manor, and all the fighters' fire systems are locked to the Rockefeller estate. Then the Sidewinder missiles bombarded the Rockefeller Manor directly as if they didn't want money, not giving Rock and the others a chance. Warning, warning, a large number of missiles hit us, covering us with fire, and the phase shift energy barrier is on. With the sound of artificial intelligence 9s, an invisible spherical energy barrier appeared out of thin air above the Rockefeller Manor, guarding the entire manor airtight. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded, and the terrifying flames were like demons crawling out of hell, covering the entire manor, looking like the end of the world. Terrible, scary. On the S.H.I.E.L.D. sky carrier, Loki sat in front of the screen, eating grapes while watching the progress of the situation with a proud smile on his face. You bastard, you have today? Ha 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 ha, I want you to pay for your actions. Loki laughed, as if he had seen the Rockefeller Manor bump to pieces. But his smile didn't last long, then it stopped abruptly, and then revealed an unbelievable color. It's okay? How is this possible? 50 F-22 fighter jets, 50 Sidewinder missiles, this destructive force is enough to easily destroy a small town. But at this moment, the Rockefeller family's manor is unscathed. How is this possible? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Rao, a god from Asgard, wouldn't have believed it, but with the facts in front of him, he couldn't believe it or not. After a moment of shock, he was surprised to see an invisible energy barrier guarding the huge Rockefeller Manor in all directions. Damn it, energy barrier, it's really a tortoise. But if you keep doing this all the time, it will save my troubles. After all, my real goal is not your small manor. After all, his eyes moved to another screen, which was displaying Dr. Selvig. At this moment, Dr. Selvig has come to the top of the Empire State Building in New York and is assembling the equipment to open the door of space. Different from the original timeline, because of Locke's previous participation, the time of the big event has been advanced, and the whole process is completely different. Even now Locke doesn't know the direction of the whole big event, which is the negative impact of taking part in the big event, that is, the butterfly effect. A small change will lead to a global change, which is the main reason why Locke has been very cautious before. Before his own strength is not strong enough, directly participating in changing the direction of major events is not entirely a good thing for him. It's like a double-edged sword, there are always times when you hurt yourself. It's time for the Avengers to shoot. Loki sneered. Different from the performance of Loki pulling his hips in the original timeline, the buff of Loki's god of tricks at the moment is directly pulled to the full level, and the shot is decisive and direct, without the slightest slack. It is not difficult to control the entire Avengers with the power of the Mind Gem, which was gifted by Thanos. He now has Nick Fury, Hawkeye, Natasha Romanoff, Hulk, Captain America Rogers in his hands, just one Tony Stark. But time waits for no one. First dispatch the already controlled manpower to create a little trouble for Locke. His main purpose is not in Locke, but in opening the door of space. As long as the gate of space can be successfully opened, Chitarui's interstellar army will come, and it is not easy to capture the entire planet at that time. In his opinion, no matter how strong Locke is, it is absolutely impossible for him to be the opponent of the Chitauri army under Thanos. After all, Thanos has relied on this army to conquer countless planets all the way, and it is no exaggeration to say that the creatures killed by them are billions of memories. Just like an interstellar army that is fighting the entire universe, no one with a normal mind would think that a small human being on Earth can match it. So in his opinion, as long as Chitorai's army comes, it will definitely be Locke's death, and he will be able to avenge the revenge of Locke for insulting himself that day. For opponents, there are many ways to take revenge, and it is not necessary to do it yourself. Since you are not an opponent, you can use a knife to kill. The same is true for manipulating the power of the military right now, using the power of the S.H.I.E.L.D, or even the power of the Avengers. Thinking like this, Loki smiled and gave the order for the Avengers to dispatch. Immediately, 10 Quinjets took off from the aerospace carrier carrying the members of the Avengers. Target, Rockefeller, New York, in the coastal villa. Tony Stark's face is extremely solemn. Is that guy Nick Fury crazy? He even publicly challenged Locke. Is he trying to court death? No, that old man of Nick Fury can't be so stupid. There must be something else behind this incident. J.A.R.V.I.S. Retrieve all the videos of the aerospace carrier during this period to see if there is any suspicious situation. 39. Tony Stark muttered to himself, as a technological genius, Tony Stark's brain can always be online. In this case, without using his brain, he can guess that things are extraordinary. Mr. Stark, you have entered S.H.I.E.L.D's internal database with your permission, and the video information is being exported. After the export is complete, in the video analysis, 3 videos with abnormal situations have been screened out for you. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. sounded in the luxurious villa, and then 3 videos were projected in front of Tony. The video was not long and was quickly watched by Tony Stark. A fake. Even Hill was hunted down. It seems that the Nick Fury sitting on the aerospace carrier is really not the Nick Fury I am familiar with. The video in the experiment was obviously processed, and J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately repaired it to see who this person is hiding behind. Yes, the video is being repaired. The repair is complete. As the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. sounded, a figure in a green robe appeared in front of Tony Stark. Looking at the figure in front of him, Tony Stark frowned slightly. The Asgard man. It seems that I need to go to Rockefeller Manor. Tony Stark said to himself, while starting the new battle armor he created, without the complicated wearing process. He just raised his hand, and a set of battle armor was automatically put on him. Take a leap and jump directly from the rooftop of the coastal villa. Immediately, he turned into a long rainbow and galloped towards the Rockefeller Manor. The other side. The news that the military and S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly joined forces to launch an attack on the Rockefellers spread quickly across the internet. In particular, the video of 50 F-22 fighter jets simultaneously launching full-fire coverage bombing on the Rockefeller Manor without causing any damage to the manor shocked the world. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Rockefellers are just a chaebol family in a beautiful country. No matter how powerful they are just very rich. But in this world, there are not many rich families who say more, but there are definitely not many who say less. Besides, when the money reaches a certain amount, for ordinary people, this is a string of data, and they have no concept at all. In this way, ordinary people don't feel anything about the so-called chaebol families, they just know that they are rich. Rich, and then what? Insensitive. But the video that exploded on the internet at the moment completely broke people's established impression of the chaebol family. This is not the shock that a lot of money can bring? What happened to so many fighter jets launching airstrikes on a manor? That's the Rockefeller family's manor. Are these beautiful countrymen out of their minds? They actually do something to their financial master father. Is this the rhythm of killing the father? The key is so many missile bombardments. That manor is unscathed. How did this happen? It's incredible. Is this the strength of the Rockefeller family, fighting an entire country by itself? This is too terrifying. The energy barrier that can easily resist so many missile bombardments. How far has the Rockefeller family's technological means reached? Even Iron Man doesn't have such a means. Is this the true strength of the chaebol giant crocodile? I used to think they just had stinky money, but now I know it's me being superficial. In front of the Rockefeller family, Stark Industries is a younger brother. You think they only have a few stinky money, but the confidence shown by the Rockefeller family at this moment is really too unbelievable. It's different from the shock and incredible feeling about the Rockefeller family online. At this moment, the faces of several people were full of worry and anger. Inside the offices of the New York Times building, a stunningly beautiful woman in a long black dress stared coldly at the screen on the computer screen. The anger of the sky was flowing in her eyes, and it was about to reach the point where she couldn't suppress it. Anger, worry, distress and other emotions flooded her heart, making her unable to sit still for a moment. He got up abruptly, pressed his arm on the desk, and the entire desk was shattered. Several colleagues around looked at the scene in front of them with stunned expressions, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Not paying any attention to the gazes of a group of colleagues, the woman got up and walked towards the underground parking lot. Selena, calm down. With that guy's strength, you will be able to easily get through this difficult time. Why should you participate? Body screaming sounded in the woman's head. Yes, this woman is Locke's lover, Selena. Whether my little man can survive this crisis or not, as his woman, I can't just sit back and ignore it. Whoever dares to take action against my man, I will abolish him. Selena said viciously, while directly throwing aside the high heels under her feet that affected her movement. The reason for wearing high heels is because her little man likes to communicate with her about love when she wears high heels. Now that everything is not important to rush to support her man, there is no need to keep high heels. In a high school in Queens, Gwen, who was in class, suddenly saw the news on the cell phone handed over by a classmate. Really? Suddenly, there was a strong look of worry on her face. Without saying a word, he got up and rushed out of the classroom amid the stunned eyes of a group of classmates and teachers, heading towards the top floor of the school. "Darling, wait for me," Gwen said anxiously, twisting the necklace quickly. Immediately, the vibranium armor quickly covered her body, turning into a rainbow and flying towards the Locke home. Above a building, Pete Parker, who had just helped a few grandmas to cross the street, was swiping his phone in boredom. Suddenly, he heard a roar from above his head, and then he saw dozens of fighter jets dive toward the Rockefeller Manor and launch bombings. Omega, that's Mr. Locke's mansion? Damn it, I have to help him. Putting on the mask, a cobweb blasted out and swung towards the Locke Manor at a high speed. On a private plane, Hammer, who was about to take a flight to discuss business, suddenly saw the news on the screen in front of him. "Mad, move my master? I'm really abolishing you, and immediately replace me with fighter jets, quick towel." As Hammer said, he changed a fighter jet and took off instantly. In this instant, everyone related to Locke spontaneously assembled. A bigger war is about to break out. "Ladies and gentlemen, although it is on the shelves, the data is still very important. Please ask for some points. Thank you very much." In Rockefeller Manor, Locke sat quietly on the floating throne. Beside him, the commander clasped his hands and looked at everything that happened outside with a touch of coldness. "Master, is there really no problem with Icarus? The commander still doesn't know Icarus' strength, so it's normal to be worried." Nodding silently, he said blankly, "Don't worry, it's just a bunch of turkeys and dogs." After that, his eyes moved to Icarus. "Icarus, you can enter the Queen of the Sky mode, and wipe out these crumbs in front of you." 35. Locke said calmly, as if he was talking about an unimportant matter. "But you must know that his words can decide the death of that group of soldiers. This is the master's second wish. Icarus will not disappoint the master." Icarus said softly. Just as her voice fell, she suddenly had a chilling air from her originally gentle temperament. Immediately, her appearance changed in huge amounts, and her green eyes turned red. The pink wings on the back also became larger, turning into huge amounts of sky blue light wings, and at the same time, huge amounts of angel halo appeared on the top of the head. At the same time, a silver-white battlesuit was worn on her body under the light. The battlesuit was beautiful and domineering. Looking at Icarus, whose shape had undergone a huge change, the faces of the surrounding Yoba army members were full of shock. "There is a halo on the top of the head. This Icarus is a real angel," Miss 210 said in surprise. "This is also incredible, such a beautiful and magical transformation. I also want to be an angel," Miss 60 said with envy. "What a terrifying aura. No wonder the young master is so confident in Icarus. Just the aura that Icarus exudes at this moment is absolutely extraordinary," A2 said in surprise. "This battlesuit is also very suitable for other battle scenes. When there is a chance, be sure to let the young master try it," 2B said with a meaningful smile on his face. "2B, what are you thinking about writing every day?" the commander said with a smile. "What else can I think about? I'm definitely thinking about how to meet the needs of the young master. After all, people are play robots," 2B said with a smile. "Giggle, you're really helpless, but I'm also a rewarding android," the commander said with a wink, and then habitually came behind Locke, and then gently placed Locke's head on her body. It was always her job to rest her body on the pillow. Feeling the softness and warmth behind him, a faint smile appeared on Locke's face, a look of enjoyment. At this moment, the harmonious and relaxed atmosphere here is in stark contrast to the menacing sense of terrifying crisis outside. Two completely different atmospheres, showing two completely different attitudes and confidence. Obviously, such a battle is not enough to threaten Locke. Slowly raising his head, he turned his attention to the F-22 fighter group that turned around once and continued to gallop toward the manor. "GS, close the air defense energy barrier of the manor. It's time for them to experience the horror from Angel," Locke said in a flat tone. "Understood, the air defense energy barrier is closing, all personnel are in a state of combat readiness, and the destroyer mecha offensive defense is on." Listening to the voice in nines, Locke nodded with satisfaction, and his eyes moved to Nymph and Astrea again. Nymph hacked into their electronic control equipment and shut down all their automation systems. "Astrea, you can also enter the battle mode, and the tanks and armored vehicles outside will be handed over to you. Is there any problem?" "Hehe, master, I can't ask for anything." Astrea nodded excitedly, her figure suddenly changed, and she entered a state of battle. She raised her hand and waved, and the super vibration photon sword appeared in her hand. "Master, all of the other parties' electronic control systems have been turned off." 35 is at this time, Nymph said. "So fast." It took less than a few seconds for Locke to speak, but he didn't expect Nymph's mission to be completed. As expected of the strongest all-powerful electronic warfare angel, this hacking technique is simply outrageous. The low-level infant system is not worth mentioning at all. A disdainful smile appeared on Nymph's face. Hearing her words, a group of Yoba troop members showed smiles on their faces. As expected of the artificial angels created by the young master, each one is incredibly powerful. It seems that the competition in the harem will be much fiercer in the future. Everyone couldn't help but think in their minds. At this moment, Locke spoke slowly. Let the battle begin. Just as Locke's voice landed, the body of the Queen of the Sky Icarus floated up gently as if it had no weight, and came to the sky above the manor in an instant. At this moment, among the fighter jets, there were unbelievable voices. Report, report. I am the first formation 001. All my electronic control systems have failed. The fire lock function has failed, and the second fire cannot be fired. Over. 55. Damn, my electronic control system is also out of order. I can only switch to manual mode. What the hell is going on? This must have something to do with the Rockefeller family. That guy named Rock is really terrifying. The electronic control time limit cannot complete the fire lock. Apply for return. Apply for return. Our fifth formation. We encountered the same problem. Apply for return. Over. The faces of a group of fighter pilots were full of horror. 50 fighter jets could not damage the small manor with full firepower coverage. This scene has already caused huge amounts of shadows in their hearts. For so many years in the army, it was the first time they had encountered such a strange thing. That's not a Sidewinder missile, that's 50, a full 50. Bombing with this amount of firepower, let alone a small manor. Rao was a small town and should have been easily destroyed by them. But the manor was unscathed at all, which was unbelievable, and combined with the strange situation that appeared in the collective at the moment, it made them even more frightened. The ambitions of taking off are gone at this moment. They just want to get out of this hell and go home now. Then switch to manual mode. No matter what the cost, you must complete the task, or you will not come back. A gloomy voice sounded in the communicator. Listening to this voice, everyone's heart fell to the bottom. At this time, a woman appeared in their sight. What is that? A woman. Why does this woman still have wings and a halo? Is this Angel? Fake. Are we all dead? 99. Just kidding. What the hell is this place? I want to go home. Whatever she is, if she wants to go back, she must kill him and open fire. The eyes of a group of combatants turned red, and they roared and launched their attacks towards Icarus. Bullets, missiles bombarded Icarus as if they didn't want money. But looking at the huge firepower that swept in, Icarus's expression didn't change in the slightest, and he didn't even bother to move. Absolute defensive circle, open. Just speaking lightly, a light blue energy barrier appeared in front of her. Suddenly, all the terrifying firepower fell on the energy barrier in front of Icarus. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded again, and the hot flames and thick black smoke intertwined, turning into a claws and grasping Icarus tightly, as if to crush it. But under the protection of the absolute defense circle, all this is but in vain. The smoke dissipated, and Icarus gave them a live performance of what it means to have smoke without injury. Many. Fake? Again, what monsters are these? Hell, this is not something we can deal with. Retreat, retreat. Everyone was terrified, and a huge wave was set off in their hearts. The F-22 fighter jet flew by at high speed. This time, they did not continue to change direction, but continued to gallop forward. Afraid, they are afraid. Even if they disobeyed the orders from above, they had to leave this ominous place quickly. However, how could Icarus give them this chance? It was the master's order to destroy the scum in front of her, and she had to satisfy the master's order, no matter what it was. So, escape. Certainly not possible. Since she committed a crime, if she doesn't pay the price, where will her master's face go? Permanent rear-end air-to-air missiles. Looking coldly at the fighter group that passed quickly above her head, Icarus did not pursue, but an inaudible voice came out of her mouth. Immediately, red missiles like sword blades flew out of the arsenal behind her at high speed. It poured out towards the fighter group in the distance with the power of destroying. In the blink of an eye, the entire fighter group was shrouded, and each permanent rear-end air-to-air missile found its own target. Touch, hit, explode. The whole process flows smoothly. Very beautiful. Boom boom. The earth-shattering explosion sound is endless, and with the gorgeous explosion fire, people can't help but have the illusion of watching the rising sun firework. Seeing such a scene, the faces of a group of young ladies of the Yoba army were full of shock. They ask themselves that they don't have the ability to easily destroy an entire fighter group with such a light and graceful attitude. If this task is entrusted to them to complete, they will definitely spend a lot of effort, and it is absolutely impossible to be as easy as Icarus. At this moment, they finally understood why their young master gave Icarus the task of destroying the fighter group. As expected of the Queen of the Sky, she is a proper overlord in the sky, and the weapon arsenal behind her is simply horrific. This is completely a mobile firepower library, which is much more powerful than the auxiliary robots suspended beside them. Looking at the perfect answer sheet handed over by Icarus, Locke's face showed extreme satisfaction. My own angel wife is a real cow. At this moment, as if unwilling to be left behind, Astrea has also started her actions. As expected of Senior Icarus, this kind of battle performance is really amazing. I can't lose the face of the master. Watching Icarus take down an entire fighter group in an instant, Astrea's face was full of fighting intent. The voice fell, and she, holding the super vibration photon sword, rushed directly towards the tank armored troops that were coming at high speed like a beast. Seeing this, Locke smiled slightly, and moved his eyes to a group of members of the Yoba army in front of him. Astrea doesn't have a group attack weapon. I'm afraid it will take a little time to eliminate so many people who don't know what to do. I've thought about it, you should go and support it. Yes. Hearing Locke's order, the faces of a group of members of the Yakuba troop were full of excitement. They have been waiting for the master's order. If you can't take this opportunity to show your talents, it will be too uncomfortable. Everyone nodded, and they immediately disappeared as after images. Looking at the members of the Yoba troop who left quickly, the commander's elder sister pressed Locke on her shoulder while showing a very envious expression. I'm so envious. As frontline soldiers, they have the opportunity to move their muscles and bones, unlike me, who can only stay behind the scenes and fish. Hearing the words of the commander's sister, Locke smiled and gently pulled the commander from behind to his arms. Sister commander, you're cheap and good-looking. Giggle, I don't mean that. I really envy them for the opportunity to move their muscles and bones. Master, would you like to give me this opportunity too? Commander's sister's flaming red lips were close at hand, exhaling orchid, her fingers like playing a piano, tapping up and down like waves on Locke's chest, with a strange rhythm. When it comes to provoking people's hearts, if the commander's sister thinks she is second, then no one dares to think first. She is really good, as expected of a mature and charming Oni-san sama. They are fighting outside, are we fighting inside? It's a good idea. But, Locke smiled and hesitated. So the young master is agreeing? Then the slave family will start. The commander's sister said, winking like silk. Stop, listen to what I have to say. You know my combat effectiveness, once it starts, it will never end so quickly. But the group of turkeys and dogs outside couldn't last that long, and it was estimated that they would all be wiped out within a few minutes. When your group of sisters come back and see your appearance, what is your majesty as a commander? Locke quickly said while holding down the commander's slender hand who wanted to mess around. If this is the case, he can really go back to his room to fight with the commander's sister now. But in fact it is not that simple, these battles in front of them are just appetizers. If Loki's plan succeeds, they will be greeted by an invasion from an alien civilization. As a traveler, Locke naturally knew what kind of combat power that extraterritorial civilization possessed. That was Thanos' Vanguard, the star fleet formed by Chidori. This fleet followed Thanos all the way to the entire universe, slaughtering endless planets, and the actual combat ability is terrifying. This is by no means comparable to dozens of F-22 fighter jets in front of me. That's a star fleet that can capture an entire planet? So, a bigger war is yet to come. To understand this, it is naturally impossible for Locke to run to kiss me with the commander's sister at this time. You come and go in words, it is the love between lovers. And to engage in that kind of thing at the juncture, that is to not know the importance, he is still very clear about this. Not only did he know, but the commander's sister also knew that the reason why she said that at the moment was just to amuse. Majesty, do you think I'm still majestic in front of a group of Yoba troop members? The commander's sister gave Locke a resentful look. The crazy and absurd nights during this period of time could not help but come to my mind. Immediately, a charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of aftertastes. At this moment, one after another, earth-shattering explosions came from outside the manor. It was the sound of tanks and armored vehicles exploding. A minute ago, Astria, who rushed into the tank team, didn't have the slightest bells and whistles, holding a super vibration photon sword like a butcher. Under her lightsaber, the tank that could block the shelling was as fragile as tofu, easily chopped in half, and then exploded with a loud bang, turning into piles of scrap metal. What a sharp lightsaber! Is this your weapon? It's amazing. 99. Seeing Astria easily cut a tank, Miss 2B, who also split a tank in two, said with surprise. Yes, the super vibration photon sword, my best weapon, but the sword in your hand is also very powerful. Astria also looked at the adamantium sword in Miss 2B's hand with a look of surprise. The shapes of their two weapons are completely different, but their power is amazing, so the two naturally cherish each other. Have time to compare. Miss 2B smiled and said. That's exactly what it means. Astria nodded, and a smile appeared on her face. By the way, sisters, why don't we compare who has destroyed the most tanks? Miss 2B suddenly said to the other members of the Yoba troop around. Hearing her words, the faces of a group of Yoba troop members showed interest. It's a good way to relieve boredom. I'm participating. Miss A2, who has always been ruthless, actually took the lead. I'm also participating. These damned guys dared to attack us. I must kill enough today. Miss 60, who was a little public, said angrily. Such a thing naturally cannot do without our sisters. Let's compare. The two Populous sisters nodded. You all participated. If I don't participate, will I not fit in well? 210 also said with a smile. 0 for flowers. Okay, since everyone has participated, let's limit it to 1 minute. Let's start. 99. Miss 2B looked at the stopwatch in her hand and shouted angrily. Her whole body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the next tank. Seeing this, the others were not polite or hesitation, all of them disappeared with a bang, and when they reappeared, they were already in front of the tanks. For ordinary people, 1 minute is just a blink of an eye, and nothing can be accomplished at all. But this minute became extraordinary in the hands of a group of Yoba troop members and Astria. The ultra-vibration photon sword, the adamantium longsword, the adamantium arms that can be changed, are all different weapons. And every different weapon, the result of fighting the tank is the same, that is to destroy. Yes, as long as the tanks targeted by them, none of them can withstand their attacks, they turned into cannon fodder in the blink of an eye. 0, 0. All of a sudden, the faces of the soldiers who survived by chance were full of horror, and they all regarded the group of women who suddenly appeared as monsters. Originally arrogantly came to besiege the Rockefeller family manor, but in the end they all turned into bereaved dogs and began to flee like crazy. Such an outcome was something they could never have imagined. But Astrea and 2B and the others naturally couldn't let them leave like this. The figure flickered, instantly catching up with the guy who wanted to escape, and then there were the sounds of tanks exploding. In less than a minute, hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles were all destroyed. This destruction speed is not comparable to the permanent rear-end air-to-air missiles of Icarus, the queen of the sky, but to know that they are using cold weapons, it is already extremely against the sky. It seems that the battle has ended early. It took 43 seconds, which is not a bad result. Miss 352B looked at the time and said with a smile, I destroyed 23 units, how about you? Miss 2B asked curiously. Miss 2399A2 said with some dissatisfaction. 17. Miss 60 pouted, even more dissatisfied. 27 units. Astrea said. The group of people reported their achievements with a smile, their posture was very relaxed, and they looked like they were playing a game. In the end, Astrea Locke won the championship with 27 sets. This can be regarded as establishing her title of the King of Melee Combat? But just when they felt that the invasion was about to come to an end, the roar came from the sky again, and it was the movement of the Kun-style fighter jets. Not only that, there were also 5 figures who came from afar and all landed in Rockefeller's manor. Seeing these sudden figures, Locke's face couldn't help showing an unexpected color. Knifed up these 5 figures fell from the sky, namely Gwen, Selena, Little Spider-Man, Tony Stark, Hill Agent. In fact, he could understand that the first 3 would suddenly come to his manor. After all, Gwen is his girlfriend, Selena is his lover, and Little Spider-Man is his best friend. The 3 of them saw that his manor was attacked by the military. They were worried about themselves and came to help them. It was normal, and he was very grateful, but Tony Stark and Hill Agent also suddenly appeared, which was a bit more than he expected. Seeing that an outsider was coming, the fiery body of the commander's eldest sister left Locke's arms and came to Locke's back again, returning to her mature and dignified appearance. Her charming style, only Locke can see it, and no one else thinks about it. Dear, are you okay? At this moment, Gwen came to Locke with a worried look. Her eyes looked strangely at the commander behind Locke, a very mature and beautiful woman, completely different from her 16-year-old girl, who was a mature and charming big sister. It seems that this should be the female secretary and professional manager that Locke said. It's just that this woman is too beautiful. Is her relationship with Locke really just the relationship between the boss and his subordinates? 040 must know that his little boyfriend has no resistance at all compared to his older woman. Although she is 16 years old, she is also Locke's sister. He has no resistance to himself, and she doesn't believe that he has no idea about such a more mature and charming woman. What a little villain, he knows how to harm these young ladies and sisters? Gwen couldn't help but think so. Hehe, what can I do, a group of small soldiers? But Gwen, I'm very grateful for you to help me. He gently took Gwen's hand, Locke said. He was really touched. When he encountered a crisis, these women of his did not abandon him, but rushed to him at the first time regardless of their concern and stood in line for him. Such emotions are precious in any world, and if a woman is like this, what more can a husband ask for? What are you talking about? Isn't this what I should do? Whoever dares to touch my man, I will abolish him. Gwen looked coldly at the 10 Kun-style fighter jets that were bombarding them. Smile, this girl, since she gave her the vibranium armor, she has a lot of confidence in her words. His eyes moved to Selena, and found that she came barefoot, and there was a hint of distress on Locke's face. This woman probably lost her shoes on purpose in order to get here earlier, so she did this. In his last life, he must have saved the world before allowing such a woman to appear in his life. Little guy, it's fine if you're fine, I'm worried for nothing. Selena didn't reveal her true relationship with Locke. She had long known about Gwen and the group of women beside Locke. She didn't mind this at all, considering her little man's powerful fighting power. It was obviously impossible for him to have only one woman by his side. If Locke really put all his energy on her, she wouldn't be able to support herself. So she had already thought about her own identity positioning, and it was good to be only the woman in Locke's secret. Occasionally come over to accompany you, eat and go shopping with yourself, and exchange ideas about love, that's enough. As for monopolizing Locke, she had never thought about it, nor dared to think so. After all, in her eyes, Locke is not an ordinary person, and for extraordinary people, it is natural to use an extraordinary way of treating them. Sister Commander, you bring Selena into the room first and give her a new pair of shoes. Locke said with distress. In order to come over to help her, her own woman lost her shoes. If she doesn't feel bad about herself, who will feel bad about her? Yes. The commander's sister nodded and held Selena's hand with a gentle expression. Sister Selena, come with me and I'll take you to your room to change your clothes. The commander's sister whispered. My room. Selena's face was full of surprise when she heard the commander's sister. When did she have her own room in this manner? Yes, it's your room. The commander's sister explained while walking in the long aisle. Young master mentioned you to me, in his heart, you have a pivotal position, so he has already prepared a room for you here, and you can come and stay at any time if you want. As he spoke, the commander took Selena into her room, which was huge, bigger than her own home. When she came to the closet, there was a pile of clothes and shoes that fit her figure perfectly. This is how much you know about her body to be able to do this. What a little rascal. He knew that he was doing such a touching thing. It's necrotic. Selena looked at the wardrobe full of clothes, pants, skirts and shoes, tears flashing in her eyes, and her face was full of emotion. She herself never thought that she had such an important position in Locke's heart. The young master is indeed a little villain. It seems that you were made to cry too much by her. The commander's sister took Selena's slender hand and smiled. Hearing the commander's words, Selena couldn't help blushing. She must have cried before. Sister too, Selena said a little embarrassedly. Nodding, a charming smile appeared on his face. Yes, often. Giggle, me too, often. Selena seems to have found a confidant, and she has a good impression of the commander's sister in front of her. This may have something to do with the similar age between the two of them. After all, the two of them are the most mature and charming of the group of sisters. Outside the room, Locke's eyes moved to Little Spider-Man and Iron Man, as well as the Hill agent. It's normal for Little Spider-Man to come, after all, he helped him before. But Tony and Hill were more of a surprise. Tony Stark seemed to see Locke's accident and took the initiative to explain. Locke, the reason why I rushed here is to tell you that all this is a misunderstanding. S.H.I.E.D never intended to be your enemy, and now this is happening because the damn Asgard is behind the scenes. Yes, I can attest to this. Loki didn't know what method he used to control the senior management of S.H.I.E.D and the military. Now these people have become tools in his hands, all of which are made by Loki, please understand? Hill agent clutched his newly bandaged arm and said sincerely. Hearing this, Locke smiled. He already knew about such a result, and he didn't need them to say anything at all. For such a situation, he can naturally understand, but understanding is understanding, but the other party has called the door, and he naturally cannot be indifferent. I definitely understand, but I understand. Will you be able to stop those 10 Quinn fighters from attacking? Locke's eyes turned away from the 10 Kun-style fighter jets that were getting closer and closer to their manor, and sneered. Leave it to me, Tony, Stark said in a deep voice, and flew directly towards the Kun-style fighter group. J.A.R.V.I.S. Immediately establish communication with them. I need to communicate with them. 35 Tony Stark said solemnly. Okay, Mr. Stark, the communication link is being established. Build success, Mr. Stark, you can communicate. Natasha Romanoff, Rogers, did you hear that? Stop now, it's a conspiracy. Tony said solemnly, but could not answer him. Damn it, Quinn fighter, whoever it is, please stop immediately when you hear what I say, or don't blame me for being rude. Tony said angrily, but still no one answered him. Not only that, but the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. rang again. Sir, the other party actively disconnected from us, and the other party's firepower system has locked us. What? Tony was startled when he heard J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice. Before he could react, a bunch of machine guns stretched out of the Quinn fighters' arsenal and attacked directly at Tony Stark. Not only that, but several figures jumped out of a Kun-style fighter jet and descended towards their manor. One of the figures was particularly conspicuous. It was a green monster. After landing, it roared and rushed towards Locke and the others. The green figure was nothing but the Hulk, one of the members of the Avengers. As for the other figures, they are all Avengers. Looking at such a scene, a look of interest appeared on Locke's face. He didn't expect Loki to even control the Avengers, turning them into his own vanguard and attacking him. As expected of the god of tricks, this plan is really good, and even he can't help but admire Loki. This 2.2 times Loki, the IQ is really online, and every decision is made quite perfect. The only fly in the ointment is that he picked the wrong opponent, and he didn't change his mind and focused on him. Would you like to use Avengers to contain yourself? It's interesting, but it's not enough. Locke muttered to himself, and his eyes moved to the members of his Yoba army. Plan to let them attack. But at this moment, a huge amount of blue light beam suddenly shot out from the Empire State Building in the center of New York City. Then it banged on the blue sky, and then a giant space gate appeared. The other end of the door of space is connected to the endless dark starry sky. It is a very strange feeling that a group of people can see the starlight outside the distant universe through this huge amount of space gate. The sudden change made everyone tremble. Has the gate of space been opened? It seems that Loki's plan has been fully realized. Locke muttered to himself. Instead of being afraid, he was full of fighting intent. After all, he himself has been waiting for this moment to appear. One of the biggest events in the Marvel Universe. He can't miss it. It's time to start the real war. The earth-shattering vision terrified everyone, including the group of people in the manor at this moment. What is that? Looking at the huge space door that suddenly appeared, Tony Stark's face also showed a look of horror. Open the gate of space and summon the interstellar army. It seems that this is the real purpose of Loki. Locke said meaningfully. Although he already knew Loki's purpose, he naturally had to pretend at this moment. Interstellar army. Hearing Locke's words, everyone around looked at Locke in shock, thinking they had heard it wrong. But at this moment, the alien motorized airships flew out of the gate of space at high speed, densely packed like a swarm of locusts, which made the scalp numb. The scene in front of you is a dozen times larger than what the Marvel Cinematic Universe has shown. Looking at such a scene, Rao Shaluo's face could not help but become solemn. I don't know if it was because his appearance had some influence on the world, and the development of big events was a bit beyond his expectations. But after the dignified expression, an even higher fighting intent burst out from his body. Since the big event has already started, then no matter what, it's time to face it. His preparations for more than a year were not in vain. Looks like we're going to be in an alliance for the time being, Tony Stark said with a solemn look at Locke. Nodding silently, he didn't have any ill will towards Tony Stark. Sometimes he just didn't like his overly flamboyant personality. But no one is perfect, and there are always shortcomings, just like he is extremely lecherous. As long as you are happy, what about your shortcomings? Besides, he doesn't think it's his fault. So for Tony Stark's temporary alliance request, he has no reason to refuse. And at this time, one more person means more strength, and forming an alliance is indeed a good choice. In an instant, Yoba Corps, Artificial Angel Team, Gwen, Selina, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Hill Agent all became members of his camp. On the other side, Hulk, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Captain America have all descended on the manor. But unlike protecting the Earth in the movie, they have become Loki's thugs. A very dramatic scene, but very interesting. Glancing at the Avengers team lightly, he didn't take them to heart at all. The members of Avengers are all bewitched by Loki. As long as they are stimulated enough, they will wake up. 2B is handed over to you. This time don't kill the killer. 99 Locke said lightly. Hearing Locke's words, a light smile appeared on Miss 2B's face. Understood, give me 10 seconds. 2B nodded, his body flashed, and he took the lead in rushing towards Hulk. Icarus, those Kun-style fighter jets are gone. Locke quietly glanced at the Kun-style fighter jets passing over them at high speed and said, "Okay, Master." Icarus nodded gently, and the arsenal behind him was blurred again. Immediately, the permanent rear-end air-to-air missile blasted out again, easily locking on the target. Boom, 35. A deafening explosion sounded suddenly, and 10 Kun-style fighter jets turned into fireworks and exploded in midair, gorgeous and poignant. Seeing such a scene, Tony Stark and his party were stunned. They never thought that Locke's casual dispatch of a subordinate would be so amazing. A roar sucked the time, and even destroyed their most advanced SHIELD Quinjet. If such an attack is placed on him, Tony Stark didn't dare to think about it anymore. It was absolutely his nightmare. Now he is more and more sure that the young man in front of him must not be provoked, otherwise the gods will not be able to save him. It's no wonder that after seeing Loki open the door of space and summon the alien army, the young man in front of him can still be so calm. It seems that he really has this confidence. And they, who are also Earthlings, are now on the side of Locke. In this way, Locke has the confidence, which means that they also have the confidence. Suddenly, the people who were so frightened that roar couldn't attract him could not help but calm down under Locke's calm performance. At this moment, Locke is the trust of all of them, and is their Dingai Shenzhen. In fact, this picture looks interesting. A group of adults, Chi-Chi focused their eyes full of anticipation and hope on a minor teenager. It seems that Locke is regarded as their backbone and their spiritual leader. Feeling the eager eyes of the group of people around him, Locke smiled. This feeling of being watched by everyone is not bad. He could finally understand why Tony Stark was so obsessive. Because it feels really good to pretend to be successful. At this time, Miss 2B has come to a group of Avengers members. To save time, let's go together, 2B said calmly, his eyes full of pride. After saying that, his fists clenched tightly, and a fist slammed towards Hulk, who had already attacked him. In an instant, their fists collided like two cannonballs. Boom! The dull crashing sound suddenly sounded, and a terrifying shock wave erupted from the fists of the two. Immediately, the other three Avengers around were shocked and flew out. The powerful shock wave immediately woke the three of them up. Not only that, Hulk was not an opponent at all under the punch of 2B, staggered back a few steps, and just stabilized his body. Miss 2B, who was wearing a blindfold, continued to charge forward, her fist turned into a hand knife, and slashed heavily on Hulk's neck. The terrifying force almost broke Hulk's neck, and Hulk's huge amounts of body began to fall to the side as the neck twisted horribly. Finally, with a loud rumbling, huge amounts of body came into close contact with the ground, and the entire ground was smashed out of a small pothole. Immediately, Hulk's huge body began to change, turning into a normal person banner. Hulk was actually given the physical hypnotic ability by Miss 2B again, and was knocked unconscious. This scene can refer to the scene where Thanos hangs Hulk. On this planet, it is estimated that only Miss 2B is the one who continuously beat Hulk to lose his transformation form. Seeing such a scene, several people in S.H.I.E.L.D. swallowed their saliva, their eyes full of horror. It was the first time they saw Hulk being hanged and beaten at such a close distance, and the key thing was a seemingly delicate woman. What happened? 040. Natasha Romanoff and his party looked at their surroundings with a confused look. When they found out that they were in the Rockefeller Manor at the moment, the confusion on their faces became even stronger. Ignoring them already sober, Locke glanced at Tony Stark. Tell them the specifics of what happened? After all, Locke, who was sitting on the floating throne, turned into an afterimage and flew towards the door of space. Upon seeing this, a group of Yoba troop members, Icarus, Gwen, Selina, all quickly followed. In an instant, a group of people came not far from the gate of space. Locke, sitting on the floating throne, is like a god who looks down on the world. The only Selena who couldn't fly for the time being was held in Locke's arms, her fingers sliding in her hair like a cat. And behind him, a group of powerful harem girls lined up. And there are dense anti-gravity auxiliary robots flying from all directions of the city, assembling behind him, forming an army of 10 million robots? In addition, all the automatic armored corps built by Ivan Vank flew out of Locke's secret base and gathered behind Locke. In outer space, the humanoid mechas unique to each member of the Yakuba troop are all in a state of combat readiness, and they can be equipped immediately as long as they are needed. All of a sudden, the monstrous weather broke out, dividing half of the sky with the Chidori army that was constantly flying out of the gate of space. A battle of guardianship involving the future destiny of human beings around the world is about to start. Ask for flower evaluation, monthly pass, thank you. When the gate of space appeared, the people of the whole world trembled and panicked. Because no human being has ever seen such a scene. Most of human fears come from the unknown, and the more the unknown, the more fearful. One can imagine the shock that such a door of space that no human being has ever seen before can bring them. This is no different from seeing a ghost suddenly, especially when they saw a group of unknown creatures passing through the door of space like locusts. That kind of panic was amplified to the limit state, and the timid person immediately fainted. Omega, what the hell is this? Demon, it's a demon. They're attacking people. Escape, escape. 35. A group of people in New York City were still looking up at the sky in amazement. What they saw had completely shattered their cognition of the world. At this moment, those Kitarians who filed in, suddenly launched an attack on them. The energy cannon fire poured down like raindrops, destroying the buildings below. Suddenly, screams, cries, and wailing gathered together, and a sad song was played. In an instant, New York City, which was still very lively, has become a purgatory on Earth. What the hell are they and why are they attacking us? Monsters, they are alien monsters. We human beings are deeply sinful, and God has finally begun to punish us, and a new world is coming. A man in a Godfather's uniform stood in the center of the street with a frantic look. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an energy beam directly penetrated his body, causing him to fall straight to the ground. Such a scene shocked the surrounding people, the screams became more and more shrill, and everyone fell into despair. But at this moment, I don't know who said it. Look, what is that in the sky? Hearing this voice, the people around couldn't help looking up at the sky. Immediately, shock and incredible expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Because what they saw was the harem army and the auxiliary robot army led by Locke. A lot of mechanical flight machines, whose are they? 35. There is also a group of women who have mechanical wings behind their backs. Are they angels? The wings of two of the women looked real, there were halos above their heads. They were real angel. There is also a woman who seems to be wearing a suit of iron armor. Is that the female Iron Man? In front of them, there seems to be a man sitting. Who is that? One question after another appeared in their minds, making them extremely curious. In addition to being full of curiosity, an unprecedented sense of security appeared in their hearts. Because they knew that this group of female angels and mechanical legions who suddenly appeared, as well as the mysterious man whose face was temporarily invisible, were on their side of humanity. This is their human power. Look, Iron Man is here too. At this moment, Iron Man galloped from afar and appeared beside Locke. It's saved, we're saved, the female angel, the mechanical legion, and the Iron Man are all here to save us? A group of people who were still full of panic, when they saw Iron Man also appear, their excitement was beyond words, and they began to cheer for roar. I have to say, Tony Stark, as the most famous playboy in the beautiful country, his influence is really not covered. That's the beauty of being famous. At critical moments, it can play an unexpected role. Locke didn't care about Iron Man stealing his limelight. But it's just a fake name, it doesn't matter. Is this the so-called Star Army? Tony's face was full of solemnity as he watched Chidori start to wreak havoc. It wasn't the first time he had seen aliens. Isn't that Asgard also an alien? But it was the first time he saw such a huge alien army at the same time. This shock is self-evident, but unlike the panic of ordinary people, as a superhero, the first thing that comes to his mind is fighting. No matter where the other party came from, no matter what kind of identity the other party is, as long as the comers are not good, then he will naturally not let them go. Without further ado, he attacked the Chidori star in front of him. One after another, the palm cannons were continuously fired, and one Chidori soldier was hit and fell down. But how could a few palm cannons wipe out hundreds of thousands of Chidori soldiers? In the blink of an eye, Tony Stark was surrounded by the Zeta Swiss Corps, and finally had to be forced to retreat. But at this moment, the auxiliary robot army suspended behind Locke began to move. As early as a few months ago, Locke's auxiliary robot army had reached the level of 1 million. Now after several months of accumulation, it has grown from 1 million to a terrifying 20 million. Definitely, Locke, who has always kept a hand in his work, will naturally not play all his trump cards. There is only a Chidori army of hundreds of thousands, and it is not necessary for him to call out all the auxiliary robots. This time Locke only used 5 million aircraft, but even 5 million aircraft is enough to cover the sky and make the scalp tingle. Such a terrifying number of robot armies can completely allow him to launch a horizontal push fighting method of violent troops. Thinking like this, Locke's consciousness moved, and 5 million anti-gravity auxiliary robots opened fire in unison. Bullets, laser beams, and clusters of hot flames burst out, just like colorful splashing ink paintings, colorful and dazzling, illuminating the entire sky. In just an instant, all the Chidori that entered the earth were covered with terrifying firepower, and their bodies were pierced, burned, cut, torn, and finally vanished into ashes, turning into dust and dissipating in the air. Silence, deathly silence. The shocking battle scene stunned everyone, as if they couldn't even speak. At this moment, they couldn't find any words to describe the battle in front of them. After a long time, everyone seemed to wake up from the unparalleled shock. Suddenly, a burst of cheers and shouts resounding throughout the world erupted from the entire New York City. 66 Fuck. Ganti, it's so cool. At this moment, only loud shouts full of foul language Huan roar can express their excitement for getting out of danger. According to the attitude of the group of aliens just now, their entire city will be easily destroyed. But at this moment, with the attack of the overwhelming robot army, the battle situation was reversed in just an instant. It was no longer their city that was destroyed, but the bunch of damn alien invaders. This kind of refreshing feeling from being a prey to being a hunter makes them want to stop. Excited to cry frantically, it is all too normal. And at this moment, it is not only a group of ordinary people who are shocked and stunned, but another person is also horrified. This person is Loki hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D's aerospace carrier. Loki, who was staring at the screen, swallowed, and an emotion called fear began to rise in his heart. Although not strong enough, it has already made him very uncomfortable. What the hell is this monster? When did he prepare such a huge army of robots? Loki muttered, his face full of disbelief. This scene, even if he was beaten to death, he never thought of it. I thought that his female subordinates were already perverted enough, but now it seems that it is simply a piece of cake. The millions of robots in front of you are the most perverted. With such combat power, they should not appear on this planet at all. This is unscientific. It's alright, this is just Chitori's cavalry, it's the vanguard, and more powerful teams are behind. Although this kid has many mechanical flight devices, their power is limited, and they absolutely cannot shake the whale spaceship behind. Loki comforted himself in his heart. He was still quite confident about the strength of the Chidori army. He believes that Locke's power is only temporary, and his current actions will surely anger the chief of Chidori. At that time, the opponent will definitely send out a more powerful team. So, he doesn't need to worry now. But just as he thought so, an even more incredible picture appeared. Please ask for some data, please. After easily destroying a group of Kitarians who broke in first, Locke moved his mind and controlled the auxiliary robot army to rush directly to the door of huge amounts of space. Under his control, millions of auxiliary robots directly surrounded a cylindrical channel, which was blocked under the door of space. In this way, all Chidori who try to break in will be baptized by the firepower of auxiliary robots. Although the power of auxiliary robots is limited, quantitative changes can cause qualitative changes. When the number of firepower coverage reaches a certain level, it can still have a certain impact on the existence of good defensive power. Even let them peel off a layer of skin, and this is the fun of the violence, and the number is over. In the dark starry sky, Chitori's leader looked coldly at what was happening in front of him. Damn Loki, the guy he's talking about, doesn't have the fighting power he describes, it's much stronger. A liar who doesn't tell the truth, caused me to lose so many soldiers. I have written down this revenge, and when the earth is occupied, I will definitely ask you to settle the account. The leader gritted his teeth, frowned, and his face was full of anger. In his opinion, a mere earth was just a group of ants. With their star army of the Zetarrians, they were able to completely capture it in less than a few minutes. But now, instead of attacking the earth immediately, they themselves lost a lot of troops. In his view, this is simply a shame, an unforgivable shame. The root cause of all this is that Loki brought unreal information, which made them careless. So, how could he not be angry with Loki and have the heart to kill him? But killing Loki is what he needs to do later, and what he needs to do now is to destroy that abominable human force. Let the people of this planet have a taste of fear. The second, third, and fourth fleets, all attack. Let this group of ant-like humans see the true strength of our Chidori army. Yes? A few chilling voices sounded in several interstellar battleships around the mothership. Immediately, the densely packed whale warships and a small interstellar spaceship immediately flew out of the island-sized interstellar warships, galloped towards the gate of space, and then filed in. Roar. A terrifying and eerie roar came from the entrance of the space gate. I saw a warship like a whale quickly passed through the gate of space and came to the fire channel formed by Locke. Immediately, the firepower swept away towards these whale battleships as if they didn't want money, and devoured them in an instant. Under the attack of massive firepower, Rao's whale battleship with a rock-solid shell could not help but burst into flames and finally burst into flames. However, such damage could not stop them from moving. Under the fire, huge amounts of their bodies rushed directly towards the barrier formed by the auxiliary robots. In an instant, the fire coverage channel composed of the auxiliary robots knocked out a huge gap. Although other auxiliary robots quickly filled the gap, the crashed auxiliary robot could not escape the end of being scrapped. Not long after the battle started, the auxiliary robot army suffered a loss for the first time, which made Locke a little unhappy, but this is also normal. His auxiliary robot army is not invincible, and he is very satisfied that he can achieve this level. As more and more whale warships, Bassi, rush in, the firepower network constructed by auxiliary robots is under pressure. Not only that, but at this time, energy beams shot out from Chitori's hundreds of thousands of small interstellar spacecraft, forming a powerful firepower network. The two huge firepower nets collided with each other, and a fierce confrontation occurred in midair, and their respective losses were constantly expanding. Seeing this, Locke frowned slightly. The battle plan should be changed. Everyone obey the order, kill. Hearing Locke's order, the harem girl group lined up behind Locke finally started to fight. The heroic figure turned into afterimages and charged towards Chitori's army. The sharp sword in Miss 60's hand was like cutting tofu, and it easily broke the body of the whale battleship. The auxiliary robot suspended beside her immediately repaired the knife, and blasted out a series of laser energy through the wound, completely smashing the battleship. Atu with terrifying power clenched his fists tightly, without even using his weapon, and slammed the top of the whale battleship with a heavy punch. An incomparably powerful strange force burst out, and with one punch, the whale battleship fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a rumble. After blasting a whale battleship with one punch, Atu did not show the slightest hesitation, and the figure quickly swept out again, then the second head, the third head. A huge and strange magic circle suddenly appeared at the feet of the two Popula sisters. With the appearance of the magic circle, all the energy beams shot by Chidori were swallowed up by the magic circle, and finally turned into magic energy and shot backwards. In an instant, thousands of small interstellar spaceships were wiped out in this terrifying magical energy. Icarus, the queen of the sky, made full use of her terrifying combat power. The absolute defense circle was opened directly, the flight speed was raised to the limit, and it turned into a streamer directly passing through the interstellar army of Chidori. At this moment, she is like a needle of light, seemingly small, but full of power. Wherever she passed, all the battleships were easily passed through, and there was a chill in her heart. Then it exploded, and those that didn't explode would also be supplemented by the permanent rear-end air-to-air missiles that flew out of the arsenal behind her. Boom! 39. One after another explosion sound, one after another gorgeous explosion fire, like firework, appeared in the sky over New York, dyeing the whole sky into fiery red. Beautiful. With the participation of Locke's harem corps, Locke's combat power has been directly improved by a rank. In a short period of time, nearly two-thirds of Chitori's second, third, and fourth fleets fell, and the loss was unprecedented. Each of Locke's subordinates is comparable to an army of 10,000 people, and the damage that can be caused is so great that a group of Chidori are shocked. They blew up their whale battleship with one punch, and smashed the shell of the whale battleship with one blow. Earth people may not know the terrifying defensive power of these whale warships, but they themselves clearly understand. The shells of these whale battleships are rock solid, let alone Earthlings. Even if the high-tech weapons they made themselves wanted to cut them open with one knife, it was impossible. In this way, when they saw that group of women cut their battleship easily like a melon, they naturally felt extremely frightened. Are these guys really Earthlings? Why can they burst out with such terrifying power? What happened to the woman who turned into a light needle to dominate the airspace? There is no such guy in the information provided by Loki. Monster, these guys are monsters? Loki, the goddamn bastard, provided false information. This planet is not as weak as he said. We were deceived. It was the first time that their Zeta Rising fleet suffered such a huge loss in such a short period of time. Shame, it's a blatant shame. Unforgivable, goddamn Earthlings, I'm going to destroy you. The leader of the Kitarui army became angry and his eyes became more and more cruel. The second battleship, start Plan B, immediately start the interstellar energy cannon, and wipe the city below from this world. 99. Yes. The second fleet, which received the order, did not have the slightest hesitation, and the interstellar battleship like an island opened directly above the gate of space. Because the size of the battleship is too large, it cannot enter the Earth through the gate of space at all. But it doesn't matter, their interstellar energy cannon can get in. Since the single force is no match for those damned women, it is enough to use the terrifying interstellar cannon. It is not the first time that they have encountered a planet with a single powerful force. In countless battles, they have encountered many times. But in the end, these planets were stormed down by them, because they had interstellar weapons that could destroy any planet. Possess an interstellar energy cannon capable of blasting an entire country with ease. Under this energy cannon, no matter how powerful the force is, it will be completely shattered, and eventually it will have to surrender. Countless combat experiences have already given them the answer, so this time, they thought it was the same. The target of the energy cannon is locked, the energy is accumulating, the countdown starts. 10, 9, 8, 7. An icy voice sounded in the mothership of the second fleet, and immediately, a bloodthirsty sneer appeared on all Chitori's faces. In their minds, they seem to have seen the scene where the damned Earthlings will turn into dust under their terrifying energy cannons. But can it really be done? The answer is definitely no. Looking at the huge interstellar battleship that appeared outside the gate of space, Locke smiled indifferently. Icarus, destroy this immortal spaceship. 99. Understood. Icarus nodded, and the blue light wings behind him lightly flapped, turning into an afterimage and coming directly below the gate of space. Looking at the energy cannon that the opponent was about to charge up, Icarus said softly with no expression on his face. Uranus system, start. The voice landed, and the blue light wings behind her immediately joined the void, and in an instant, a giant mobile fort appeared behind her. Suddenly, an energy cannon that was stronger and more terrifying than Chitori's interstellar energy cannon completed the condensation at a faster speed. Immediately, with a bang, it swept away towards the interstellar battleship in the dark starry sky with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the Earth. At this time, Chitori's interstellar energy cannon also completed the condensation, and also bombarded the Earth. In an instant, two incomparable energy cannons collided and intertwined in midair, roaring in bursts, stirring up the sky, and the entire space trembled. The citizens of the whole New York City looked up at the sky and prayed together. Life and death were at this moment. The collision of energy cannons does not make any sense at all. What is important is a relationship between strength and weakness. The stronger the energy, the greater the power. Apparently, Rao is also a younger brother of Chitori's interstellar energy cannon compared to Icarus's Uranus system. After a brief stalemate, the interstellar energy cannons of Chitori's second fleet had reached their limit, and Icarus, who opened the Uranus system, has only just begun to exert his strength. The ultra-high technology from the city of Zeus gave Icarus's Uranus system a sky-defying power that was enough to crush the interstellar battleship. From the moment of the collision, the energy beam of Icarus not only did not weaken, but became larger and larger. Boom! As the dragon roared, huge amounts of energy beams devoured Chitori's interstellar energy cannon directly. Then it slammed into the mothership of the second fleet with devastating power. The distorted face, the dilated pupils, and the wide-open mouth all revealed the fear of the group of Zeterians in the battleship. Do not. The terrified roar turned into a final lament, and disappeared under the penetration of the energy beam. The island-like interstellar battleship fell apart and exploded in the dark starry sky, turning into a dazzling light that illuminated the entire dark starry sky. With the complete fall of the second fleet's mothership, the Zeta-rising figures belonging to the second fleet fell to the ground as if the power was cut off. A small interstellar spaceship fell from the midair like a headless fly, smashing all over the city, and there were explosions one after another. But looking at such an explosion, instead of screaming in horror as before, the people cheered in unison. Because, this is a symbol of victory, this is a celebration of victory. In the final mothership of the Zeterians, there was silence, and there was no sound at all. All Chitori's faces were full of horror, and the scene in front of them was beyond their imagination. A woman of file size actually released an energy cannon capable of crushing their interstellar warships. This is still human. No, this is not a man, this is a monster from the endless abyss. How is it possible? After a long time, a voice finally came out from the mouth of the deputy commander, and his face was full of disbelief. Chitori is confident about their high-tech weapons. In so many years of war, they have conquered countless planets with their powerful technological weapons. Defeated batch after batch of tenacious enemies, even planets with the same civilization as them were eventually trampled under their feet. But today's scene is completely beyond their imagination. Their powerful energy cannons were completely unable to shake that little woman. This is incredible, unbelievable. Impossible. Is the power of our energy cannon not turned on to the maximum? 99. Third fleet, turn on the most powerful energy cannons? 35. Destroy it, must destroy it. Report, sir, the energy cannons of the second fleet are already at their maximum power, and our submothership energy cannons cannot be stronger. Unless the Star Destroyer of the final mothership is turned on. But once the Star Destroyer cannon is turned on, the entire planet will be completely destroyed, and our mission may not be completed. A General Chitarui said with a bitter expression. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. In panic, he turned his eyes to the leader, waiting for the leader's final order. Although I don't want to admit it, the combat power of this planet has indeed exceeded our expectations. However, we cannot retreat until the task is completed, otherwise the Master will not spare us. So, recall all the warriors and turn on the Star Destroyer. After the planet is destroyed, we can slowly retrieve the infinite gems. Chitori's leader said with a solemn expression. He didn't think that their interstellar army needed to do this. As he said, all of this is indeed beyond his imagination, but it doesn't matter, since it is impossible to capture this planet. Destroy it completely? At the moment when the order was issued, all the remaining Chitori army began desperately to escape outside the gate of space. Looking at such a scene, all the people in New York City burst into cheers, and the victory really belongs to them. Above the aerospace carrier, Loki's face was full of fear, and in just a moment, he received the final order from the Chitori army. The other party actually planned to directly open the Star Extermination Cannon to destroy the entire planet, which completely deviated from his plan. What he wants is to be the king of the planet. If the entire planet is destroyed, then he is also a king of wool. Damn, you can't do this, it's not in line with what we're cooperating with. The information you provided also doesn't match the real situation. All the consequences are caused by you. Loki, you better think about how to get off this planet, otherwise you are dead. But even if you are lucky enough to survive, I will not let you go. You caused me to lose several fleets. Damn bastard, I must kill you. An exasperated voice came from the communicator in Loki's hand, and was immediately cut off. Looking at the communicator caught in the busy tone, Loki slumped down with a look of despair. Fake, a bunch of trash, want me to die, but it's not that easy, I can't die here. Loki quickly perked up, knowing specifically that a human Quinjet could fly into space. In this way, without doing much hesitation, he quickly moved towards the deck of the aircraft carrier, and he had to drive the Quinjet fighter to leave this planet that was about to be extinct as soon as possible. But before he could leave the room, a black long sword suddenly penetrated the wall of the room, pierced his body directly, and nailed it heavily to the other wall. Immediately, a woman in a black gothic dress walked in with a sneer. The person here is not Miss 2B, who else could it be? I'm thinking about leaving now, isn't it a little late? Miss 2 walked leisurely in front of Loki and flicked her finger on the adamantium sword. Suddenly, Loki screamed in pain. He never thought that this damn woman would find him. This is impossible. She has hidden herself so well and has never shown her face. How on earth did she find herself? Questions arose in his mind, but no one could tell him the answer. And he doesn't have time to think about it now, he has to get out of here quickly. Damn woman, it's you again. Looking at Miss 2B in front of him, Loki's face was full of horror. For Miss 2B, he already has a shadow in his heart, this woman is a monster in his heart, a pervert? That's right, it's me again, unfortunately you've fallen into my hands again, we really have a fate. 2B sneered. Don't be complacent, this time the situation is different, even if you catch me, it's useless. Chidori are ready to fire their star killer, and the planet is about to be destroyed. If you don't want to die, just let me go, only I can save you. Loki said, clenching the heart scepter in his hand. 0 flowers. Listening to Loki's words, Miss 2B was not worried at all, coming to arrest Loki was her master's order. And she also knew very well that the psychic scepter in Loki's hands could close the door of space. So as long as the speed is fast enough, they can completely close the door of space. In this way, there is naturally no so-called crisis of planetary destruction. Besides, even if it cannot be closed, she absolutely believes that their young master has a way to deal with this crisis. Don't think about it, you should just hand over the scepter, said Miss 2B. Want my scepter? I can give it to you. Loki raised the scepter, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Miss 2B smiled and grabbed the heart scepter directly. Seeing Miss 2B being so careless, Loki was ecstatic, and immediately activated the power of Mind Gem to try to control Miss 2B. But what he never expected was that Miss 2B didn't react at all. As if he didn't believe it, he continued to use the power of Mind Gem, but Miss 2B remained unmoved. 0. It's impossible? Seemingly bored, Miss 2B slammed it, like Loki's scepter in her hand. Then a big bag slammed into Loki's face, knocking his teeth out several times. When there are always mistakes in life, what do you say? A disdainful smile appeared on 2B's face. Withdrew the long sword, grabbed Loki, and turned into a long rainbow towards Loki's position. Not far from the gate of space, after receiving an order from Nymph's cracked opponent to open the Star Destroyer, Locke smiled coldly, and also recalled his own harem army and auxiliary robot army. The Star Extermination Cannon, just right, I also really want to see what my strength can reach. While muttering to himself, Locke slowly stood up from the floating throne, and a terrifying energy circulated around him. Relying on the control of energy, Locke is like a god, standing in the air and walking in the air. Then the figure turned into a streamer of light, and rushed out of the gate of space in the blink of an eye. If the powerful energy he exploded is in a fully open state, even he himself does not know what kind of destructive power it can explode. Therefore, the battlefield must not be selected in the Earth, so it can only be selected in space. Seeing that Locke flew directly out of the gate of space, everyone was shocked. Is this guy Locke strong enough to survive in space? Tony Stark's face was full of incredible colors. Rao is smart, and he can't understand the scene in front of him. Is this still the category of carbon-based organisms? This is not scientific. Is this his confidence? Natasha Romanoff looked at Locke's back, quickly leaving with a complicated expression, feeling empty in his heart. Isn't this the heroic man she's been looking forward to? But it's a pity that that man can fly in the sky and enter space without any external force. It's incredible. This must be the patron saint of our planet. Fantastic. This is a god who reveals the world. A group of common people looked at Locke's back with reverence. At the moment they already regarded Locke as a god. Locke is indeed a god, but not a god in the traditional sense. He has terrifying strength, enough to destroy the stars. Mad god. Knife hearing the leader's order to launch the Star Extermination Cannon, the faces of a group of Zeta Swiss soldiers showed madness and excitement. Today's battle has caused them to lose a lot of companions. After so many years of battle, it is the first time that they have been so embarrassed. If they cannot destroy the planet in front of them today, it will be a lifetime of shame for them. The dignity of being a Chidori warrior must not be trampled on, and they must destroy the damned planet in front of them. Only then can they avenge their dead comrades? But they seem to have forgotten. This war was initiated by them. The one who started the war ended up destroying a planet for the so-called revenge? This kind of view is really incomprehensible. Kill. A group of Chidori, all with red eyes. One by one looks like crazy beast. Just as they roared wildly, the star-extinguishing cannon burst into action. Boom. The terrifying roar stirred the sky, and the Star Extermination Cannon shone with dazzling light, turning into a galaxy of energy. It poured out towards the Earth at the other end of the gate of space with the power of destroying the dead. This is the most powerful attack method of his entire fleet of 040s. Under this galaxy-like Star Destroyer, any bells and whistles will be useless. They have enough confidence to completely destroy the planet below and let this dim planet enter a state of silence. In New York City, everyone raised their heads and looked in horror at the other end of the space gate, like a beam of energy coming from the end. Suddenly, despair rose in the hearts of countless people, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they seemed to have seen the death god come. No, I don't want to die. Mom, woohoo. Don't be afraid, kid, you'll be fine. The little girl hugged her mother in horror and cried. The mother hugged her child tightly and instinctively protected her under her body. At this moment, the mother's embrace seemed to protect everything, and the child really stopped crying. There was a brave light in his eyes, staring closely at the energy galaxy that was about to fall outside the door of space. At this moment, the girl's eyes suddenly opened wide. Mom, look, there's a new sun in the sky. What? Mother looked up at the sky with a look of horror. Not only the mother of the little girl, but all the people in New York City at this moment had expressions of disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, the man who flew to the gate of space just now had an earth-shaking change in his body. I saw a fiery red energy like the rising sun released from the man's body. Under this energy, the man's image suddenly changed, and his body became taller and stronger. The key is that his hair has turned fiery red, as if it has no weight, it floats gracefully, and it looks like the god of fire carved on the murals of the Dragon Kingdom. In the eyes of ordinary people, Locke, who incarnated as the god of fire, looked coldly at the star-annihilating energy beam that was falling rapidly outside the gate of space, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. A scorching hot energy that seemed to destroy the world erupted from his body, and then condensed into a pure energy battle armor on the surface of his body. After months of exercise, the heat that Locke can release has reached a terrifying level of nearly 10,000 degrees. The high-temperature energy reaching nearly 10,000 degrees emits a dazzling light, making his whole person become like a real sun, dazzling and completely invisible to the naked eye. And this is the little girl, and the new sun in the mouths of all New Yorkers? The shining sun has come out, the darkness will be broken, and the dawn representing hope will finally bloom. At this moment, a seed of hope is planted in the hearts of all the people, and the one who sows the seeds of hope is Locke. Today I will be a hero again? A wanton smile bloomed on Locke's face, and the arrogance and domineering that looked down on the world exploded. Compared with the huge amounts of energy beams, even if Locke's body soared to 2 meters, it was negligibly small. But the aura emanating from him at the moment is no less than that of the energy galaxy that came from the bombardment. Instead, it has a stance that surpasses it. The terrifying energy burst out under Locke's feet, turning Locke's body into a bottom-up meteor with an unparalleled thrust. The unimaginable speed surpassed the speed of sound several times, invisible to the naked eye, only the roaring sonic boom echoed in the space. Boom. The shining sun representing hope suddenly collided with the energy beam representing destruction. A group of Chitorais' faces were full of grins. In their opinion, Locke's actions were like moths rushing into the flames, man-arms blocking the car, and overcomprehension, destruction, death, disappearance is Locke's only ending. But their smiles didn't last long before the expressions on their faces turned into unbelievable fear, because they actually saw the man go straight up against their energy beams, like a fierce beast that is brave. The beam of energy that was enough to destroy a planet couldn't cause him even the slightest bit of damage. In fact, it is not the case. Even Locke needs to take an attack that is enough to destroy the planet seriously. If he is not careful, he will suffer a big loss. The reason why he was able to do so at this moment. First, the pure energy armor condensed on his body resisted most of the energy attacks for him. On the other hand, he created a nano-armor made of adamantium plus vibranium plus ulu metal for himself. The original intention of creating this nanosuit is to prevent the embarrassment of using high-energy heat. After all, in addition to these 3 metals that can withstand the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, he really can't find other materials. However, Locke recently discovered that with the gradual improvement of his strength, his control of thermal energy has become more and more delicate. It can even magically control the target of high-temperature heat, like magic. Once he can do that at will, even if there is no nano-armor made of 3 metals, he will not be embarrassed. But now this nano-armor has helped him a lot, blocking the bombardment from the energy beam for him. At the moment, Locke is like the starlight piercing the night sky, and like the scissors that cut through the cloth, more like a warrior who goes upstream, breaking through many obstacles, smashing through layers of shackles, and destroying the star annihilation energy column that destroyed the sky and the earth all the way to the front of a group of Chitauri.0. Such an amazing scene made everyone take a deep breath. A part of Chitauri went into cardiac arrest and was directly scared to death. It's impossible, it's impossible. I actually blocked our star destroyer with my body? Where the hell did this monster come from? Damn, get out, get out. The crowd was terrified and immediately wanted to escape. But how could Locke let them go? Enough, it's my turn. At this moment, he gently raised his hand and held it vacantly. Immediately, an energy ball condensed in his palm. This energy ball was only the file size of a slap at the beginning, then the file size of a football, and then it became the file size of a basketball. It didn't stop until the energy ball in his hand grew to 10 times the size of a basketball. When we meet for the first time, I have nothing to give, so I will give you an energy bomb. I wish you a smooth journey to Huang Quan. With his powerful telepathy power, Locke sent his blessings to the minds of every Chitauri. After saying that, the energy ball in his hand turned into a bright scorching sun and bombarded the final mothership of Chitauri. Do not. Seeing the energy bombs flying towards them at high speed, a group of Chitauri in the fleet felt ashes. Before they could let out a terrified scream, the mothership they were in exploded, and the fire was everywhere. The terrifying shockwave swept away in all directions, knocking Locke upside down. The fiery tongues of flames were like hell beasts, swallowing everyone in the battleship. Suddenly, the Chidori army completely disappeared from this world. Such a scene will make everyone shocked beyond words. In New York City, the shouting of roar made countless people cry with joy. It was a celebration from the near death. At this moment, Miss 2B brought the terrified Loki to the machine that created the space wormhole. After confirming that Locke returned to Earth, the 2.2 Mind Scepter inserted without hesitation. In a roar, the space wormhole above the sky disappeared directly. Immediately, all the Avengers breathed a sigh of relief, with excited smiles on their faces. This interstellar war, which they thought had no chance of winning, they actually won just like that. And they won without them taking a shot, which makes them feel like a dream. But when their eyes moved to the sky above, the figure like a god, they know it's all true. They won, and it was an unbelievable victory. Standing in the air, Locke, who was in midair, looked at the beautiful land that was safe and sound, with a smile on his face. Occasionally it feels good to be a savior hero. His eyes moved down slowly, falling on Loki and a group of S.H.I.E.L.D members. The smile disappeared, replaced by a cold face. It's time to clear liquidation? Locke thought so. Thank you, the sky is clear without clouds and rain, you and me reward in black and white, thank you for your support. Inside the conference hall of the Rockefeller Manor like a palace, Loki fell to his knees and was detained in front of Locke as a war criminal. In addition to Loki, many people came to the meeting hall today. Needless to say about Locke's harem core. A group of people lined up behind Locke, and the terrifying momentum was looming, making people shudder. In front of Locke, there is a group of people from SHIELD. Nick Fury, Hill, Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, Captain America, Hawkeye, Tony Stark, Hulk are all there. They are usually people outside, but at this moment, they are so angry that they don't dare to take a breath. Especially after seeing the power of Locke with their own eyes, they were even more so. They used their ignorance and unintentional as an excuse for their offense to Locke before. But now, try again. Your head will blow you off. Even if they are given 10,000 courage, they will not dare to be ignorant, unless they are blind. I'm deeply sorry for this incident, but it's really not what I wanted. I just want to rule this planet, but I never thought about destroying it. This is Chitori's private decision, and it has nothing to do with me. They have all been destroyed by you now, you should be able to calm down, right? Loki looked at Locke in horror and said. He had never imagined that this Earthling in front of him would possess such terrifying strength. How could he still be an Earthling? In front of Locke, he felt that he was the weak Earth talent. Hearing Loki's sophistry, Locke smiled coldly. That's not your decision to plan the military and S.H.I.E.L.D to invade my manor. This. Loki's heart was ashes, and now it's in someone else's hands. It's useless for him to say anything. But he really doesn't want to die like this, and he hasn't realized his ideal of becoming a king? Seeing that Loki didn't speak, Locke raised his brows. The crimes you have committed are indescribable. I betray you to death now, shouldn't it be a problem? As Locke said, a terrifying energy condensed at his fingertips. Although only the file size of the fingernail, the terrifying heat released made Loki's clothes burn in an instant. While slapping the flames off his body in horror, he quickly said, No, you can't do this to me, you stupid humans. I am from Asgard, I am the god of Asgard. Ah! As soon as Loki uttered the words I am a god, Hulk, who was behind him, grabbed his feet and smashed them on the ground like a sandbag. What a weak god! Hulk said with a look of disdain after smashing Loki to nothing. Not long ago, I was knocked unconscious by Miss 2B, which made Hulk feel very uncomfortable. His heart has been holding back a sigh of anger. However, the strength of that woman is really terrifying, and he is not her opponent at all now. Going for that woman is like going for abuse. He is just easy to get angry, not stupid. And the Loki in front of him is the culprit that caused him to be hanged by Miss 2B. If Loki hadn't used his mind scepter to control him, he wouldn't be here right now. So it's all Loki's fault, and of course he can't let him go. Hulk, who was originally looking for a chance to take revenge, now sees Loki and dares to be so arrogant. How can he hold back? Also the god of Asgard? I just don't know how to live or die. I'm sorry for not beating him. The human body sandbags delivered to the door. Do not fight for nothing. Looking at Loki, who fell to the ground and was beaten without any strength, Locke couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. He didn't expect the famous scene to appear at this time. There was a moment of silence for Loki. Just wanted to continue the trial of Loki, but at this moment, a purple thunder crashed down in the manor. Thunder in the daytime, Locke knew who was coming without even guessing. Sure enough, before he could speak, Thor with Mjolnir walked in angrily. Loki, you bastard, do you know what heinous crime you committed? I'm going to kill you. An angry roar came from Thor's mouth, and he pulled Mjolnir violently, and a purple thunderbolt hit Loki heavily. Loki, who had already been smashed by Hulk and lost his mobility, was once again shocked by Thor's thunder. Loki, who was lying on the ground, was trembling all over, seeing that there was more air in and out, and he looked like he was about to hang up. However, Thor did not continue, but came to his side, grabbed him, and held it in his own hands. Locke, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble, but Loki is from our Asgard and should be judged by our Asgard. Thor looked at Locke seriously and said, Before Locke could speak, Nick Fury was the first to speak angrily. Fuck, Loki used his mind scepter to control us, causing us a lot of losses, and almost destroying our planet. You are joking now that you say we can't judge him. Nick Fury's eyes were full of murderous aura, and it was the first time he was so aggrieved since he became the director of SHIELD. Loki has made so many mindless decisions along the way, almost pushing the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. into a doomed situation. Thus, his anger and hatred for Loki can be imagined. To kill Loki, you must kill him? This is the strongest thought in Nick Fury's mind at the moment. But now it is in the Rockefeller family's manor, and there is no place for him to speak. And Locke's trial just now was completely in line with his expectations. So there was no need for him to risk offending Locke again and speak. Keeping silent is the best way to deal with it, but now it's different. Now Thor wants to take Loki away, which he can't agree to. In this way, he will rush to speak and express his objection, but for his words, Thor was full of disdain. Earthman, don't keep your mouth shut and put all the blame on Loki. I admit Loki is unforgivable, but you are not much better. The infinite gems are one of the most terrifying forces in the world. Even my father is terrified of this, and you mere humans, wanting to turn it into a weapon without knowing how to live or die? Am I joking, or are you joking? Apparently, Thor is aware of Nick Fury's surreptitious work on Tesseract. This is also the main reason why he has the confidence to be angry with Nick Fury at the moment. Seemingly not expecting Thor to know his secret, Nick Fury's face turned blue and red, looking very embarrassed. But until now, he still doesn't feel that he has done anything wrong. I'm not doing this because of you. When you aliens appear, they will bring disaster to us human beings. Don't we even have the right to resist? 5. You definitely have the right to resist, but did you know that you studied Tesseract and opened the space wormhole? It's like telling the entire universe the coordinates of your planet, and it won't be long before all the existences coveting infinite gems will log in one after another. Are you sure you're ready? Thor said with a solemn expression. And this result is completely beyond Nick Fury's imagination. Suddenly, her whole figure seemed to have lost her strength and slumped to one side. This is clearly not what he wants. Listening to the conversation between the two, Locke frowned and spoke again. Loki is a crime committed on Earth and should be judged by our Earth. But if you insist on taking Loki away, it's not impossible to agree. But shouldn't you also pay the same price? Fingers moved gently on the armrest of the throne, a smile appeared on Locke's face, and a sly light flashed in his eyes. Time for another hit from Asgard? Locke thought silently in his heart. Loki has committed an unforgivable crime against the Earth and against him. Originally, he did not think it was much after dying 10,000 times. However, Loki is the adopted son of Odin, the powerful level godfather. Now Odin is still alive, and he will definitely not be willing to watch Loki die on Earth. And to be honest, killing Loki doesn't mean much to him, and it may affect the progress of the later major events. After all, Loki is also the main promoter of several major events in the later period, and his existence has a very important role. At least until now, this chess piece still needs to exist. Therefore, rather than just killing him like this, it is the most sensible choice to use him in exchange for the immediate benefits. In fact, from the moment Thor came to him, he had already seen the other party's purpose. Seemingly furious, blast Loki with thunder. But it was just to give him, and the people at S.H.I.E.L.D. an explanation. Such behavior is like parents teaching their children who have made mistakes. Beat the child in front of outsiders. Tell everyone, look, I have taught my children a hard lesson. Don't worry about you outsiders, I will take him home now, and continue to teach him a good lesson. The whole process gave Locke the feeling. There is nothing wrong with Thor's approach. After all, it is his younger brother. It is obviously impossible to keep him on Earth and watch him lose his life. However, Locke is not so easy to explain here. He wants to send him off with an apology? How could it be that he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't give you a layer of wool? Hearing Locke's words, Thor sighed. The human boy in front of him is a naked gangster in his eyes. He stole his Mjolnir the last time we met, and then their Asgard destroyer mech, and that's all. Now that they meet again, they even blackmail themselves again. This is no one else. If it is placed on someone else's body, he will have to give him a hammer, let him know what is the majesty of Thor. But right now, that's all I can think about. Shot on Locke? Unless he gets impatient with himself. The guy in front of him was something that even his father would be afraid of. When he came, Odin told him thousands of instructions not to offend Locke. In this case, he naturally did not dare to really treat Locke. And he seemed to have long known that Locke would blackmail him, calmly said, Asgard will give you an account of the sins committed by Loki, but I still need to take the space gem back to repair Bifrost. When Bifrost is repaired, I hope you can come and sit with us at Asgard. My father wants to see you very much, and what you want, he will definitely give you. This is what my father told me to tell you. I hope you can give me a thin face. Hearing Thor's words, Locke was silent for a while, but nodded silently. Odin, the god king of Asgard, said so. If he was holding on to Loki, he would be a bit petty. When Odin came, he had already begged for mercy for his unsatisfactory son in advance. In addition, Locke said at the beginning that he owed Loki a favor, and now he can just repay this favor. Loki's dog life, if he wants to, he can take it at any time, not in a hurry. She winked at Miss 2B beside her, indicating that Miss 2B threw the Tesseract in her hand to Thor. Taking the Tesseract, Thor's face showed gratitude. Thanks, nodded, holding Tesseract in one hand and Loki in the other. A powerful energy was immediately released from the Tesseract, and then a wormhole appeared and swallowed the two directly. Suddenly, Thor and Loki disappeared. Seeing that Locke had just let Loki go, Nick Fury looked at Locke with a puzzled expression. Isn't there something wrong with Loki's scheming and unforgivable sins, just letting him go? It's not right. Are you teaching me to do things? Hearing Nick Fury's words, a monstrous force fell, hitting Nick Fury heavily, directly suppressing him to his knees on the ground, excruciating pain. I haven't settled with you yet. You taught me first, you really don't know how to live or die. Locke frowned. He was really upset about Nick Fury in front of him, if it wasn't for his good intentions and because he was controlled by Loki. Nick Fury would have already died under his flames by now. I apologize for my previous actions, but that really wasn't my intention. I never thought to be your enemy. Now, both the military and our child have already paid their due price. Please calm your anger. Nick Fury lowered his head and said with a complicated expression. He never thought that one day he would need to apologize to a teenager in such a low-key manner. But thinking about the strength of this young man in front of him, and what he has done for this planet today, he is relieved again. The other party has the strength far beyond their s.h.i.e.l.d, and has guarded the world once again, so why bother with the other party's age? You think I'll believe your nonsense? You've never thought of being an enemy of me. You are the one who put me on the threat list. Is there a reason for me to study Tesseract? Locke sneered, and without giving Nick Fury any face, he told all the secrets he thought he had. Immediately, it made Nick Fury very embarrassed. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him knew everything, and the other party did not take action against them s.h.i.e.l.d after knowing their various actions, which is enough to explain Locke's attitude. Immediately, his face was full of guilt. It seems that for such a long period of time before, he was suspicious and thought too much. The young man in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. Especially the appearance of Locke saving the world by himself just now dispelled all his previous concerns. The boy in front of him is really not a threat to this planet. Not only is he not, but he is far more than the Asgardian of their s.h.i.e.l.d. After figuring this out, his heart could not help but suddenly open up, and the heart that had been hanging all the time was finally let go. I admit, it's all my fault. I apologize to you, and I will resign later, and I will never interfere with you again. And if you can, I hope you can take over s.h.i.e.l.d, accept these Avengers and become their new leader. From now on, s.h.i.e.l.d will be yours only. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Locke was full of stunned expressions, but he didn't expect that Nick Fury still had such an idea. Let yourself take over s.h.i.e.l.d, and also take over a group of Avengers. This is what it means to make yourself their boss? However, he has no such leisure. Not to mention that s.h.i.e.l.d has been infiltrated by the Hydra organization. Just thinking about what the Avengers had done to him before, he couldn't bear it, and he was already soft-hearted if he didn't kill them directly. I also expect myself to accept them. What a joke, and I am not a tattered one. Compared with his own harem girl group, the group of Avengers in front of them is simply garbage. You can't fight very well, you can't play, and your private life is chaotic to death, and you become their boss. Doesn't this ruin your reputation? This black marinated egg, its heart can be punished. Go Nema. Locke was furious, raised his hand and waved. A strong wind slapped Nick Fury heavily, knocking him off, and his head fainted. Take this black marinated egg and get out of here immediately. It's best not to let me see what you are doing in the future, or else you will know. 5. The cold voice came out of Locke's mouth, and a group of Avengers listened, couldn't help trembling in fear, holding Nick Fury, and left as if they were running away. The young man in front of them was a murderer in their eyes. It's not that they can be offended. Leaving honestly is the wisest choice. With the departure of s.h.i.e.l.d in the entire hall, only a group of her own harem warriors were left. For Loki, for s.h.i.e.l.d what he does is judgment is reckoning. But for his group of harem girls, all he needs to do is to reward them. But before he could start the award, a space ripple suddenly appeared in the hall where he was. Immediately, the space quickly folded and twisted, and then everyone was brought into a strange space. In this space, heaven and earth are exchanged. There is no distinction between left and right, up and down, and it is more like a kaleidoscope of octagonal world. Looking at the sudden change, the faces of a group of women in the harem behind Locke showed a strong fighting spirit. Only Locke had a meaningful smile on his face. At this moment, a bald woman wearing a yellow robe appeared in front of everyone. The person here is the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme of the Kamartaj Holy Place, is the last and strongest guardian of the earth. Among the magicians with the name of Sorcerer Supreme during these tens of thousands of years, the Ancient One is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding representatives. The shape of the bald woman is impressive. When Odin came, Locke had already guessed that Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, should have noticed him long ago. After all, Ancient One is on Earth, so she should be more aware of what she has done. It's just that this Sorcerer Supreme seems to be very calm. It's almost a year, she just didn't come to herself. Is this because of believing him from the beginning to the end? Or do you think his presence is irrelevant to Kamartaj? The answer to this question may be known today. Who are you? At the moment when Ancient One appeared, all the women of Locke looked like they were facing a great enemy. because they felt an unprecedented threat from a bald woman in front of them. This woman was the most powerful existence they had ever seen. This power has exceeded their imagination, and it is more likely to threaten the life of their young master. This made them have to take a serious attitude and deal with it seriously. Everyone clenched the weapons in their hands, and it seemed that as long as the woman in front of her made a dangerous movement, they would swarm up and kill the other party. Seeing this, Locke smiled, but raised his hand to signal for them to put away the weapons in their hands. The woman in front of her can't be defeated by numbers. Gu 040, but a veritable level Godfather Sorcerer Supreme. It is not easy for Dormammu, the Dark Lord, to get a good deal from her, not to mention a group of his harem beauties. Their strength is indeed very strong, but if they are placed in front of the level Godfather, there is still a big gap. Not to mention them, even he, the peak powerhouse of the level sub-Godfather, is by no means a match for Ancient One. Not to mention other powerful magics, the mere act of punching the soul out of the body is enough to restrain all the powerhouses. In the Marvel movie, Hulk was slapped by the Ancient One, and he was beaten with no power to fight back. So in the face of Ancient One, if you can't do it, it's best not to do it. And he also believed that the most powerful Asgardian on this earth would never attack him without any reason. The reason why it appeared in front of him in this way was to prevent someone from spying on them secretly. After all, the dark forces have always been lurking in the corners of this world, but they haven't noticed it yet. As the Ancient One of the level Godfather, it is completely normal to know some things that he does not know. The arrival of the Sorcerer Supreme really makes me radiant here, but what does magician mean? Locke looked at Ancient One calmly and said. Seeing that Locke was able to say his name as soon as he opened his mouth, Ancient One's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. But thinking about Locke's performance during this period, she was relieved again. It doesn't seem to be very unusual for a little guy who can cause the God King Odin to come to him on his own initiative, knowing her identity. With a warm smile on his face, Ancient One walked unhurriedly not far from Locke. Little guy, your performance is really getting more and more surprising. It seems that my self-introduction can be saved. Locke got up slowly, also smiled and treated each other with courtesy. Now he is not qualified to sit in front of Ancient One. Like Odin before, Ancient One has been famous for a long time and is a senior. In terms of emotion and reason, he can't sit and meet each other. Magician is polite, it's just that you act like this as soon as you meet. It's hard for me not to recognize you. After all, the only person on this planet who can perform such miraculous means is you, the Sorcerer Supreme. Locke said very politely, not arrogant or impetuous, it is easy to make people feel good. Hearing this, Ancient One smiled and nodded, and he really had a good impression of Locke in front of him. Just as Locke had guessed, in fact, she had noticed the rising star of Locke a long time ago, but at the beginning, her attitude towards Locke was mainly based on observation. After all, Locke was not too strong at that time, and his influence on this planet was still extremely limited. And what they mainly deal with in Kamartaj Holy Place are the dark forces from outside the Earth. Simply put, deal with Dormammu. As for the development of forces within the Earth, under normal circumstances, they would not intervene in Holy Place. After all, in addition to their Kamartaj, there are other forces such as S.H.I.E.L.D, Tianjian Bureau, military and so on. Each of them is independent of each other, but they maintain a special tacit understanding and have their own different divisions of labor. This is also the main reason why Ancient One has not come to contact Locke before. It's not that Locke completely believed him, nor did he feel that Locke's existence was not important to them. It's just a simple division of labor. Bassi, coupled with the increasingly rampant dark forces, she, the Sorcerer Supreme, is too busy to duplication, so she really has no time to pay attention to Locke's affairs. Until today, this unprecedented interstellar war made her have to pay special attention to Locke. Out of curiosity about Locke's future, she cast forbidden magic in Holy Place in advance, trying to spy on Locke's future. But what she never expected was that the young man in front of her had been protected by an unknown mysterious force. Row is that she, the Sorcerer Supreme, can't spy on her. It is such a rare situation that even her Sorcerer Supreme is the first time she sees it. In this way, no matter how busy she was, she couldn't sit still. His eyes moved to the group of women behind Locke, and the shock on Ancient One's face became stronger. Although it has long been known that there is a group of powerful female warriors around Locke. But it was all heard through external news, and I had never seen it with my own eyes. Today is their first meeting. And this first encounter gave her a great shock. Because the life forms of these women in front of them are too incredible. They look like human beings, but they are not real human beings. What kind of aliens are they? Even her Sorcerer Supreme couldn't understand it. And from them, she felt an extremely powerful force. These powers are not as strong as her Sorcerer Supreme, but compared to her group of disciples in Kamartaj, they can be said to be victorious. A group of female warriors whose strength far exceeds her disciples, plus a man who is enough to destroy the stars. Such a combination is rare, but incredibly powerful. No wonder even Odin took the initiative to come down from Asgard and befriend the boy in front of him. This young man really has such qualifications? There are not many people in this world who know our Kamartaj. Ancient One looked at Locke meaningfully and said. With a smile, Locke gestured to the Ancient One magician to sit down. Although this is an octagonal space, the background is still the hall of their manor, so the layout is the same. There are tables, chairs, and sofas. The only difference is that there are 8 times as many. Magician, you suddenly came to my poor house, presumably the main purpose is not to tell me this? Let's open the sunroof to talk brightly between us. This can save a lot of time. After all, Magician, you have a lot of time to deal with, but there are still a lot of important things to deal with. For example, blocking the invasion of the dark dimension? What do you think? Locke sat gently opposite Ancient One, with his hands in front of him, and said with a serious face. Hearing Locke's words, Ancient One's eyes narrowed, and his face became more and more shocked and solemn. She really did not expect that the young man in front of her knew her so well. This is unbelievable, he even knows the dark dimension. Where the hell did this guy come from? Fortunately, it has been certified by Odin before, plus the excellent performance of saving the planet today. Let her know that the young man in front of her is not an evil force, or she must do it now. Pressing the shock in his heart, Ancient One also slowly sat down. Although Locke's performance at the moment exceeded her imagination, it also made her more and more determined that her decision to come to him was correct. The boy in front of her might really be able to help her and help them Camartage get through this difficult time. Yes, the sudden arrival of the Ancient One came to seek help for no other reason. After a brief period of shock, Ancient One had already fully understood that the young man in front of him could never be viewed with common sense. Otherwise, the god King Odin would not have come to the earth from thousands of miles to meet this young man. Hearing Locke's words, Ancient One's face showed a warm smile. Then let's make a long story short, I came here to seek your help. 35. Ancient One looked at Locke in front of him with a serious expression. Hearing Ancient One's words, it was Locke's turn to be surprised. The mighty Sorcerer Supreme to seek his own help? It doesn't sound right at all. Regardless of his own strength or the power possessed by the two, the current Locke is at the disadvantage of Ancient One. Under such circumstances, why did Ancient One turn to himself for help? The reasons for this are worth investigating. As far as he knows, the only one who can threaten the existence of Ancient One is Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. It's just that with his current strength, against Dormammu, he can only be killed in seconds. After all, Dormammu was stronger than the Ancient One. Even the reason why Ancient One can live to this day is because she secretly used dark magic and secretly absorbed the power of the Dark Dimension. So to let him deal with Dormammu now is to ask him to die. Such a stupid thing, he must not be able to do it. If that's what the Ancient One magician was referring to as helping, he thought it was time to see off the guest. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. Ancient One should know Dormammu's horror better than him. Let someone who is even weaker than himself deal with Dormammu, unless she is crazy, the possibility is almost zero. Therefore, he guessed that the help from the Ancient One's mouth should be related to the subsequent Dormammu invasion incident. But it shouldn't make him go head-to-head with Dormammu, because such a crazy thing, let alone him, even Ancient One himself could not do it. He smiled and looked at Ancient One with deep eyes, as if he wanted to see through him. However, Ancient One's face still had the signature warm smile on her face, and she could not detect the slightest murderous aura from her body, just like an eminent monk, pure and peaceful. Help? Magician, where did you start? Locke asked curiously. Locke, since you already know the existence of the Dark Dimension, you should also know that the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, has been trying to invade our planet. And the meaning of our Camartage existence is to protect the Earth and not allow the dark forces to invade. I have been fighting Dormammu overtly or covertly since I was born, and I don't know how many years have passed. But fortunately, all these years have been peaceful. The dark power of Dormammu has been blocked by the magical barrier of our 3 holy places. However, no one is good for 100 days. The passing of these years has made my life come to an end, and my time is running out. After that, Ancient One looked at Locke meaningfully, with a complicated look on his face, smiled, and said, "You must have felt a different breath from me, right?" Hearing this, Locke nodded solemnly. In fact, there is no need for Locke to feel it deliberately. When Ancient One came here, he immediately discovered the abnormality of Ancient One. From the Ancient One's body, there is a faint smell of death entangled in it, making the Ancient One in front of him look very strange. The so-called breath here refers to a special energy magnetic field that ordinary people cannot feel. Only when one's own spiritual power is raised to a certain level can one feel the subtle changes in the energy magnetic field. And everyone has their own magnetic field changes. Most people are similar, only the details will show a little difference. But for some powerful beings, the energy magnetic field on their bodies will be significantly higher than that of ordinary human beings, and they will appear extraordinarily different. And a strong enough energy magnetic field can even directly affect the opponent's body without touching the opponent. This is what people often say about breath, or momentum. This is the reason why Locke directly relied on his powerful momentum to suppress a group of people in S.H.I.E.L.D. and couldn't move. Closer to home, he naturally knew what the Ancient One was talking about. After all, Ancient One has been secretly using the power of dark magic to prolong his life all these years, which is no secret to him, a traveler. Seeing Locke nodded, Ancient One smiled indifferently again. She was never afraid of death. Her only fear is that when she dies, no one can stop Dormammu's invasion. At that time, the world will be wiped out, and this is something she must not let it happen. So before she died, she had to find a suitable successor for herself. In fact, she had already done this many years ago, and she has also found the Son of Destiny who can inherit her mantle. It's just that according to her calculations, it will take nearly half a year before the appearance of the other party. And she can't wait. During this period of time, the dark forces became more and more rampant. The most terrible thing was that her most proud student, Caecilius, who had the most hope of inheriting the name of Sorcerer Supreme, betrayed Camartage. Instead, he threw himself into the embrace of the dark dimension and became the agent of Dormammu in the world. And Caecilius is too familiar with their Camartage, and the magic power has become extremely powerful after being blessed by Dormammu, and he is an extremely difficult opponent. Rao is her Sorcerer Supreme, and it is quite difficult to deal with, and the other party has colluded with various forces in an attempt to destroy their holy places located in different parts of the world, so as to achieve their ambition to welcome the advent of the dark dimension. If this was left in her heyday, it wouldn't be a big deal, and he could handle it himself. However, her life has entered the countdown, and using dark magic all the year round to continue her life has caused her to have a serious backlash. Up to now, even if she continued to use dark magic, it was impossible to make her immortal. Unless she is willing to make herself a slave to the dark dimension, a slave to Dormammu, death is only a matter of time. And because of the backlash from dark magic, her white magic power has been greatly affected. The rapid passing of life force and the weakening of magical power made her understand that relying on her power alone cannot prevent the situation from developing in a more serious direction. Therefore, she must find a group of helpers to help her through this difficult time until the birth of the next Sorcerer Supreme. That's what she came here for today. So just now, after seeing a group of powerful men behind Locke, she was very excited. Because the stronger the power displayed by the young man in front of him, the greater the help to her. Seeing Locke nodded, Ancient One magician turned serious, the warm smile on his face disappeared, and he said solemnly, Dormammu's evil ambitions have never stopped, and my power is no longer in its heyday. So for the next crisis, I hope someone can help me. I've thought about it, and on this planet, the only person who can do this is you, Mr. Locke. 0 flowers. Ancient One's face was solemn, and the name Roar for Locke also changed from Roar's name to Mr. Locke. This is enough to see how careful Ancient One is. Before Locke could answer, Ancient One smiled again. Little guy, this matter is not only about my fate, but also the fate of the entire planet. It naturally includes you, and the group of capable men behind you. Ancient One said meaningfully. A man with a group of female subordinates, even a fool knows what the relationship between them is. How could Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, not see it? However, she is considered a monk, and this kind of love between men and women in the world has long been missed by her, and she doesn't care. But one thing she is still clear, the emotion between men and women is the most common weakness of human beings. And this little guy in front of him has so many emotions between men and women, and his weaknesses are evident. So she had already figured out how to convince Locke. The method is very simple, that is to start from the group of women behind him. Sure enough, when he heard Ancient One's words, Locke's face turned solemn. Since he came to this world, what Locke cared about most was his relatives. 0. And in this world, his relatives are not many, the only ones are the Yoba troops and Icarus that he built behind him. In his heart, these are not only his scientific and technological achievements, but also regarded as his family by him. After all, they are their wives. If even his wife can't be regarded as his relatives, then what can be called relatives? With a sigh, Locke himself knew that, as a member of this world, he could not be alone. Just like today's Zeta Rising invasion, can he really ignore it? Definitely not. If they really ignore it, then they are likely to perish with this planet, which is not what Locke wants. Although he has no interest in being a hero in this world, in order to protect the person he wants to protect, he has to take action. This is a helpless, unavoidable helplessness. So, thinking about it is one thing, but being able to do it is another. Obviously, the help mentioned by Ancient One, he couldn't escape in the end. Seeing Locke let out a long sigh, Ancient One smiled, as if he had seen through Locke's mind. He said with a smile, little guy, don't worry, the help I want is not to let you fight Dormammu head on now, such a thing, let alone you, even I have never thought of it. Hearing Ancient One say this, Locke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's really not that Locke is cowardly, but that his current development strength is not enough. The peak strength of level sub-Godfather is alright on Earth. Once placed in the vast and boundless universe, it is nothing at all. This self-knowledge is still necessary, otherwise it will be too turbulent, and it will be easy to die young. If he dies young, what will happen to his group of harem beauties? Who will be their students, and how can they help the young master with his homework? This is a very serious problem. What does magician mean by helping? Locke frowned, looking at Ancient One curiously. My unsatisfactory apprentice defected and colluded with many forces in an attempt to destroy our 3 holy places. So I just need your help with Caecilius. Definitely, the help is paid. After she finished speaking, her gaze shifted to the knives on the bodies of the 2 Po. When she came here, she noticed the bunch of twin sisters behind Locke. According to the original plan, she planned to win Locke to become her disciple, and then teach him to learn her own magic. After all, Locke was able to raise his own strength to this level in such a short period of time, and a strong personal ability was indispensable. And their magic practice, most relied on ability. Ability can directly determine the upper limit of a magician. In other words, the better the ability, the more powerful magician it can become. This is completely irreparable with acquired efforts, and it is precisely because of this that she has been waiting for the appearance of the Son of Destiny. Because in her prying eyes, the Son of Destiny has the magical ability that surpasses her Sorcerer Supreme, and can fully inherit her mantle and even surpass her. But the time node of the other party's appearance was really too late, and now she has no time to wait. So she turned her eyes to Locke, who she couldn't even spy on. 040 just made her not expect that even if she came to Locke, she couldn't even see through Locke. There was always an invisible force shrouded in Locke's body, blocking her exploration. In this way, in her eyes, Locke was like an unknown question mark, and she couldn't see anything. The opponent's ability, the opponent's true strength, etc., are all a mystery. In addition to being shocked, she is also very helpless. The vigilance of this little guy in front of her is really strong and abnormal, which is too stable. But if you think about it, you can understand Locke's mentality. After all, the world is indeed full of crises. If he is not stable, he is afraid that he will not live now. Although she couldn't see Locke's magical ability and couldn't make Locke her own magical disciple, this trip did not disappoint her. Because she actually discovered two magical abilities here that are not weaker than that of the Son of Destiny, and even surpassed the existence of that Son of Destiny. It's unbelievable, incredible. At first, she thought she was wrong, but with the serious investigation at the moment, she was able to confirm 100%. The twin women standing behind Locke really have an incredibly powerful magical physique. Amazing. Unable to look away from the two Populous sisters, Ancient One slowly got up, stepped forward, and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the two sisters, and her speed was unbelievable. Only Locke knows that this is not a matter of speed at all, it is space magic, similar to the ability of the Door of Space. It's just that the use of it is so skilled that the naked eye can't tell that the Ancient One has traveled through space. Such an ability can only be achieved by the powerhouse of the level Godfather. With a look of envy on his face, although he now has the strength of level sub-Godfather's peak, he is still unable to do the ability to travel through space. When will I be able to have this heaven-defying ability? Locke thought silently in his heart, and then he seemed to think of something, and his brows frowned slightly. Now that he has the ability to control heat, it is a product of genetic mutation, and it is a super ability. Since genetic mutation can allow him to control the high temperature, if the direction of mutation is changed, can it be possible to travel through space? After all, in the original Marvel world, the Celestials came up with the X gene, and the Kree developed the aliens. It's just that the mutations of these two are random and uncontrollable, and the ability to mutate depends on luck. What Locke wants to study is the targeted mutation of genes, and he wants to fully grasp this change. Once this technology can really be realized, and then use this technology on himself, or his wives, is it still in the sky? Although just thinking about it, he knew how terrifying the difficulty of this technology was. But what if it does happen? Maybe you can really consider researching it yourself. Suddenly, a brand new plan slowly took shape in his mind. While he was still silent in his own thoughts, the faces of the two Populous sisters were horrified. Looking at Ancient One who suddenly appeared in front of them, the two of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Without saying a word, they raised their hands and pushed them towards Ancient One. Immediately, a pure white magic shield appeared in front of the two of them, trying to block the Ancient One who was constantly approaching them. Looking at the magic shield in front of him, Ancient One's face was full of surprise, but he was full of excitement after the surprise. A magic shield of this level is condensed and formed at such a fast speed. In their camartage, senior disciples who have practiced for at least 3 years can do it. But the two women in front of them were able to display it easily, and it has only been less than a year since Locke appeared. Even if the two women in front of them have practiced magic from the very beginning, it has only been a year. As for why she didn't think that they had practiced magic for many years, it was because she also felt the aura of aliens from the pair of sisters in front of her. They are human beings but not human beings, all of which should be related to the mysterious technology mastered by the young man in front of them. Although magic and technology are two completely different roots, once mastered to a profound level, both technology and magic can work miracles. And at this moment, these two twin women are the miracles in Ancient One's eyes. 0. It's pure white magic, it's incredible, your physique and your magical abilities are the strongest I have ever seen. Ancient One raised his palm in amazement, and then lightly pressed it on the magic shield in front of the two Populous sisters. Immediately, the magic shield turned into a calm lake, and Ancient One easily stretched out his hand and touched Babala's body. At the moment of touching, Ancient One's complexion became very strange, because she found that the magic she released was quickly swallowed by the body of the woman in front of her. Ulu metal? The source of magic, so it is. It seems that Odin has given you a great gift. That being the case, I'll give you a welcome gift too. Ancient One smiled, then raised his hand and pressed it on the foreheads of the two Populous sisters. Suddenly, Sister Popula was pulled into the spiritual world she built by Ancient One. Looking at Ancient One and the Populous sisters who suddenly stopped moving, the surrounding Yoba troop members and Icarus all looked worried. Master, do you want to take the opportunity to kill this bald man? Miss 2B said solemnly, holding a long sword in her hand. Don't make trouble, this is the creation of Popula and the others. This bald man in your mouth, but the strength can completely abuse your existence. Locke could not laugh or cry. Who is she? It seems that you are also very afraid of her, young master. The commander's elder sister Lume frowned, her face not very good. She doesn't like this feeling very much now, this feeling of being ignored by others. 2.2 Being suppressed to the point of being unable to protect the young master is really uncomfortable. In the hearts of all of them, it is their mission to protect Locke from any threat, and it is the norm that they need to abide by. And the sudden appearance of Ancient One let their mission be shaken, so that they cannot keep the code, so they are naturally very uncomfortable. Not only the commander, but everyone else's faces were cold and ugly, and the look in Ancient One's eyes seemed to eat her. Seeing this, Locke smiled. He was very moved by the performance of his group of wives, but he couldn't let them do it. After all, the current Ancient One not only has no malice towards him, but is even helping him improve the strength of the two Populous sisters. Yes, as Ancient One herself said, she is giving herself a great gift. As for how big this gift is, I believe it won't take long to know. I want some data, mainly monthly passes. Thank you. In ADV. Just as his voice fell, there was already movement on Ancient One's side, and the three people who were originally motionless finally moved. Ancient One, who had closed his eyes slightly, slowly opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Obviously it feels like a month has passed, but in fact it has only passed for a while. Is this the time difference effect of the spiritual world? It's amazing. 35. Unbelievable expressions appeared on the faces of the two Populous sisters who had regained consciousness. They were drawn into the spiritual world by the Ancient One, and at first they were extremely resistant and constantly resisted. But the bald woman in front of them was not as scary as they thought, but unusually kind. Instead of attacking them, she taught them magic very seriously. Within a month in the spiritual world, they experienced high-intensity magic cultivation, and their strength improved more than the sum of their efforts in the past few months. This is the difference between having a teacher and not having a teacher. In their eyes, Ancient One has already become their teacher. Little guy, I'm sorry. I taught them magic without your consent. I'm really sorry. Ancient One opened his mouth with a tired expression at this time, with a look of regret on his face. Obviously, the construction of the spiritual world is extremely energy-consuming, and even an existence like the Ancient One seems to be unable to use it often. And this is enough to show that 10 Ancient One's sincerity and goodwill towards Locke. Even though his time is running out, he did not hesitate to spend powerful magic power to enhance the magic power of the two Populous sisters. The weight of this great gift was even moved by Locke. If it's magician, it's too late for me to thank you, so how can I blame you, Popula, Devara? Why don't you thank your masters quickly? Locke said gratefully. Hearing Locke's words, Ancient One was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Locke would be willing to let his two subordinates become her apprentices, which was a bit unexpected to her. Thank you, Master. With Locke's approval, Popula and Devara looked at Ancient One gratefully and said. In fact, in their hearts, they have regarded Ancient One as their master. The reason why they didn't call Roar that way was because they were worried that their young master would object and get angry. And as Locke's most loyal members of Yoba's army, they didn't want to make Locke angry. But now it seems that their worries are obviously superfluous. Not only did their young master not object, but he seemed to be happy to see it happen, which made the two of them very happy. Because of their special physique, the two of them are full of interest in learning magic. It is also because of their special physique and magical abilities that they can achieve twice the result with half the effort on the road of cultivating magic, reaching a level beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was only a few minutes, and they felt that their strength had improved a lot, far beyond what they could compare to before. And the improvement of strength can also allow them to better protect their young master. Therefore, they hope from the bottom of their hearts that they can continue to learn magic with the Ancient One, until one day they can become an existence beyond the Ancient One. At that time, even if their young master encounters a more powerful threat, they are not like today, they can only watch on the side, but can't do anything. Just like the commander, they also hated the feeling of being ignored and suppressed by others and unable to do anything. In the final analysis, they want to become stronger and better protect their young master. And now the only person who can quickly improve their strength is the Ancient One in front of them. Ancient One is their best choice now. Hearing the two Populous sisters calling him Roar, Ancient One's face was full of relief, and his tired body seemed to be full of strength. Because of Locke, although she couldn't see the future of the two Populous sisters, she had a strong intuition that the two new apprentices in front of her would play an important role in the future as much as the Son of Destiny. The achievements of the two of them will never be lower than that of the Son of Destiny, and may even be higher. As soon as she thought about it, her nerves that had been tense could not help loosening up a little. There was a strong man like Locke, who was enough to explode stars, and a group of women who were far more powerful than her disciples, and now 2 magic spells with amazing ability were added. Disciple. In the future, even in the face of Dormammu's arrival, she can't help but have stronger confidence. It seems that the decision to come here today is indeed very correct. With a happy smile. Since you have called me master, then I will give you one more thing. Ancient One raised his hand and stretched out 2 more profound rings. This is a must-have for all Camartage disciples. This ring can better concentrate the magician's magic power, making them more handy when casting magic, and it can be regarded as an auxiliary for magician. Although this mysterious ring is not very useful to the 2 sisters, even if there is no mysterious ring, the 2 can still easily release the magic they want. However, in addition to being able to concentrate their magic power, Xianji is also the status symbol of Camartage's disciples, which is recognized by the Ancient One. With these 2 rings, the 2 Populous sisters are the direct disciples of Ancient One, and their status is the same as the king of Camartage and Mordo. From now on, she will be Doctor Strange's senior sister, and her seniority will be bigger, but the 2 sisters don't care about their status and seniority at all, they only care about whether they can become stronger. Because no matter what their status is in Camartage, their first identity is Locke's woman and bodyguard after all, and they are the most important members of the Yoba army? Thank you, Master. Picking up the Xian ring, the 2 Populous sisters respectfully retreated behind Locke. They are also looking forward to how far they can go in the future. Okay, things are done, I should go too. From now on, you 2 can enter Camartage at will, and if you have any doubts, you can come to find a teacher. Ancient One said, and a magic door appeared in front of her. He stepped into it, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing such a means, a group of members of the Yakuba army once again showed surprise. Is this magic? What a miraculous power. By the way, Popula, what is the spiritual world you just said? A group of people looked at the 2 Populous sisters curiously and asked. The 2 sisters smiled and explained, it's a spiritual world built with magic power, in which the flow of time will be much slower. Definitely, this is related to the strength of the person who builds the spiritual world. The stronger the strength, the slower the flow of time. Although only a few minutes have passed, it has been a month since we were in the spiritual world constructed by magician. Is 040 so magical? This is too incredible, is this the power of magic? Hearing Devara's explanation, a group of people's faces were full of curiosity and anticipation, and they seemed to want to try it. A few minutes outside is a month in the spiritual world? If it is calculated like this, then if I enter the spiritual world with the young master for 1 day, it will be many years. Then can I be a bride every day? Miss 2B touched her soft chin and said seriously. 66 Locke. Locke never thought that Miss 2B's understanding of the spiritual world turned out to be like this. The spiritual world that required a lot of magic power to build, came to her, and it turned into this kind of use. This is also no one, and it is estimated that only his old driver 2B wife can think so. He shook his head with a wry smile, with a helpless look on his face, but he was wrong. There are actually not a few wives who have this idea. Yeah, that Popula, can you build a spiritual world by yourself now? I want to try, don't take too long, just let me stay with the young master for a minute. Locke said. I want to, I don't want much, just a minute. 9. +1 for a minute. +1. A group of harem girl groups have all turned into repeaters, and they are all +1. Seeing this, Locke shook his head speechlessly. Did you build a bunch of stuff, a juicer? Impressed? I've been too busy with work during this time, and the update is too late. I'll make up for it next time, and ask for some data. Thank you. The moon and stars are sparse, the autumn wind is still bleak outside, and the sound of the leaves blowing is very comfortable. And a more comfortable voice has been immersed in the huge living room. Sister Commander and Sister 2B fell to the side weakly. Locke crossed Erlang's legs, holding a cup of hot tea with wolfberry in his hand, taking a sip from time to time. His eyes stayed on the holographic TV screen not far away, and a smile appeared on his face. On the screen is his feat of single-handedly repelling the Chittori army over New York today. My CAO, this kid is so handsome, no wonder there are so many women who like him, isn't he a jerk? Locke said shamelessly while drinking hot tea. He himself never thought that one day he would be able to see his figure on TV, not to mention the feeling is quite good. Hearing his slightly narcissistic words, the commander's elder sister got up from the sofa and rested her head on Locke's lap with her tired body. She likes this pose very much. From bottom to top, she can better see Locke's handsome face. From such a perspective, Locke also appears more powerful and domineering. Definitely, the most important thing is to make it easy for her to do whatever she wants at any time. Master, when did you become so narcissistic? You can't even see your face in this picture? The commander said with a smile. Although she said so, she looked at Locke with admiration and infatuation in her eyes. The man in front of her is the only and forever male god in her heart, commonly known as YYDS. That's right, I don't know what kind of skills this person who secretly filmed the video has, and we didn't even take a picture of our young master's face. It's really too spicy, bad review. At this time, Miss 2B put her head on Locke's other thigh, her sexy red lips opened and closed slowly. Hiss. Locke sucked in a breath of cold air, sat up straight, 2 big hands, spread back on the sofa, and looked casual. Although I can't see my front face, just through my majestic and tall back, everyone should be able to imagine my handsome face, right? What do you think? Locke closed his eyes slightly and said with a smile on his face. In fact, this can't be blamed for the poor skill of the person who took the video. On the contrary, the person who took the video is very skilled. You must know that Locke was at an altitude of several thousand meters at that time, and this distance alone cannot be captured by ordinary photographic equipment. In addition, at that time, Locke's whole body exuded a dazzling light like the sun. If it were ordinary equipment, let alone the back image of Locke, it would have been exposed long ago. At the very least, Locke, who is on the screen at the moment, can clearly see his figure and outline. This technique is already quite cowhide. Giggle, young master, we just don't think it's useful. We are too familiar with you, young master, let alone looking at your majestic and tall back. I just glanced at you a little bit, no matter any part, I can imagine how handsome you are, young master, and invincible. The commander covered his mouth with a chuckle, his eyes were as tender as water, charming as lines, and his mature and sexy temperament rushed towards his face, making Locke hard to guard against. Commander Sister is really going further and further on the road to mature Oni-san. Sister Commander, you can't do this, you still need to see it? I know the young master better than you, and I can smell him from a few miles away. Hearing the words of the commander's sister, Miss 2B on the side said with a half smile. Giggle, what's the smell? The commander's sister asked with a smile. It's definitely a unique masculinity of the young master. Miss 2B's eyebrows were raised, her eyes turned into a pair of beautiful crescent moons. The tip of the ruddy tongue slid across his lips, a wicked smile climbed onto his pretty face, and he raised his eyebrows at Locke, as if you understood. Seeing this, Locke shook his head speechlessly. These two wives are really helpless, and there is nothing else they can do for their husbands? Okay, the two of you don't sing double reeds with me, do you sing together, is it interesting? Locke pinched the pretty faces of the two at the same time, and planned to get up and go to the study to take stock of his gains today. Since the end of the Battle of New York, he has not stopped, before the Ancient One came to meet him, and then he took his wives into the spiritual world for a 1-minute tour. If it wasn't for his good health, he would almost be unable to come out, but at night, he thought he could finally relax. But I didn't expect that the commander's sister, who was wearing a teacher's uniform and gold-rimmed glasses, and the 2B sister, who was wearing a yoga suit, came in with the class schedule in between. It was said that it was their turn to take classes today, and they also made it clear that they could not ask for leave for the island language class and yoga class. In this regard, Locke could only honestly follow the two teachers into class without tears. Then it is like this, the whole process is really not stopped at all. It is not too much to say that it is a day-to-day operation. Only his perverted physique can hold it up. If anyone else, he would probably already be lying on the first floor of the hospital. The so-called death from exhaustion should mean this. It really doesn't make much sense for me and 2B to sing double reeds, but if the object is replaced by you, it should be very interesting. 2B, are you right? The commander said with a charming smile. Well, what the commander's sister said is right. It really doesn't make much sense for me to sing with the commander's sister. Why don't we change it? Let's sing with the young master. Miss 2B tilted her head slightly, and looked at Locke from bottom to top, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. With a helpless expression on his face, he leaned back slightly, his entire back resting on the sofa. With her right hand lightly on Miss 2B's silky sock-like hair, she straightened up a little, picked up the clothes that were pressing on her back, and put it on. At this time, a gust of autumn wind passed over the tea table in the living room, passed through the green plants placed by the window, and finally fell on Locke with a hint of coolness. I couldn't help shaking. This damn weather, it's so cold. As if worried about Locke catching a cold, Miss 2B closed her lips lightly, with a blurred smile on her face. Without speaking, she walked to the window and closed it. Master, don't catch a cold, my sister will warm you up. Before Locke could react from the coolness brought by the autumn wind, the commander's enthusiasm rushed towards him and hugged him tightly. Not to mention, it was really warm, even a little hot. Time passed quietly, and in the study, the hour hand of the gemset quartz clock pointed to 1 a.m. The night owl, Locke, did not sleep as usual, but was extremely excited. Because the rewards of the system come as scheduled. Congratulations to the host, participating and witnessing the Battle of New York, reward points 80 points. Looking at the text message that appeared in front of him, Locke's face was full of excitement. As expected of a big event that he did himself, he actually rewarded him with 80 points. To know that 100 points can be used for a big draw in the world of science and technology, and the amount of 80 points is really a lot. Calls up attribute information. Host, Locke. Technology World 1, Neil Mechanical Age. Tech World 2 Things Falling from Heaven. Points 120. Looking at the 120 points in front of him, Locke became more and more excited. Because it means he can have another big draw? But just when he was excited about this, he thought of something, and suddenly his face was a little depressed. According to the rules of the system, if you want to have a big draw in the world of science and technology, you must complete the science and technology task of the world that was drawn last. And as far as he knows, there are quite a lot of scientific and technological tasks for things that fall from the sky. Mission 1, create artificial angel, Icarus, nymph, and Astrea. Task 2, develop mass-produced artificial angels and create an artificial angel army. Really? Mission 3, build a city of Zeus. Because it is too difficult to build a small interstellar city with an area of 30 kilometers, you can also use 30 points to close the mission. Task 4, build a wishing slate. Because the difficulty is too high, master a B+ technology instead. You can also use 50 points to close this task. Looking at the task list displayed in front of him, Locke wanted to cry without tears. The first two are not difficult, even the third task, he can still accept it. But the fourth one to create a wishing slate is really too much. If he could create this thing, Dormammu would probably have to kneel on his ground begging for mercy, and he has become a technological overlord. This is obviously an impossible task. Fortunately, the system also knows that the task is too difficult, so I changed one for myself, otherwise it would be really difficult. However, even if the mission was changed, his third lottery draw had to be postponed. After all, B+ level technology is not so easy. It seems that if you want to become a technology overlord, there is still a long way to go. With a sigh, Locke couldn't help but feel a little depressed. This system is really strict. Ask for flower evaluation, monthly pass, all kinds of requests. Thank you. To say the most painful thing in this world is to want to extract a new technological world, but suffer from no points. The most painful thing in this world is that there are points, but because the system tasks are not completed, the technology world cannot be drawn. Now Locke is in such pain, it's really annoying. But fortunately, his technology Big Bang system is not only able to extract the technology world. Based on previous experience, even if he did not complete the technological tasks left over from the previous technological world, he could extract individual technologies or conduct strengthening analysis. Quietly leaning on the bench, Locke rubbed his handsome face dejectedly to make himself appear more energetic. It is not easy to obtain points, so every time he draws, he is extra cautious. Drawing out a new technological world is not just a simple lottery activity, it also involves his future life and a series of future plans, which cannot tolerate him being careless. His hands were lightly placed on his chin, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and he quickly recalled all the things that happened during this period of time in his mind. Then he opened his notebook, picked up a pen and began to scribble on the white paper, writing down his next plan. Since it is not yet possible to extract a new technological world, then plan what you need to do in the future. Then combined with the current 0-40 situation, consider how to use the 120 points. Whether to extract a single technology, or to carry out strengthening analysis. Although a few minutes ago, he was still in the warm package of the commander's sister, constantly releasing his physical strength and swallowing the other party's breath. But now he is still extraordinarily energetic, and his thoughts are very agile. There is no way, this is the benefit brought to him after the body strengthening. The body's metabolism is always on fire, keeping his body in a brand new state. Seriously, if it wasn't for such a heaven-defying body, he would have been killed by his harem girl group long ago. But then again, if it weren't for him having such a heaven-defying physique, his group of robot wives wouldn't have tossed him so endlessly. After all, according to the rules and regulations of robots, robots cannot put their owners in any danger. At this moment, if their constant juicing behavior is placed on a normal person, it would already constitute a charge of intentional murder. After all, dying from exhaustion is no joke. But after thinking about it, it was funny again. He could actually refuse their behavior, just a word. Bassi, but why didn't he say no? In the final analysis, it's not because my ISP attribute is too protruding, I blame me. Shaking his head and smiling, he threw aside all the messy thoughts in his mind, and his eyes stopped on some of the plans he had written before. Plan 1, build an outer space base. This has been ticked before, and it is completed. However, because the system issued a task to build the city of Zeus, although the task only required him to build a small interstellar city with an area of 30 square kilometers, even if the task was completed. But since it was a plan, Locke didn't need to be polite, so he went straight to building the city of Zeus. So next, he needs to expand this space base and expand it into an interstellar city with an area greater than or equal to 30 square kilometers as soon as possible. In this way, his task 3 can be completed. Then he needs to keep expanding constantly until he has built his own real city of Zeus. As for the time it takes to complete this plan, he has no limit and set it up as a permanent plan. After all, he is very clear about the power of the city of Zeus. If he can really build it, his power will definitely reach another level. However, in order to complete this plan, the material of the Earth alone is definitely not enough. In his expectation, he will focus on some unmanned small planets in the later stage, and build his movable city of Zeus based on the small planets. But if it is really that level, this is not a city, but an active planet similar to Yugo. With a smile of excitement and anticipation on his face, he nodded silently, scribbled and corrected, and changed Plan 1 to build the city of Zeus. With a look of satisfaction, he looked at the second plan. Plan 2, build artificial angel, Icarus, nymph, Astrea. His eyes moved to the small flower pot by the window where Icarus had planted watermelon seeds. He smiled and ticked directly. Plan 3, develop mass-produced artificial angels and create an artificial angel army. This plan is in progress, and the Angel Legion is also the technological force he is most looking forward to creating so far. According to his own calculations, once the artificial Angel Legion is built, the combat power they can exert may surpass his current Yoba army in the future. Definitely, it's just combat power. In Locke's heart, the Yoba army is not only his armed force, but also his harem girl group, with an extraordinary status. Plan 4, research on gene-directed mutation technology. This plan is the research direction Locke thought of after seeing Ancient 1. After all, the human body's genes have infinite potential. If he can really make achievements in the field of genetic technology, then he is likely to get unexpected results. And this Plan 4 also corresponds to the Task 4 formulated by the system, Master AB+ level technology. Although so far, he does not know whether the gene-directed mutation technology can reach the level of B+ technology. But he couldn't help thinking so much. Anyway, there is no better research direction at present, so let's formulate it first. In addition to the research on gene-directed mutation, the big boss is still conducting research on the 10,000-fold Hulk serum. Based on his knowledge of the 10,000-fold Hulk serum, once it is researched, it should be able to achieve a B+ grade technology score. And this is the main reason why Locke is struggling with how to use the points at the moment. Is it to directly open a single technology lottery, or wait for the research results of the big boss? He was very entangled. After all, once the 10,000 times Hulk serum was created and a systematic strengthening analysis was added, the strengthening potions that could be created would definitely improve his existing strength. And now he is already the pinnacle of the level sub-godfather, and his strength has improved again, so he is naturally the level godfather, and even more than that. Therefore, the research results of the leader are worthy of his expectation. With a contemplative expression on his face, his fingers tapped on the table, enough to see that Locke at the moment was still in hesitation. Forget it, the use of points is still to wait. Find a time tomorrow to see where the guy has gone, and then make plans? Locke thought silently in his heart. Now he still doesn't know how far Dr. Stern's guy has progressed, and he hasn't seen him for a long time. So he had to find some time to meet a group of talented scientists under him. Ivan Vank, Dr. Zola, and the Big Boss, these are all think tank talents recruited by themselves. During this time, I have been busy building Icarus and the others, and it has been a long time to put them aside. It's time to beat them. After all, there are no idlers in his base. Definitely, except for his wives. But speaking of them, they are not idle people. On the contrary, they are very busy juicing early in the morning. After about 5 hours of sleep, Locke woke up early, at 6 a.m. In his previous life, he had to get up early every day because he needed to work to earn money. But now that he came to this world, he didn't need to worry about money at all, but he still couldn't sleep in, and there was no one left. However, although they all get up early, the reasons are very different. In the past life, you needed to run around for a living, but in this life, the body is simply too good, the energy is strong, and the leisure. Oh ha, master, you got up so early. The moment Locke opened the bedroom door, he saw a stunning girl with pink hair holding a kettle and watering her watermelon seeds. Icarus is known to love balls, especially watermelons, round chicks, and puppets. So since she was born, her favorite thing to do is to grow watermelons. This kind of feeling of planting one's favorite things step by step, according to Icarus, is a great sense of accomplishment. But here in Locke, in addition to watermelons, round chicks, and puppets, she also likes a pair of round things on Locke's body. Oh, can't say that, it should be that all the harem members like his round thing. After all, this round thing stores substances that can make men more powerful and domineering. As for Miss 2B, she prefers it even more. During this time, she has been obsessed with giving Locke a baby, which makes Locke feel terrified. One is a planter, and the other is a pregnancy expert. Both are planting things, but the seeds and soil they need to use are different. The consequences are different. Clearly, Locke is okay with Icarus' fondness for watermelons. But for Miss 2B's desire to get pregnant, he really can't satisfy it for the time being. After all, he is only 14 years old himself. Icarus, you got up too early. At this moment, the commander's sister, wearing a black lace-trimmed tulle pajamas, opened her door. The enchanting and soft body leaned against the door frame and stretched out, revealing a beautiful curve with concave and convex, which looked very charming. Looking at her like this, Locke smiled and quickly turned his eyes to Icarus. But just at a glance, he was shocked by the unusual roundness of Icarus. The girly Icarus was wearing a white velvet pajamas. Although the pajamas were very loose, they still couldn't hide her proud figure. Huge amounts of gilt claws came out from the depths of the neckline of the pajamas, and her pajamas were furry velvet, and at this moment, it was matched with the wings on her back. Immediately, Locke understood what the devil's body and angel's face were. The Icarus in front of him is a veritable incarnation of angel and devil. The pride on his chest and the wings on his back explain everything. With the black and silky commander on one side and the white plush Icarus on the other, Locke is not up to his expectations. It's only morning today. And let people not go out to exercise well? You all got up early today? What's the matter? Didn't sleep well last night? As Locke walked to the door, he put on his sneakers. Daily morning jogging had become his habit and could not be missed. No, Icarus slept well, just concerned about whether my watermelon should sprout? Icarus said softly while holding a small kettle. Giggle, Icarus, you are really a positive crop girl. He dialed his golden blonde hair like a waterfall. The commander walked to Locke with an enchanting catwalk and gave him a good morning kiss, and then she discovered Locke's abnormality. Couldn't help but giggle, in a variety of ways. Master, a new day, a new beginning? Your energy is still as strong as ever? Would you like to do a morning exercise? The commander looked at Locke with a wink and said. Fingers moved like a happy elf on Locke's body, and the fiery amorous feelings emanated from her body, blowing towards Locke. Morning exercises? I believe in your evil woman. You say morning exercise, is it serious? Based on what he knew about the commander's elder sister, she could have her own set of rules for understanding words. The ghost knew what she meant by morning exercise. Shook his head. I happen to be going for a run with Lao Mo. If you have an idea, come with me. Locke gently squeezed the finger that the commander was going to mess with, smiled embarrassingly, and planned to run away. After all, the plan of the day is in the morning, and you can't lose yourself in desire on a good day. But before he could go out, Icarus' gentle voice rang out. By the way, Master, I remember you said last night that every time you wake up in the morning, your round one will be more round, is that true? Locke. Giggle, Master, what strange things did you say to Icarus last night? 0 for flowers. Hearing Icarus' words, the commander's face was full of smiles. He raised his hand and pressed it on the door frame, blocking Locke. Locke was helpless. What good things could he say at that time at night? Not surprising then. Did I say it? Locke said with an innocent expression on his face. Say it? 35 Icarus nodded seriously, then looked at Locke with a hopeful expression, and said, Master, can you show me? This, not very good. Locke laughed dryly, slightly embarrassed. It seems that there are some things that cannot be said in front of Icarus in the future, and she is easy to take it seriously. Sister Commander, will it be okay? Icarus looked at the commander beside him and asked curiously. 0, I don't think so. Sister Commander 35 shook her head with a smile, bit her lip, looked at Locke with a charming smirk, and said, Sister Commander, don't make trouble. Locke was helpless. I didn't make trouble, I'm telling the truth, I don't think it will. Look at the meat. The commander laughed. Don't make trouble, I have to go for a morning run. Lao Mo is waiting for me. Locke quickly changed the subject. It's fine if you don't run for a day, let's talk about exercising like morning exercises. The commander's sister grabbed Locke with her slender fingers and pressed him against the door. I made an agreement with Lao Mo, I'm not an untrustworthy person. Locke said with a smile and removed the commander's sister's restless hand. At this moment, Lao Mo's voice suddenly sounded from the downstairs of the villa. Master, are you running today? Hearing Lao Mo's voice, Locke secretly rejoiced, secretly thinking that Lao Mo is really a goddessist. But just as he was about to tell Lao Mo who was downstairs to run, the commander's sister took a step ahead. I saw the commander's sister walk to the window with a sexy catwalk, then glared fiercely at Lao Mo on the playground downstairs, and said, Go away. Hey, great. Hearing the commander's words, Lao Mo was startled and left quickly, thinking that Mrs. Roar couldn't be bothered. Okay, young master, Lao Mo said that it was raining outside, and the morning run was cancelled this morning. You haven't broken your trust. The commander's sister walked back to the room and smiled. Rock. Master, then I just watched it. Icarus also said at this time. Hearing this, Locke directly spread out his hand and gave up. Check it out. Love is dripping, I am tired. Knife. Although the commander's sister roared and scared Lao Mo away, Locke's morning run project still did not fall off. After all, Locke is a very principled man. If he wants to run, he must run, but he has paid a small price. It was just a morning exercise with Icarus and the commander's sister. Definitely, this morning exercise is not the other morning exercise, at least the strength of the exercise is heavier. Although it was a little exciting to do this kind of work early in the morning, there was really no way for Locke. Who let Icarus do it first? Originally, it was just to have a look, but Icarus changed his mind temporarily and started playing. Coupled with the fact that the commander's sister was fanning the flames, he finally couldn't bear it any longer. And if you can't bear it, you don't need to endure it anymore, just do it. Dealing with an Icarus and the commander's sister, for him now, it is still trivial. 057. After packing both of them, Locke had enough time to go for a morning run. Although it was an hour later than the original time, it was still early in the morning. Running in the morning is naturally a morning run. Seeing that Locke came out, Lao Mo walked out of his room with a cat, for fear of being seen by the commander again. You must know that the current commander's sister is the chief manager of their Rockefeller family. Everything about the Rockefeller family business has to go through the commander's hands. In the eyes of outsiders, the commander is a superwoman who is cold and resolute. Yes, not an ordinary strong woman, but a super strong woman. After all, in charge of such a huge business empire, the average person has already been very busy. But the commander is a different woman. She seems to have endless energy and works surprisingly fast. What others need to do in a day, in the hands of the commander, can be done in a few hours at most. And when the others were still working hard overtime, the commander had already gone home to accompany the young master. He admires such a woman from the bottom of his heart, and it is no wonder that their young master will make this woman the helm of their Rockefeller family. This is simply a natural superior, with a very good leadership temperament. In addition to admiration, he is also somewhat afraid of each other. After all, she was not just a Rockefeller executive. She also has another identity, that is, the harem madam of their young master. Her status is extraordinary. Basically, all the affairs of the entire harem of the manor are taken care of by her, and she has the final say. Even his old butler's status has to be in the back row. Don't worry, I've been docile enough to take care of me, and now I have absolutely no strength to come out. Seeing Lao Mo looking like a thief, Locke couldn't help but feel very funny. It was the first time he had seen Lao Mo so awed by a person. He had to know that Rao had never been so cowardly in front of the old man before. Young master, you are the only one who can take care of this glamorous female devil. Lao Mo said with admiration. Lang Yen Demon Head? Is this the nickname of the commander's sister outside? Hearing this nickname, Locke smiled wryly. You must know that the commander is very enthusiastic in front of him, and he can't compete with Lang Yan. But I didn't expect that outside. She was actually famous for being cold and beautiful. Such a contrast is really huge. But this also shows that his commander's sister has no doubts about his loyalty. She is cold to the outside, rejects people from thousands of miles away, and is passionate internally, sings and dances softly, and takes the initiative to cater to her. If a woman is like this, what more can a husband ask for? The two trotted while chatting a lot. One of the things that made Locke more concerned was the matter of the killer team that Lao Mo mentioned. Under the birch forest, the breeze was blowing, and the sound of the leaves rustling made Locke enjoy it very much. Leaning quietly on the bench, Locke looked curious. So, you were secretly training a killer squad many years ago? Yes, although I have injected the strengthening agent, but I always get old. The master is worried that when you grow up, all of us old men will be safe in the earth, and then there will be no one to help you. So when you were 5 years old, my grandfather asked me to start building a killer squad for you to assist you in the future. When I was 5. Isn't that 10 years in the past? I haven't even seen Mao in 10 years, are you sure you're not kidding? Locke looked at Lao Mo in amazement and said, yes, it has indeed been 10 years, and it was originally planned to send them out when the young master was 16 years old. But I didn't expect so many things happened in the middle, even the master. By now, master, you have formed a stronger team yourself. It seems that all my years of hard work have been in vain. Lao Mo said with a wry smile. Efforts are never in vain, you asked them to see me tomorrow. Locke thought for a while and said. He was planning to start research on the subject of gene-directed mutation at this time, and now he was in need of experimental samples, and it was not very good to have a group of well-trained killers at this time. Hearing Locke's words, Lao Mo's eyes immediately showed a strange brilliance. Master, really? Although they are all well-trained, they are all ordinary human beings. Their combat effectiveness is definitely not on a par with the group of biochemical robots you build, Master, and the role they can play may be minimal. 5. Lao Mo said a little embarrassedly. After all, unlike Locke, the super soldier serum he injected himself was obtained by chance. Therefore, the group of killers he cultivated are naturally ordinary human beings. Definitely, the so-called ordinary human beings here mainly refers to the group of strong artificial humans of Locke. If he faced a normal human being, his group of subordinates would also be killing machines without blinking an eye. The killer group that you can spend 10 years building, I believe they will not be useless. Locke said seriously. Thank you for your trust, Master, then I will let them come over tomorrow, and 2.2 is also time to let them come in handy. By the way, young Master, there is one thing I need to explain to you in advance, because the group of killers I have trained are all women. So when the time comes, I still need you. Cough, cough, that's it. Lao Mo looked like he was hesitant to speak. It's all women. Locke looked confused. Yes, in some areas women have more advantages, and they are better controlled. Young Master, you should understand this better than me, Old Mo said with a faint smile. Aren't all the biochemical robots created by your young master women? Therefore, he felt that what he did at the beginning was extremely wise, and it was just right with Locke's taste. Man, this is the rhythm of the naked agent. Do I have to have an official seal before leaving the factory? As for what Lao Mo said that he wanted him to stamp a group of female killers, Locke kept silent, did not agree, but did not refuse either. After all, this kind of thing still depends on the face. The face is beautiful, everything is easy to say. If it looks scary, he may really stamp them, but the tools will be replaced by slippers. In this world where beauty is justice, it is such a reality. After chatting with Lao Mo for a while, Locke led the topic to the outer space base. Master, you are not kidding. We will expand our current outer space base into an interstellar city, and it will reach the point of 30 square kilometers. Hearing Locke's plan for Star City, Lao Mo was stunned on the spot and thought he had heard it wrong. When he was building the outer space base, he was just as unbelievable as he is now. Looking at Locke was like looking at a lunatic. But what about now? The mission was a complete success, and the outer space base was finally built. So different from thinking that Locke was crazy at first, now Lao Mo just thinks that Locke is getting more and more crazy. According to this trend, after building the interstellar city, what should be built? He didn't dare to think any further. How did he know that Locke had already made a future development direction in his heart? When they built a 30 square kilometer interstellar city, the next step is to continue to expand the interstellar city, making the scale even larger, until it becomes a planetary fortress. This is Locke's ultimate goal, to build a terrifying planetary warship capable of conquering the vast sea of stars. This can match the technological dominance he wants to achieve in the future? I'm not joking with you. These 10 things are planned. If you don't do it now, you need to do it later. In that case, let's start early, Locke said very seriously. In the Marvel universe, there are many dangers, and since Chidori can attack Earth, so can other more powerful civilizations. Under these civilizations, even Locke's current technological means are incomparable. Therefore, he needs to strengthen his protective power as soon as possible, and his eyes can no longer be limited to this planet. His journey should be Hahangzingai. Therefore, the creation of an interstellar city is imperative? I understand, I'll go to organize work now. Lao Mo nodded silently. As the butler of the Rockefeller family, Mo's ability is still very strong. Although he is not very knowledgeable about technology, the coordinator ability is extremely powerful, and it is second only to the commander's existence. Therefore, he and Ivan Vank cooperated with Dr. Zola, two outstanding scientific and technological talents, as well as the construction blueprint designed by himself. The matter of expanding the outer space base should not be a problem. By the way, is there any movement on Dr. Stern's side recently? Locke asked curiously. What's the matter, Master? Is there something wrong with this guy? I always think this guy is weird. Among the 3 guys recruited by the young master, he is the weirdest one. It's mysterious every day, and I don't know what he's tinkering with. Lao Mo muttered. Obviously he didn't know much about Dr. Stern. Hearing this, Locke smiled. The world of a lunatic is always different from that of ordinary people. It would be strange if he wasn't weird. But this madman-like guy is a double-edged sword. Whether it hurts others or hurts himself, it all depends on whether he can control it. Since Lao Mo doesn't know much about Dr. Stern, there is no need to waste Lao Mo's time. I see. Go get busy. Locke pondered for a moment and said, okay. Lao Mo left respectfully. Looking at the back of Lao Mo's departure, Locke frowned slightly. For some reason, he always felt a flustered feeling recently. Definitely, the palpitation mentioned here does not mean that there is any problem with his heart, but an instinctive reaction of him. As mentioned before, Locke has the magical ability of spider telepathy beyond Spider-Man. You can understand it as the top-level domineering in the world of One Piece, and you can already predict part of the future. And his flustered feeling is because of his magical ability to detect the instinctive reaction of the crisis approaching. It's just that this crisis is still far away from him, so the reaction is not very strong. If it is facing such an imminent crisis, his body will automatically make dodging movements, and it is a passive immune skill, a group that defies the sky. Who is the target that made me feel this way? Locke murmured to himself, his face very solemn. You must know that he is now a master of level sub-god father, which can make him, a master of level sub-god father, feel this flustered feeling. One can imagine how terrifying the object that made him feel this way would be. Is it Dormammu? Or something else? For a while, Locke couldn't find the answer. This passive skill of his can only sense the approaching crisis, but it has not gone against the sky to the point of directly telling him who is causing the crisis. Unless, being able to get in close contact with each other, his reaction will be stronger. Thinking of this, he looked contemplative, then returned to the study and said to the artificial intelligence Nines, for nearly 3 months, I have read out Dr. Stern's log, and I need to take a look. Understood. Dr. Stern's behavior diary was successfully accessed. As the electronic synthesis sound of Nines sounded, a holographic image was displayed in front of his eyes. A few minutes later, Locke had read all of Dr. Stern's behavior logs. But there was no problem in the end. Dr. Stern was surprisingly honest. Every day at 2 o'clock, he stayed in his dormitory or in the research room, and he never changed. As an existence who is obsessed with researching Hulk serum, Dr. Stern's behavior is normal. It's normal for scientific researchers like them to forget about eating and sleeping once they start to study something seriously, and only such dedicated researchers can achieve success. Sister Commander, go and call Dr. Stern, I want to meet him. Roar called to the door of the study. Okay, young master. A charming voice came from outside the door. It didn't take long for Dr. Stern with a big head to come to Locke with a respectful face. Master, I'm in a hurry. If you have something to say, I have to continue to do research. Dr. Stern looked at Locke and asked in a hurry. Looking at Dr. Stern's appearance, Locke couldn't help laughing. This guy was really fascinated. However, as a researcher, Locke was in the same state when he was doing research. Therefore, he can understand Dr. Stern's performance at this moment. Okay, then I'll make a long story short. It's been more than half a year since you came to me. How is the progress of your research project? Locke looked at Dr. Stern calmly and asked. Hearing this, Dr. Stern showed a touch of embarrassment, and then the embarrassment turned into annoyance. The difficulty is too great, it is too great, completely beyond my imagination. Just the arrangement and combination of potion elements is an astronomical number. Even if I use my brain and supercomputer calculations, it will take about 100 years to calculate the answer I hope. And this is only one step in it. Stability control, amplitude intensity control, these are all big problems that need to be solved. Dr. Stern said with a sigh. There was a look of exhaustion on his face. Obviously this research is really not easy. So, I still need to give you 100 years. Locke looked at Dr. Stern speechlessly and said. Although it has long been known that the difficulty of the 10,000-fold Hulk serum is very huge, he did not expect it to be so big that even Dr. Stern shook his head. However, it is understandable to think about the Sentry potion in the Marvel world. It was an unintentional potion when the probability was almost zero. Like the original adamantium, the Sentry elixir is an unintentional product that cannot be crafted a second time. At this moment, Dr. Stern's behavior is to achieve the seemingly impossible thing. So the difficulty is great, one can imagine. Theoretically yes, but for such a long time, the young master can't wait, and I can't wait either. I want to keep trying. I think there will always be other ways. Dr. Stern said with a resigned expression. Well, after you go back, submit a copy of your current research data to 057 one more person and one more strength. Locke said thoughtfully. Okay young master, if it's all right, I'll go first. Dr. Stern said eagerly. Now all his energy is on the research of the 10,000 times Hulk serum, but he is not in the mood to think about other things. Nodded. Go. With Locke's consent, Dr. Stern walked out without saying a word. Looking at Dr. Stern who disappeared, the commander's sister standing beside Locke pondered. Master, is this guy really worth believing? He always gives me a very dangerous feeling. 5. As a Dr. Stern with an IQ that is 1,000 times higher than ordinary people, his intelligence is even higher than that of Locke. Such a guy would make the commander's sister extremely jealous, which is also understandable. However, in this world, whether the strength is strong or not needs to be considered in many aspects, and it is not just a matter of high intelligence. There is a saying that is very good, in the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. This sentence is also applicable to Dr. Stern. After all, Locke's current strength is much stronger than Dr. Stern. However, Locke is not arrogant, and Dr. Stern is indeed a threat. Because just now, his flustered feeling intensified a little, which showed that Dr. Stern in front of him was not as honest as he saw. With a cold smile, his eyes gradually darkened. In nines, during this time, I will back up all the research data of Dr. Stern to me, and then do a comparison with the data provided by Dr. Stern. I really want to see if he will give me real research data. Clear? Master, do you want to find someone to keep an eye on him? Said the commander's sister. No, let me deal with this guy, Locke said meaningfully. The reason why he kept Dr. Stern was because he saw the value he could bring to him, but if the other party didn't know what to do, then there is no need for him to be polite. Code words are not easy, ask for flower reviews and monthly passes. In the afternoon, Dr. Stern submitted all his current research results. Because he was always on guard against Dr. Stern, all his research data in the laboratory, nines were secretly recorded. Even if Dr. Stern is impure and wants to do something, he can still lock Dr. Stern's research results. Planning ahead and taking precautions have always been Locke's style of doing things. Master, the comparison report has come out. The research results submitted by Dr. Stern and the actual research results of Locke, the difference rate is 5%. The voice of nines sounded in Locke's ears. The difference rate of 5%, then the remaining 5% is his omission, or is it deliberate? The commander's sister beside him looked solemn. With Dr. Stern's nitpicking style, do you think he'd be an oversight? Locke sneered. It seems that Dr. Stern really has a different heart. He has been preventing Dr. Stern from biting himself back, and now it seems that this is indeed very wise. Dr. Stern, an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf, really kept a hand on himself. Just what is his purpose? As a scientist, Dr. Stern is reluctant to give his research results to himself. This behavior is completely understandable to him. After all, this is something he has worked hard to research, just like his own child. What parent would be willing to hand over their child to someone else? If it's just because of the 5% difference rate, he doesn't have to worry about it. But combined with the flustered feeling before, he had to pay attention to it. This shows that Dr. Stern's concealment of him is not only out of the intention of protecting the calf, but also with a trace of malice. In this way, he naturally cannot be indifferent. So this guy really has bad intentions. The commander's face suddenly turned gloomy, and there was a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. Whether it's out of robot rules or regulations, or the young master who loves himself deeply, it is impossible for her to let Locke fall into a threat. Now that she has discovered it, the next thing to do is to remove it decisively. Young master, leave this guy to our GE troops to deal with. I'll give him a treat. The commander's elder sister raised her eyebrows and said coldly. He smiled, shook his head, gently pulled the commander into his arms, and habitually stretched his right hand into his clothes. You don't need to worry about this matter for the time being, and don't reveal it, so as not to leak the news. I will talk about everything after I investigate it clearly. This guy's research project is no trivial matter. Don't interrupt him for the time being. I still need to use his power. Locke said thoughtfully, and he already had a set of response plans in his mind. Nines, specially selected the 5% that he concealed. I'll take a look later. Locke thought for a while and said, Okay, sir. Sister Commander, you go and call Nymph. Her ability may be able to help at this time. Locke thought for a while and said, As the all-powerful angel of electronic warfare, Nymph has the most powerful computing ability in the world right now. Her computing ability far exceeds any supercomputer in the world. Even Nines is a little brother in front of him. Just now, Dr. Stern mentioned the issue of the combination of elements. It is right to leave this purely computational problem to Nymph, and it may bring him different results. Hearing Locke's words, the commander's sister nodded breathlessly, her face blushing. Young master, can we go again later? The commander's sister said with tenderness in her eyes, spitting out the orchid. What's wrong? Locke smiled knowingly. You really hate it. How can you be like you? You set someone else's fire on, and don't put it out for others, so let me burn like this? This will burn people down. The commander blushed and was not angry. Said, Ha ha ha, I don't think you have said it. I thought your endurance was so strong that you were indifferent. Locke smiled and wanted to pull out his hand. But before he could do so, the commander stopped him and shook his head. The meaning is self-evident. Okay, then put out the fire for you first. Lay down. 5. Good Ellie. An hour later, still in the study, the commander stood behind Locke with a blushing face and continued to act as Locke's body pillow. Nymph held a bag of potato chips in his hand and looked at Locke curiously while eating. Master, if you have something to say, hurry up, my favorite soap opera is about to start. Then you probably have to stop, there is a more important task for you. Yes, how important is it? Probably 100 times more important than watching soap operas. 99. What? Is it so important? Master, why don't you quickly give an order? Nymph said with a serious face, and put away the potato chips in her hand. Because of personality problems, Nymph, like the commander's sister, has a little bit of a masochistic tendency. Deep down in her heart, she hoped that someone could order her, or it was a tough one. Hearing Nymph's words, Locke smiled wryly and shook his head. This woman really owes her? Nymph, listen to the order, do this calculation for me immediately, or I will punish you severely. Locke said with a serious face. Okay. Nymph immediately took the potion element combination calculation sent to her by Nines. Looking at such a scene, Locke couldn't help but feel ashamed. This woman is really no one else. Young master, it would be better if you didn't do this earlier, you're wasting everyone's time. The commander on the side said with a smile on his face. She and Nymph have a completely different tendency to be abused, and Nymph hopes that someone can order her. But she is different. What she likes is that the young master whips her fiercely. More ruthless? You two, you are really perverted. Locke shook his head helplessly and said angrily. Master, you didn't say that just now, you said you liked my tone. Now that it's over, you say people are perverted, you hurt people too much. Commander's sister said charmingly. Sister Commander, you misunderstood, although I think you two are perverted, it doesn't mean I don't like it. 99. Giggle, so that's the case. If you say that, you are actually very perverted, young master, you are playing perverted. The commander's sister covered her mouth and smiled. Isn't this the right match? We are really a natural pair. Locke said with a wry smile, raised his eyebrows, and said. Giggle, people think so too. It's us who are talking about Locke and Nume. Cough, okay, Loki and Loki, my handsome and commander's sister, your beauty, who doesn't know? There is no need to say more. 5. Giggle, the young master is absolutely right. The commander's sister was trembling with the flowers that were teased by Locke, and her face was full of charming smiles. And Locke only felt like there was a water polo on his head, swaying left and right up and down. You two are not ashamed. Watching the two of them sing together, the husband and wife follow. Nymph was speechless. Sister Nymph, you are the same, you are also talented and beautiful like the young master. The commander laughed. Hehe, it's almost the same. Nymph's face was also full of happy smiles after being praised by the commander. Okay, no kidding, Nymph, can you see if this calculation is too difficult? Locke looked at Nymph curiously and asked. Jing, young master, where did you come up with this calculation? It's really difficult. Nymph said solemnly. Even you think it's difficult. Hearing Nymph's words, Locke sighed, feeling a little disappointed in his heart. Even Nymph said it was difficult, it must be very, very difficult. It seems that it is almost impossible to create a 10,000-fold Hulk serum. Although the 10,000-fold Hulk serum is only one choice for him, even without this choice, he can still have other choices. For example, directly opening a single technology lottery, but if it is a lottery, whether you can draw good things depends on luck. This kind of major event related to his future life, he naturally does not want to leave it to luck. If you can get 10,000 times Hulk serum, you can directly carry out strengthening analysis on it, and create a stronger strengthening agent. This will be more secure for him who wants to improve his own strength at present, and it will naturally be the greatest help to him. But now it seems that this opportunity is constantly passing him away, so he is naturally very disappointed. Even if it is my computer ability, it will take at least half a year to calculate the result. 35 Nympho touched his chin and continued to say very solemnly. As an all-powerful electronic warfare angel created by the city of Zeus, her computer ability is one of the best in the city of Zeus. You must know that the technological level of the city of Zeus is far beyond the current planet. However, this calculation in front of the eyes of Li Xiao requires her to spend more than half a year, which is naturally very difficult in her opinion. But what she didn't know was that if Dr. Stern did this calculation, it would take 100 years. It takes more than 100 years to complete the calculation, and it is almost impossible to make 10,000 times the Hulk serum. After all, no one else can live to be 100 years old. 100 years later, computing is still running, but people have left, there is still AP. However, Nymph's words directly pulled Locke from the bottom of the valley to heaven, and he almost didn't stun him. From half a year to a year, it only takes so little time. Compared with the 100 years of drive Stern, the gap is a full 100 times. How could he not be surprised by such a result? My lord, Nymph, this lowly, is here at Versailles. Half a year to a year, in the face of 100 years, counts time? Locke couldn't help but be full of excitement. So, is there a chance for the 10,000-fold Hulk serum? Suddenly, Locke looked at Nymph, the lowly, and liked it more and more. No, I can't help it. I have to reward her well. Nympho, come to my arms immediately. Locke said in a commanding tone. Hearing Locke's words, Nymph looked happy, and she liked that her master ordered her like this. This is simply not too good. Okay, master. 35 Although it does not mean that as long as the permutation and combination of the elements that troubled Dr. Stern are calculated, it will be possible to produce 10,000 times the Hulk serum. But this is the biggest problem that Dr. Stern has encountered in creating the 10,000-fold Hulk serum, and it has not been able to solve it for a long time. But he only needed half a year to solve it, so he was one step ahead of Dr. Stern. At that time, I will cooperate with his super wisdom to study carefully. He might be able to get past Dr. Stern and make a million times the Hulk serum himself. Thinking of this, Locke couldn't help but get excited. It seems that a new plan will be added to his plan. Locke thought so. The calculation of the combination of elements was handed over to Nymph, and now he just needs to wait for the result. 8 a.m. In the reception hall of the Rockefeller Manor, a group of women came. There are 7 people in total. The 7 people have different appearances and different temperaments. Some are cold and frosty, some are glamorous as demons, and some are quiet and lovely. In short, there are many kinds, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they are all very beautiful, especially the woman standing in the C position is even more beautiful. This woman is a mixed race, the dragon country is mixed with the black country, and her reddish skin makes her look like a porcelain doll. But the sharpness revealed in her eyes made Locke see the extraordinariness of this woman at a glance. This woman's hands must have been stained with the blood of many people, and she has a murderous aura looming. As expected of the female killer that Lao Mo spent 10 years developing, she has a very good momentum and is very strong. This woman has the subtle beauty of the dragon country woman, but also the wild beauty of the western woman. 2 completely different temperaments appeared on a woman at the same time, making her look particularly attractive. You must know that there is no shortage of women around 057 Locke, and they have even flooded. Now it is necessary to flip the brand every night, and the posture is no different from that of the ancient emperor. Definitely, the ancient emperor needed to flip the brand through the eunuch, and now he just needs to press a small program in the joint combat group of the Yoba army. In order to be able to gather rain and dew, a small program has been specially developed. Can you believe it? And the name of this small program is also very interesting. It is called Unconventional Course Guidance Assistant. Closer to home, Locke, who has lived among a group of women for a long time, should have long been immune to beautiful women. But at this moment, when he saw the mixed-race woman, he couldn't hide his heart, and the ISB-exclusive gene couldn't hold back his excitement. What's your name? Locke sat on the floating throne, moved slowly in front of the woman, and gently lifted her pretty face lowered because of fear. Beautiful, very beautiful, has a thrilling feeling, and in terms of charm, it is a little less than Miss 2B and the Commander. After all, in Locke's heart, 2B and the Commander, who were first created by him, have an extraordinary position. In addition, the charm of the 2 of them is really unstoppable, and in Locke's heart, they are completely YYDS. So no matter how beautiful women he sees outside, he will automatically place them behind them. Delia, Adi, the woman said softly, her voice pleasant to the ear. Delia was born in the Ukrainian country. For various reasons, she was attracted by Lao Mo when she was 10 years old, and then she has been trained by the devil with dozens of other members on a private island. It has been 10 years. Today's Delia Adi is 20 years old. She is a virgin. She is proficient in all kinds of guns and weapons. And the reason why the 7 of them were still virgins was because Lao Mo did it on purpose. After all, her and their young master was a normal man. Since he is a normal man, he naturally has the thoughts and impulses that a man should have. And when a man is impulsive, what does he want to do? Lao Mo, who is also a man, is naturally very clear. As the only heir of the Rockefeller family, Locke naturally didn't want the woman who had something to do with their young master to be unclean. Therefore, the 7 women in front of them are all virgins, all to facilitate their young master to serve their young master as soon as possible when he has an idea. I have to say, Lao Mo is really well-intentioned. Delia, it's a very nice name, but there are too many of you. I'm afraid I can't remember the names, and from today onwards, all of them will use code names. Delia, your code name is number 1. Locke said meaningfully, looking at the 7 women in front of him. To be honest, too many women are also a problem, even the names are hard to remember. So for the killer girl group in front of you, using the code name is the best way. She only needs to remember the name of the most beautiful Delia among them. As for the others, she is too lazy to remember the name. As for stamping them, I'll talk about it when I have time and interest in the future, but it's just a matter of moving the tiger's waist. It's a piece of cake. Yes. Hearing Locke's order, the group of 7 immediately nodded respectfully. Logically speaking, as a group of ruthless killers, they have never seen any scenes. Fear should have long since left them. But what they never expected was that in front of the man in front of them, they felt as if they had returned to the way they had just entered the base for special training. The young man in front of him was countless times more terrifying than their former coach, and there was always a looming terror on his body. The momentum made them all tremble with fear. Okay, old Mo, take them all to the new base. Let them live there in the future. Locke waved his hand and said, Okay young master, just do you want to give it to them today? Lao Mo asked with a faint smile. Hearing Lao Mo's words, Locke smiled wryly and shook his head. The commander's sister has cleaned up enough for the past 2 days, and he has no yaxing in this regard for the time being. Let's talk about it later. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Emotions are very important. Now I have no emotions, so I'll talk about it later. Locke waved his hand and motioned to Lao Mo, Bassi, to take them down. Understood, I understand. Young master has been dealing with a lot of trouble recently, and it's been a lot of work. I'll let them come back later. At this moment, Lao Mo has a wretched smile on his face, looking like a mother. 66. You know a hammer, you know. Locke was speechless, wishing to knock this dead old man to death. Saying this in front of a group of killer girl groups naturally loses face. It seemed that he found that Locke wanted to clean him up. Lao Mo smiled and left with a group of female killers. Looking at the backs of a group of female killers leaving, Locke fell into contemplation. It seemed that it was time to start his own research on gene-directed mutation. Time unknowingly, more than 2 months passed. The late autumn has passed, the early cold has come, and the weather is a little cool. In the study, Locke's eyes were a little gloomy. During this period of time, their Rockefeller family's bank was frequently robbed. Although the loss was not too heavy, this feeling still made Locke very unhappy. Although he is now rich enough to rival the country, he usually spends a lot of money and spends a lot of money. But that money was spent on himself and his own woman, and he felt it was worth it. But this kind of money that was robbed was spent by others, and I didn't get anything. Whether it was because of his current status as a capitalist or his status as a wage earner in his previous life, he was unforgivable for being robbed of money. He actually stretched his hand to the Rockefeller family. This is touching the tiger's butt, courting death? Master, according to our investigation, the weapons used by the other party are extremely advanced, and it seems that they are not weapons that our planet should have. Delia, the leader of the killer group, stood respectfully in front of Locke and said, "In the past 2 months, Delia has become completely accustomed to the life here. Because of the nourishment of the young Master Locke, she has become more and more spiritual." A tight black full-coverage outfit could not restrain her towering pride and bumpy figure. A looming coquettish aura constantly emanated from her body, giving people an urge to peel her off like an eggshell. "Has the weapons and equipment that Chidori left on this planet been stolen?" Locke said thoughtfully. Because of the invasion of Chidori, the alien civilization is no longer a secret. Now all human beings all over the world already know that in the vast universe, there are not only their human beings, but also other more powerful civilizations. This situation has led to many problems. For example, many people have begun to build doomsday bases because of fear of the re-invasion of aliens. There are also some fanatics who started to preach that aliens are the legendary gods of human beings, and then vigorously established new religious beliefs, which impacted people's belief nerves. In addition to this, there are various other reactions, such as outlaws secretly acquiring weapons that Chidori dropped on Earth and starting to use them for wrongdoing. According to the investigation of the Killer Girl group led by Delia, the frequent bank robberies during this period were related to an illegal gang. Preliminary suspicion. Yes. Delia nodded silently. According to their investigation, the weapon used by the other party was the weapon left by Chidori. "I know, this matter will be temporarily handed over to your killer group to deal with, and give you a week to uproot this ignorant force." 35 Locke said very coldly. "Steal your own money? Unforgivable, to die? Yes, young master." Delia nodded respectfully, then stood quietly on the side, hesitating to speak. "What's wrong?" Looking at Delia's picture that she has something to say, but doesn't seem to dare to say it, Locke couldn't help but ask. "Master, you haven't been to our base for a while, the sisters miss you very much." After that, a blush climbed up on Delia's pretty face, making her look like a ripe apple, making people drool. Locke laughed dumbly. During this time, he has been staying in the laboratory to do research, and he rarely goes out, let alone the Killer Girl group. Even the Yoba troops are rare. During this period of time, he was living a life of pure heart and few desires. To be honest, this feeling was quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, his research has made some progress, so it has appeared again since yesterday. "Apart from your sisters, what about you? Have you thought about it?" Locke smiled and patted his thigh lightly. Delia motioned, with an excited smile on her face, and with enchanting steps, she sat down to Locke. On the body. "Think, want to die." For a group of female killers created by Lao Mo, Locke injected them with a time-effect super soldier serum. Because this serum is by far the safest and won't be as violent as the Hulk serum. It lasts for 3 months after the injection and can enhance physical fitness by about 3 times. This short-term strengthening potion is most suitable for use in the hands of killer girl groups. After all, in terms of importance, their status is far from being on a par with the Yoba army and Icarus. After all, the Yoba army and Icarus obeyed him unconditionally, and no one could match them in terms of loyalty. The Killer Girl group is going to be much worse. They are the natives of this world. They are affected by environmental factors. Another reason is that they are currently the subjects of Locke's research on gene-directed mutation. For the accuracy of the experiment, he must try his best to reduce the influence of external drugs. Therefore, under the premise of strengthening the strength of the Killer Girl group, without affecting the research results, this method is the best. After handing over the investigation of the illegal gang to the Killer Girl group, Locke looked at the quartz clock hanging on the wall, and his face showed a touch of excitement. For more than 2 months, he has been doing scientific research activities in the underground laboratory, in addition to researching gene-directed mutation. The biggest thing he did was to use Miss Tubi's genes to raise a daughter for her. Yes, you heard right, Locke has been busy making people for the past 2 months. No, to be more precise, it was Angel. An artificial angel cows created with the biological genes of Miss Tubi. Cows, the 2nd-generation universal angel in the world of things from heaven, Modely. She is a cute and sweet-looking loli who likes to wear nun clothes. She looks only 5 years old. However, once it evolves through the Pandora system, she will become a 14-year-old girl. Her strength is terrifying, and even Icarus is not necessarily her opponent. And the ability she has is even more heaven-defying, a body that can repair itself, can easily invade other people's dreams, can create phantoms, and can change the appearance of others. Like Icarus, they have a Pandora system that can evolve. The most insane thing is that she can absorb the core of other artificial angels, thereby enhancing her own strength and lock the opponent's ability. In other words, as long as she absorbs enough cores, in theory, she can continue to become stronger, and such an ability can be said to be terrifying. And now after Locke's transformation, he used Miss 2B's biochemical genes to breed cows, and set her identity as the daughter of Miss 2B. In this way, cows naturally became the daughter of him and all the members of the Yoba army harem. When they came to the underground laboratory, a group of Yoba troop members were gathered around a cultivation cabin. Everyone's faces were full of smiles with the radiance of motherly love. Cows is so cute, he looks too similar to 2B? Yeah, as long as you put a black eye patch on him, he'll be a little 2B. That's right, this is a miniature 2B. 95. A group of Yoba troop members said with a smile on their faces. Hearing the conversation of a group of sisters, Miss 2B was speechless and said, "What little 2B, I suspect you are swearing. This is my daughter." I know, Cows is a daughter bred with your genes. From now on, you will be promoted to mother." Everyone said with a smile. They were very happy to join the new member of Cows. Hearing the words of a group of sisters, 2B's face showed a happy smile. She never thought that Locke would use her genes to create a daughter for her in order to satisfy her desire to become a real human being. Looking at the small body in the training warehouse, an unprecedented strange feeling appeared in her heart. She only felt that the little girl in front of her had a mysterious connection with her, which made her feel inexplicably close. Is this what it's like to be a mother? Is this mother love? It's amazing, it's such a wonderful feeling. 2B is feeling all this with excitement. Cows is not only 2B's daughter, but also our daughter. From today onwards, I will be Cow's aunt. On the other hand, the commander's sister also looked at chaos in the training warehouse with a motherly smile and said, "I'm the second mother." Miss Tua also said, "I'm Sunyang." Miss 60 immediately followed. Si Niang. The members of the Yakuba army were like solitaires, and they all announced their new identities. Seeing them like this, Locke walked over with a smile on his face. "If that's the case, I'm the grandfather of Cows," Locke said mockingly. "Grandfather? Master, shouldn't you be Cow's father? How did you become a grandfather?" The girls looked at Locke in amazement, and for a while, they would be a little confused. Seeing this, Locke laughed. "Because I'm your dad. Hate? 99. Roll. Rogue?" Hearing Locke's words, a group of people finally reacted, and their faces flushed red. 0 flowers. In my mind, the scene where they called Locke's father also appeared in my mind. Seeing Locke's appearance, Miss 2B ran away and threw herself into Locke's arms. Flame red lips are like raindrops, constantly hitting Locke. "Master, I love you so much. Kiss." Miss 2B's face was full of happy smiles. Looking at Miss 2B who was so excited, Locke gently stroked her hair, patted her back, and put her down. How does it feel to be a mother soon?" Locke said with a smile. "I'm very excited, very happy, I have a strange feeling. Is this a mother's love?" Miss 2B asked Locke curiously. For her question, Locke shook his head with a wry smile, and said, "I am a man, but I can't tell you what a mother's love is. You need to experience this slowly in the future." 0. And you are the same, since you are all the godmothers of Cows, you must be a good mother in the future? 55. Yes? The faces of a group of Yoba troop members were full of excitement. They never thought that one day they would be able to become a mother like a human being. This feeling is really amazing. "Master, stop talking nonsense, wake up our daughter quickly." "Sunyang, I can't help but hug her." "No, the first hug must be from her own mother," Miss 2B said with a pouting. "Hey, yes, then you hug first, then it's my turn." 60. "Didn't you take my aunt in your eyes?" the commander's elder sister said at this time. 60. Okay, there is another a 2 sister in front of me. You guys first, I'll be the 4th one. Come on. You guys are so annoying. I will have a baby with the young master in the future," Miss 60 said angrily. Roar. Hearing her words, Locke looked helpless. The reason why he created Cows was to satisfy 2B's wish for a baby. All right now, is this not over? In the noisy atmosphere, Locke officially started the wake-up procedure. Regarding the latest update, it's not that I don't want to write more, but that my body is really overwhelmed. I get up at 4:40 every day to code words, sedentary for a long time, and work hard. I may die suddenly. So recently I started to adjust, the number of code words will be slightly reduced, making money is more important, life is more important. I also hope to remind readers to exercise more and maintain a normal life and rest. Don't be like me, wait for a problem, and regret it. Finally, ask for some data. Thank you. Knife the wake-up program is starting. Specific memory is imported successfully, emotional module is successfully generated. Refer to the parameter setting of the things that fall from the sky, but add a correct understanding of love. During the physical examination, everything is normal. Physical function test in progress. The test is complete. Result, equipped with a permanent energy furnace and a Pandora system, with nearly infinite energy and infinite possible evolutionary potential. The body contains adamantium particles plus vibranium particles, and has the function of covering the vibranium armor and opening the adamantium attack form. Possessing an almost immortal body, it can repair any injury to the body in an instant, and has the ability to invade dreams, create phantoms, change appearance, and absorb angel core. The muscle strength is abnormally strong, the program cannot detect the strength temporarily, and the strength is unknown. Active genetic layers were found, containing slight gamma-ray components. In the case of extreme anger 057, it can burst out the destructive power beyond the normal period, and have the opportunity to trigger the Pandora system and start the evolution. The electronic synthesis sound continued to sound, and the faces of a group of Yoba Corps members were full of shock. They never thought that the daughter created by Locke using 2B's genes would have such terrifying strength. In addition to having some of the same abilities as them, there are so many additional abilities. Invading dreams, creating phantoms, changing appearances, and absorbing Angel's core. Any of these abilities alone are extremely perverted. But now such ability is all concentrated on cows alone, with such strength, even the most powerful Icarus in their harem group can't compare. In other words, the 5-year-old chaos in front of him is the strongest existence among them, second only to Locke. This is too incredible. All the members of the Yoba Corps looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. 2B's daughter is born to be the king? It seems that he had already guessed the performance of a group of people at the moment, and Locke's face was full of smiles. What's the matter? Didn't you just say you want to be Cow's mother? Now you're scared. Locke said with a smile. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong Cow's is, no matter how perverted she is also my daughter. Miss 2B said seriously. That's right, we are all Cow's mothers, there is nothing to be afraid of. What a lovely daughter. The commander looked at Cows who was still in the training cabin with a pampered look. The other members of the Yakuba troop also had the same thoughts as the commander's sister, and all nodded silently. Seeing them like this, Locke's face was full of relief, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with designing an emotional system for them. With emotions, they are not much different from real humans. When their reproductive function is turned on in the future, they will be just like real humans. At that time, Miss 2B's wish to conceive a baby may really be realized. If you think about it, the future is bright. With the completion of the wake-up procedure, Cows, who had slightly closed his eyes, slowly opened her eyes. Immediately, a pair of eyes like purple gems appeared in front of everyone. The purple pupils and the long golden hair made them look a little more eerie. But her small face is very cute, with the shadow of Miss 2B, her ice skin and snow skin. Although she doesn't wear makeup, she is smart, making people want to bite down. In addition, there are 3 pairs of translucent steel wings similar to a scalpel behind Cows, which adds a chill to her lovely image. Bewitching, cute, chilling, a few adjectives that don't fit in at all appeared on Cows at the moment, which was a very strange feeling. However, for a group of Yoba troop members, it was their aesthetics. After all, they are all a group of charming poisons. Except for Locke, whoever touches them will die. Therefore, the more and more fascinated Cows became, a group of people were eager to try, looking like they couldn't wait to hug Cows. At this moment, the culture solution passed quickly, and Cow's body was completely exposed to the air. The little girl Okas, like a porcelain doll, walked out of the training cabin with a slightly shaky pace. Mommy, Baba, 99. Cows, who was standing at the door of the training cabin, glanced at Miss 2B, then at Locke, and then opened his hands. The meaning is self-evident, to hug, Cows said in a milky voice. Looking at Cows, who called her mommy in front of her, Miss 2B was stunned for a while, as if she hadn't gotten used to being called her mom. But after a while, her eyes turned red, and a very strange feeling appeared in her heart, which made her have the urge to cry. Is this what it's like to be a mother? Such a moving feeling. A gentle smile on the face. 0. Hey, Cows is good. As a new mother, Miss 2B hugged Cows a little rusty. Holding the soft little body in her hands, Miss 2B was afraid of knocking her. Her face was full of caution, and she looked a bit funny. But this is enough to show how much the mother-in-law Miss 2B cares about the little guy in front of her. Giggle, Mommy, it's so itchy. Because Miss 2B accidentally put her hand into Cow's armpit, Cows giggled immediately. The milky laughter made everyone cute. Come on, let the ant hug. The commander's eyes were full of maternal brilliance, and he couldn't wait to reach out to Cows, wanting to bring Cows into his arms. Still come to Erniang. At this time, Atu, who was indifferent by nature, immediately reached out to Cows. Come here to Sunyang. Sunyang can give you a drink of grandma. Miss 60 said. You're going to die at 60? Cows is already 5 years old and doesn't drink grandma anymore. The commander said speechlessly. Hey, did you stop drinking when you were 5 years old? Then why haven't some people been weaned? 60 covered his mouth and looked at Locke and smiled. Rock. Looking at a group of Yoba troop members reaching out to him, Cows ignored them, but turned his attention to Locke. Baba, hug. Cows took the initiative to open his hands towards Locke. Looking at this cute little girl in front of him, Rao 2.2 is Locke's heart and can't help but be touched. After all, he is already over 30 years old in his heart. In his previous life, due to various reasons, he has never been married, but he has always longed for a married life. Although he didn't want children too much, he still couldn't hide his heart when he saw the porcelain doll like Cows. This old father's heart will melt. Dear daughter, come to Baba's arms. Locke said with a loving smile on his face. But before Cows got into his arms, the commander cut off his beard ahead of time. At the same time, Miss 60 took the lead in jumping into his arms. Apparently the two acted premeditatedly. Baba, my daughter is here. Uncles, 60 you are finished. Jinbing building. In a huge laboratory, a woman with glasses stood quietly in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. On the opposite side of the floor-to-ceiling windows, is a huge amount of unknown experimental device, which is turning rapidly at the moment. Doctor, the energy load can fully meet our expectations. It is indeed an energy device from aliens. It's amazing. A group of researchers around the woman said excitedly, looking at the experimental device in front of them. Their eyes were full of excitement. Since Jinbing was killed by Miss 2B, Jinbing's power has weakened a lot. But how could such a huge underworld empire be completely destroyed? When Jinbing was alive, he had cultivated several confidants. These confidants each had their own magical powers, and they were Jinping's most powerful assistants when he was alive. Now that Jinping is dead, they all gathered together to discuss the next plan. The woman in front of her, known as the doctor, is not Jinbing's subordinate, but she is his most trusted partner. Her name is Olivia Liv Octavius. This name may sound unfamiliar, but her other 10 names may be familiar to you. She also has a nickname in this world, that is Dr. Octopus. Yes, in the Marvel Universe, Dr. Octopus, who is both friend and foe of Spider-Man. But as said before, the Marvel world Locke lives in is not simply the Marvel movie world. It's a tangled alternative Marvel universe. This point, Locke has seen it a long time ago, and whether the reason for all this is because of his appearance, or because of other reasons, has not yet been known. Anyway, this is a very complicated and chaotic world. So this is the female version of Dr. Octopus? It goes without saying that these are all things I brought back from the battlefield of the Battle of New York, but although the things are good, the money still has to be paid. Madam Liv, is your final payment due? At this moment, a man with huge mechanical wings on his back flew down from the sky and landed behind Dr. Octopus, saying. Hearing the man's words, Dr. Octopus didn't even turn his head, but continued to stare at the high-tech equipment in the floor-to-ceiling window with a gloomy expression. The reason why she cares so much about the device inside is because this device is the ultimate result of her years of research. This device has a very high-tech name called Particle Collider, and what this device can do is exceptionally incredible. That is, in theory, it can break the barrier of time, open a channel among countless time nodes, and transfer matter. To put it bluntly, the machine in front of her can travel through time and space, and transmit the things of the world she is currently into a certain node in the past, so as to achieve the purpose of changing the future. In the eyes of this female version of Dr. Octopus, the machine in front of her is a resetter, able to reset the bad events of the past, thus constantly adjusting the course of the future, Locke the bright future she is most satisfied with. This is the most important project that Kim Bong has funded during her lifetime, and she is very grateful for it. Think of Jinbing as a bull in her scientific research career, and she is the maximal horse. But what she didn't expect was that Jinbing would die tragically in her Jinbing building in the end. And she clearly found out who the murderer was, but because of the strong identity of the other party, she couldn't do it. Unwilling, she never gave up revenge, she just poured her hope into this high-tech device in front of her. Try to use the particle collider to travel to the past and change the future. However, the operation of this high-tech device requires an extremely large amount of energy to supply, and she has been unable to solve this problem for a long time, which makes her fall into despair. It was not until the New York battle that happened a few months ago that she saw hope again. Chidori possessed a technological level far beyond the Earth and an energy device far beyond that of their human beings. So she put her hope on Chitori's energy device, and got an energy device from another gang who was concerned about Chitori's high-tech equipment. And the guy who gave her the energy device is none other than another famous villain in the Marvel world, Vulture. So there is a scene in front of you. The particle collider is still running fast, and the speed is getting faster, and finally the surrounding space begins to oscillate and distort. A peculiar wangming sound appeared, which made people have a splitting headache, and all the people around covered their heads in pain. Immediately afterwards, everyone was horrified to see that the room where the particle collider was placed seemed to have become a vast universe, and there actually appeared one starry sky projection after another. These starry sky projections quickly overlapped together, and finally synthesis got one. Before they could realize what was going on, a terrifying and peculiar energy explosion burst out. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the Jinbing building was thrown upside down, and those with poor physical fitness died on the spot. And this peculiar energy fluctuation is centered on the Jinning building, as if it spreads rapidly around it. It enveloped the entire New York City in an instant. The terrifying energy fluctuations not only blew the particle collider to pieces, but even the entire power system of New York was affected and entered a total blackout. Rockefeller Manor, the huge living room is very lively. A group of Yoba troop members, as well as Icarus, all sat around the cute and invincible little girl Cows 057, and played tossing games with her. Laughter continued to emanate from them, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious and friendly. At the door of the study, Locke leaned on the edge of the door frame, looking at the scene in front of him with a smile. His heart was extremely satisfied. The beautiful marriage life that I have been longing for in my last life has not only been obtained in this world, also infinitely doubled. More than a dozen wives get along harmoniously, like a huge family. Before such a thing is put aside, he will not believe it even if he is killed. But now it has actually appeared in his life. After all, it has become a part of his daily life. In this way, in addition to being grateful, he can only be grateful. Just when a group of people was silent in happiness, the earth suddenly trembled, and a strange energy passed through them all. It made them tremble uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, Locke discovered that, except for the manor where they were located, the outside world had become pitch dark because of the use of an independent power supply system. Is this a blackout? In such a bustling city as New York, power outages are unheard of in normal times. But at this moment, there was an unexpected power outage. This is obviously not simple. Coupled with the peculiar energy fluctuations just now, his fa what's wrong with 9s? Locke immediately contacted the artificial intelligence 9s and asked, Master, an unusually powerful radiation wave of unknown energy was found, and the radiation destroyed the power supply system in the city center, causing a major power outage. Unknown energy radiation wave? Locate the source coordinates immediately. Locke said solemnly, Master, because the energy fluctuations are too large and exceed the range of the energy detector, it is temporarily impossible to clearly locate the specific location, only the approximate location? The sound of 9 sounded. Positioning is probably about positioning. Locke nodded silently. Okay, the coordinates of the energy source have been successfully located, the center of New York City. New York City Center? What big institutional group is there in this place? Locke looked curious. Many, among them Osborne Group, Stark Group, Life Foundation Headquarters, PIM Technology Group, and 7 other Chable families have offices in that area? 9 said. It is indeed the center of the world. There are really many forces distributed. It seems that we need to check one by one. Can we find out what type of energy it is? Locke said solemnly. At the moment when the strange energy wave swept in, the flustered feeling he had experienced before reappeared. Obviously, this shows that there is a new crisis lurking, and it is quietly approaching. It is likely to threaten him. After analysis, there are energy spectrum lines of phase shift, but they are not completely matched, and they are a little similar to the space wormhole that appeared last time, but they cannot be completely matched. Phase shift? Space wormhole. Locke muttered to himself, his face becoming more and more suspicious. Master, what's wrong? The commander also came to Locke with a solemn expression and asked curiously. Shaking his head, Locke is not very clear about the current situation, which has exceeded his expectations. As time went by, Locke became more and more aware that his advantage as a traverser was slowly weakening, or even disappearing. Before that, he can probably judge what big events will happen next. But now, he doesn't know anything, and he is about to be the same as the natives of this world. This is naturally not what he hoped, but it is also something that can't be helped. Fortunately, he has established a powerful force of his own, otherwise this situation will only get worse. And as he participates in more and more major events, the direction of the world will become more and more uncertain. This will happen more and more in the future, and he has to start getting used to it. 9s immediately invaded the internal data systems of all the groups you just mentioned to see if there was anything unusual. Yes, start the invasion. Master, is the situation serious? Seeing Locke's solemn expression, the commander's face couldn't help but get worried. It's not clear for the time being, but the energy wave just gave me a very bad feeling. Locke said with a frown. The energy fluctuation that suddenly appeared just now exceeded the preset energy monitoring range of 9s, which was impossible in normal times. You must know that the energy of the nuclear explosion cannot exceed the energy monitoring range of 9s. This also shows that the energy wave just now completely surpassed the nuclear explosion. But if there really was an explosion beyond a nuclear explosion, the outside world would have been in chaos by now. But this situation did not appear. Not only did it not appear, but it was unusually quiet. This shows that the properties of that energy are completely different from what they usually see. It should be an energy they have never seen before. It can burst out a terrifying electronic pulse radiation wave, but it does not cause a violent explosion. What kind of energy is this? One question after another appeared in Locke's heart, making his face even more solemn. And the person with a solemn face at the moment, not only him, but also many people are shocked. Shorehouse, Tony Stark is working on his new modular breakaway suit. With the end of the Battle of New York, although this terrible crisis was solved by Locke, but Tony Stark, who is also a human being on Earth, suffers from severe anxiety. The appearance of alien civilization completely shattered his understanding of the world for the past 30 years. It also made him feel an unprecedented threat, far beyond the alien civilization of their world. If it came again, what should he do? You can't always rely on Locke alone. What if he isn't there? This is the same as eggs cannot be put in the same basket. The Avengers need to grow, need to become stronger. This is the consensus within the Avengers. And how to make the entire Avengers stronger? That can only make everyone stronger. Therefore, he naturally has to become stronger. And for his own destiny, he has always advocated that it is in his own hands. After all, relying on outsiders is not a long-term thing, and it only makes him uncomfortable. It is precisely because of such a thought that Tony Stark has been under high pressure during this period of time, and eventually suffered from severe anxiety. And the consequence of anxiety is that Tony Stark has been making steel armor all day and night. In the end, he built himself a quite large steel-armored army. This result made him feel a little more at ease. But only a little bit. He still needs to continue to become stronger, and he needs to develop a more powerful steel armor. Tony Stark, who was still studying steel armor, was suddenly swept by a terrifying energy wave, which immediately made him feel very strange. That energy wave was not like the usual shockwave, and did not cause any substantial damage to his body. But it was because of this that it made him feel even more incredible. J.A.R.V.I.S. What's the matter with that strange energy fluctuation just now? Tony Stark asked solemnly. Mr. Stark, this is an unknown energy fluctuation, preliminary analysis. It is somewhat similar to the space wormhole that appeared last time. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resounded in the room. Space wormhole, is there another alien invasion? J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately locates the location of the energy explosion. I'm going to see it. Tony Stark said with a very solemn expression. Mr. Stark, I'm afraid this can't be done for the time being. This energy is not recorded in our database, and the energy is beyond imagination. Our detectors have been destroyed. So the source cannot be found? J.A.R.V.I.S. is very sorry. I can't find it. Start the Mark 8 armor. I'm going to Locke's place. That kid will be able to find it. Tony Stark said after thinking for a while. Mr. Stark, are you sure? That guy in nines always likes to play pranks. I've been forced to shut down twice by him. If we go again, I'm afraid. J.A.R.V.I.S. hesitated. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S.'s words, Tony Stark couldn't help showing a wry smile. Li Zhao of Li Zhao, I'm not afraid of a human being. What are you afraid of as an artificial intelligence? If it's a big deal, shut down again. Anyway, all my armors now have full manual control and pure mechanical control system. Even if he turns off the smart system of the entire armor, I can still fight. Tony said confidently. Mr. Stark, how can you say such a shameful thing that you seem to be a little inspirational? J.A.R.V.I.S.'s cold voice poured cold water on Tony Stark directly. J.A.R.V.I.S., believe it or not, I'll take the initiative to shut you down now. You talk too much. Tony Stark said speechlessly. The truth is hard to hear, Mr. Stark, that's what you've been telling me. J.A.R.V.I.S., shut up. Kamartaj, the bald woman sitting quietly on the futon meditating, suddenly opened her slightly closed eyes, and a fierce light burst out. Damn, who opened the cracks in the multi-universe? Ask for flowers, evaluation, monthly pass, thank you. S.H.I.E.L.D. Fort Johnson's secret base. Nick Fury also received intelligence information from his subordinates. A new and unknown energy fluctuation caused a large-scale power outage in the New York City area. Has the source been investigated? 35. Nick Fury looked at the Hill agent in front of him with a solemn expression and asked. Shaking his head, Hill agent's face was also full of solemnity. Not yet, this energy is too strange. The source of this energy can be detected at present. It is estimated that only Locke can do it. Locke, do you think he will share such information? Nick Fury's opinion of Locke has changed a lot since the New York War. At least now in his heart, Locke is not considered a threat. However, for Locke, he still has a shadow in his heart, and this young man still has a big prejudice against him. In addition, he said before that he would take the blame and resign, but now for various reasons, he cannot leave for the time being. Now he is still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and if Locke finds out about such a thing, it will be back. The last time he was directly swept away by Locke, the ghost knew how the other party would deal with him after seeing him this time, and he couldn't help but cowardly. If you go, there's a high probability that you won't. At this moment, Tony Stark's 057 hologram appeared in front of Nick Fury, and said with a mocking expression. Hill also smiled, because Tony Stark was right, his boss and Locke were in conflict, and they would tear up when they met. Tony, did you find anything there? Nick Fury ignored Tony Stark's ridicule and asked very seriously. Not yet, so I have the same idea as you. I'm going to ask Locke. But I'm also a little nervous about that kid's attitude. After all, he doesn't like us Avengers very much. Luo Tony Stark said with a wry smile. Until now he didn't know why Locke was so disgusted with them Avengers. In fact, he was wrong. It was not the Avengers that Locke resented, but their self-righteousness. Just when a group of people were still curious and surprised by this sudden energy fluctuation, Jinbing Building, with the explosion of the particle collider, a tall and sturdy fat man appeared in a puff of smoke. Who are you? Fatty walked out slowly, revealing a face that everyone was familiar with. Boss. Success, doctor, we succeeded. A group of Jinbing's subordinates said excitedly. Because the man who appeared in front of them at this moment was none other than their dead old, Bassi, Daikimian. Looking at Jinbing in front of him, Dr. Octopus showed a look of astonishment on his face. Because the scene in front of her was completely different from what she expected. In her calculations, her particle collider is more like a time machine. It can only carry out the transmission of non-living matter, and transmit the things at this point in time to another point in time. Then use this to try to change the past, so as to tamper with the future. So in this experiment, she just wrote a note about what happened to Jinbing before, and sent it to Jin a few days before he was killed. In this way, Jin can detect the danger in advance, so as to avoid being killed. And once Jinbing is saved from being killed, they will change at a future point in time. But this is not the case now. His eyes looked at the huge Jinning building, and there was no change. The dead colleagues have not been resurrected, and the dilapidated Jinning building has not been restored. Only there was a gold union where the collider exploded, which is very abnormal. Start the particle analyzer and examine the boss's body. Dr. Octopus said with a solemn expression. Yes. A group of subordinates nodded excitedly, and immediately turned on another instrument to aim at the sudden appearance of Jinping. Immediately, all the genetic information about Jinping's body appeared in front of Dr. Octopus. Looking at the displayed information, the faces of Dr. Octopus and all the researchers showed surprise. What's the matter with the fluctuation of material that is completely different from our time and space? Isn't this guy who looks like our boss in front of us our boss? 35. Impossible? Did our collider bring the boss of the past time directly? A group of researchers looked at each other, their faces full of doubts. Obviously everything in front of them was completely beyond their expectations. No, it's not a point in time in the past, it's a Jinbian from another world. Dr. Octopus seemed to suddenly want to understand, with a look of sudden realization on his face. She herself did not expect such an accident to happen to her particle collider. The multi-universe has always been controversial in the scientific community, and as an excellent physicist, she believes that the multi-universe exists. It's just that she has not found corresponding evidence to prove this, and the universe level involved in her building this particle collider is time and space. And according to his original expectations, the range of ability that this machine can achieve at present should only be able to affect time. But I don't know if it's because of the use of the energy cube left by Chidori. As a result, the energy load of the collider is too high, and eventually the connection between parallel universes is unintentionally opened? Definitely, this is only her guess at the moment, and there is no evidence to prove whether this is the case. But now that the particle collider has been destroyed, it is impossible for her to reproduce this function. But with the gold in front of her, she could confirm that the other party did indeed come from another parallel world. Didn't you hear what I said? Jin Bing's face in the laboratory was full of anger. I saw him roaring angrily, and an extremely terrifying sound wave burst out from his mouth. The powerful sound wave immediately shattered the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of Dr. Octopus. The powerful shockwave caused by the sound wave even knocked a group of people to the ground. How is it possible? Looking at such a scene, everyone's faces were full of horror. You must know that the floor-to-ceiling window in front of them is a thick bulletproof glass. Although the strange energy wave just now did not destroy the glass, this may be due to different energy properties. But this also shows how strong this bulletproof glass is, but at this moment, such a strong bulletproof glass was shattered by Jin Ning's roar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. As far as they know, Gold doesn't have super ability. Rather than just being surprised, Kim didn't seem to have imagined that he could have such an impact. What's wrong with me? My body is filled with an unparalleled surging power. Jinbian murmured to himself. With a jump, he jumped out a distance of dozens of meters and came to Dr. Octopus. Who are you? Why are you in my Kimpeng building? Boss, we. Seeing this Jin Bing, whose personality and look are exactly the same as their boss, a group of subordinates fell to their knees and tell everything about the cause and effect of the incident. Harry. Osborne's door, a man suddenly appeared. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar villa, the man's face showed a look of surprise. Where the hell is this place? It's the same as my world, but not the same? And my body seems even more different. The other side. Ancient One opened the door of space and appeared in front of Locke again, followed by Tony Stark. A big storm is really coming. That is, someone opened the cracks in the multi-universe, causing people from other parallel universes to break in. Looking at the Ancient One magician in front of him, Locke's face was full of astonishment, and he naturally knew about the parallel universe. In the previous life, he even saw the scene of 3 generations of Spider-Man in the same frame, but it was quite a later plot. But he never thought that in this world, he would be able to come into contact with the multi-universe drama so quickly. Just opening the multi-universe crack is someone doing it on purpose, or just a man-made accident? If it is the former, it means that there is an extremely powerful existence hidden in the dark, which is challenging the world and him. And if it is the latter, then he is even more curious. After all, this kind of accident is not something that everyone can do. Is it caused by powerful magic, or some other interesting technological invention? If it is a technological invention, what kind of invention can accidentally open a multi-universe? And if there is such a technological invention, then this technology must have reached the level of B+, or even surpassed the level of B+-. If he can get this technology, then the 4th task given to him by the system may be able to be completed ahead of schedule. This is also a great benefit for him, misfortunes and blessings, sometimes I really can't tell. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a hint of expectation. Multi-universe? Has this kind of thing that only exists in theory has been confirmed by you to be real? Tony Stark looked at Locke and Ancient One with a dignified expression. Although he didn't know the bald woman in front of him, since Locke respected her so much, Tony Stark couldn't help but put away his arrogance. Moreover, after coming to the Rockefeller family's manor, he was already very careful, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was walking on thin ice. After all, he didn't want to offend the genius boy in front of him, and it was in the interests of their revenge alliance to be able to coexist peacefully with Locke. Mr. Stark, with your extraordinary intelligence, shouldn't you be too surprised by such a thing? Ancient One looked at Tony Stark with a smile. With the time gem, she can see into the distant future, as well as insight into the past. So she still knew quite a lot about Tony Stark in front of her. Nodding silently, as the top genius in the Marvel world, Tony Stark's acceptance of ability is naturally not a cover. Besides, the aliens have already appeared, and there is a multi-universe. There seems to be no fuss. Can you know who is coming? His fingers tapped lightly on the table, a suspicious look appeared on his face, and Locke looked at Ancient One curiously and asked, Now that the matter has happened, the first thing he thinks about now is how to deal with it, and investigate the truth behind this matter to see if it is good for him. If it is really a remarkable technology that caused all this, he naturally cannot miss it. Although I have closed the cracks in the multi-universe in time, the existences that have broken in from other worlds, I cannot directly throw them back. We need to find them and send them back one by one, otherwise not only our world will be in chaos, but other parallel worlds will be in chaos. Ancient One said very solemnly. Obviously, facing such a thing, even she felt very difficult. Do you have to send them back? Can't you just kill them? Locke asked curiously. None of us can predict the effects of death in our world from people from other worlds, so the safest way is to find them and send them back. Ancient One said. Understood. By the way, about the guy who opened the multi-universe crack, can't you find magician? Locke looked at Ancient One a little unwillingly and asked. Although I am the Sorcerer Supreme, I am not omnipotent, and if the other party is using magic, I may be able to detect. But the power used by the opponent is not magic power, but other powers. I can't detect it. Maybe you need to use your power. This is also the main reason why I came to you. Ancient One looked at Locke expectantly and said. Hearing this, Locke couldn't help but smile bitterly. He originally thought that Ancient One would be able to directly find the real murderer behind the scenes for him, but he didn't expect that the other party, like Tony Stark, put all hope on him. But thanks to Ancient One for closing the multi-universe rift that opened in time, it would have been a lot more tricky otherwise. I understand. I have sent my people to investigate. I believe there will be results soon. Locke nodded and said. Not long after the strange energy wave was released, Locke would let Miss 2B and Miss 60 go to the center of New York City to conduct a search. Because according to Nine's positioning, this huge amount of energy storm came from the center of the city, but the specific location is not known so far, so they need to go to verify. In the dark night, Miss 2B and Miss 60 flew through the sky at high speed, and soon fell on the roof of a building. Because of the big power outage, the streets that were usually very lively on weekdays were extraordinarily quiet today, and the silence was even a little scary. Miss 26 and Miss 60 stood quietly on the rooftop, the wind blowing on the corners of their clothes. With the sound of hunting, how you stretched their figures, making her look like elves in the dark night, enchanting and beautiful, but full of chills. Mommy, it's so dark here. I don't like it here. At this time, I saw a little girl sitting on the shoulders of Miss 2B and spoke. This little girl is none other than Angel's daughter, Cows, created by Locke for 2B. Originally, when the mission was out, Cows could not be brought out, but Cows kept following 2B, and 2B, who was full of maternal love, couldn't beat Cows in the end, so he could only take her with him in the end. And according to Locke, Cow's strength is extremely powerful. Row is that they are not opponents, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. You little girl, I told you to watch TV with Nimif at home, you must not listen. Miss 60 pinched Cow's little face helplessly and said, I don't. I just want to play with the mothers. Cow said in a milky voice. We didn't come out to play, but to perform a mission. 2B said, dumbfounded. She really has no resistance to Cows on her shoulders. In the past 2 days, the young master often said that she doted on this little guy too much and wanted her to change. She wanted to change it intentionally, but as soon as she saw Cow's cute little face, she forgot everything. Now even taking her on missions, this is no one else. If this is discovered by the young master, it is estimated that when I go back tonight, I will be kicked again. Tasks? It's fun to perform tasks, Mommy. I found a different energy fluctuation in the building in front of me. Is this the task you mentioned, Mommy? Cow suddenly raised his hand and pointed to a towering building not far away. The nameplate on the top floor of the building shows the 4 characters of Jinbing Building. 0 seeking flowers. Hearing Cow's words, the faces of Miss 2B and Miss 60 couldn't help showing surprise. They didn't seem to think that Cows could still detect energy fluctuations. You must know that their artificial intelligence nines cannot accurately locate the source of energy. But Cows found out so easily, which naturally surprised them. They finally understood why their young master said that Cow's strength was terrifying. Now it looks like it's true. It's just that when 2B looked at the nameplate of the building, a strange look appeared on his face. She had a fresh memory of this building. She remembered that the first big task she was born with was to wipe out all life in that building. Because the owner of that building committed an unforgivable sin to Master Locke. The death of the old man of the Rockefeller family is related to the owner of this building. Although it was finally found out that there were other larger forces supporting him, she still slaughtered the entire building according to the young master's order. And because of his actions, this building has become a fierce building, and no one dares to rent this building now. 0. After all, this building is now a cemetery for Jinbing's group, but no normal person would want to work in a cemetery? But at this moment, Cows actually said that different energy fluctuations came from this building, which made her feel very strange. But then she seemed to think of something again, and her face became a little dignified. Without hesitation, he jumped and flew directly towards the Jinbing Building. Soon, a group of 3 people came to the interior of Jinbing Building. Under the guidance of Cows, the 3 of them came to the location of the laboratory. However, the laboratory at the moment has nothing but a pile of damaged experimental equipment. That strange energy fluctuation is uploaded from this thing. Cow said, pointing to the fragments of the particle collider that had been blown up. Hearing that, Miss 2B picked up the pieces, and it was still hot. It seems that the center of the energy wave that caused the blackout should be here. 2B looked at the surrounding environment and said lightly, "There are footprints and leftovers. There was someone here just now, but it was transferred ahead of time. We have to report the news to the young master quickly." 60 walked around the huge laboratory and said, 2B nodded. Soon, in Rockefeller's manor, Rock received news from 2B and 60. "Is Jinbian building? I know, bring back that strange device and let me see it." Locke thought for a while and said, "With the emergence of the latest information, Locke gradually has a new look on this matter." After hanging up the phone, Locke was thoughtful, and then he seemed to think of something. "Nines, hack into Jin and the building's past database. Let me find out what technology projects Jin and funded during his lifetime." "Okay, young master." The hacking was successful, and the data has been extracted. There are a total of 10 scientific research projects funded by Jinbing Group before, 7 of which have been cancelled, and 3 more are under research. They are laser weapons, simple flight devices, and particle colliders. The first 2 of them have been successfully studied before Jinbing's death, and the last particle collider is currently on hold. Particle collider. Hearing Nine's words, a strange color appeared on Locke's face. Suddenly, the figure of a woman appeared in his mind, and he seemed to know what was going on with the knife. Sure enough, the female version of Dr. Octopus. Looking at the intelligence information collected by Nines, a look of enlightenment appeared on Locke's face. In his impression, the female version of Dr. Octopus only appeared in the anime movie Spider-Man parallel universe. He didn't expect that the Dr. Octopus in the universe he was in was actually a woman, which was a bit unexpected to him. Now that you know what's going on, it's easy to handle. The multi-universe is also a big event. Participating in the Locke will definitely get a lot of points, which is not bad. After thinking about it, instead of worrying, Locke became more and more looking forward to it. After all, the particle collider researched by the female version of Dr. Octopus is a sky-defying technological invention that can connect other parallel universes. If this thing is brought over, the system assigns him the task of mastering a B+ grade technology, and 057 must be able to complete it ahead of schedule. And now the City of Stars is also being expanded, and it should not be long before it can be completed. As for the mass-produced angel, the progress is even faster. In the past 2 months, a batch has been created. Although the number is not many, only hundreds of them, but it can be regarded as the completion of the task. And you must know the strength of these hundreds of mass-produced artificial angels, each of which is quite powerful. Although it is not as good as the Yoba army and Icarus who have been strengthened, it is enough to compete with the Hulk in normal state. In Locke, the Hulk has become a unit of measurement to measure strength. Master, 2B, and 60 are back, and they brought back the strange device you mentioned. The commander's sister knocked on the door of Locke's study. "I see, I'll go now." With a response, Locke got up and walked out of the study. Tony Stark and Ancient One left half an hour ago. After figuring out the ins and outs of this matter, the 3 parties reached an agreement, and Kamartaj continued to stare at whether the multi-universe crack had other dangerous consequences. S.H.I.D.L.D cooperates with Locke to find the guy who broke into this world from other parallel universes. And what Locke needs to do is to solve them one by one, and then send them back. As for how to send it back, this will use a particle collider built by Dr. Octopus. Soon, Locke came to the underground laboratory. At this moment 2B and 60, as well as Cows are in the laboratory. Seeing the appearance of Locke, Cows immediately turned into a cheerful butterfly and flew directly towards Locke. "Baba, hug." A milky voice came from Cow's mouth, which sounded very cute. With a doting expression on his face, he gently hugged Cows. Cow's 2 soft little hands tightly hugged Locke's neck, put his head gently on Locke's forehead, and pouted. "Cows misses Baba. Does Baba miss me?" The kid from Cows asked in a big way. Hearing Cow's words, the faces of the people around were full of smiles, and Locke also laughed. "I do, but I miss Baba to death." Locke gave Cows a heavy kiss on the face, and said indulgently, "Giggle, I'm drooling a lot, I'm ignoring my father, I'll go find my mother." Cows giggled, and ran to find Miss 2B again. Looking at Chaos, who is a big kid, Locke shook his head helplessly. This little guy is really difficult to serve. "Master, I don't think you have too much drool." At this time, Miss 60 came to Locke with a smile. "Master, I carried the things you asked for from there alone? There are dozens of tons. How do you want to reward me?" Miss 60 asked for credit. 9 shallows. Locke looked at 60 and said with a half-smile. Hearing this, 60 showed a shy look on his face, nodded, and then seemed to have thought of something, and quickly said, "Master, I want to try it out today." 60 You are very courageous. Are you sure you can bear it? The commander's elder sister said with a smile. You must know that the craziest time she tried was only 2 attempts, and that time she almost didn't die in Locke's hands. So, she doesn't dare to try now. But what she didn't expect was that 60 was going to try a little when she opened her mouth, which is even more fierce than her. This means that every impact is spared no effort. Just thinking about the impact made her legs go weak. "No problem, I just want to challenge myself. If it doesn't work, I'll be called Baba," 60 said with a smile. 6,699. You are really open-minded. The commander's elder sister shook her head and smiled. "Heh, it's definitely called Baba. So far, when I start a shallow battle mode, there are only a handful of people who can last for 1 minute. I hope you don't disappoint me." Locke said with a smile. Don't worry, Master, I will definitely work hard. 60 said confidently. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, the commander's sister smiled and said nothing. At this time, Locke's eyes moved to the particle collider brought back by 60. It was a rather huge amount of equipment that looked a bit like an enlarged collar. The pipe of the collar is the place where the particles pass through extremely fast and finally collide. When specific particles with completely different properties collide with each other at high speed, a terrifying and magical force will erupt. Under this power, space and space will be affected, but this power is extremely difficult to control and has great uncertainty. In many experiments with Dr. Octopus, satisfactory results have not been achieved. The last time I used Chitori's energy block, I inadvertently opened a crack in the multi-universe, which led to the current situation. It can be said that all of these are accidental events that Dr. Octopus did not expect. But let's just say, if Dr. Octopus can come up with this device, it's already quite a 2.2, and he's already qualified to be contained by him? That's right, Locke is very interested in this female Dr. Octopus. He is a person who cherishes his talents. Moreover, every time the Big Bang system opens a new technological world, he needs to complete the corresponding technological task before opening the next technological world. If only relying on his personal strength, this speed is obviously very slow. He has already realized this. Therefore, he needs to accommodate more scientific and technological talents in order to improve the speed at which he can complete scientific and technological tasks. After all, the system does not require that the technology he masters must be researched by him. Therefore, housing more scientific and technological talents will be the next thing he needs to do. Closer to home, staring at the particle collider in front of him, Locke directly started the system's strengthening analysis function this time. With the use of strengthening analysis function, a system prompt sounded in Locke's mind immediately. Whether to carry out strengthening analysis. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Locke chose to be. The strengthening analysis is in progress, the existing technology product, broken particle collider. Rating, B+ grade technology product. Function, there is a 90% chance of time transporting non-living matter, and a 1% chance of connecting a multi-universe world to transmit matter, regardless of the type and attribute of matter. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Locke was stunned. Although the particle collider in front of him is indeed as he thought, it is a B+ grade technology product. But it has a function that Locke did not expect. He thought that this device was specially used to open the parallel universe channel. But I didn't expect that this thing could only time transmit non-living matter, and it couldn't be 100% successful. And the function he had always thought to open the multi-universe channel actually had only a 1% chance. That is to say, this time the multi-universe crack was opened, and it was purely a small accident that could not be more small. Co-authoring for a long time, all because Dr. Octopus won a jackpot? This is so fucked up. But now that everything has been obtained, let's take a look at the strengthening plan of this thing. Strengthening Scheme 1, increase the time teleportation ability to 100%, and transform it into a real-time teleporter, which can only transmit non-living bodies. Assessment, B+ level technology level, the required points are 50 points. Strengthening Plan 2, improve the time teleportation ability, transform it into a real-time machine, 10 can teleport life forms. Assessment, A level technology level, the required points are 200 points. Strengthening Scheme 3, increase the probability of opening the multi-universe channel, transform it into a parallel universe shuttle, and can enter other parallel universes in the universe at any time. Evaluation, A+ level technology level, 500 points required. 66 Locke. Looking at the strengthening plan given by the system, the rock people are numb. I have to say that the strengthening plan given by the system is indeed very powerful, but for the current Locke, it is useless. Yes, no use at all. Spend 50 points to turn the particle collider into a 100% successful time teleporter, and can only transmit non-living matter? What does this do to him? Could it be that you send a letter to your past self and tell him that your father will be assassinated one day? Isn't this sick? If he really did this, then how could he cross over now? Wouldn't this give him the finale? Besides, he is already in urgent need of points, and so far he has only 120 points. Now, when the system opens his mouth, at least 50 points must be spent to exchange 50 points for a B+ grade technology that does not help him in the slightest. This is completely unacceptable to him. As for the Strengthening Scheme 2 and Strengthening Scheme 3, he has a lot of ideas, but the points required are too many. One needs 200 points, and the other needs 500 points. If he really has so many points, what strengthening is he going to do? It's not enough to directly draw the technology world. 500 points is enough for him to draw 5 new technology worlds. He does not believe that the 5 technological worlds do not have the technology that can travel through parallel universes. Therefore, after summarizing the whole, the particle collider in front of him does not need any strengthening at all. All he needs to do now is to study it thoroughly. If you don't carry out strengthening, just extract the technical information of the technology product. How many points are needed? Locke thought for a while and said, since the broken particle collider in front of him is a product of B+ grade technology, he only needs to be able to master the science and technology of making this particle collider. Strengthening is not necessary for him at present. Not only will it not help him, but it will also waste his points. Locke remembers that the system has the function of extracting technical information of scientific and technological products, which is another independent function besides strengthening analysis. Locke knew about this function a long time ago, but he rarely used it. After all, most of the technology that he locked before came from the system rewarded him when he was extracted into the technology world, so he did not need to extract it twice. But the particle collider in front of me is a product of this world, the result of years of research by Dr. Octopus. After so many years of research, it takes a lot of time for Rao Shaluo to understand, and now he just wants to save a little time. Therefore, if the points used to extract the technical information of scientific and technological products are not many, he can still accept it. To extract the technical summary of the particle collider, 20 points are required. The system replied. 20 o'clock. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Locke couldn't help being a little excited. At present, he has a total of 120 points, and even if he spends 20 points, he still has 100 points. This will not affect him to extract new technology worlds, and he can also complete the task of mastering a B+ level technology. So, it's the best of both worlds. Extract it. Locke considered it for a long time, and finally decided to spend 20 points and finish task 4 first. Although he has been researching gene-directed mutation technology during this period, after 2 months of research, his progress is still quite limited. If you want to really study this project, it should be impossible in a short period of time. As for Dr. Stern's 10,000 times serum medicine, it goes without saying. Up to now, Nymph has not calculated the result of the combination of the medicinal elements. According to Nymph's speculation, it will take at least 3 months. In order to create a 10,000-fold Hulk serum, it is not only necessary to find the best combination results, but also to overcome other problems. And how long this process will take, Locke is unable to determine. It may be a few months, it may be a few years. And he can't wait a little. Now he has the opportunity to complete task 4 ahead of schedule. He really has no reason not to do it. With the use of the extraction function, the manufacturing methods and technical key points of the particle collider were all integrated into Locke's mind, allowing him to easily master this technology. Subconsciously open your own taskbar. Mission 1. Create Artificial Angel, Icarus, Nymph, and Astrea. Completed. Task 2. Develop mass-produced artificial angels and create an artificial angel army. Completed. Task 3. Build a city of Zeus. Because the difficulty is too high, it is changed to build a small interstellar city with an area of 30 kilometers. You can also use 30 points to close the task. Completion rate 50%. Task 4. Build a wishing slate. Because the difficulty is too high, master a B+ technology instead. You can also use 50 points to close this task. Completed. Looking at the information in front of him, a look of satisfaction appeared on Locke's face. Sure enough, Task 4 has been completed, and now Task 3 is left, the task of building an interstellar city. After more than 2 months, with the help of the auxiliary robot army built by Locke and the automated steel armored army built by Yvonne Vank, the construction of Interstellar City is improving at an unimaginable speed. According to the news given by Lauemo, it will take about 2 months before it can be completely built. That is to say, in the slowest 2 months, Locke will be able to start his 3rd round of the Technology World Lottery. So, just thinking about it, he couldn't hide his excitement. The future is promising. Looking at everything in front of him, Locke said meaningfully, his face full of anticipation. He is looking forward to the advent of the 3rd technological world. What is it? Locke couldn't help but keep imagining in his mind. But at this moment, the voice of Nines rang in his ears, more precisely, in the ears of all Locke's men. Urgent announcement, the Killer Girl group has encountered a strong enemy. At present, 6 people can't afford to be seriously injured, and 1 person is fighting hard. Immediate support is needed. Immediate support? 35. 35. What 057? Hearing the sudden announcement from Nines, everyone's faces showed shock. It should be known that all Locke's subordinates carry equipment to contact the artificial intelligence Nines. Through these devices, they are able to transmit their own real-time status to the Nines, thereby maximizing the assistance of the Locke AI Nines. As a strategic artificial intelligence specially created by Locke, the role that Nines can play cannot be underestimated. Just like the scene in front of you, when a member has a problem, other members will be notified as soon as possible, so as to achieve the purpose of quick assistance. Severely injured 7-person Killer Girl group. How is this possible? What kind of guy did they encounter? The commander's sister asked in disbelief. The monitoring equipment on Delia and the others has been destroyed, and the perspective they are in cannot be called temporarily, but the historical monitoring video can be viewed. Do I need to read it? Provide the specific location immediately, and then you can read the video to me. Rescue is important. I'll save people first. Locke said with a cold expression. Young master, be careful with deceit. Let the Yoko army go, said the commander. Time is urgent. I'll just go and see what's going on by the way. The voice landed, and Locke directly turned into a Changhong and flew towards the position provided by Nines. It was during this process that a holographic image appeared directly in front of Locke's eyes. In the image, a black man with a hood appeared. Looking at the black man, a look of shock appeared in Locke's eyes. Because this black man who suddenly appeared was able to release a powerful electric current. And he completely abused his Killer Girl group with the electric current he released. Definitely, the reason why Locke was surprised was not only because of the powerful electric current released by this man, but also because of his identity. As a transmigrator, Locke recognized who this black man was at a glance. He is another well-known villain in the Marvel Universe, known as one of the Evil Six, Electro. Electric Man? So, the Evil Six have crossed over. Locke muttered to himself as he flew towards Delia's position at a high speed. The Evil Six are quite powerful in the Marvel Universe, and they are Spider-Man's mortal enemies. Just according to his understanding, no matter which of the Evil Six group, their fighting power should not be able to completely abuse his Killer Girl group. Although his Killer Girl group only injected a short-term strengthening potion, their combat effectiveness is still quite strong. Coupled with the tacit cooperation of the 7 of them, even in the face of a superhero of the level of Spider-Man, they still have the power to fight. But at this moment, he was abused by an electric man, which is really weird. Could it be that the electro-optic man who came to this world through time is a completely different existence from the electro-optic man in his impression? Or is there something else hidden behind this? While Locke was still curious, Delia, the strongest of the 7 remaining members of the Killer Girl group, is still struggling to support her. You are really tenacious, but it won't be long before you will fall to the ground just like your sisters, being powered by my powerful electric current? Since I came to this world, I have realized what it means to be truly powerful, and the feeling of being full of energy all over my body is really great. Since you are unwilling to surrender to me, all of you will die. The electric light human figure was suspended in midair, and he said proudly. He was originally in his own world, he absorbed most of the electricity in the city, and his strength has been raised to the limit of what he can improve, and he is about to kill that damn Spider-Man. But at that critical moment, a strange energy wave swept in, completely shrouding him in just an instant. When he reacted, he had already come to the world in front of him, and his body seemed to be blessed by an inexplicable power, and it became even stronger. You must know that in his own world, he has absorbed the electricity of most of the city, and his body has been able to achieve complete elementalization. At this moment, as his body strengthens again, elementalization is completely pediatric to him, and he can do it with every gesture. The electricity he can release is even more terrifying, comparable to the real thunder, and now he is like a god who masters thunder. And the rapid growth of strength. It also made his ambitions start to expand rapidly. Not long after he came to this world, he had already thought about what he wanted. He wants to dominate the world, he wants to become the most watched and respected existence in the world. He will never be a little electrician in the Osborn group again, and he will never be bullied again. So he wanted everyone to submit to his feet, but the 7 dem women in front of him, not only were they unwilling to submit, they even called him a lunatic. He can't stand it. Kill, must kill. Electro-optic man thought extremely in his heart, a bloodthirsty killing intent and madness filled his heart, making him look like an inhuman beast. Listening to the insane words of the electric man, Delia's brows furrowed, and she constantly fired at the electric man with dual guns, trying to use the power of the bullets to knock him down. But in the face of the bullet's attack, the black man's body in front of him turned into a whole electric current. The bullet passed directly through his body, and under the action of a powerful electric current, the surface of the bullet was melted, and it turned black and fell to the ground. Looking at such a scene, Delia's face became more and more ugly. Such a monster can't be dealt with by her strength alone. At this moment, a purple electric current shockwave shot towards her. With a terrified expression on his face, he rolled on the spot and avoided this electric current shockwave dangerously. But when she just stabilized her figure, the electric light man flashed and came directly in front of her, and then raised his hand and punched Delia heavily. The powerful force wrapped in the terrifying electric current immediately made Delia let out a painful scream, and flew out, fell to the ground, and lost her fighting power. A mere human being, how can you compare to me as a god, incarnated as a thunderbolt? I am already invincible. So, go to hell. Electric Light said with a smile. While speaking, he stretched out his right hand towards Delia, and then a terrifying electric current shockwave appeared, bombarding Delia with a mighty force. Life and death are in an instant, such a close distance, such a terrifying electric current shockwave, can definitely take Delia's life. The electric man's face was full of grins, and he seemed to have seen the picture of the woman in front of him dying tragically by his hands. But at this moment, he suddenly felt an extra arm on his shoulder. Before he could react, a huge force came from that arm and threw him out like a sandbag. At the same time, a mocking voice sounded in his ears. Where did you come from, the shrewd 3, even touching my woman, courting death? The voice fell, and he smashed heavily on the wall in the distance, and fell to the ground in pain. His own electric current shockwave also missed its target and missed the woman he had sentenced to death. Angrily raised his head and looked incredulously, he immediately saw a young man in casual sportswear appearing in front of him. The man's face was cold, and there was a fierce light in his eyes, which made him feel frightened. The words just now came out of this man's mouth. This man is not Locke who came here, who else could it be? Small 3? Having become such a powerful self, in that guy's mouth, he was actually just a shrew. Provocation, this is a naked provocation, that guy is courting death. Courting death? The electric light man roared angrily, ignoring who the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him was. His body was directly elementalized and turned into a terrifying electric current. Like lightning flashes, it moved to the front of the boy at high speed, and the fistful of anger, with the sound of crackling electric current, bombarded the facade of Locke. Looking at the angry punch of the electric man, a look of surprise appeared on Locke's face. The strength of the guy in front of him exceeded his original impression of the electric man. And on him, he clearly felt an energy that did not belong to this world at all. It was a violent and bloodthirsty energy. It seems that as he guessed, the opening of the multi-universe crack not only allowed people from other parallel universes to break in, but also people with ulterior motives who did tricks in it. For the time being, Locke, whose face was extremely solemn, couldn't think of what kind of black hands were hidden behind it. But now is not the time to think about it. Let's deal with the guy in front of me first. Looking at the fiercely banging fist, Locke had no intention of dodging, raised his hand and clenched it, and even easily grasped the fiercely banging fist of the electric light man. Seeing such a scene, there was a wild smile on the electric man's face. Because his fist contains not only terrifying power, but also terrifying electric current, he believes that in this world, no one can catch his fist safely. But the wild laughter on his face only lasted for less than a second, and then it turned into panic. I saw that the man's body was clearly covered by his own terrifying electric current. But he actually seemed to be nothing, with a playful smile on his face. Is this the power you are proud of? It's not worth mentioning. Locke held the electric man's fist and slammed it to the ground. Immediately, the electric light man was smashed to the ground like a sandbag. Huge amounts of force smashed the entire ground into a pit. Immediately, Dian Guangman felt that the river was overturned, and he almost fainted. But at this moment, the violent energy in his body erupted automatically, which made him resist the blow. In the ecstasy, his body became elemental again, turned into an electric current, disappeared directly from Locke's hand, and then condensed into an electric current body in midair. Boy, you are courting death. The electric man who turned into an elemental body roared, and two terrifying electric current shockwaves blasted towards Locke again. Under the influence of that peculiar energy, Dian Guangman not only increased his strength a lot, but he also became extremely violent, with no reason at all. Elementalizing the body, it's a good ability, but you are not the only one in this world who can make yourself elemental. Locke's eyes were cold, and the electric current shockwave that the electrolyte man lost, Li Zhao, was fundamentally I didn't pay attention. The body directly faced the electric current shockwave, and the huge amounts of electric current shockwave could not even hurt his body. Seeing such a scene, everyone in Dianguang was stunned, and they wanted to burst out with all their power. But at this time, Locke had already come to him, and at the same time, a fist that shone with white light and exuded terrifying heat came towards him. He couldn't avoid it at all, so he was so abruptly punched by Locke, the terrifying high temperature, and the terrifying power. Under the double terrifying bombardment, his elemental body was directly hit and rendered useless. And the fist of the young man in front of him was like a rising sun, and the terrifying temperature devoured him in an instant. No, 33 losing his elemental ability, his body was instantly ignited, and the hot flames began to frantically devour his body like an abyss beast. Forgive me, I don't dare anymore. On the verge of death, the electric light man begged for mercy, but Locke's killing intent was determined, and he didn't give him the slightest chance at all. Originally, he also said that he would send these interlopers back to his original world. But now he has changed his mind. If these intruders dare to shoot at him, there will only be one fate, and that is death. So, go to hell. Under Locke's incomparably hot and terrifying punch, Electrolyte's body fell apart, turned into coke, and finally disappeared without a trace. And at this moment, a crimson energy flew out of his body and penetrated into Locke's body at a high speed. With the integration of this red energy, the scene in front of Locke suddenly changed. Between the distortions of the space, there was a red starry sky that appeared in front of him, like a dream, like a fantasy, like a real, and like an illusion. This is. Looking at this peculiar scene, Locke's face was full of astonishment, all of which had exceeded his imagination. The scarlet starry sky in front of him made him feel an unprecedented threat. His flustered feeling became stronger and stronger, which meant that a threat that threatened his life was approaching. Before he could react, a phantom that was huge enough to cover the sky appeared in front of him. It was a figure with scarlet rays of light all over his body. The body was not really visible, but there was a monstrous violent energy radiating from it. Just a little bit of energy radiated out made Locke feel irresistible. This feeling goes beyond Odin, beyond the shock of Ancient One. After a while, he understood that the guy in front of him might be more powerful than the level godfathers like Odin and Ancient One. But, how is this possible? How can this existence arise? There was a huge wave in Locke's heart, and his eyes were full of shock. At the moment when this huge figure appeared, a terrifying coercion suddenly descended. Immediately, he felt that 057's shoulders seemed to be resisting a big mountain, causing his calf to bend a little. Damn, this mysterious guy who suddenly appeared actually wanted to make him kneel. But how could he be willing? A powerful momentum burst out, and Locke's body suddenly changed, entering the state of a mad god. No matter how the other party exists, if he really wants to shoot at him, he will die, and he must resist to the end. In his last life, he died in a miserable manner, and he will never let this happen again in this life. Even if you die, you have to die vigorously. Oh, it's a good power. No wonder you can easily kill one of my messengers in this world. But my people are not killed in vain. Since you killed him, then you will take his place and become my duplication in this universe? 35. A voice like Hong Zhong sounded under the scarlet starry sky where Locke was located. It was deafening, and Locke couldn't help but have the urge to cover his ears. The voice fell, and a vast red violent force rushed towards Locke like a torrent, as if it wanted to completely swallow Locke. Roll? Looking at the ferocious red violent energy tide, Locke roared, and the whole person turned into a bright sun, fists like raindrops, turned into afterimages and bombarded towards the sweeping energy tide. At the moment, Locke's firepower was fully on, and in 1 second, he fired hundreds of punches at an unbelievably fast speed. And because the speed of the fist blasting is too fast, the space seems to be shattered, and the terrifying air explosions continue to sound. And the fist wind hunting, rubbing against the air, turned into fist-shaped flames combined with his own high-temperature heat. This punch is enough to blast a building. In the blink of an eye at this moment, Locke blasted out thousands of punches, forming a torrent of fist shadows that collided with the violent energy tide released by the shadow. Boom! The color of the sky and the earth changed, the space was distorted, and the sky began to move and tremble in this terrifying energy collision. It is conceivable how powerful Locke's attack is. But what Locke didn't expect was that his terrifying attack only resisted the energy tide for a short time, and it was completely useless. The energy tide seemed to be endless as it continued to sweep towards him, completely swallowing him in the blink of an eye. GGG, the more powerful you are, the more I like it, so that my duplication in this universe will be stronger. Ha ha ha. Wanton laughter sounded under the scarlet starry sky. Terrifying? Locke, who was swallowed by the energy tide, immediately found that this red violent force began to invade his body, and wanted to completely occupy his body. Just when Locke was helpless, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Discovery of anomalous energies attempting to occupy the host's body. Energy analysis, source of the Crimson Universe. The behavior of the other party is not in line with the goal of making the host a technological hegemon. Therefore, format and clear the filter. Start formatting. 3, 2, 1. The formatting is completed, the evil will is cleared, the energy is formatted, and pure energy is filtered for the host to absorb integrate. After absorbing integrate, the process is over. With the sound of the system prompt, Locke was surprised to find that the violent energy that had been occupying his body suddenly stopped invading. Although this energy is still incomparably violent and terrifying, the evil will that wanted to occupy his body just now was completely eliminated and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a frightened and extremely angry voice sounded in a scarlet universe. It broke my will. Damn boy, I won't let you go. How you swallow my power, I will get it back. Bassi, my other messengers in that universe will find you soon. An angry and unwilling roar sounded under the scarlet starry sky. On the other side, the scarlet starry sky where Locke was located was shattered like a piece of glass and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Locke suddenly woke up. What happened just now was not in the real world, but in his own spiritual world. And what caused all this should be related to the strange red energy that had just drilled into his body. Crimson power? Crimson universe? Could it be the power from the evil god Sidorak? Recalling the scenes just now, Locke was afraid for a while. According to the system prompt, the power just now came from the Crimson Universe. Locke still knew something about the Crimson Universe, which was the site of the evil god Sidorak. Sidorak is a more powerful existence than Planet Devourer, a proper multi-universe level. Definitely, all of this is based on his staying in his own Crimson Universe. Once he leaves the Crimson Universe, his strength will be greatly reduced. But no matter what, Sidorak's strength can easily overwhelm Locke in front of him. Locke never imagined that such a terrifying existence would appear in front of him at this time. Fortunately, there was systematic help just now, otherwise he would have been occupied by that will, and thus became the messenger of Sidorak in this universe. And this is definitely not acceptable to him. He is an independent person, not a duplication of some powerful existence. With the help of the system, the evil god Sidorak's consciousness was cleared out, leaving behind his powerful and violent crimson power, which was quickly absorbed by Locke's body. In just a short period of time, Locke found that his strength was actually a lot of substitutes. Because the potion he injected before was the Mad God Potion, as the name suggests, the Mad God Potion focuses on the word madness. The crimson power from Sidorak pursues pure violent destruction, which is perfectly compatible with Locke's Mad God form. He clenched his fist, and a force that was even more violent than before burst out. The air burst in the palm of his hand, and the space seemed to be distorted under his clench. This is pure physical power, and now he has a strong feeling that he should be able to shatter an entire city with just his fists. Not only that, he was originally able to release a high temperature of 10,000 degrees, but now with the integration of the power of Crimson, the maximum temperature of the heat he can release has reached a terrifying level of 12,000 degrees. With the full integration of Crimson's power, Locke now has only one feeling, that is, strong, unparalleled strength. As expected of the power from the evil god Sidorak, the existence of multi-universe level strength is really terrifying. Locke was shocked, and it was just a Crimson power that contained Sidorak's will, and he almost fell. If Sidorak himself came to this world, the other party would be able to give him a second with just one look. However, according to the explanation just given by the system, the other party should have only brought a ray of his will into this world through the multi-universe crack that Dr. Octopus unintentionally opened. After all, the stronger the existence, the stronger the influence of the world's rules, and it is not easy to completely let the deity come. However, according to the information obtained from Ancient One, the existence of breaking into this world is not only the electric light person, but also other people. Whether other people were also controlled by Cytorak's power and became his puppets in this world. If that's the case, then it's tricky. Just as Locke was thinking about the next countermeasures with a solemn expression on his face, in a secret base, a fat man's eyes suddenly flashed a strange red light. At the same time, the eyes of another group of people who had assembled in the secret base not long ago showed a scarlet light. Kill, Luo. An icy voice came out in unison, and a terrifying murderous aura filled the entire boss. That guy from Locke has extraordinary strength. Are we really going to shoot him? Dr. Octopus looked at Jin in front of him with a solemn expression and asked. Although the Jin in front of him is not the original Jinbing in their world, but he has the same powerful aura and meticulous mind as Jinbing. The key point is that this Jin in front of him is not only these, he also possesses the terrifying power that the previous Jin did not have. The strength of this power made her think of another powerful existence in this world. It was a green guy, that's right, she saw a trace of the Hulk's shadow on Jinbing's body in front of her. The gold in front of him even has a more violent aura than the Hulk, and a terrifying physique. Even if I don't go to him to settle accounts, he will definitely come to us. This person must be killed. Jinbing's eyes were scarlet, like a crazy beast. At this moment, what he saw in his eyes was only a violent and pure desire for destruction, and it was obvious that the Jin in front of him was also one of the messengers of the evil god Cytorak on this planet. That guy has discovered our existence, and not only that, a guy named Electro-Man has died at his hands. At this time, a man wearing a demon mask said in a slightly hoarse voice. At this moment, if Locke is here, he can recognize at a glance who the guy in front of him is. This guy is none other than Green Goblin. The cracks in the parallel universe also brought Green Goblin, and like Jinbe and the Electric Man, he was also influenced by the crimson power of the evil god Cytorak and became the evil god's agent in the world. In addition to Green Goblin, Jinbing, and Electric Light, there are 3 other people, but they are not affected by the power of crimson. After all, the evil god Cytorak has extremely high requirements for his messenger, and not everyone is qualified to be bestowed with the power of crimson by him. Among the 3, one of them is wearing a green striped dress, which is very recognizable. This guy also has a loud nickname in the Marvel universe, called Sandman. Sitting beside Sandman was a man in a white coat. The man looked at Sven with his eyes, but everyone who knew him understood that this was just his appearance. Once provoked, he will instantly turn into a giant lizard. The man is Professor Lizard, Kurt Connors. Next to Dr. Kurt was a guy in a yellow tights, with a hood, so he couldn't see his face. However, he wore a pair of strange iron gloves on his hands, which looked very strange. A group of 3 people plus Green Goblin, Jinbing, Dr. Octopus, Vulture, a total of 7 people gathered together to form an extremely powerful team. Under the blessing of the crimson power of the evil god Cytorak, it is no wonder that Jin Nian dared to say that he would kill Locke. Should everyone introduce themselves? Professor Lizard looked at the other people for a while and said, GGG, it's time to introduce yourself. You can call me Green Goblin. Green Goblin said in a very sinister voice. I know you. In my world, you died at the hands of Spider-Man. What a pity, said the man in the yellow tights mockingly. Green Goblin. In this world, you are dead at the hands of Spider-Man and Locke? 35. That's when Dr. Octopus said. Green Goblin. Green Goblin, you're a big shot. I don't think anyone doesn't know you. Kurt Connors smiled, looking at Green Goblin and said. GGG, I didn't think I was still a celebrity, but my fate doesn't seem to be very good. Damn Spider-Man, damn Rock, I'm going to kill them and avenge myself. A violent aura emanated from Green Goblin's body, which made several people around him terrified. Such a violent aura was not comparable to Jin, who was sitting on the other side. They are both transmigrators, and the 2 of them seem to have undergone extraordinary changes. I want to go home more than to kill the guy you mentioned. I want to get out of here. My daughter is still waiting for me in the hospital. Sandman said at this time. Oh, what a poor person. Does your daughter have some kind of terminal illness? She must need you very much at this time. Green Goblin looked at Sandman and said with a look of concern. But just after he finished speaking, his aura became extremely sinister and he continued, but if you don't stand with us at this time, you will never go back in your life, because I will kill you directly. About you? Green Goblin looked crazy and laughed, looking like a lawless demon. The original Green Goblin was insidious and cunning, but now under the influence of the power of Crimson, his character has become more and more extreme and extremely terrifying. Listening to Green Goblin's words, Sandman was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to do anything. Because he has a strong intuition, if he is really an enemy of Green Goblin in front of him, the other party will really kill him. But he can't die, at least not yet. He wants to go back to his own world. Green Goblin, now everyone is in the same boat, don't say these things that destroy unity. On one side, Jin Bing sat quietly on the sofa. Gu Jing was not disturbed, but there was an aura no less than Green Goblin emanating from him. Looming? Green Goblin glanced at Jin Bing, smiled, and there was a glint in his eyes. Obviously, their urgently established team is not very united internally. Alarm alert, there is an unknown intruder. At this moment, a rapid alarm sound suddenly sounded in the conference room where everyone was. Listening to the sound of the alarm, everyone's faces became solemn. The alarm appeared at this time, and normal people knew what was going to happen. Did this guy locate our location so quickly? Green Goblin's face couldn't help showing surprise. Although he had learned from Dr. Octopus and Harry that Locke was very powerful in this world. But it was only heard from their mouths, and they had never seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, the so-called power was imagined by himself, and now he has truly seen Locke's ability. It has only been a few hours since they came to this world. In such a short period of time, many people have no idea what happened. But the other party not only killed the Electric Light Man, but even located their location a few minutes after killing the other party. Not to mention anything else, this ability alone is not ordinary, it is simply amazing. No wonder Dr. Octopus kept reminding them not to oppose this guy, and now she seems to have some truth in what she said. But he is not a vegetarian either. If his current strength is still in the past, then this time he probably will not participate in this joint operation. 0 flowers. But things are different now, he's no longer the Green Goblin he used to be. Now, he is the messenger of the evil god Cedarak, an existence capable of using the terrifying Crimson power. Under the blessing of the power of Crimson, he has the confidence to defeat any enemy, except for his own powerful strength. Now he has the help of this group of allies and the son of this world, Harry Osborn. Harry Osborn broke with Spider-Man after learning that his father died at the hands of Locke. He is thinking about revenge all the time, and now is a great opportunity. How could he miss it? Just him. At this moment, Dr. Octopus turned on the surveillance video outside the base. Immediately, a group of people saw the outside world on the screen in front of them. I saw a man hovering above their base, staring at them like a god, imposing. None of them thought that the other party came alone, without a single follower. 0. This arrogant confidence can be imagined. But in their eyes, such a situation is no different from not knowing whether to live or die, or courting death. Locke, who was quietly suspended in midair, moved his gaze to the secret base below. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't think about sending out his Yoba troops, but when he thought that there were probably several guys with the power of Crimson in this base, he dismissed the idea again. After all, cleaning up these parallel universe walkers is just one of the tasks. In addition, what he wants to do more is to absorb and devour the Crimson power remaining in this world, so as to further strengthen his own body. Before he developed the latest strengthening agent, this was the fastest way for him to improve his strength, so he didn't need to use it for nothing. Are you all there? It's so good. I'll save you from searching for them one by one. Today, I'll clean up all of you at one time. Locke muttered to himself, raised his right hand, and stretched out a finger. Immediately, a high-temperature energy ball of tennis file size appeared above his finger. Destroy it. The voice fell, and Locke raised his hand and pointed at the secret base below. Immediately, the energy ball in his hand shot out and landed on a building in the base in the blink of an eye. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded, and a dazzling white light erupted from the place where the energy ball fell. This white light is like a beast crawling out of the abyss. As soon as it appears, it opens its bloody mouth and devours everything around it. In an instant, a deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared. At the same time, the shockwave, which is like a stormy sea, also swept away in all directions. In just an instant, the surrounding buildings were pushed horizontally. Just such a small energy ball, the huge base was directly destroyed by 2/3, and the terrifying power was astonishing. Nodding with satisfaction, Locke fell directly from the air and came to an underground passage of the few remaining secret bases. The real battle has just begun. The 4D update is completed today, and we will continue tomorrow. I haven't asked for data for a long time, please everyone. Knife. Seeing that Locke's gestures actually destroyed 2/3 of the entire base, Rao was a group of people who had been prepared for a long time, and could not help but take a breath. This kind of destructive power is really terrifying and shocking. This is simply a humanoid nuclear bomb. This guy is so strong, Green Goblin said solemnly in the underground secret room. At this moment, he finally knew what Harry and Dr. Octopus were talking about the power of this guy. Such strength was something he had never imagined before. But after pondering for a moment, under the influence of the Crimson power, instead of being afraid, he showed excitement. GG, brothers, it's time for us to fight. Let me start first. Green Goblin smirked, and then clicked on the special device on his arm. Suddenly, several energy cannons deployed around the secret base immediately locked on Locke. After the death of Ruuman Osborn in this world, Ha-057 Lee has been thinking about how to take revenge. He knows that his strength is not Locke's opponent. So he focused on the research and development of powerful weapons, missiles, strategic drones, energy cannons, etc., which were all within the scope of the Osborn Group during this time. Especially since the Battle of New York, the Osborn Group has secretly collected a large number of Cheetorai's high-tech weapons, and researched these weapons for secondary development. Right now, these energy cannons are the results of their recent research. The power is extremely huge, and one cannon is enough to blast an entire building into ruins. This is what Green Goblin deploys specifically to deal with Locke. Fearing that it would be destroyed in advance, he also deliberately deployed it outside the base. It has to be said that Green Goblin is indeed extremely insidious and cunning, and this trick was really bet on by him. With the operation of the energy cannon, there are 4 energy beams lasing from 4 different directions. The speed was as fast as lightning, and it came to Locke in the blink of an eye. Looking at the galloping energy beam, a look of enlightenment appeared on Locke's face. The 4 energy cannons gave him a very familiar feeling, which was obviously the technological weapon Chidori left behind on Earth. With such an association, he finally knew who robbed the Rockefeller family's bank. It seems that he has something to do with the group of guys in front of him. Thinking of this, Locke's face was even more cold, robbing his own bank, hurting his subordinates, and now he is united to deal with himself. Such a lifeless guy must not stay. In an instant, the nano armor directly covered Locke's body. Different from the mechanical sense of Iron Man's armor, Locke's nano armor is more like a set of black tights, which outlines his strong and slender body extremely handsome. Looking at the dress of General Zod of the DC world, he is full of terrifying domineering. 4 energy beams approached, and Locke could not avoid it, but he had no idea to dodge. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, a huge amount of roar sounded. Immediately, he discovered that there was a black drone team that lifted off from the forest not far away and flew towards him at high speed. There are hundreds of thousands of drones in this team, and the blackness is like a swarm of insects, which instantly surrounds him. Without the slightest hesitation, the small missiles swept toward him like raindrops, giving him no chance to breathe. The other party seems to want to consume him with powerful firepower suppression. Boom boom! 4 terrifying energy beams, coupled with the missiles launched by 100,000 drones, covered by such firepower, let alone one person, even a town would be blown into ruins in an instant. The terrifying explosion sounded incessantly, and the thick smoke mixed with terrifying firelight instantly swallowed Locke. In midair, it turned into an exploding ocean, and the scene was earth-shattering and devastating. Looking at such a scene, in the underground secret room, except for Green Goblin, a look of shock appeared on the faces of everyone. They didn't seem to expect that Green Goblin would deploy so thoughtfully, not only uniting them, but also preparing such a powerful drone team and energy cannons. With such strength, it is not difficult to conquer their own secret base. No wonder Green Goblin seemed so arrogant and calm from beginning to end. He was well prepared and confident. Is he dead? Looking at the sky swallowed by thick smoke, Dr. Lizard's face showed a curious color. In his opinion, such a terrifying attack, no matter what kind of existence the other party is, it is impossible to survive. However, what he never expected was that when the thick smoke dissipated, the tall figure still stood in the air, like a god, unscathed. You must know that Locke not only has a terrifying and indestructible physique and nano armor, but also equipped with an energy barrier on his nano armor. If someone observes carefully at this moment, they can see that there is a layer of energy barrier on the surface of his body 2 centimeters thick. Locke just now relied on this close energy barrier to easily withstand all the attacks. Definitely, even without this energy barrier, he can still resist such an attack with just his nano armor and powerful physique. Today, he can no longer be viewed with common sense. His strength is so strong that it is no exaggeration to say that he is the Superman of the Marvel world. Definitely, the current Locke is just an early Superman. However, Locke believes that as long as he is given enough time, he can definitely become stronger, and it may not be impossible to become a real Superman at that time. At the moment, Locke had a playful look on his face, but he didn't expect these guys to be ready. Obviously, he already knew that he would find them. Is this from their own awareness? Or was it an advance notice from the evil god Sidorak? It's unknown for the time being, but it doesn't matter. It's not important anyway. Since the other party dares to take action against him, he must be prepared to bear his anger. UAV team, energy cannon, is this your confidence? Locke sneered. Suddenly, tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature burst out from his body. At the moment, he directly transformed into a sun, a terrifying tidal wave of heat, which devoured an entire drone team in an instant. Under the baking temperature exceeding the surface temperature of the sun, all the drones vaporized directly and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. 2.2. Raising his hand and pointing in 4 directions, 4 high-temperature rays burst out, instantly shattering the energy cannon deployed by Green Goblin. How is it possible? Seeing such a scene, everyone in the secret room was stunned. Locke's performance seemed to surpass all of them, and even Green Goblin was a little flustered at the moment. Obviously he didn't expect Locke to be so powerful. At this moment, Locke stared at the ground tightly, and then the whole person turned into an afterimage and fell from the sky at a high speed. Boom! His feet were like a nail, falling directly from the sky and hitting the ground heavily. Suddenly, the entire ground was smashed through by him, and he appeared directly in the secret room of Jinbing and his party. Hi everybody. Looking at the crowd of traversers in front of him, Locke sneered and called R. Looking at Locke who appeared in front of him in such a terrifying way, everyone's faces showed horror. The Locke in front of him is far beyond everyone's imagination. The power shown by Locke is completely different from the power they understand. It is no exaggeration to say that it is one day and one earth. Before they came to this world, they never thought that there are human beings in this world whose combat power can be so powerful. This is completely beyond the scope of carbon-based creatures. This is simply a monster. No, monsters are no longer enough to describe the man in front of him. This is simply a god in the world. Now I can give you a chance to surrender, otherwise, die. Locke swept over a group of people with cold eyes. Suddenly, all those who were swept by his gaze were like being stared at by an ancient beast, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. An unparalleled death crisis appeared in their hearts, making some people unable to move their bodies. Definitely, not everyone reacts to fear and doesn't dare to move. Some people will fight to the death instead. For example, Jin 10 and Green Goblin, who were affected by the power of Crimson, when they saw Locke appear, both of their eyes turned scarlet. An extremely violent aura erupted from them, like two crazy beasts. At this moment, they have no reason, some are just pure desire to destroy, and they want to destroy everything they see in front of them. The first to bear the brunt is the intruder in front of him, Locke. Kill. Jinbian roared. A terrible sound wave burst out from his mouth. The target was Locke not far in front of him. The sudden sonic attack made Locke stunned, because in his established impression, Jin did not have any super ability. However, the Jinping in front of him was completely different from the Jinping in his impression. The Jinping in front of him was not only a horned dragon with stronger body and stronger muscles, but also possessed the unexpected ability of sonic attack. It seems that under the influence of the power of Crimson, Jin and even his own genes have been mutated. Or is this an ability specially given to him by the evil god Cedarak? For a while, he couldn't figure it out, and Locke didn't bother to think about it. Jinbing's sonic attack was too unexpected, and the distance between them was not far. So Locke didn't dodge again, but just like before, Locke never thought to dodge. Possessing the defensive ability against the sky and dodging the opponent's attack is a shame for him. This kind of feeling is like a baby fighting with you, but you have to deliberately avoid his young fist. This kind of behavior is not only very unloving, but also a bit of a fuss and unnecessary. Now Locke is such a state of mind. With a powerful physique, he wears a nano-war armor, and the surface of the nano-war armor is also covered with a layer of energy barrier. This is a defense against the sky, you still have to dodge? What a joke! Jinbing's sound wave was like a stormy sea, and it instantly enveloped Locke, and the energy barrier of Locke, which was impacted by the powerful power, made a loud sound. The wall behind Locke was instantly blasted with huge amounts of deep pits. Jinbing's sound wave did not stop immediately, but turned into a sound wave ray, constantly bombarding Locke's body. The stone wall behind Locke kept shattering, and finally was blasted out of a majestic road, rushing all the way from the ground to the ground. Everyone covered their ears, with a look of astonishment on their faces. The power of Jinbing's move was beyond imagination, and everyone was stunned. But what shocked them was not only Jinbing's huge amounts of sonic attack, but also Locke's performance at the moment. Under such a terrifying bombardment, the stone wall could not endure and shatter, but the man in front of him stood still, as if nothing happened. If they hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. It's terrifying, it's really terrifying. The Locke in front of him is like a statue, with his hands around his chest. He is completely covered by black nano armor, and he cannot see his expression. But combined with Locke's posture at the moment, it's enough to guess what kind of expression Locke's face will have. Joking, disdain, contempt, etc. All the words they could think of to describe a negative expression came to mind. In fact, this is indeed the case. At this moment, Locke is indeed joking. But in addition, there was a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that Jin, who integrated the power of Crimson, would have such a strong fighting power. Fortunately, he came here by himself today, and if it was replaced by his Yoba troop members, he might actually suffer a secret loss at the hands of Jinbing. The fighting power that this Jinbian erupted in front of him was enough to crush a group of superheroes. Even in the face of existences of the level of Hulk and Thor, he has already had the power to fight, and even with his surprise, he can still gain the upper hand. It's no wonder that after seeing him, Jin Kyung didn't have the slightest idea of surrender, but instead shot without hesitation. This has his own confidence? Very good strength, quite interesting sonic ability. This is Locke's evaluation of this gold in front of him. However, that's all. It's okay to deal with Avengers with this kind of combat power, but it's a bit overkill to deal with him. Yes, in Locke's view, the gold in front of him is not self-sufficient, and it is even ridiculous. With an indifferent smile, Locke remained silent, and walked away with the sonic ray that erupted from the gold. The sound wave rays that seemed to be able to destroy the world hit him unscathed. Such a terrifying scene made Jinbing's scarlet eyes widen. How can that be? As if he couldn't believe it, Jinbing's face became more and more hideous, and the mouth that emitted the sound wave ray opened again. Suddenly, an even more powerful sound wave burst out, vowing to completely eliminate Locke. At the same time, Green Goblin also roared, and the huge amounts of pumpkin bombs were thrown at Locke like 057 without money. In addition, the man in the yellow tights clenched his fists tightly and punched Locke with the same grim look. Immediately, an extremely terrifying shock wave was released from the glove on the surface of his fist. Under his punch, the space seemed to be shattered, and there was a sound of mirror breaking. The man in the yellow tights is nicknamed Thriller, and he himself is an ordinary human being. But he himself developed a kind of glove that can burst out a shockwave of terror, and then matched with his special clothes, thus possessing the strength to compete with superhero. The power of his gloves is divided into 5 levels. The highest level is 5. With one punch, it is enough to blast an entire building. The power is amazing, comparable to the weakened version of Whitebeard in the Marvel world. Seeing Jinbian, Green Goblin, and the Thriller all launched a joint attack on Locke, while Vulture on one side also took out the energy weapon he picked up from Chittori and launched an attack on Locke. Only Dr. Lizard, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, with a strange expression on his face, did not make a move. Instead, they hid to the side, like watching a play, and like they couldn't intervene because of their low strength. The four broke out the most powerful attack in their life, and the explosions and energy cannons instantly drowned Locke. Such a scene looked like they had the upper hand, but it was just their illusion. In the next second, the situation of the battle changed drastically, and despair appeared on everyone's face. Because, Locke started to exert his strength. Is this your strength? It's like a mighty cockroach shaking a tree, beyond your own power. Locke's face was full of ridicule. When the voice fell, Locke took a stride, the ground shattered, and the figure flashed, coming directly in front of Jinbing. The fist was clenched, and a mediocre punch was thrown out, the air exploded, and the space seemed to be compressed. Before the fist hit Jinbing, the invisible boxing shadow formed by the fist style hit Jinbing one step ahead of time. Immediately, Jinbing arched his back, folded his body, and then Locke's fist body slammed into Jinbing's body. Boom! Under the terrifying power, Jinbing turned into a cannonball that galloped out and smashed heavily on the wall behind him. All the way through the stone walls. When the stone walls behind him have been worn clean, there is no need to wear them. Jinbing's body slammed heavily on the thick and hard rock wall, and fell limply. A mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs spewed out, looking extremely miserable. Such a punch, if it were replaced by a normal gold, it would have been beaten to a pulp. However, because of the strengthening blessing of the power of Crimson, Jinbian had the physique to compete with Hulk, and he was lucky enough to get his life back. But although it didn't turn into a mess of flesh, the punch still caused unimaginable damage to him, and his internal organs were shattered a lot. At this moment, the magical power in the body once again played its role, and it was quickly repairing his injury. At this speed, it won't take long for him to be alive again, which makes him ecstatic. As long as this power is there, he is a little strong who can't be beaten to death. Today, he will consume that kid to death. Kim couldn't help but think so. The unremarkable punch slammed into the golden ball. Locke did not stop, but flashed to the horror, raised his hand and grabbed the horror glove. The 100-ton grip like a giant beast can easily squeeze the terrifying glove, and the fist wrapped in the glove is naturally squeezed accordingly. Ah! A shrill scream came from the horrified mouth, and the severe pain caused him to kneel down softly. After all, he is a mortal body, and the reason why he can fight against superhero depends entirely on the gloves in his hands. Without gloves, he is no different from ordinary people, and ordinary people are the weakest ants in Locke's eyes. It is too easy to kill an ant. He lifted his foot and kicked lightly, and the horror flew upside down, hitting the rock wall heavily. Crack, sound. After all, the horror of the mortal body can't be as lucky as Jinbing, and he was immediately smashed into a mess of meat, and the dead can't die again. The horror was easily resolved, and Locke's eyes moved to Vulture, who was carrying mechanical wings. Seeing Locke's eyes looking at himself, Vulture's face was horrified, and his eyes were full of fear. Without the slightest hesitation, a powerful thrust erupted from the mechanical wings behind it, and immediately fled along the channel blasted by Jinbing's sonic ray. At this moment, all the joint operations and the ambition to dominate the world have been left behind by him. Right now, he has only one thing to think about, and that is to live. Yes, it is so simple and unpretentious, because he clearly understands that only by living on his own can he have the so-called ambition, otherwise everything is empty. But how could Locke let him go so easily? Now that he has done it, he must be prepared to suffer the consequences. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Locke sneered, raising his finger and pointing in the direction of Vulture. Suddenly, a high-temperature ray pierced through the mechanical wings behind Vulture with lightning speed, and even pierced through Vulture's body. He looked down as if he couldn't believe it, and saw the finger-thick hole on his chest. Immediately, his face showed ashes, his eyes dimmed in an instant, his body began to lose power, and he quickly fell from midair, splashing a piece of dust on the ground. Vulture, pawn? It all seems like a long time, but in fact it just happened between the electric light and flint, and the speed is incredible. It is no exaggeration to say that roar sucks. A few roar sucking time, seriously injuring one person, killing 2 people in a row, such a thunderous method, who should not be confused. Now that leaves Green Goblin. His eyes moved quickly and fell directly on Green Goblin. He remembered the last time he saw Green Goblin, it was the last time. Although the Green Goblin in front of him is not the Green Goblin of this world, he is equally insidious and cunning, and it is difficult for him to have a good impression, and under the influence of the power of Crimson, the Green Goblin in front of him is even more violent and crazy. GGG, worthy of being the terrifying Locke, your strength is really strong, beyond our imagination. However, we don't have to be enemies, we can cooperate. As long as we are united together, coupled with the power of our Lord, not to mention dominating this planet, but dominating the entire universe, it is not a bad idea. 99. Green Goblin looked at Locke with a very seductive tone and said, at this moment he seemed to be the most powerful lobbyist in the world. Dominate the universe? Is it possible? Definitely not possible. Even with the strength of the deity of the evil god Cedarak, it is impossible to do it. After all, this world is not only a multi-universe powerhouse, but also a super-universe and almighty cosmic powerhouses. Megaverse, Representation, Court of Life. Almighty Universe, on behalf of TOAA, the one above all, Transcendence. With these superpowers on top, who would dare to say that they would dominate the universe? Rao is Locke, who has the system, who dare not say so. The goal set for him by the system is only to become the technological overlord of the universe, but it does not allow him to dominate the universe. So for Green Goblin, just listen to it, if you really want to do it, that is courting death? Shaking his head and smiling faintly, Green Goblin's so-called cooperation is nothing more than stalling for time. How could he not see this? Looking at his watch, he said, 10 seconds have passed since you started speaking, is the time delay enough? If it's not enough, I can give you a little more, after all my warm-up has just begun. As for Li Zhao's cooperation, don't say it anymore, don't say it, you don't look in the mirror, you deserve it. Arrogant, domineering. Righteousness? This is not enough to describe the attitude shown by Locke at the moment. In his eyes, the so-called joint team in front of him is just a joke. Listening to Locke's words, Green Goblin's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Locke to be so tough, and he couldn't get in. You are courting death. Green Goblin was furious, and the monstrous anger erupted, and the scarlet crimson power radiated from his body. I saw Green Goblin's body skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just an instant, it turned into a terrifying monster with bright red skin about 5 meters high. At such a height, even Hulk would become a younger brother in front of him. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, like a volcanic eruption, invincible. The ultimate strengthening of the power of Crimson can be shown in Green Goblin. Crazy Green Goblin, officially launched. Very good momentum, but if that's all, I advise you to surrender early. Looking at Green Goblin, who transformed into a 5-meter monster in front of him, a look of admiration appeared on Locke's face. If you simply say that the momentum of Green Goblin in front of him is indeed very good, he is already qualified to be recognized by him. However, it was only recognized by him. In terms of strength, compared with his Yoba army, it was still a little worse. As for comparing with him, needless to say, it is simply incomparable, one day and one place. There are only guys like them who have crossed over from other worlds, because they can't see the form temporarily. They were strengthened by the power of Crimson again, which gave them the illusion that Lao Zi was #1 in the world, so they dared to do something with him. Anyone who has experienced the Battle of New York and has a clearer mind would never dare to shoot at Locke. This can be seen from the shivering Dr. Octopus hiding on the side. She is the native. Death. Green Goblin roared, his casserole-sized red fist slammed violently towards Locke's facade with terrifying tearing air sounds. The fist-style roar whistled, and the space trembled, as if to punch Locke to death. But in the face of the maddening Green Goblin's fierce and invincible fist, Locke's face still maintained the indifference of the ancient well. Just when Green Goblin's fist was about to hit him, his right hand calmly stopped in front of him. Suddenly, the fist and the palm collided together, and a dull roar suddenly sounded. At the same time, a shockwave like a tsunami erupted from the position where the two collided and swept away towards the surroundings. In an instant, the entire underground chamber was blown apart by this shockwave, and it had a tendency to collapse. And everyone just felt like an earthquake, and the whole person was shaking. Just one punch can create such terrifying power. It has to be said that the mad Green Goblin is indeed terrifying. But what is even more terrifying is the boy standing in front of Green Goblin, Locke. Because of such a terrifying punch, even a building would be knocked down with one punch. But at this moment, Locke didn't move at all, and he felt that his legs were growing in the soil, and he couldn't shake it. Impossible, this is impossible. Such a scene directly made Green Goblin break the defense. The incomparably violent desire to destroy immediately plunged him into a rampage. Suddenly, his fists are like raindrops, constantly slamming down towards Locke, so that he is almost constantly shouting "Ola Ola, Bassi." But his angry attacks were nothing more than incompetent roars, which did nothing to Locke at all. Locke, who just raised his right hand, constantly stretched out his palm, forming a solid wall of palm shadows, which easily blocked all of Green Goblin's attacks. Is that so? Locke looked calmly at Green Goblin, who was trying his best to attack him, and shook his head, showing disappointment. The look of disappointment on his face, in Green Goblin's eyes, is naked mockery and contempt. Shame, the greatest shame in his life. Unforgivable? I'm going to kill you, kill you. Green Goblin continued to roar, as if to rip his throat out. But at this moment, Locke showed a trace of displeasure, clenched his fist tightly, and suddenly a dazzling light lit up, wrapped in unparalleled heat, and punched Green Goblin. There are not so many earth-shattering sounds, just a strange roar, like the sound of a high-speed rail galloping past you. It was just a buzzing sound, and it flashed past, and the speed was incredible and hard to fathom. As the buzzing sounded, the sight in front of them shocked the surrounding survivors. I saw the maddening Green Goblin who was still clamoring just now, and the huge body was left with 2 legs standing on the ground, like 2 bare pillars. In addition, the huge body disappeared completely. Yes, he was directly bombarded by Locke's hot breath, and directly vaporized under the terrifying high temperature, disappearing without a trace. And the destructive power caused by Locke's heat breath is not only that, the dazzling white light burns out Green Goblin's body, and then blasts the ceiling of the entire underground chamber. All the way up, straight into the sky, blasting the clouds in the sky into a huge hole, finally breaking through the atmosphere, and drawing a beautiful white horse in the dark outer space. Such a scene not only shocked a few people in the secret room, but also shocked the residents of the entire New York City. What happened to that white light just now? Did someone fire a secret weapon? Damn it, could it be another alien invasion? This time, it was shot from the ground to the sky. It should not be aliens, but the latest weapon researched by our military? 99. A group of people muttered to themselves, guessing one after another, full of imagination about the white light that just appeared. S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark shook his head helplessly as he looked at the energy rays that shot straight from the surface of the Earth into outer space. Others don't know what this is, but Tony Stark, who has entered into a brief partnership with Locke, knows it very well. You don't even have to think about it to know that Locke did it. After all, on this planet, he can't think of a second person except Locke who can make such a terrifying momentum. In addition, the place where the energy rays are emitted is exactly the gathering place of the traversers mentioned by Locke, so it can be more certain. Did Locke do it again? Nick Fury asked with a wry smile, quietly watching the dazzling light that was gradually disappearing from the sky. Do you think there is anyone else in the world besides him who can make such a huge noise? Tony Stark asked rhetorically. Shaking his head with a smile, Nick Fury said, not really. Well then, this guy is breaking the ground under our feet. I guess I won't be surprised anymore. Tony Stark said with a smile. He has news. Does he need us to do something? Or should we continue to track the traversers? The Hill agent asked at this time. There's nothing, and with his strength, he shouldn't need our assistance. We just need to take a good rest. Not to mention the feeling of not having to care about anything. It's really good. Tony Stark poured himself a glass of red wine and said with a smile. In the underground secret room, I watched the sun shining in front of my eyes, the blue sky and white clouds above my head, and the Green Goblin with only 2 legs left. Locke breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, the noisy guy, it's finally quiet? Ask for a monthly pass for flower evaluation. Thank you. At the moment Green Goblin died, a ray of red energy flew out from his remaining 2 legs, and then galloped towards Jinbing not far away, as if he wanted to integrate into Jinbing's body. But Locke couldn't let this happen. He took a big mouthful, and the powerful suction burst out, and the crimson power was sucked into the body in an instant. Then, with the help of the system, it was directly filtered and cleaned up, and Sirolax's will in this universe was reduced again. In the Crimson Universe, Sato Locke roared in anger, and his rage filled the entire Crimson Universe. Damn boy, I won't let you go, never. Locke naturally didn't know about Cytorak's roar in the Crimson Universe, and it couldn't affect him. After easily killing Green Goblin, Locke's eyes moved to Jinbing again, who was still repairing his injuries at the moment. Just now, Green Goblin was buying him time, because according to the original plan, Green Goblin planned to wait for the Golden Soldiers to recover before shooting against Locke together. However, the violent Green Goblin did not wait until this time, but launched the attack first, so he took a step ahead. But even if the 2 of them made a joint shot, it would have no effect on Locke. The only difference is that the 2 are picked up at the same time. This point, Jinbing at this moment is also very clear. Looking at the boy in front of him with despair, he never imagined that Locke's power had reached this point. There is a feeling in his heart that he can't tell, fear, but now, he no longer feels fear. It's just that I regret it more and more. I shouldn't think about going against this young man. When the other party first asked them to surrender, he should have surrendered immediately. Rather than for temporary face, bite the bullet and support it until now. In the current situation, not only the face is gone, but also the life is about to be lost, and the heart is bleak. But Jinbing will never be afraid of death, even if the end is doomed, then let this process be vigorous. Jinbing thought of this, dragging his heavily injured body and slowly got up. Kill. A terrifying sonic attack erupted from his mouth again, heading towards Locke. Seeing this, Locke's face was extremely calm, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he clenched his fist. Boom. 35. The roar suddenly erupted, and it was another heavy punch. Jinbing's body collapsed directly under this heavy punch, turning into powder and dissipating. Here we go, Jinbing, pawn. It only took 1 minute from Locke's shot to the end. In 1 minute, they were all wiped out. Such a ruthless method made Dr. Octopus, Sandman, and Professor Lizard not dare to move. His eyes slowly moved to the 3 of them and he spoke. Do you want me to give you a ride? Hearing Locke's words, the 3 of them were shocked and shook their heads like a rattle. Surrender, we surrender. The 3 of them said in unison, their eyes full of horror. I see. Locke smiled coldly, completely swallowing the last ray of crimson power. He couldn't help but let out a very enjoyable voice, which was absorbed as the power of Crimson integrated. His physical power became stronger and stronger, as expected from the power of a multi-universe level powerhouse. If this is a little bit more, it is very likely that with this energy, he will be able to enter the level Godfather. But it's pretty good now. After all, his energy is limited, and his focus is still on scientific and technological research after all. This kind of thing that relies on integrating other forces to improve strength. Just do it a few times. After all, it is not a long-term solution. He squeezed his fist, the crackling sound could be heard incessantly, and the violent power erupted in his palm, giving him the illusion of being able to control everything. He smiled, picked up a rope on the ground, and slammed it, tying the 3 Dr. Octopus together. He flew up and took them towards his manor. According to his investigation, there should only be these few traversers from other universes. All this has to be thanks to the Ancient One magician's timely casting of magic, otherwise the consequences will be more troublesome. In the hall of the manor, a group of Yoba troop members stood side by side behind Locke's floating throne. There was a hint of worry on everyone's faces, although they were very confident in the strength of the young master Locke. But whenever Locke went out alone, they would inevitably feel worried. There was a feeling that a husband traveled thousands of miles and a good wife was worried. The reason for this is not for anything else, but because Locke's status in their hearts is too high, and they love Locke, the young master, too deeply. At this moment, a tall figure descended from the sky and slowly landed in the living room. Looking at the people who came, the faces of a group of Yoba troop members were filled with happiness, because the person here is none other than their young master, Locke. 0 flowers. Master, you are back, you are worried about us. The commander's elder sister walked in front of Locke with enchanting steps, and hugged Locke directly. The bumpy body closely adhered to Locke with a scalding heat, which immediately made Locke excited. Commander sister, this woman is really a fairy? Locke couldn't help thinking in his heart, raised his hand and patted it heavily, and let out a strange scream. I only went out for half an hour, what about you? Locke looked at a group of wives and said with a smile. As for, it's definitely about, didn't you say that this time is special, young master? We thought you would meet some difficult opponents. We are all worried to death. Miss 2B came to Locke's side, and then throwing it into his arms. Isn't there nines to keep in touch with you all the time? There's no need to worry. Locke said with a smile. I don't care, I'm worried, just worried, let's do this kind of thing in the future? Don't take action, just stay at home and let us serve you. Miss 2B snuggled up in Locke's arms, looking like a little woman who was a little bird. Since she used her genes to create a daughter cows for her, Miss 2B's personality has changed a bit, she has become very gentle, and she will not drive with her mouth as full as before. And this may be the growth after becoming a mother. Definitely, this situation is only limited to when you are with everyone. When you are alone with Locke, the indulgence that Miss 2B should have is still the same. Master, is it these 3 guys? Let's kill them for you. At this moment, the eyes of a group of Yoba troop members all turned to Dr. Octopus, who was thrown aside by Locke. Hearing this, Locke smiled and said, I have already killed all those who deserve to be killed, and now these few can be kept. Papala, take these 2 guys to Camartage, and let the Ancient One magician send them back. Locke pointed to Sandman and Professor Lizard. Hearing Locke's words, the 2 looked at Locke and immediately showed gratitude. Yes. Papala nodded, raised her hand and waved. A magic gate appeared, grabbed the 2 of them directly and walked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Immediately, Dr. Octopus was left alone. Locke slowly sat on the floating throne. Time to take stock of this harvest? Knife looking at Locke sitting on the floating throne, Dr. Octopus' body trembled uncontrollably. Before that, she had only seen Locke's shot on the TV screen, and she couldn't see his face. Therefore, it is impossible to determine whether it is Locke or not, but today I experienced it personally. These are 2 completely different feelings. Watching the beheading on TV is the same as watching the beheading with your own eyes, but the sensory impact it brings is completely different. The former will at most make people cover their eyes, while the latter will directly scare dead man. The current Dr. Octopus is in such a state. Are you scared? Locke quietly looked at Dr. Octopus in front of him, and said coldly. Nodding, the female Dr. Octopus was too frightened to speak. In her eyes, the 057 Locke in front of her was a demon, a monster crawling out of hell. It's right to be afraid, it's a good thing for people to be in awe, Locke said meaningfully. The fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the floating throne, and it seemed that they had tapped on Dr. Octopus' heart at every turn, making her even more terrified. At this moment, she is like a criminal detained in court waiting to be tried. She lives or dies depending on the words of the man in front of her. This feeling made her very uncomfortable and unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. In this world where strength is respected, this is the cruelest reality. Just when she was full of despair, waiting for the sentence of death, what Locke said next made her hope again, and her eyes showed ecstasy. Now that I can give you a chance to join us, I like your bright mind. Join us, from now on, the glory of the Rockefeller family will also shine on you. If you don't want to, I can only send you to hell, you can start to choose. Locke said calmly, not angry. Listening to Locke's words, Dr. Octopus' face was full of incredible expressions. She never thought that the man in front of her would throw an olive branch at her. This question still needs to be chosen? This is the question she is thinking about at the moment, and for her, it is not actually a problem. Because she doesn't even have to think about it, she knows how to choose. Submit, I am willing to surrender at the feet of Master Locke forever, and never betray. If I betray, I will be cut with 1,000 swords. 35. Dr. Octopus didn't have a moment's hesitation, and swore his loyalty to Locke directly, as if it was a little later, worried that Locke would go back. With a satisfied smile on his face, Locke nodded and called Lao Mo in. Old Mo, take her to our secret base and be treated the same as Dr. Zola. Yes. Lao Mo nodded respectfully and left the living room with Dr. Octopus. After dealing with the matter at hand, Locke did not stop, and went directly to the study. Quietly closed his eyes, entered the system interface, and a familiar system prompt sounded suddenly. Congratulations to the host, participating and witnessing the multi-universe crack event. Reward 60 points. 60 points, that's a lot of points. Locke muttered to himself, his face full of joy. This big event Locke's number of points is a bit more than he imagined. But it makes sense to think about it. This is a big event involving multi-universe. Moreover, a wisp of the will of the multi-universe powerhouse, the evil god Cedarak, was secretly inserted into it. So Locke's 60 points is no problem at all. He used 20 points to extract the particle collider technology before, allowing him to complete the task of mastering B+ level technology given to him by the system. Now he still has a total of 100 points, plus the 60 points sent by Geo, it is 160 points. Not only is it enough for him to extract a new world of science and technology, but it is estimated that it is enough for another strengthening analysis. What he has to do now is to quickly complete the construction of the interstellar city, so that he can extract a new technological world. With a satisfied look on his face, he withdrew from the system, and at this moment the door of the study was knocked on. "Come in." As the voice fell, the study door was gently pushed open, and then Miss 2B, Miss 60, and Sister Commander in a one-piece swimsuit walked in. 0. Looking at their outfits, Locke looked stunned, and then he remembered that today is Tuesday. Under the joint decision of the Yoba Army and Icarus, every Tuesday was designated as the cosplay day of their harem group. In other words, are you going to play cosplay today? Locke smiled wryly. If it was just cosplay, that's all. In this situation, does it look like a serious cosplay? What are you doing? Locke looked at the fruit tea in the hands of the three of them, dumbfounded. Yes, the three of them are holding a large pot of wolfberry tea. What they want to do is simply Sima Zhao's heart and mind. Master, at this time, your question is a bit out of date and superfluous. The commander's elder sister said with a charming face. Master, what else can we do? Don't we just want to show you how realistic we are? The little master of 60 said tenderly, biting his lips lightly, looking very attractive. Yes, master, do you look like our cos rabbit girl? Miss 2B said as she jumped up in front of Locke. Like, it's too similar, hiss. Locke said with a wry smile. At this moment, the commander's elder sister and 60 elder sister gently put the fruit tea in their hands on the table. 2.2. Master, come, drink some tea and relieve the anger. While speaking, the commander brought Locke a cup of fruit tea. Time passed, and another 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 2 months, the world has been very peaceful, and there has been no more monstrous things. And the interstellar city that Locke has been thinking about has also been built. At the moment, Locke is hiding in the study, starting to extract his third technological world. The consciousness was silent in the system, and after a few months, it began to extract a new technological world again, which made Locke a little excited. This kind of feeling is like an old lover who hasn't seen for a long time, and there is always this or that kind of anticipation and tension before meeting. However, when the two parties really met, there was only excitement, as well as uncontrollable passion collision. The current Locke is such a feeling, a little nervousness and anticipation fill his heart. I hope to be able to win a satisfactory world. Locke muttered to himself, and immediately started the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host. Do you want to spend 100 points for the Science and Technology World Lottery? The expected system prompt sounded, and it was still a familiar question sentence. Locke, who has long been accustomed to it, directly chose yes. With the determination of the choice, the compass of destiny suddenly appeared, turned into a golden roulette and appeared in Locke's consciousness world. The appearance this time seems to be very different from the previous one. It feels like the original poor program group suddenly found funding and began to add special effects 10. Sure enough, as his strength gradually increased, the system gave him better and better treatment. This is also a reward? As expected, the covers of science fiction movies or animations or novels appeared on the compass. Dragon Ball, Final Fantasy VII Advent, One Punch Superman, Shape-Shifting King Kong, Resident Evil, Pacific Rim, Gundam, and more. Looking at the names of the familiar sci-fi works, Locke looked expectant. Although it was not the first time he had experienced such a scene, he could not hide his excitement. After all, the advent of every world will bring a great improvement to his strength. Not to mention other things, whether he can enter level Godfather depends on the system in front of him. At present, the worlds that he most want to extract are Dragon Ball World, Shape-Shifting King Kong, and Super God. The reason is very simple, because in the Dragon Ball world, there are Dr. Gro's powerful android technology, as well as the Ma Group's universal capsule technology, as well as time shuttles, anti-gravity spaceships and so on. Even if these technologies are obtained in the current Marvel universe, compared with other interstellar civilizations, they are not much inferior. Once they can be mastered, they will definitely improve his technological strength by a large amount. Not to mention the android technology in Dragon Ball, whichever one is made on the 18th or 21st will not explode. These are all comparable to the existence of the level Godfather. Once he really won the Dragon Ball world, even if his own strength did not reach level Godfather, he would not have to worry. After all, is it not strong to create a wife number 18 and a wife number 21 for yourself? Protecting yourself is more than enough. Even if you can't win the Dragon Ball world, and you can draw a shape-shifting King Kong, it's still very cowhide. If you want to shape-shifting into the world of King Kong, you must have the existence of such a heaven-defying thing as the source of fire. Once he can get the source of fire, he can easily create a shape-shifting King Kong army for himself, which is an excellent weapon for ending the flow of troops. Imagine what kind of domineering it will be when you lead an inexhaustible army of shape-shifting King Kong appearing in this world. In addition to these two, if you can draw the void engine of the super god world, it is also extremely powerful. The only thing to worry about is that the void engine is too resource and time consuming. With his current strength, if he really wants to draw this thing, it is really a hassle to study, and it is very likely that he will not be able to open the fourth technological world in his life. If so, it would be embarrassing. After thinking about it, let it go. I hope this kind of heaven-defying thing will appear in the future. Locke smiled bitterly, with a hint of anticipation, and clicked directly on the start button on the compass that appeared. Immediately, the compass began to spin rapidly, and soon stopped slowly. When the whole compass stopped completely, the black pointer stopped on the cover of a woman with short blonde hair like Fate. Looking at the cover in front of him, there was a touch of excitement in Locke's eyes. Number 18? His mother's turned out to be the Dragon Ball world he wanted the most. He posted it, and now it's really posted. Dragon Ball world? What a powerful and fascinating world. It seems that the next thing I have to do is to create the Queen of Starburst. Number 18, by the way, and number 21, not one less. Locke's face full of excitement. As I said before, the level of technology in the Dragon Ball world is not at all weaker than that of the Neo mechanical era. Even if it is compared to the things that fall from the sky, it is not lost at all. After all, the world of things that fall from the sky has the rule slate, and the world of 7 Dragon Balls can have 7 Dragon Balls. As long as he can lock the technology of making Dragon Balls, then he has the ability to make infinite gems. Such a heaven-defying means is enough to make him walk sideways in this world. However, according to the urine quality of this system, if you really want to create such a heaven-defying item, it is estimated that you will need all kinds of precious materials. Just like the rule slate, it cannot be done so easily. But it doesn't matter, let alone the 7 Dragon Balls. Even if he can create number 18, it will be enough to make him happy. After all, number 18 is not only powerful, but also the best wife. He smiled, revealing ISB's exclusive wretched smile. However, when he thought of his group of Yoba troop members, as well as Icarus and the others, he couldn't help but feel a little cowardly. If you add 1 or 2 sisters to them, you shouldn't care too much, right? Wait, how can I think like this? I am the creator, I have the final say, I say create and create. When Locke thought of it, his smile became even more wretched. Opened its own attribute Surface 057 board. Immediately, the attributes were displayed in front of his eyes. Host, Locke. Technology World 1, Neo Mechanical Age. Tech World 2, Things Falling from Heaven. Tech World 3, Dragon Ball. Point 60. Seeing that the attribute panel really has a Dragon Ball technology world, Locke couldn't help laughing even more. Without hesitation, click on Tech World 3, Dragon Ball, and start integrating the technological elements in it. Congratulations to the host Locke Dragon Ball technology template. The technology template is integrating 1%, 2%, 10%, 100%. Congratulations to the host, the Dragon Ball technology template has been successfully integrated. With the sound of system prompts, Locke once again experienced the magical feeling of the first to integrate technology world. He only felt a strange energy coming into his mind out of nowhere. Then, the technological abilities of Dr. Rog and Bulma about the Dragon Ball world were all stuffed into his memory, making him feel empowered. In just an instant, he completely learned all the technological knowledge in the Dragon Ball world. In the process, his intelligence has been improved accordingly. I have to say, this feeling of being able to become stronger and smarter without doing anything is really great. It's the same sentence, science and technology is good. Locke said to himself, his eyes full of excitement. In Manhattan, in the center of the dark streets, there is a strange building like an old castle. No one knows when this building appeared here. However, in recent days, the reputation of this building has been particularly loud, because there are rumors that anyone who enters this building is, no matter what kind of disease you are suffering from, no matter what kind of crisis you encounter, the owner of this building can help you solve the disaster and solve all the difficulties. Because of such rumors, this ancient castle has a resounding name, called the Castle of Destiny. Have you heard? Jack, who was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer a few months ago, was running this morning. Yeah, I saw it too, and it almost scared me to death. A few days ago, he was as thin as a piece of pork ribs. Today, it's unbelievable that he looks like nothing else. I heard that he has been to the Castle of Destiny. It's really a strange place. After entering, no matter what kind of serious illness he suffers from, he can be cured in an instant. It's incredible. In this world, there has never been a good thing that falls from the sky. There must be losses, and it is better to participate less. That's right, such a weird place. Maybe it's the ghost of aliens. Hurry up and stay away from here. A group of people talked a lot, and they were very curious about the new Castle of Destiny in front of them. Listening to the discussion of the group of people around, a man in a black tight suit and a hoodie looked at each other, his eyes full of surprise. These two are none other than Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton of S.H.I.E.L. Such a strange thing in the Castle of Destiny cannot only be noticed by ordinary people. As S.H.I.E.L. who specializes in special events, it has naturally been noticed for a long time. Not only noticed, at this moment a group of agents of S.H.I.E.L. have also taken action. In front of the Castle of Destiny, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye looked at the building that looked like a medieval building in front of them with solemn expressions, and they couldn't help but feel a hairy feeling in their hearts. This place is very weird and gives me a very bad feeling. Natasha Romanoff frowned and said with an ugly face. It's the same, it's gloomy, it's not something in the world at first glance. Hawkeye nodded silently, his face also not very good. Just as the two of them looked at each other, when hesitation wanted to go in, the gate of the ancient castle suddenly opened automatically. Immediately, a sound of laughter came from inside, and I saw a middle-aged man frequently nodding and bowing to a young man beside him, very respectfully. Mr. Bai, I'm really grateful. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't know what to do. The middle-aged man said with gratitude on his face. You don't need to thank me, it's a fair deal, there is no one between us to thank the other. The young man smiled and said indifferently. After sending the middle-aged man to the door, the young man stopped moving forward, but stood at the door. Walk slowly, you can come again if you need it. The young man said very politely to the middle-aged man. Definitely. The middle-aged man nodded excitedly, got in the car and left. Looking at the middle-aged man who disappeared quickly, the young man turned his attention to Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye at the door. Dignified guests, please come in if you need them. The young man smiled and directly regarded Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye as his customers. Looking at the young man in front of them, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye's expressions were extremely solemn. Because the face of this young man in front of him is really too pale, there is no blood, and he doesn't look like a living person at all. But if he wasn't alive, how could the young man in front of him move freely here? Weird and terrifying, it instantly climbed into the hearts of the two of them, and they couldn't help but shudder. Seemingly guessing what they were thinking, the man smiled and said, I have been suffering from vitiligo since I was a child, so my skin is much whiter than others. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him would say such a thing, and the faces of the two couldn't help showing a touch of embarrassment. Could it be that they think too much? The pale complexion can be said to be vitiligo, but what is the gloomy atmosphere? And the chills that radiated from the young man in front of him, all of which couldn't be deceived. The young man in front of him was so different from normal people. But the purpose of their coming here today is to explore what kind of secrets this ancient castle hides. Because their most advanced miniature unmanned reconnaissance aircraft will be affected by an inexplicable magnetic field when they enter here, resulting in loss of control and loss of contact. So in the end, they had to come here to see in person what kind of mystery is hidden in this inexplicably appearing fortress of destiny. What they didn't expect was that as soon as they came over, they met this strange young man in front of them. The other party didn't seem to be at all surprised by their presence, and even took the initiative to invite them in. Looking at the gloomy castle, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye looked at each other with hesitation on their faces. I am very safe here. You can rest assured. I am a legal business place. The business license is hung on the wall inside. If you don't believe me, you can come in and check. The young man smiled and looked at Natasha Romanoff and Barton said. Listening to the young man's words, the two finally gathered up their courage and stepped into it. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the young man's face, looking even more eerie. Welcome to Destiny Exchange, my esteemed guest. Rockefeller Manor, in the study. The magician ancient one sat quietly opposite Locke, looking at Locke who was slowly making tea in front of him with a soft smile. Is this the tea ceremony of the Dragon Country? It's really artistic, I like it. Ancient One took up a small teacup and drank the good puer with a satisfied look on his face. What kind of tea is this? It tastes good. 35. Puer. Locke smiled and said. I still have a lot here, if magician likes it, I'll let Popala and the others send it over later. Hihi, I'll thank you first. Ancient One nodded, then looked at Locke quietly. Did you hear about the Castle of Destiny that suddenly appeared these days? Locke nodded and said, yes, I heard about it, but I'm very busy during this time, and I didn't pay much attention to it. I think magician should know a lot. Shaking his head, Ancient One said with an unusually solemn expression, that place is very unfamiliar to me. I have explored it a few days ago, but it was blocked by a magical energy that is no less than mine. And that magic energy is the black magic that we magicians are most afraid of. 39. Hearing this, Locke put down the tweezers he used to hold the teacup, and frowned tightly. The magician means that the castle is related to the Dark Lord Dormammu? When it comes to Dormammu, Locke has to be nervous. After all, this guy's strength is against the sky. If he really comes to Earth, with his current strength, he can't compete at all. I don't know yet, but it looks like another dark force, which may be related to the last multi-universe crack. Ancient One's face, Li Zhao's, was solemn and very uneasy. A Dormammu has already given her enough headaches. Now another dark force has appeared, and the strength shown so far is enough to compete with her. How can this make her feel at ease? Another dark force. Locke's face was also solemn. Yes, I'm not sure if this has anything to do with Dormammu, but to be on the safe side, I hope you'd better pay attention. The magic that I can teach Popala has already been taught. Their magical power has grown by leaps and bounds. This time maybe let them go and see. Ancient One said. Although Sister Popala was her disciple, she, the master, had no right to instruct them what to do. In this world, the only person who has this right is Locke. I understand. Locke nodded. His brows were still raised. His brain was running fast, as if he wanted to find some cobweb horse tracks. But after thinking about it, I found nothing. It seems that it is time to meet this fateful castle. Locke thinks so. From the outside, the castle looks extremely eerie, but when you enter it, you find that it is brightly lit and very lively. It turns out to be a casino. At this moment, the huge lobby is full of gambling tables, and all kinds of casino games are overwhelmed, making people dazzled. The faces of Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye who came in here were full of surprise, which was very different from what it looked like from the outside. Are you a casino here? Natasha Romanoff asked curiously, looking at the young man leading the way. The young man turned his head with a smile, nodded, and said, yes, I am a casino here, but it is a bit different from the casinos outside. A wicked smile appeared on the young man's face, which looked very strange with his bloodless face. What's the difference? Hawkeye glanced around the huge casino, but found that there was no such big gaming table here, and he didn't see the big scenes of other casinos gathering together to gamble. A gamble. And across from all the guests here is a hooded man with a white mask, looking very strange. You must have seen it. The games here are all one-on-one, and the bets are not limited. You can bet anything you want. The young 057 man smiled very seriously. At this moment, an extremely excited voice suddenly came from the gaming table not far away. I won, ha ha ha, I won, I won. It was a skinny man with scars on his hands, which looked like the sequelae of long-term dialysis treatment. Seriously ill people. Congratulations on your victory in this game, the healthy body you want, you will be able to have right away. The masked man sitting across from the man said in an emotionless voice. Just as the masked man's voice fell, the skinny man suddenly made a burst of excitement. Then Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye saw the man's body swell up quickly as if he was pumped up. The originally skinny body filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and instantly turned into a strong and handsome guy. In such a scene, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye could not help but open their eyes, looking like hell. Immediately, the two looked at the young man in front of them and became even more jealous. Obviously, this place is not a normal place, and the young man in front of him is not a normal person either. Having experienced the Battle of New York, their understanding of the world is already different from before. Who are you? Why did you appear in our world? Natasha Romanoff asked, looking at the young man in front of him coldly. At the same time, Hawkeye opened the longbow in his hand and aimed at the very strange young man in front of him. With the Asgard people and Cheetorai's invasion, the two naturally regarded the strange man in front of them as an alien. Especially during this period of time, the multi-universe cracks were all over the place, which made their understanding of the world more bold. Aliens, parallel universes, words that used to be seen only in books, now appear in front of us. In this way, they have more imaginations about the man in front of them, and it is also a matter of course. Watching Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye suddenly confront each other, a look of regret appeared on the young man's face. I seem to have forgotten to tell you that you must not use weapons when you enter my place. Otherwise, I will break the rules here, and those who break the rules will be punished. I advise you to put down your weapons. Facing the bow and arrow in Hawkeye's hands, the young man didn't seem to take it to heart at all, and his expression was calm and terrifying. While speaking, the young man raised his hand and waved, and Hawkeye's body rose up from the ground, flew out, and smashed heavily on the wall of the castle. However, he did not just fall to the ground, but instead seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious force, Bassi, actually sticking to the wall. Seeing that the young man in front of him was able to use such bizarre power, Natasha Romanoff didn't have the slightest hesitation, and immediately took out a pocket pistol from his waist and shot the young man quickly. But at this moment, she was horrified to discover that the entire space seemed to be frozen, and the time became slow. After the bullet he shot left the gun chamber, it flew towards the young man at a turtle speed. In such a slow world, the young man didn't even bother to dodge. He raised his hand and grabbed it lightly, easily grabbing the bullet fired by Natasha Romanoff. On my sight, no one can hurt me. The young man shook his head, his face full of mockery. Immediately with a wave of his hand, Natasha Romanoff also flew out, and like Hawkeye before, was pressed against the wall. Since you have entered my place, you must abide by the rules here. Let's take a bet. And the bet is with your soul. The young man's face showed a hint of interest. Rockefeller Manor. Locke sat in front of the desk with an unusually solemn expression on his face. Just now, he had already felt an extremely strong aura of death from Ancient One's body. Obviously, the Sorcerer Supreme of this world is going to die, and the speed is getting faster and faster. In his guess, it should not be long. And once the Ancient One is gone, Dormammu, who has been eyeing the Earth, will definitely take action. There will definitely be a tough battle to fight at that time, but his current strength is still not enough. The key is at this juncture, and a so-called Castle of Fate has appeared. And from the mouth of Ancient One, it is known that this strange place that rises is still using terrible dark magic, which has to be treated with caution. Because according to his knowledge of the Marvel world, there are not many existences that can use dark magic. There are several well-known existences. One is the Dark Lord Dormammu, the other is the god of the underworld, and the other is the Hell Lord Mephisto. And each of these is not something that the current Locke can deal with. If the man behind the so-called Castle of Destiny is really one of the three Mephistos, then it's going to be tough. This is also the reason why his face is solemn at the moment. He is still too weak. To become stronger, he needs to become stronger. Number 18 and number 21 have to step up their pace. Locke muttered to himself. It has been a week since the third tech world was drawn. At present, the physical bodies of number 18 and number 21 are still being cultivated, and it will take a little time to transform into an incomparably powerful artificial human. At this moment, the door of the study was pushed open, and Nymph came to Locke excitedly. Master, the element combination of the Wongsing Hulk serum has been calculated, really. Hearing Nymph's words, Locke's face couldn't help showing a touch of excitement. If the element combination of the 10,000 times Hulk serum was calculated before, it cannot guarantee that he will create the 10,000 times Hulk serum. Then, after Locke, the science and technology of the Dragon Ball world, his intelligence has been improved again. The possibility of creating a 10,000-fold Hulk serum is many times higher than before. Locke was thinking about how to improve his strength just now. At this time, Nymph brought him such a good news. What is meant by sending charcoal in the snow? What is meant by someone who wants to sleep? That's it for the pillow? Master, Nymph doesn't dare to deceive you, it's really calculated. And in this nearly half a year, I will overcome all other difficulties in making this serum, Nymph said with a proud face. Hearing Nymph's words, Locke thought for a while that he heard it wrong. Overcome all other difficulties as well? It looks like he didn't ask Nymph to do this, and he never thought that Nymph knew how to do scientific research. But if you think about it carefully, an all-powerful angel of electronic warfare that can easily invade any organism, it seems that it is not impossible to use his terrifying computing ability in scientific and technological research. All of a sudden, the more Locke looked at Nymph, the more pleasing his eyes became. This is really his own good wife? Reward, must be rewarded. Thinking like this, Locke didn't have the slightest hesitation, and hugged Nymph into his arms. Feeling the fiery male hormones of Locke, Nymph's face immediately climbed to a touch of rosy. Master, what are you doing? Roar sucked in the hurried Nymph and looked at Locke with spring water, and his body started to get hot without knowing it. Nympha, you have done a great job this time. I will reward you with a good reward. What do you want? You can tell me. Locke squeezed Nympha's pretty face and asked with a smile. Different from the mature and charming of the commander's sister, and also from the hot and sexy of 2B's sister, Nymph is an authentic cute loli. Whether it's a pretty face or a body full of youthful vigor unique to a girl, Nymph looks like a pure girl. Therefore, whenever he does something excessive to Nymph, there will always be a sense of guilt in Locke's heart. But in addition to the guilt, there is an unspeakable thrill. Hearing Locke's words, Nymph lowered his head shyly, and said timidly, being able to share the master's worries, that's what Nymph should do. Nymph is very happy, and Nymph doesn't need any reward. If you insist on giving it, Master, please give me an order. The character that comes from Nymph's heart makes her especially want her master to order her. Locke shook his head with a smile and said, you girl, you really can't do anything about you. Every time you take the initiative, you back off. If that's the case, then I have to give an order. Come to me now. Hearing Locke's words, Nymph's face turned even more crimson, but she was extremely happy inside. It's such a good feeling to be ordered by the master? Yeah. Nymph winked and nodded, walked lightly in front of Locke, and then sat in Locke's arms. Time flies, and soon another 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Locke made a new derivation based on Nymph's calculation results and combined with the research results submitted by Dr. Shidang. Under his heaven-defying intelligence, Dr. Stern evaluated the 10,000-fold Hulk serum that it would take 100 years to create, and finally he developed it. It has to be said that the entire research process is extremely difficult, and the difficulty is not only because of the various calculation formulas of the 10,000-fold Hulk serum. What's even more difficult is that the various materials used to create the 10,000-fold Hulk serum are extremely rare. I think he experienced this feeling when Locke created the Mad God potion. Now it's just another experience. Locke is used to it. And if such a potion is left with Dr. Stern, even if he completes the entire calculation process, it is estimated that it is difficult to actually produce it. After all, Dr. Stern does not have his resources, and it is precisely because he knows the difficulty of making 10,000 times Hulk serum that his worries about Dr. Stern are no longer so strong. This guy is currently only malicious towards himself in his heart, but he has not yet used this maliciousness in actual actions. If he really shot himself one day, he would definitely not be polite. 0 flowers. No amount of credit is enough to offset the sin of betrayal. This is Locke's rule. Once betrayed, the only thing waiting for him is death. Without the slightest hesitation, Locke directly started the strengthening analysis function of the system. As mentioned before, the Big Bang system is a knowledge system. The only benefit it will bring directly to the host is that when he integrates the technological world he has extracted, his intelligence will be improved accordingly, and the rest of the time will never directly benefit Locke. Therefore, the so-called strengthening analysis, the system only gives directions and ideas, provides theoretical basis, and serves as a reference for the host. Whether the strengthening can be successful depends on the host's own later efforts. However, Locke has long been used to this. Although he cannot strengthen directly, it is good to be able to give a strengthening plan. 0. Now he has grown into a scholar. For Swaba, giving a problem-solving idea is no different from giving the answer directly. Whether to carry out strengthening analysis. The required points are 50 points? Yes. At present, he has 60 points on his body, which is more than enough for strengthening analysis. Strengthening analysis is in progress, the existing scientific and technological product, 10,000 times Hulk serum. Assessment, B+ grade technology product. Function: the huge gamma energy will greatly strengthen the physical ability, and it will also lead to the evolution of genetic mutation, Locke's uncontrollable powerful ability. But the side effects are obvious. The uncontrollable rate of supernatural power is 100%, and the mortality rate after injection reaches 90%. Looking at the system's analysis of the Wangxian Hulk serum, Locke couldn't help showing a wry smile on his face. A scientific and technological product that can be rated as B+ by the system is enough to show the degree of anti-sky of the 10,000-fold Hulk serum. But the 90% mortality rate really made him a little unacceptable. Once the co-author was injected with this medicine, it would be a life and death experience? The death rate is too high, but the thought of the Sentry serum in the Marvel Universe relieved him. After all, such a potion is likely to give users Locke's unimaginable abilities, such as the explosive power of Locke's million fixed star. In the face of the explosive force of 1 million fixed stars, the death rate of 9 out of 10 is considered low. He smiled and looked at the strengthening plan given by the system. Optimal strengthening direction, upgrade to A-level technology. Knife. Strengthening Plan 1, Regenerative Healing Factor Agent, reduce the death rate to 0%, Locke Undead ability, as long as there is one cell, it can be resurrected infinitely. Assessment, B+ level technology level. Strengthening Plan 2, swallow the body potion, reduce the mortality rate to 10%, Locke devour the physique, can absorb the corresponding ability of the devoured life. Assessment, A-level technology level. Strengthening Plan 3, Superman potion, reduce the death rate to 0%, Locke Kryptonian genes, have Superman physique, can strengthen themselves by absorbing the light and radiation of fixed star. Assessment, A-level technology level. Note, Kryptonian genes do not exist in this world, and you need to spend 10 more points to exchange them, although it has long been guessed that the strengthening plan given by the system will be quite amazing. But when he looked at the 3 strengthening plans given by the system, he was still shocked. Each of the 3 schemes has its own advantages and disadvantages, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they are all extremely heaven-defying. Regenerative Healing Factor Agent, Death Green has been reduced to 0%, which means that there is no risk. Once injected with this drug, then from then on, death basically said goodbye to him. As long as there is still one cell, it can be resurrected infinitely. What is the difference between this and the Devil Brew in the Dragon Ball world? It is simply abnormal and outrageous. However, this potion also has shortcomings, that is, simply possessing the ability of regenerative healing factor, it will not greatly improve his strength. Moreover, this ability does not mean that he will not die at all. As long as all his cells are eliminated, he will also die. Just like Dragon Ball World, Kakarot killed Buu with his vitality bullet. Although there is no such thing as vitality bombs in this world, there are still guys who can completely destroy his cells. It is estimated that any level Godfather powerhouse who can walk out now can do this. Therefore, the ability of regenerative healing factor may seem invincible, but there are actually quite a few limitations. Unless he wants to be the 6th child all the time, he can consider it. But thinking about the current situation, this is obviously impossible. Even if he wants to be the 6th, strong enemies such as Dormammu and Thanos will not agree. You can't just hang on when they come, right? What's the difference between waiting for death? After thinking about it, Locke ruled out the plan. His eyes moved to the second plan, the swallowing body potion, which was a heaven-defying ability that could allow people to absorb the energy of other life and strengthen themselves. Ability is good, but the process is a bit bloody or even disgusting, because this swallowing absorption is aimed at living substances, such as humans, animals, and so on. For example, if you devour an ant, you can have the ability of an ant, and if you devour Odin, you can have the same strength as Odin. But then again, how can he swallow Odin with his current strength? Even if I got lucky with a conspiracy, the process of devouring is a bit like Majin Buu. They are all turned into liquid substances to cover the opponent's body, and then, like sulfuric acid, slowly corrode the opponent's body. And the stronger the strength, the slower the absorption process, the faster it is a few days, and the slower it is a few months. That is to say, before he completely absorbs the other party, his appearance will be the same as that of the devoured one. Just thinking about this process, Locke shook his head. It was disgusting. Let's forget it. His eyes stayed on the last plan, the Superman potion, and his face immediately showed satisfaction and excitement. Among the 3 plans, the only one that satisfied him and was suitable for him was the last one, A-level technology, Superman potion. Once injected, it will allow him to lock the Kryptonian genes, and possess the Kryptonian to strengthen his own anti-celestial physique by absorbing fixed starlight and radiation, thus awakening Superman's various powerful abilities, indestructible defense, flight ability, micro-vision, perspective ability, thermal vision, etc. Although he already has some of these abilities, such as flight, such as the terrifying defense, he even has the ability to control heat. But you must know that his current ability has reached the bottleneck stage, and it is not impossible to improve it, but it is very difficult. But if he can have the physique of a Kryptonian, then improving his strength will become very simple, just bask in the sun. And you must know that Superman can be divided into multiple forms: Golden Age, Silver Age, Modern, Golden Superman, and Thinking Superman. The most powerful ones are the Silver Age Superman, Golden Superman, and Thinking Superman. If Locke can reach any of these 3 realms, even in the entire Marvel Universe, he can walk sideways. 0. So, just thinking about it, Locke couldn't help being very excited. As expected of the system, no need to choose, just Superman potion. Locke muttered to himself, and he already had a decision in his heart. For the strengthening scheme, choose Scheme 3, Superman Agent. The moment he confirmed it, the technological plan on how to create the Superman potion came to Locke's mind out of thin air. In just an instant, he completely mastered the method of making Superman's potion. Not only that, but a bottle of Kryptonian gene culture liquid appeared in his system backpack. This thing is the key to making Superman's potion. With this thing, the Superman medicine can be realized. There is only one copy in the entire Marvel world, and its preciousness can be imagined. Therefore, even if Locke made the formula of Superman's potion public, no one in this world would be able to create a second Superman potion. With ecstasy, Locke immediately plunged into the creation of the Superman potion. Time flies, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Relying on the theoretical basis provided by the system, it took Locke half a month to finally create the Superman potion. The main reason why it takes so long is that it is too difficult, really too difficult. It is indeed a product of A-level technology, and it involves too many scientific fields. Locke is studying the knowledge of 2.2 related fields, while operating according to the plan. If there is no relevant knowledge to do the basics, many steps, he does not know how to operate. In addition, the required materials are too rare, so just collecting the materials will delay a lot of time. Fortunately, he relied on the huge network of connections of the Rockefeller family, which compressed this time. In this way, he was able to create the Superman pharmacy within half a month. And now is the time to start verifying the effectiveness of this Superman potion. Because of the experience of the last madness potion, Locke did not let anyone watch it this time. It's better to grow stronger by yourself, or grow secretly. While thinking so, Locke directly plunged the prepared Superman medicine into his arm. Become Superman and start. With the injection of Superman's medicine, Locke immediately felt a terrifying force recasting his body. His own cells, his own genes, were completely destroyed by Superman's medicine, and then reborn again. And each reborn cell is endowed with the characteristics of Kryptonian, and has the ability to absorb the light and radiation of yellow and blue fixed star to strengthen itself. Each cell is equivalent to a reservoir, capable of storing fixed star energy. There are about 40 to 60 trillion cells in the human body. If every cell is filled with energy, the strength can be improved to what extent, Locke can't imagine. Reaching the level Godfather has become inevitable, and surpassing the Heavenly Father is by no means impossible. You must know that above the level Godfather is the terrifying level Single Universe. At this level, even in the face of Dormammu and Mephisto, he doesn't have to be cowardly. The strengthening of the Superman potion is not as violent as the Mad God potion, but the whole process is unusually calm, even giving people a feeling of annihilation. The cells in the body perish and regenerate, and this cycle repeats for 7 times. After reaching the extreme, it slowly stops. And at this moment, Locke's whole body is like being reborn, and his body seems to be replaced by a new one. The skin is as fair and smooth as a baby, without the slightest blemish, coupled with the handsome face like a knife, the temperament is compelling. And his body has become more symmetrical than before, there are no terrifying muscles, all muscles are beautiful and streamlined. And if you don't take off your clothes, it is completely imperceptible. The typical body is thin and fleshy when you take off your clothes. At the moment, Locke has a calm face. From the outside, he looks like a noble boy. His temperament is noble and indifferent, giving people a feeling of being harmless to humans and animals. But only Locke himself knew what terrifying power he possessed now. Although he no longer has the form of a mad god, he still has the ability to control heat. And because of the strengthening of Superman's medicine, the heat temperature he can release is also higher, reached a terrifying 20,000 degrees Celsius. It has exceeded 4 times the surface temperature of the sun. Once such terrifying heat is released, it is not difficult to burn the planet. Gently squeezed his fist, a terrifying force erupted in the palm of his hand, and the air was easily burst by him. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then the picture in front of him began to change. He saw that the originally thick wall became transparent in his eyes, and he actually saw the situation on the opposite side of the stone wall. Perspective, this is one of Superman's powerful abilities? However, because ability has just been awakening, Locke will not be able to master it for a while. He only feels that everything around him is flickering and becoming transparent, which makes him feel dazzled and uncomfortable. Without panic, Locke held his breath, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the muscles and nervous system around the eyes were actively activated. Relying on his terrifying control over his body, every muscle and every nerve is under his control. With his active intervention, the scene in front of him suddenly became normal again. Then look at the wall not far away again. Finally adjust the strength of the muscles used, and manipulate the subtle changes in the optic nervous system. Suddenly, the wall in front of him became transparent in his eyes, and he could see the situation opposite the wall clearly again. He didn't stop. His eyes continued to look straight ahead. The walls were constantly being seen through, and the buildings were constantly being seen through. Then, the shadow of the Rockefeller family building appeared in front of Locke's eyes. You must know that the Rockefeller family building is more than 20 kilometers away from his manor. With a smile on her face, at this time, the commander's elder sister should still be working in the building. With a hint of bad taste in his heart, his eyes continued to move forward, and he brought the chairman's office on the top floor of the building. Perspective plus telephoto vision broke out again, and suddenly the walls of the Rockefeller family building were seen through. Immediately, a mature and charming woman appeared in front of him. This woman is none other than Locke's sister, the commander-in-chief of the harem. What a nice view! This was Locke's first reaction. Although it was not the first time to see the commander wearing a work uniform, Locke was still shocked by the temperament of the commander's sister. The V-shaped neckline is slightly open, although nothing is revealed, but the towering bottom already indicates what a beautiful scenery is hidden deep in the neckline. With a smile on his face, he gently controlled his optic nerve. Immediately, the work uniform of the commander's elder sister disappeared from his eyes, and a black lace edge appeared. As expected of the Oni-san ceiling, pure black lace is still her favorite? Looking down, I came to the unspeakable place. Suddenly, Locke took a deep breath, and his heartbeat could not help speeding up. This goddamn woman is wearing ding. This is too awkward. A wicked smile appeared on Locke's face. Immediately, he directly dialed the number of the office, and in front of her, the commander who was looking at the document seriously showed a look of surprise on his face. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the phone immediately. Hey, young master, why are you calling me at 057 at this time? A sexy and charming voice came out of the commander's mouth, which made people fall into the wrong. Hey, nothing, I just miss you, Locke said with a smirk, but there was concern in his words. Hearing Locke's words, the commander was stunned for a moment, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. You little friend, they are still at work at this time. You said that. I can't help but want to go home to see you immediately, the commander said very moved. Being able to be always remembered by her young master is the happiest thing in the world in her opinion. Hehe, you don't need to come back, I can see you, Locke said mysteriously. What? Can you see people? Have you installed a camera here? Where? The commander's face showed curiosity, but after being curious, she immediately walked over to lock the door, and then sorted out her clothes. However, her tidying is not an ordinary tidying up, instead she unbuttons 2 buttons on the neckline. Suddenly, the goblin from the abyss appeared in the world and opened her fangs towards Locke. Master, tell me where the camera is, and I'll give you a wonderful live broadcast. Commander 35 said with a wink. 5 Locke. I have to say that this woman, Commander, is really good at doing this kind of thing. She is bold and open, and it can even be said to be arrogant in front of him. But for such a woman, Locke, instead of having the slightest disgust, couldn't love it. Among the many androids he created, if he had to say his favorite one, it could only be Miss 2B. But if it is the 2 favorites, then the commander's sister is bound to be on the list, and the status between her and Miss 2B is really not much different, and it can even be said that there is no gap. The reason why Miss 2B is ranked first is entirely because Miss 2B is the first biological robot to be created, which is of extraordinary significance to Locke. It can be regarded as Locke's first love in this world, and first love is always the most unforgettable, and it is even more so when it is still in the period of passionate love. But there is one thing to say. At this moment, under the provocation of the commander's sister, Rao is the first love of Miss 2B, which can't stop Locke's urge to rush to see the commander's sister. It just so happened that he could also try his flight ability. After all, his flight ability was done by manipulating heat before. At this moment, it is the anti-gravity ability given to him by the Superman gene. Although the effect is the same, the principle is completely different. In theory, the anti-gravity flight speed will be a little faster. After all, the body itself defies gravity, and relying on the thrust generated by the release of energy to free itself from the shackles of gravity, these are 2 different concepts. Thinking like this, Locke's heart moved at will. Immediately, the body was automatically suspended. This is a very wonderful feeling. Before he wanted to fly, he needed to control the energy to form a thrust under his feet, and let himself achieve the purpose of flight by releasing the thrust of the energy. But now it is a completely different feeling. Now his flight ability is more like turning on a switch. Whether he wants to fly or not is only a matter of his own thoughts. Once he has the idea of flight, his body will automatically repel the ground and enter the anti-gravity mode, which can make him and the same-sex repulsive magnet suspended in midair. And all he needs to do is to control the direction of his body, so that he can soar in the sky like a bird. Such flight ability is far easier and more convenient than the previous energy control, and the speed will naturally be faster. This kind of feeling is really good. Locke smiled. The whole figure seemed to be in outer space. The body floated in midair, no longer affected by gravity, looking very elegant and soft. This relaxed, elegant and silky feeling was something he had never been able to achieve before. Without much hesitation, Locke floated out of the underground laboratory as if he had no weight, and came to the large playground of the manor. Like a child who just got a new toy, Locke was experimenting with his flight ability. Left and right, up and down, a few roar-sucking time, Locke completely mastered his flight ability. Then there was a bang, and a sonic boom appeared under Locke's feet, and his body flew out instantly, flying directly at supersonic speed. Before relying on the control of energy flight, he has been able to reach the point of 20 times the speed of sound, and the speed that he can achieve now is even more terrifying, reaching the point of 40 times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, Locke's figure appeared in the sky above the Rockefeller building. The warm sunlight shone on his body, which made him feel very comfortable. Every capillary and every cell in his body seemed to have opened its mouth and began to constantly absorb the energy brought by the sunlight. Suddenly, he felt that his body was full of energy, and the power was skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching an unimaginable level. Now he can be 100% sure that his strength has entered the level Godfather, and it is still growing constantly. And this is just the physique of Locke Superman. In the later stage, as the sun exposure time continues to stretch, his strength will only get stronger and stronger. And this kind of strengthening does not require self-cultivation, and it can be achieved only by basking in the sun. It is conceivable that this feeling is refreshing. With a smile on his face, Locke fell from the sky and soon came to the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor. Inside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the commander's sister looked at Locke as if she couldn't believe it, her face full of joy. She never thought that her little man would visit her while she was working. I have to say, this occasional surprise is really nice. The body couldn't help twitching, and the fanatical thoughts in the heart were like a volcanic eruption, which could not be restrained. Taking a sexy and enchanting step, the commander's sister came to the floor-to-ceiling window with a blushing face. 66 Master, what wind brought you to me today? The commander's sister threw herself into Locke's arms, hooked her hands around Locke's neck, and asked happily. It should be because you want to be crazy? Locke said with a smile. 66. Little enemy, where did you learn these local love stories? What else? I want to hear more. The commander kept retreating, his back was pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, and said with a wink. I am 9 and you are 3, except for you or you? 35 Locke said with a smile. I hate it, don't say it, it's really too nauseous, I can't stand you. The commander said shyly. This, Li Zhao, can't stand it anymore, what's more explosive? Locke said with a smirk. How cool is it? So bad you'll want to throw up and scream. 5. Really, I want to scream and vomit. The commander turned crimson, turned around, and pressed his hands on the floor-to-ceiling windows again. Righteous. After a long time, Locke had left Rockfield's family mansion, and he took the commander to Antarctica. With the injection of Superman's potion, his body is constantly getting stronger, and various abilities are emerging one after another, making him a little uncomfortable for a while. He needs a little time to practice properly and get used to this new body. By the way, Locke, who was suspended in midair, was holding the flushed-faced commander's sister in his arms. The scene in the office just now is still vivid in my mind, and I haven't seen it for a few days. Her young master's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. The flawless skin like a baby, the level of smoothness, made her a woman to the point of envy. The body that is more perfect than before is like a magical sculpture, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is perfect. The key point is that there is still a refreshing faint fragrance looming on Locke's body, even the saliva is fragrant. It made her salivate, which made her not want to leave Locke's arms. Stroking the commander's elder sister's golden hair like a waterfall, a doting smile appeared on Locke's face. How long do you want to hold like this? If you have to add time, I hope it is 10,000 years. Commander 057 raised his head, his charming eyes bent like crescent moons and looked at Locke, said. The fingers painted with light red nail polish slowly drew circles on Locke's chest, and then kept going down like a playful elf. Shaking his head with a smile, he gently intertwined his fingers with the commander. Where did you learn these love words? Locke asked with a smile. I usually watch various movies with Icarus and Nymph when I have nothing to do. When I saw a movie called Journey to the West, there was this sentence in it, and I thought it was very romantic. Young master, will you love me like the supreme treasure loves fairies Ixia? The commander asked with affection, looking at Locke with a blushing face. Hearing this, Locke shook his head with a smile, and said, the westward journey is a tragedy after all. Two people who are in love with each other have not been able to be together after all. I don't like tragedy, I will cherish the present, and love the present. As Locke said, he gently lifted the commander's chin, his face full of tenderness. Listening to Locke's love words, the commander's elder sister's whole figure seemed to melt, and her fiery body was about to steam. Little friend, you are so annoying. Do you want to impress the dead man family? After speaking, the commander's pretty face moved, Bassi, in front of Locke, slowly closed his eyes, and opened his flaming red lips with full of affection. It looked like a delicate flower waiting for Ganyu. Looking at him like this, Locke smiled, and patted her place with his heavy palm. He said angrily, we are in Antarctica now, and the temperature is very low. The commander's sister, who let out a charming scream, gave Locke a resentful glance. Master, you hate it to death, it's very uncomfortable to have people wait. I didn't make you wait either. It's you who looks like you are waiting to feed yourself. Explain in advance that I don't have anything to feed you now. You have? What? You said, eating a big popsicle in the Antarctic will not have a special taste. The commander said with charm. The commander's eldest sister is poisonous, she is terminally ill, and can't be saved. It's freezing cold and can't relieve your body heat, and there's no one left. Locke shook his head and smiled bitterly. You know, my heat is not temperature, the only one who can solve it is you, the commander said with a smile. Okay, no kidding, I didn't bring you here to do these things. Giggle, isn't it? I thought the young master was a little tired of being at home, so he wanted to change the environment? Am I like this kind of person in your heart? Please remove the like characters. 99. Giggle, stop teasing you, since popsicles aren't allowed, what must be done? 35. With beautiful eyes flowing, the commander looked at Locke curiously. Locke smiled, and at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up with a terrifying red light. Damn, awakening the hot sight at this time. Locke muttered to himself, his face full of surprise. As the sun shines for longer and longer, Superman's ability has begun to show uncontrollably. From the previous perspective, telephoto vision, to flight ability, to the current thermal vision, there are more and more. Looking at Locke, whose eyes suddenly glowed red, the commander's sister's face showed shock. Master, what's wrong with your eyes? The commander asked worriedly. At this moment, a red energy light with terrifying temperature burst out with a mighty power. In the blink of an eye, he directly pierced through a huge iceberg several kilometers away. His gaze turned. His hot gaze was like a long sword, and the entire iceberg was easily cut in half. Boom! 35. Huge amounts of icebergs were cut off in the middle and began to collapse with a bang. Huge amounts of mountains were transferred into the sea, splashing water tens of meters high. The whole scene was amazing. Such a scene directly stunned the commander's sister beside him. As for Locke's ability, she has been stuck on controlling heat before, but the scene in front of him is obviously no longer within the scope of manipulating heat. This is another terrifying ability, a powerful ability no less than heat manipulation. How long did it take for her young master to become stronger again? Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Combined with the fact that Locke was able to see himself from a distant place just now, combined with his more perfect body and flawless skin, she can already be 100% sure that something incredible must have happened to his young master. As expected of her young master, the speed of this strength promotion is really too fast. Looking at Locke beside him with admiration in his beautiful eyes, his heart couldn't help but swell even more. After easily cutting off the iceberg with the help of heat vision, Locke's face showed satisfaction. According to his research for a while, I don't know if it is because he has the ability to control heat. Therefore, the highest temperature that his thermal vision can release at the moment can also reach a terrifying 20,000 degrees. This is also the reason why he was able to cut off the entire iceberg in an instant with just one heat sight. I have to say, just this heat sight ability can make him walk sideways on this planet, that's just staring at someone and dying. Now that the level Godfather powerhouses like Ancient One and Odin came to him, he could not hesitate at all. This is the strength of Superman. And that's just a part of awakening Superman ability. After that, there will be more ability awakening, and it will constantly become stronger. For example, super light flight, super hearing enough to hear the sound in the universe, super healing ability that is almost immortal, super defense power that will not hurt even if you fly into the core of the sun. The terrifying brain power of mastering a foreign language in just a few seconds of conversation. It can freeze opponents, create hurricanes, change the weather, and even blow out fixed stars. Super roar. Super strength that can move multiple planets, microscopic vision that can see microscopic objects, etc. What is Superman? That's it. You are so strong, young master. Looking at the scene in front of him, the commander's sister looked at Locke with admiration and said, "Which aspect are you referring to?" Locke smiled wickedly, his eyes closed slightly and then opened again, and everything returned to normal. Giggle, lethality, everywhere is strong. The commander's sister threw a wink at Locke and said, "It's up to you to say that my strength is obvious to all." Locke said jokingly, "Death? What everyone can see is your strength and your strength in other areas. Now only I know it." The commander's sister said with a proud look on her face. She felt very honored that Locke was the first to find herself after the promotion of strength. For her, this is also a way of Locke's favor. That's true. Locke nodded with a smile. The commander's big sister's heart was always used in some strange places, and he was used to this. "By the way, young master, you haven't told me yet, how did you see me in the manor just now?" The commander's sister looked at Locke curiously and asked. At first, she thought it was Locke who installed the cameras in her office. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. After all, his young master was not such a person. So he was really curious about this. How did this happen? It's very simple, as long as you have perspective and telephoto vision. Locke slowly opened his hand, letting the sun shine more comprehensively. Perspective and far vision? Young master, are you kidding me? The commander's elder sister looked at Locke with an incredible look. Don't believe it. Locke's eyes moved to Locke's chest, and then he blurted out, "Black lace. You're so boring? You've seen this just now." The commander's elder sister gave Locke a speechless look and said. At this moment, Locke's brows suddenly wrinkled. Under his super hearing, he discovered that something extraordinary was happening over there in New York. And it is related to the two Popula sisters. Her face is slightly dignified. "We should go home." "What are you doing at home?" "I haven't had enough of Antarctica. I haven't eaten my big popsicle yet." "You can eat popsicles at any time, not necessarily in Antarctica. Go back and let you eat enough." "Okay, but I want to eat alone, I can't share it." Hearing Locke's words, the commander smiled like a child. Without saying a word, he hugged Locke tightly, as if stuck to him. In fact, the commander can easily fly by relying on the anti-gravity flight wing behind him, but the speed is far worse than that of Locke. So she simply stopped flying, hugged Locke directly, and let Locke carry herself. This speed is fast, and she can quietly lean on Locke's chest to listen to his heartbeat. Outside she has always been a very cold queen, and being a queen is very tiring. Only here in Locke can she be a woman who is a little bird, and for her, this is the time when she is most relaxed. And Locke also knows the thoughts of the commander's sister, and he is very distressed for the commander who manages every day, so he is very fond of the commander. Master, you said that while you were flying, I was eating a popsicle, shouldn't it have much effect? The commander said with a smile. Because Locke turned on the energy barrier when he was flying, so he could ignore the impact of the wind caused by the rapid flight. Don't mess around. 35. Giggle, I scared you, I'm teasing you. The commander giggled, looking very happy. At 40 times the speed of sound, Locke returned to the manor in the blink of an eye, and just as he came back, Lao Mo walked over with a solemn expression. Master, not long ago, people from S.H.I.E.L.D. came here to ask for help. What help? Locke's face showed curiosity. It's about the Castle of Fate. Half a month ago, Natasha Romanoff and Barton of S.H.I.E.L.D. entered it to investigate. Afterwards, they came out safe and sound, but said nothing about the situation inside. And their behavior has become extremely strange, and Nick Fury, the old fox, has spied on the two. They discovered that the two had been searching for something called the Covenant of St. Vincent. And not long ago, they found it and planned to send this thing to the castle. 0 flowers. However, it was stopped by a group of agents led by Phil Cowlson. But at that moment, a white-faced man appeared and took the contract away. Just after that, all those who had entered the Castle of Destiny died mysteriously, and a terrifying shadow appeared in the city, which has now caused panic to the people. In desperation, S.H.I.E.L.D. found us, but you were not there at that time, Master. As for Popula and the others, because they heard from you before that they wanted to investigate this Castle of Fate, they acted without authorization. However, until now, neither of them have come back, and I don't know if something happened. Lao Mo said with a solemn expression. With his knowledge of the two Popula sisters, it should be quick to deal with the problem with their strength. 0. But it has been more than an hour and they have not come back, so there is only one possibility, that is, they are in trouble. And being able to cause trouble to their two powerful magicians shows how strong their enemies will be. So, how could he not be shocked and nervous? Is it the contract of St. Vincent? Hearing Lamo's words, Locke's face couldn't help showing a dignified expression. Others may not know what the contract of St. Van Gonzalo is, but as a transmigrator, he is very clear. This contract is a very evil thing. It was made by the Hell Lord Mephisto, with the intention of opening the gate of hell in the world. However, due to various reasons, it failed in the end, and the contract of St. Van Gunza remained in the world. But it shouldn't? It has been a year since he came to this world, and he has not seen the existence of Ghost Rider? Is it because of the existence of the Ancient One that the dark forces of hell, like Dormammu, have always been blocked from the earth? And now as the Ancient One is getting weaker and weaker, even the forces of hell are stepping in? Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel that his head was too big. If it was really Lao Mo, then it would be a big trouble. Just then, an evil energy burst out from the center of New York City. Immediately, the entire sky became densely covered with dark clouds, the wind roar howled, and the sound of ghosts and wolf howls appeared. Has it come yet? Locke muttered to himself, his brows furrowed with a knife.